Chapter 1. The Joyous Ceremony. Wow, what a grand spectacle! Whose daughter is marrying which young master? The fifth daughter of the Duke of Dongning is marrying the heir of the Duke of Jinghua, Xie Rongxuan, to bring him joy. Isn't the heir of the Duke of Jinghua afflicted with a peculiar illness, with only 3 months to live? Indeed, that is precisely the purpose of this union. Will it be effective? Most likely not. Then isn't the fifth daughter of the Duke of Dongning destined to be a widow? If it were not for this circumstance, given Xie Rongxuan's handsome appearance, distinguished status, and remarkable military achievements, the noble ladies of the capital would be vying to marry him. It would hardly be the turn of a mere illegitimate daughter from the Duke of Dongning. Exactly, it wouldn't be her turn at all. The fifth daughter of the Duke of Dongning is an illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would a legitimate daughter from an ordinary family be sent to bring joy? How pitiful for the fifth daughter! She will have to live her life in solitude beside an ancestral tablet. I heard she has just reached the age of maturity. Sigh. After a gentle spring rain, a long bridal procession appeared on the streets of the capital, accompanied by the sound of drums and music, moving majestically and drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to watch and comment. Seated in the grand sedan chair was Jiang Yuanyi, keenly attuned to the murmurs around her. Indeed, she was merely an illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Dongning. Her father was the Duke himself, her stepmother a daughter of an imperial censor, while her biological mother, concubine Yao, was but a humble embroiderer, and her elder sister was also an illegitimate child. From a young age, she had been frail, timid, weak, and prone to tears. Aside from her beauty, she possessed little else of merit. Her father ignored her stepmother despised her, and her legitimate siblings looked down upon her. Fortunately, her mother and sister adored her, often cradling her delicate face and declaring, "Our Yuanyi is the most intelligent, beautiful, and well-behaved little girl in the world." In those moments, she would smile brightly, forgetting, if only momentarily, the hardships of life in the Duke's residence. Yet, this bliss was not to last. One day, her stepmother suddenly demanded the birth dates of her and her sister, insisting that she marry the ailing heir of the Duke of Jinghua, Xie Rongxuan, to bring him joy. Her mother and sister preferred to see her wed into a humble family rather than into a high-ranking household to face the prospect of widowhood. But the stepmother disregarded their pleas. They sought their father's intervention, only to find themselves confined for their transgressions. Fear gripped her heart. Yet, having reached maturity, she could no longer hide behind her mother and sister. Desiring to become a pillar of support for them, she approached her stepmother, acquiescing to the marriage and bringing her mother and sister out of confinement. Today, amidst her stepmother's threats and her mother and sister's tearful pleas, she reluctantly took her place in the grand sedan chair of the Duke of Jinghua. "Fifth lady, we have arrived at the Duke's residence," announced Nurse Sun, the voice breaking the silence. Jiang Yuanyi snapped back to reality, adjusting her red bridal veil. With Nurse Sun's assistance, she slowly descended from the flower-laden sedan, crossing the threshold and stepping over the brazier, arriving at the main hall of the Duke of Jingguo's front courtyard. The surroundings fell suddenly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Her heart raced with anxiety as she timidly accepted the bright red wedding ribbon, catching sight of a pair of long, slender hands at the other and well-defined knuckles, yet strikingly pale. This must be her husband, Xie Rongxuan. The officiant suddenly proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Esteemed guests extend their congratulations. Let the ceremony commence." Jiang Yuanyi tightened her grasp on the bridal sash. The officiant continued, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Jiang Yuanyi followed suit, bowing alongside Xie Rongxuan as they ventured outside the grand hall. The officiant then intoned, "Second, bow to the ancestors." Under the guidance of Granny Sun, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan slowly turned to face the Duke and Duchess of Jinghua, performing another bow. The officiant sang out, "Now, the couple shall bow to one another." This time, Jiang Yuanyi, without the need for Granny's reminder, gradually turned to face Xie Rongxuan. However, the red veil obscured her vision, preventing her from seeing Xie Rongxuan's countenance. She gently lowered her head in reverence, at which moment a loud crash echoed, and suddenly Xie Rongxuan, grasping the bridal sash, fell heavily to the ground. Caught off guard, She stumbled forward 2 steps, dragged by the sash. Xiangir, elder brother, young master, quickly, take him to the bridal chamber. Chapter 2. Do you like me? A group of individuals hurriedly assisted Xie Rongxuan away. Wasn't this a ritual to bring good fortune? Yet, it seemed to have backfired instead. Thus, the belief in such rituals appeared futile. Those who placed their faith in them were fools. It was said that he would not survive beyond 3 months. Yet one by one, they clung to hope, insisting on engaging in this futile endeavor. Indeed, it was nothing but senseless turmoil. Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Jiang Yuanyi found herself caught in a limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Lady of the Air, please follow me, Sun Momo spoke at that moment. With a red veil atop her head, Jiang Yuanyi made her way to the newlywed chamber, where all attention was fixated on Xie Rongxuan, voices chattering about his condition. Jiang Yuanyi stood quietly to the side. Once it was confirmed that Xie Rongxuan would likely survive for the time being, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yuanyi, suddenly, a pair of warm hands clasped Jiang Yuanyi's small hand. She stiffened momentarily. Do not be afraid. I am your mother, came the gentle voice of the Duchess of Jinghua. Lady Wang, Jiang Yuanyi, her voice soft, called out, Mother. Ah, Lady Wang replied. Rongxuan's health is poor. You must be more understanding. Mother, this is what a daughter-in-law should do, Jiang Yuanyi responded. Lady Wang, not one to stand on ceremony, proceeded to share numerous pieces of advice. Jiang Yuanyi was there not only to bring good fortune, but also to care for Xie Rongxuan, hastily jotting down the instructions. Lady Wang patted Jiang Yuanyi's hand, saying, Yuanyi, I apologize for any discomfort this may cause you. Once Rongxuan recovers, I shall certainly make it up to you. Yes, Mother, Jiang Yuanyi replied. With that, Lady Wang departed with her entourage. The room fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, Jiang Yuanyi slowly lifted the red veil. The opulent furnishings of the chamber unfolded before her eyes. Lustrous pearl curtains, a screen embroidered with blessings of longevity, a vanity adorned with carvings of monkeys presenting peaches, and a bridal bed embellished with auspicious patterns, all signifying peace and longevity. Suddenly, a cough echoed from the bridal bed. Jiang Yuanyi's heart raced, and she promptly lowered her gaze, fearful of further distractions. After a moment's pause, the bed remained still. Tentatively, she stole a glance at the man lying there. He remained unresponsive. Gradually, she approached the bedside, tilting her head slightly to observe the man. His complexion was as pallid as his hands, his eyes tightly shut, yet his long, narrow features, high nose, and subtly pursed lips suggested a sardonic temperament. He appeared to possess a rather irritable disposition. This was to be her husband, the husband who was said to have but 3 months to live. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly advanced, gently seating herself at the edge of the bed, and reached out to check his pulse. At that instant, Xie Rongxuan's eyes suddenly shot open. Ah! Jiang Yuanyi was startled into standing upright. Xie Rongxuan's dark eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Are you plotting something nefarious? And no, I am not, she hastily denied. Xie Rongxuan's voice was frosty as he inquired. Then what are you doing? I am checking your pulse, Jiang Yuanyi stammered. You possess medical knowledge? I have read a few medical texts, she replied, trembling. Jiang Yuanyi's health was frail, and she had spent a considerable amount of silver, leading her, her mother, and her sister to live in dire straits. After learning to read, she delved into medical texts, not only restoring her own health, but also tending to her mother, sister, and maid's ailments. Xie Rongxuan scoffed, remarking, having perused a few medical books, you dare to take my pulse? Do you think I'm just anyone? Indeed, his temperament was quite unpleasant. Jiang Yuanyi, terrified by such individuals, felt her heart tremble. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan narrowed his eyes, fixating on her as a leopard would on its prey, and questioned, I hear you have secretly harbored feelings for me for many years? What? Jiang Yuanyi's eyes widened in shock. Xie Rongxuan sneered. The people of the Dongning Marquis' residence claim you insisted on marrying me, or you would resort to suicide. My legitimate mother and father will say anything to cling to the Jinghua Duke's residence. However, Jiang Yuanyi dared not expose the falsehood, fearing to provoke Xie Rongxuan or her legitimate mother and father. Such actions would place her, her mother, and sister in a precarious situation. She could only respond with silence. How old are you this year? Xie Rongxuan inquired again. Jiang Yuanyi replied, I have just come of age. Xie Rongxuan, with an air of indifference towards life and death, remarked, Do you not know that I am nearing my end? You will have to remain a widow for the rest of your life. Jiang Yuanyi nodded, I am aware. Xie Rongxuan paused momentarily and said, It seems you are truly devoted to me. Jiang Yuanyi cast a quick glance at him, too intimidated to speak. Xie Rongxuan scrutinized her, unable to resist, adding, You truly are as foolish as they come. Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Xie Rongxuan reminded her, I am reprimanding you. What do you mean by I heard you. Jiang Yuanyi replied softly. Why do you not retort? I cannot. Jiang Yuanyi was the illegitimate daughter of the Dongning Marquis's residence. Although her mother and sister protected her from much of the bullying inflicted by her legitimate mother, sister, and brother, she still heard many of their insults. She could not retort. Otherwise, she and her mother and sister would face even harsher punishment. Gradually, she lost the capacity to do so. Moreover, Xie Rongxuan's words, You truly are as foolish as they come, paled in comparison to the insults from her legitimate mother, sister, and brother. She was entirely unfazed by them. Xie Rongxuan, however, was astonished. You cannot even insult others? Jiang Yuanyi pursed her lips, adopting a humble demeanor. Xie Rongxuan suddenly lost his temper, asking, Where is the medicine? Right? Xie Rongxuan needs to take his medicine. Jiang Yuanyi felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Young master, the medicine is ready, came the timely voice of Granny's son. I will fetch it, Jiang Yuanyi hastily replied. Xie Rongxuan acknowledged. Jiang Yuanyi brought the bowl of medicine. Sitting on a small stool by the bedside, carefully scooping a spoonful of the medicinal liquid, gently blowing on it, and offering it to Xie Rongxuan. The corner of his mouth twitched. Jiang Yuanyi looked puzzled. Put the spoon back, Xie Rongxuan instructed. Jiang Yuanyi hesitated momentarily before returning the spoon to the bowl. Xie Rongxuan slightly propped himself up, snatching the bowl of medicine, tilting his head back to gulp it down, and then thrust the empty bowl back in her hands. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback upon witnessing someone drink medicine in such a manner for the first time, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Xie Rongxuan, with a hint of irritation, inquired, What are you staring at? Does your neck not ache beneath all that gold and silver jewelry? Jiang Yuanyi hastily rose to her feet, proclaiming, I shall attend to my grooming immediately. Xie Rongxuan reclined once more upon the bed. With the empty medicine bowl in hand, Jiang Yuanyi exited and summoned a maidservant. After undoing her hair, cleansing her face, and bathing, she emerged from the washing chamber after a considerable time. Approaching the bedside, she hesitated momentarily before making her way to the foot of the bed, removing her shoes and climbing up onto it. What are you doing? Xie Rongxuan suddenly queried. Jiang Yuanyi paused in her movements, turning to face him. I'm asking you a question, he continued, his assertive and domineering nature apparent even while reclining. Feeling apprehensive once again, Jiang Yuanyi stammered, I'm going to sleep. And where do you intend to sleep? He pressed. Sleep. Inside? Jiang Yuanyi indicated toward the inner part of the bed. Are you suggesting that you wish to share a blanket with me? Xie Rongxuan asked. Chapter 3. Sleeping with you. Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks flushed as she responded. No way. Xie Rongxuan firmly rejected. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Then, where am I supposed to sleep? Xie Rongxuan replied. You can sleep wherever you like. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuanyi slowly descended from the bed and walked to the mahogany wardrobe. She opened the doors to reveal neatly stacked, pristine quilts within, vibrant and soft, with fine stitching. She took one out and returned to the foot of the bed. What are you doing now? Xie Rongxuan shot her a glance. Summoning her courage, Jiang Yuanyi softly said, I'll sleep under my own quilt. Xie Rongxuan gazed at her in silence. Sensing his impending anger, Jiang Yuanyi instinctively shivered and hurriedly explained, on our wedding night, sleeping separately is considered inauspicious. Xie Rongxuan inquired, Who said that? Everyone says so, Jiang Yuanyi replied, adhering to tradition. Sleeping together brings harmony and longevity. Xie Rongxuan retorted, You just want to take advantage of me. Jiang Yuanyi denied, I don't. I really don't. Keep your distance. So that means you agree. With a long exhale, Jiang Yuanyi cautiously placed the quilt inside the bed and slowly climbed up, trembling as she passed by Xie Rongxuan's feet, finally settling inside. She lay against the wall, gently pulling the quilt over herself, and stole a glance at Xie Rongxuan, who had already closed his eyes. "Are you asleep?" Jiang Yuanyi whispered. "I am," Xie Rongxuan lazily replied. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuanyi finally said, "If you need anything during the night, just call me." "Understood. I'm Jiang Yuanyi. You can just call me Yuanyi." Jiang Yuanyi added, "I know a bit of medicine, so if you have any, shut up. Oh, don't make another sound. Go to sleep." Daring not to speak further, Jiang Yuanyi pulled the quilt over her head, letting thoughts of Xie Rongxuan, the wedding, and the Duke's residence fade away. Her taut heartstrings began to loosen, and memories of her mother and sister flooded her mind, tears unknowingly streaming down her cheeks. Worried about disturbing Xie Rongxuan, she bit down on the quilt, remaining silent. Before long, her pillow was half-soaked. Eventually, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found the celebratory candles nearly burnt out, and the dawn light was breaking. She turned to look at Xie Rongxuan beside her. Xie Rongxuan suddenly opened his eyes, startling Jiang Yuanyi. Meeting Jiang Yuanyi's gaze, his dark pupils appeared sharp, as if they could pierce through to the soul. "You were staring at me." Jiang Yuanyi shivered internally and quickly stammered, No, it's just that. It's dawn. We need to get up." "I'm not getting up," Xie Rongxuan stated. "We have to serve tea to our parents soon." "I'm not getting up," Xie Rongxuan reiterated resolutely. "It should be time to rise, but perhaps not." Xie Rongxuan possesses a certain tendency to prioritize appearances, which leads to unnecessary suffering. Jiang Yuanyi, choosing not to confront him, gently suggested, "You may sleep a little longer." Xie Rongxuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yuanyi, asserting, "I can manage on my own." A flicker of sympathy welled in Jiang Yuanyi's eyes. Xie Rongxuan let out a disgruntled huff. Puzzled by his sudden irritation, Jiang Yuanyi cautiously rose, descended from the bed, adorned herself with shoes and attire, and cast a glance back at Xie Rongxuan, who had turned away, presenting his back to her. Deciding not to disturb him, she ventured into the outer room, summoning a maidservant to attend to her, washing her face, brushing her teeth, arranging her hair, applying makeup, and adorning herself with jewelry. Once she was suitably prepared, she inquired, "Chun Tao, Chun-Li, do you know which courtyard my mother resides in?" As maidservants of the Jingwood Duke's residence, Chun Tao and Chun-Li were well aware. "Please guide me to pay respects to my father and mother with tea," Jiang Yuanyi requested. "At this moment?" Chun Tao asked. "Indeed," Jiang Yuanyi affirmed with a nod. Chun Tao glanced towards the inner chamber and remarked, "But the young master has yet to rise." Jiang Yuanyi replied, "He shall not accompany us." Chun Tao, taken aback, exclaimed, "The young mistress is going alone?" "Yes, one can represent the sentiments of two," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Let us proceed." Chun Tao and Chun-Li exchanged glances but said nothing further, stepping out into the courtyard. The trio, a mistress and her two maids, soon exited the Xinxing courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing the ridicule from the inhabitants of the Jingwood Duke's residence for being a daughter of lesser status. She deliberately kept her gaze forward, walking with her head held high. Yet the blooming flowers and picturesque pavilions of the Jingwood Duke's estate were undeniably more grand than that of the Dongning Marquis's residence. Before long, they arrived at Zuanshengtang, the quarters of Wang Shi. Upon entering, they found a gathering of individuals seated in the main hall. Prior to her marriage into the Jingwood Duke's family, Jiang Yuanyi had acquired some knowledge about their affairs. The title of Duke was earned through generations of valor on the battlefield, and the late Duke had gained immense renown along the borders. Unfortunately, the current Duke, Xie Hui, was too young and injured to fight, relegated to a purely civil role. Thankfully, the emperor showed favor upon him, bestowing significant importance upon the Duke's residence, allowing Xie Hui to bask in the glory of his title while raising 9 children. The eldest daughter, 4th son, and 8th daughter were born of the legitimate wife, Wang Shi, while the remaining 7 were sired by concubines Jiang, Qin, and Wu. Presently, aside from the eldest daughter, Xie Qingwei, who had entered the palace as a consort, and the young master, Xie Rongxuan, who lay in bed, the rest were gathered in the main hall, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of the new bride. As they turned to see her arrival, Jiang Yuanyi stood adorned in a resplendent red embroidered gown, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin and ruby earrings dangling from her delicate earlobes, complemented by golden bangles on her wrists. This festive attire not only failed to overshadow her beauty, but accentuated her fair and graceful complexion, eliciting unbidden gasps of admiration from the assembly. Yet, upon encountering such a multitude, Jiang Yuanyi felt a surge of nervousness, her legs trembling involuntarily. Chun Tao and Chun Li, quick to act, steadied her. "Young mistress, our duchess is very kind," Chun Tao whispered reassuringly. Chun Li added, "Indeed, young mistress, do not be afraid." Jiang Yuanyi barely managed to regain her composure. The sixth young lady, Xie Rongxuan, chuckled softly and whispered, coming from a humble background, "One tends to display a certain pettiness. Encountering a crowd makes her tremble. She has never witnessed the grandeur of the world. Beauty alone is of little consequence." The seventh young lady, Xie Rongxuan, chimed in. The eighth young lady, Xie Qingqing, who is the biological sister of Xie Rongxuan, observed Jiang Yuanyi's demeanor with great dissatisfaction. Unable to contain herself, she addressed Wang. "Mother, look at her. What a lack of experience. Just a handful of people, and she is already quaking in fear. She is hardly worthy of fourth brother." Since Xie Rongxuan fell ill, Wang had sought out every renowned physician, sorcerer, and esteemed monk, yet none proved effective. Only one Taoist suggested that finding a woman with a propitious birth date might bring about a reversal of fortune. A woman with a favorable birth date to counteract misfortune? Even a pig born under a lucky star would suffice. She immediately set out on a quest, and, after much searching, found that the fifth young lady of the Dongning Marquis' household, Jiang Yuanyi, possessed both a favorable birth date and had secretly harbored feelings for her son for many years. Without hesitation, she began to orchestrate the marriage, never once considering Jiang Yuanyi's social standing. Xie Qingqing, feeling discontent, interjected, "But she, do not speak." Wang scolded sharply. Xie Qingqing fell silent. However, her heart simmered with anger. Fourth brother had always been exceptional, having gone to war at 15 and commanded troops at 17, achieving remarkable feats. And yet, he was to marry such an unrefined, illegitimate daughter. She glared at Jiang Yuanyi in indignation. Chapter 4. The Bullying Upon Entering the Main Hall. Jiang Yuanyi met the furious gaze of Xie Qingqing, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hastily averted her eyes and bowed to Duke Jing and Lady Wang, saying, "I greet you, father. I greet you, mother. Yuanyi, rise. Please do get up." Lady Wang smiled warmly. "Thank you, father. Thank you, mother." Jiang Yuanyi replied as she slowly stood. "Is Rongxuan not here?" Lady Wang inquired. In a soft voice, Jiang Yuanyi responded, "Mother, my husband is unwell today and cannot attend. I hope you and father will not take offense." Unwell? Again unwell? Surely, the festivities did not fail to invigorate him? Lady Wang pondered, her mind racing. No. Jiang Yuanyi has just married. It is unreasonable to expect Rongxuan to be robust immediately. Patience. Just a bit more patience. Reassuring herself, Lady Wang regained her composure and smiled again. "Well then, let him rest. It is a small sacrifice for you to come alone to serve tea. Such is the duty of a daughter-in-law." Jiang Yuanyi replied obediently. Lady Wang turned to Li Mama, saying, "Li Mama." "Yes," Li Mama acknowledged, bringing forth a redwood tray adorned with a teapot and teacups. Observing the scene, Jiang Yuanyi knelt upright on the mat. Li Mama bent down to present the tray before her. Jiang Yuanyi carefully lifted the teapot, pouring 2 cups of tea with utmost caution. After gently placing the teapot down, she held the cups with both hands and presented them to Duke Jing and Lady Wang, stating, "Father, please enjoy this tea. Mother, please enjoy this tea." Duke Jing and Lady Wang accepted the cups, sipping delicately before exclaiming in unison, "Delicious," without the guidance of a father-in-law or the reprimands of a mother-in-law. The tea ceremony concluded seamlessly. Jiang Yuanyi let out a sigh of relief and gracefully stood to the side. Lady Wang proceeded to introduce the young ladies, gentlemen, concubines, and children in the household. Jiang Yuanyi acknowledged each face in turn. Duke Jing had matters to attend to, so he departed with the male members of the family, leaving only the women and children in the main hall. Lady Wang addressed Jiang Yuanyi. Yuanyi, please take a seat. Yes, mother. Jiang Yuanyi replied as she settled into the designated spot. With concern, Lady Wang asked, Did you sleep well last night? Thank you for your concern, mother. I slept very well, Jiang Yuanyi responded. And how did Rongxian fare? Given that Xie Rongxuan had remained silent throughout the night, Jiang Yuanyi surmised he must have slept soundly, replying, My husband slept soundly until dawn. Lady Wang nodded with satisfaction, as you have just entered the Duke's residence. Are there any discomforts you are experiencing? Mother, I am quite accustomed to everything, Jiang Yuanyi assured her. The Duke's residence is far superior to that of the Earl of Dongning. The bedding is thick, soft, and warm. Should there be any discomforts or dislikes in the future, I will certainly discuss them with you. Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi affirmed dutifully. Lady Wang added, You may also take some time to stroll with your sisters-in-law and explore the beauty of the Duke's residence. It was originally Rongxian's responsibility to show you around. But alas, he is unwell. Before Jiang Yuanyi could respond, Xie Rongxuan interjected, Yes, fourth sister-in-law, please do not hesitate to join us. She exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan, understanding the cue, quickly chimed in, right? Fourth sister-in-law, you have surely never visited the Duke's residence before, have you? Jiang Yuanyi replied, I have not. She and her elder sister could only leave the estate with the permission of the legitimate elder sister. Xie Rongxuan remarked, I must say, this is my first encounter with Sister 4. Xie Rongxuan lamented, Sister 4 is so beautiful. Why didn't he, the wife of Duke Dongning, bring her out sooner? We could have acquainted ourselves earlier and broadened our horizons. Broaden our horizons? Was this a subtle jab at Jiang Yuanyi's lack of experience? Wang and Xie Qingqing immediately wore displeased expressions, while others dared not speak. However, Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan, who enjoyed the favor of the Duke of Jinghua, acted according to their whims. Xie Rongxuan continued, Indeed, the more one sees, the less petty one becomes. Xie Rongxuan concurred, Otherwise, no matter how splendidly one dresses, one merely presents a guise of poverty. Xie Rongxuan cast a sidelong glance at the unparalleled beauty of Jiang Yuanyi and remarked, Yes, a guise of poverty. The two continued to deride Jiang Yuanyi's humble origins and lack of sophistication. Wang glanced at Jiang Yuanyi, anticipating a retort. However, Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Wang was taken aback by her timidity, frowning in disappointment. Unable to bear it any longer, Xie Qingqing interjected, What nonsense are you spouting early in the morning? Is it to showcase your superiority? Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan had achieved their aim of mocking Jiang Yuanyi and fell silent, smirking at their triumph, observing their smug expressions. Xie Qingqing retaliated with a few sharp remarks. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanyi kept her gaze lowered, as if all that transpired had nothing to do with her. Xie Qingqing felt increasingly indignant on behalf of her fourth brother. Wang could not stand up for Jiang Yuanyi, for that would only reinforce the notion of her humble origins, lack of insight, and absence of responsibility. She could only utter some diplomatic phrases to restore balance to the situation, then said, Yuanyi, Rongxuan should be waking up now. You may go attend to him. Jiang Yuanyi slowly rose, saying, This daughter-in-law takes her leave. Wang nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as Jiang Yuanyi stepped out of the main hall, she overheard the women behind her praising her for being understanding, gentle, and magnanimous. She understood their undertones implied that she was dull, foolish, and simple-minded. But she was not. She merely feared conflict with anyone, worried that her stepmother or legitimate elder sister might find out, which could endanger her mother and sister residing at the Duke of Dongning's estate. Yet, she felt a pang of sorrow, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. Afraid of being seen, she quickly lowered her head and made her way to the Shindang courtyard. The young master's wife had returned. Granny Sun stepped forward to greet her. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in acknowledgement. Granny Sun asked, Did everything go smoothly? Jiang Yuanyi, reluctant to answer, inquired, Has the young master awakened? Granny Sun replied, He just woke up, has washed up, and is preparing to eat. Young madam, please go change your attire and accompany the young master for the meal. Yes, I will change my clothes now. Jiang Yuanyi entered the cleansing chamber to steady her troubled emotions, washed her face, and then donned a simple yet elegant outfit. Upon exiting, she keenly sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere of the bedroom. Chun Tao and Chun Li stood quietly before the screen, their heads bowed, resembling two wooden figures. Jiang Yuanyi's heart tightened, and she instinctively turned to gaze at the man on the bed. Xie Rongxuan reclined against the grand pillow, his pale, slender hand holding a book. Engrossed in reading. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi called, her heart racing. "You all may leave now." Xie Rongxuan spoke without raising his head. "Yes." Chun Tao and Chun Li bowed their heads and walked out. Xie Rongxuan gradually set down the book, turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuanyi, and with his dark eyes flickering like clusters of small flames, inquired, "Did you face any bullying when you went to serve tea?" Chapter 5. Retaliation bullying? What bullying? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, declaring, "I have not been bullied." Xie Rongxuan, frustrated by her lack of spirit, retorted, "Isn't Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan bullying you?" Chun Tao and Chun Li have spoken of the affairs of Xianjing Hall. Jiang Yuanyi paused, her head drooping in contemplation. Xie Rongxuan urged, "Speak." Jiang Yuanyi murmured, "Well, that doesn't really count as bullying, does it?" Xie Rongxuan pressed, "What constitutes bullying, then? It must be akin to the scoldings received from one's biological mother, elder sister, or elder brother to be considered true bullying." Yet, Jiang Yuanyi dared not voice this thought. Xie Rongxuan hailed from a distinguished background and was exceptionally intelligent. He excelled in various disciplines such as propriety, music, archery, horsemanship, calligraphy, and mathematics, and later led troops in a battle, achieving numerous victories. Thus, lying in bed like a helpless individual was a foreign experience for him. However, the sight of his newlywed wife enduring public scorn without retaliation compelled him to raise his voice. "Will you not retaliate?" Jiang Yuanyi trembled at his outburst. Realizing his tone had escalated, Xie Rongxuan softened slightly and asked, "Will you not retaliate?" Jiang Yuanyi's voice quivered as she replied, I cannot scold others." Indeed, she had stated just yesterday that she would not scold anyone. Xie Rongxuan, consumed by anger, had forgotten this detail and pressed on. "Then will you not resist? Will you not argue your case?" Jiang Yuanyi felt too timid to respond. Observing her timidity, Xie Rongxuan's voice surged once more. "What is there to fear? You are the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Duke of Jinghua, their sister-in-law. What is there to fear?" Tears threatened to spill from Jiang Yuanyi's eyes. A tempest of frustration raged within Xie Rongxuan, burning fiercely and refusing to be quelled. Suddenly, he threw off the silk quilt, sprang from the bed, donned his shoes, and grasped Jiang Yuanyi's wrist, leading her outside. Jiang Yuanyi, startled, cried out, "Young master!" Chun Tao, Chun Li, and Granny Sun stood frozen in disbelief. Xie Rongxuan commanded, "You are not to follow." The trio dare not move. This was the first time Jiang Yuanyi beheld Xie Rongxuan standing. She had not anticipated his height, nor the strength in his pale, slender hands. For a fleeting moment, she was lost in thought, but recalling her situation, she hurriedly inquired, "Young master, where are you taking me?" Xie Rongxuan, still seething with anger, pulled her along. She could do nothing but jog to keep pace. They exited the Shenxing courtyard, crossed the Honeywaste Bridge, and headed straight towards the small garden. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were seated in a pavilion within the garden, sipping tea while disparaging Jiang Yuanyi as an uncultured, illegitimate daughter, as if they themselves were not of humble origin. Fourth brother. Xie Rongxuan was the first to notice Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi. Xie Rongxuan turned her head, saying, "How has he gotten out of bed?" Xie Rongxuan echoed her confusion. "What business does he have with that uncultured girl?" Before they could ponder further, Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi had approached. While the sisters dared to act with impunity before Wang Shi, they would not be disrespectful in the presence of Xie Rongxuan. They quickly rose, greeting him with smiles. Fourth brother. Do the words fourth sister-in-law burn your tongues or scorch your throats? Xie Rongxuan stated bluntly. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were momentarily taken aback, promptly calling out to Jiang Yuanyi, fourth sister-in-law. Jiang Yuanyi nodded awkwardly. Xie Rongxuan nudged Jiang Yuanyi's arm and exclaimed, "Scold her. Give her a good tongue lashing." Both Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were perplexed. Xie Rongxuan, in a fit of anger, insisted, "Return the scolding just as they did this morning." Suddenly enlightened, Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan realized that Xie Rongxuan had learned about the incident at Jingxian Hall, and they hurried to clarify, "Fourth brother, we did not scold. Xie Rongxuan raised her voice. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan trembled in fear. Jiang Yuanyi, too, felt a sense of dread. Speak up, Xie Rongxuan commanded. Jiang Yuanyi opened her mouth at a loss for words. Can't you imitate them? Xie Rongxuan's expression hardened. Follow my lead. Ignorant fools. Jiang Yuanyi looked blankly at Xie Rongxuan. Don't look at me. Direct your gaze at them. Jiang Yuanyi quickly turned to Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan, softly murmuring, ignorant fools. Louder. Ignorant fools. Be bolder. Ignorant fools. Jiang Yuanyi's voice naturally had a soft timbre. Xie Rongxuan seized her insistence and continued, a frog at the bottom of a well, yet to push aside the well cover. Believes it has seen the world. How dare it mock the plight of others, without reflecting on its own shortcomings. Speak. Jiang Yuanyi, never having encountered such scolding before, stood stunned. Speak. Startled, Jiang Yuanyi quickly recited, a frog at the bottom of a well, yet to push aside the well cover, believes it has seen the world. How dare it mock the plight of others, without reflecting on its own shortcomings. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were utterly astonished. Xie Rongxuan was not finished, urging Jiang Yuanyi to continue. No matter how splendidly others dress, they appear pitiful. No matter how you pretend, you remain but a frog. Jiang Yuanyi echoed the scolding. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan had never been subjected to such harsh words face to face, and their eyes glistened with tears. Xie Rongxuan showed no mercy. Jiang Yuanyi pressed on. You mock me for being a concubine, for lacking experience. Yet I shall become the rightful wife of the Duke of Jingwa, and once my horizons broaden, even in the event of my husband's demise, I shall still be the Duke's wife, your fourth sister-in-law. Should you dare to act arrogant before me again, I shall tear your mouths apart. Apologize, Xie Rongxuan commanded. Jiang Yuanyi repeated, apologize. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan burst into tears. Apologize. Xie Rongxuan raised her voice. Embarrassed and frightened, Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi and offered their apologies, eventually sobbing uncontrollably in the pavilion. Xie Rongxuan took Jiang Yuanyi by the arm and turned to leave. Whenever Jiang Yuanyi faced bullying at the residence of Duke Dongning, her mother and sister would always rush to her aid, shielding her from all torment. Today was the first time someone had taught her to fiercely resist, to scold, to leverage her position. While she felt a sense of relief, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Her nose tingled, and she could not hold back the tears. Upon returning to her chamber, Xie Rongxuan found Jiang Yuanyi weeping like a sorrowful figure. Why are you crying? Jiang Yuanyi lowered her head. Xie Rongxuan remarked, I allowed you to vent your frustrations, not to endure them. Why do you place the blame on me? No, I do not blame you. Jiang Yuanyi hastily shook her head. Then why are you crying? Xie Rongxuan inquired, perplexed. I do not know either. Xie Rongxuan had encountered a myriad of young ladies, spirited, serene, dignified, delicate, and domineering, but none quite like Jiang Yuanyi, who was both tender and timid. Unsure of how to proceed, he stiffly advised, do not cry. All right, I shall not cry, Jiang Yuanyi replied, lifting her head. Let me see, he added. Jiang Yuanyi obediently raised her small face, her tears smudging her features. Xie Rongxuan expressed his distaste and suddenly furrowed his brow. Jiang Yuanyi immediately noticed the cold sweat beading on his forehead, her heart sinking with alarm. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan leaned forward. To her surprise, she found the courage to quickly embrace his waist. Xie Rongxuan rested wearily against Jiang Yuanyi's shoulder, whispering, help me to the bed. Do not let anyone know. Why? Jiang Yuanyi asked, confused. Chapter 6. A difficult meal, please. It's troublesome, Xie Rongxuan murmured softly. Jiang Yuanyi, in a state of panic, stammered, but, Xie Rongxuan's voice grew fainter. Be obedient, help me to the bed. I shall awaken shortly. With great effort, Jiang Yuanyi assisted Xie Rongxuan to the bedside. However, Xie Rongxuan had reached his limit. He swayed and collapsed onto the bed with a thud. Your Highness! Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in shock. There was no response from Xie Rongxuan. She hurriedly climbed onto the bed, grasping his clothing, shaking him and calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness! Yet, Xie Rongxuan offered no reply, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. A moment of stillness overtook Jiang Yuanyi, as fear surged within her. She extended her delicate, pale finger, trembling as it approached Xie Rongxuan's nose, with a warm breath gently brushed against her skin, steady and rhythmic. He was alive. He was still breathing. A wave of relief washed over her, and she sank onto the bed, an involuntary smile gracing her face. She then removed Xie Rongxuan's shoes, lifted his long legs onto the bed, and tucked him in. "Madam, are you well?" Sun Momo called gently from outside. Jiang Yuanyi emerged from the bedroom. "Sun Momo. What transpired just now, madam?" Sun Momo, a trusted maidservant of the Wang family, had been attending to Xie Rongxuan's needs ever since his illness, overseeing the affairs of the household. Thus, she represented the Wang family. Jiang Yuanyi felt no need to conceal the truth and recounted the events that had unfolded in the pavilion. Sun Momo was momentarily taken aback, then responded with understanding. "Your Highness has always been this way." "Always been this way?" Jiang Yuanyi questioned, perplexed. "Your Highness has always protected those around him, never allowing anyone to bully them. The 6th and 7th young ladies have become increasingly willful. It is not uncommon for him and his sister-in-law to scold them." Sun Momo, unconcerned by the young lady's tears, was primarily focused on Xie Rongxuan's well-being. Did he venture out, become agitated, and catch a chill? Is he all right? A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Yuanyi as she recalled Xie Rongxuan's instructions. After a moment of silence, she replied, "He is a bit weary and mentioned he needs to rest." Sun Momo inquired, "Shall we summon the physician?" Jiang Yuanyi quickly replied, "Your Highness said it was unnecessary. He will awaken shortly." Given Xie Rongxuan's frail condition, the physician had advised him to refrain from walking, as it would deplete his strength and could lead to. Sun Momo hesitated, unable to voice the grim possibility, and instead said, "Madam, would you like to have breakfast?" As Xie Rongxuan had fainted again. Uncertain of when he would awaken, Jiang Yuanyi understood that each step he took was a strain on his body. Her concern deepened as she replied, "I will wait for your Highness to dine with me." Seeing the concern Jiang Yuanyi had for Xie Rongxuan brought joy to Sun Momo, who said, "Then I shall return once your Highness awakens." Jiang Yuanyi nodded, and Sun Momo busied herself with other matters. Returning to the bedroom, Jiang Yuanyi settled herself on a small stool beside the bed. Xie Rongxuan lay there, pallid and seemingly oblivious to the world, showing no signs of awakening. Jiang Yuanyi felt a twinge of concern that he might not awaken. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand once more upon Xie Rongxuan's pulse. This time, he remained unresponsive. Jiang Yuanyi finally had the opportunity to examine his pulse thoroughly, chaotic and disordered, weak and labored. No wonder the imperial physician had declared he would not survive beyond 3 months. Though she lacked the means to cure him, she could alleviate his suffering. Thus, she took the liberty of retrieving her silver needles and applied them to his Renzhong point, Higu point, and the tip of his middle finger. For an average person, a gentle insertion would suffice to induce calm, awaken the mind, ease breath, and promote detoxification. However, as Xie Rongxuan's condition had deteriorated to a critical state, she applied a firmer hand, drawing forth small, dark blood beads from his acupoints. After a considerable time, she withdrew the needles. Jiang Yuanyi wiped away the blood beads with a cloth, vigilantly observing him by the bedside. Xie Rongxuan appeared more comfortable, and the furrow in his brow gradually unfurled. Jiang Yuanyi let out a silent sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Xie Rongxuan stirred and awoke. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi called softly. He turned his gaze toward her, frowning. "What is it? Are you unwell? Why haven't you washed your face? You look utterly filthy." Xie Rongxuan replied with disdain. Jiang Yuanyi, preoccupied with his condition, had forgotten her recent tears and quickly rose. "I'll go wash." Xie Rongxuan said nothing further. Jiang Yuanyi stepped outside and called for assistance. Granny Sun was weaving in the corridor and promptly inquired, "Has the young master awoken, young mistress?" "Yes, he has." Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "That is good to hear." A smile graced Granny Sun's face. "Shall I prepare the meal?" "Yes, please do, and bring a basin of water," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. "Understood." After freshening up and washing her hands, Jiang Yuanyi entered the bedroom. Xie Rongxuan reclined against the large welcoming pillow. Chun Tao set down a small table before him, while Chun Li arranged the dishes atop it. Although Jiang Yuanyi did not typically eat in bed, Whenever Xie Rongxuan fainted and could not rise for an extended period, she would sit by his side. Xie Rongxuan picked up a spoon, slowly consuming the congee. "Young master, would you like some blanched greens?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "Do not mind me. Eat your own," he replied. Jiang Yuanyi had only eaten a bowl of noodles the previous day, before the wedding procession, the ceremony, Xie Rongxuan's fainting, the bridal chamber, the tea ceremony, and the scolding of Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan, followed by Xie Rongxuan's collapse again. With everything happening in succession, she had hardly felt hunger. Now, with the delicate soup dumplings, steamed greens, and steamed eggs laid out before her, a wave of hunger washed over her. Stealing a glance at the composed Xie Rongxuan, she picked up her chopsticks, selected a soup dumpling, and gently bit into its delicate skin, allowing the succulent juices to burst forth, awakening her taste buds. Eagerly, she took another bite, savoring the perfect combination of the soft, tender dough, the firm meat filling, and the savory broth that enveloped her palate, soothing her stomach and spirit alike. It was simply exquisite. After finishing one soup dumpling, her chopsticks naturally reached for the steamed greens and the egg custard. Xie Rongxuan consumed half a bowl of plain porridge, but, finding himself disinclined to continue, raised his eyes to behold Jiang Yuanyi, who was savoring his meal with an air of elegance and delight. The sight was undeniably appetizing. After gazing for a moment, Xie Rongxuan could not resist finishing the remaining porridge and then took a delicate soup dumpling. Nearby, Chun Tao and Chun Li, who were attending to him, exchanged startled glances. Chun Li cautiously withdrew from the bedroom and hurried to the small storeroom, exclaiming in excitement, "Sun Mama!" Her exuberance drew a sharp rebuke from Sun Mama, who admonished her for being so dramatic. Instantly, Chun Li composed herself, though her voice still betrayed her joy. The young master just ate a bowl of porridge and a soup dumpling. Now it was Sun Mama's turn to be taken aback. "What did you say?" "Shunli rapa." The young master just had a bowl of porridge and a soup dumpling. Is that truly the case? Chapter 7. Snacks and Ornaments. I witnessed it with my own eyes alongside Chun Tao. It is undeniably true. Shunli asarta. Since Xie Rongxuan fell ill, his appetite had dwindled significantly, to the point where he could now consume only half a bowl of plain congee. The imperial physician and the household doctor were at a loss, and the Duchess lamented throughout the day. Just moments ago, he managed to consume an entire bowl of congee and a delicate soup dumpling. Aunt Sun still found it hard to believe and remarked, "I shall go and see for myself." Chan li erj, dogo, dogo. Aunt Sun suppressed her excitement as she entered the bedroom. Jiang Yuanyi was still eating. Xie Rongxuan's bowl was empty, and he was now picking up a piece of blanched vegetable. He is indeed eating. Tears of joy welled in Aunt Sun's eyes. The young master was truly consuming more. Not daring to intrude, she quietly exited the room, allowing Chun Li to continue attending to the young master and the young mistress during breakfast. "Aunt Sun, where are you going?" Chun Li asked curiously. As Aunt Sun walked out, she replied, "I'm going to report this to the Duchess." Lady Wang had just learned that Xie Rongxuan had taken Jiang Yuanyi to the small garden and had scolded Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan quite harshly, expressing her frustration that Jiang Yuanyi had not stopped Xie Rongxuan from braving the wind and taking on undue hardship, only to then hear that Xie Rongxuan's appetite had increased. The servant and Chun Tao, Chun Li, both witnessed it firsthand. Aunt Sun assured. Lady Wang inquired, "Did he faint?" "No," Aunt Sun replied. "Did he feel unwell?" "Neither," Aunt Sun answered. Lady Wang was momentarily stunned, then quickly remarked, "Both the imperial physician and the household doctor have said that without eating or drinking, his health would not improve. If he can eat and drink, his condition must be stable." "Indeed, I remember those words," Aunt Sun nodded. "Quickly, let us summon the household doctor to examine Rongxuan." Aunt Sun responded. "The household doctor will check on the young master's pulse in a quarter of an hour. He examines Xie Rongxuan daily. I shall go see him first," Lady Wang said, taking a few steps outside before suddenly stopping. "No, Rongxuan has just finished eating. He needs to rest and should not be disturbed." "You speak wisely, madam," Aunt Sun agreed. Lady Wang dismissed the idea of visiting the Xinxing courtyard for the moment and continued her inquiry with Aunt Sun, asking, "Why has his appetite suddenly increased today?" After pondering for a moment, Aunt Sun replied, today has one notable difference from the past. What difference? Lady Wang pressed. The young mistress dined with him, Aunt Sun revealed. Lady Wang's heart raced uncontrollably. Are you suggesting that this brings good fortune? Aunt Sun responded hesitantly. Perhaps. Indeed, it must be the effect of Jiang Yuanyi's auspicious presence. Earlier in the morning, Lady Wang had criticized Jiang Yuanyi for being timid and had just scolded him for allowing Xie Rongxuan to suffer in the wind. Yet now, her sentiment had shifted to, it seems that choosing Jiang Yuanyi was the right decision. Aunt Sun concurred. Lady Wang felt inclined to reward Jiang Yuanyi, stating, I perceive that Yuanyi is rather thin. Reflecting on this, Aunt Sun acknowledged that the young mistress truly was the most beautiful she had ever seen. Yet she appeared so slender, as if she had never eaten her fill. Subsequently, Lady Wang said, I have some freshly made snacks. Take them to her and encourage her to eat more regularly. Yes, I shall, Aunt Sun affirmed. Wang remarked, merely sending some pastries seems rather insufficient. I shall fetch some jewelry for her. Shortly thereafter, Granny Sun returned to the Xinxing courtyard, bearing both delicacies and adornments. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan had just finished their breakfast, and it was then that Jiang Yuanyi expressed gratitude to Xie Rongxuan for avenging her. Xie Rongxuan, reclining against the grand pillow, replied, Indeed, from now on, respond to them in kind. Jiang Yuanyi fell silent. Noticing her reticence, Xie Rongxuan inquired, Are you still hesitant to retaliate? Jiang Yuanyi softly responded, Such words seem inappropriate. Xie Rongxuan pressed, In what way is it inappropriate? Jiang Yuanyi lowered her gaze, stating, It is too coarse. Even insults must possess refinement. You truly have high standards. Xie Rongxuan chuckled in exasperation. No, not at all. Such insults will only breed resentment and invite retaliation, he asserted, his frustration rekindling. If you remain silent, do you think they will not seek vengeance? Jiang Yuanyi found herself at a loss for words. Xie Rongxuan raised his voice. Endless forbearance will only embolden those types to torment you further. Do not naively believe that by refraining from harming others, you will remain unscathed. There exist individuals with twisted natures in this world. Jiang Yuanyi suddenly recalled her and her mother S, as well as her sister S. Lives at the residence of the Duke of Dongning, characterized by enduring, and more enduring. Her legitimate mother, legitimate sister, and legitimate brother indeed intensified their bullying, resulting in increasingly strained circumstances for her and her family, where even securing meals became a challenge. Xie Rongxuan continued, Let me tell you, if you cannot retaliate, then fight back fiercely. Jiang Yuanyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Fight back, she echoed. Precisely. As long as you dare to fight back, you can intimidate a multitude. The remaining few can be outsmarted, Xie Rongxuan declared. Jiang Yuanyi was left dumbfounded. Do you understand? Xie Rongxuan asked. Jiang Yuanyi nodded, albeit with a bewildered expression. You look as foolish as ever, Xie Rongxuan commented. Jiang Yuanyi, upon hearing this, averted her gaze. I am scolding you, he exclaimed. Jiang Yuanyi raised her eyes and replied, I hear you. Still retorting, are you? At that moment, Granny Sun's voice emanated from outside. Young master, young mistress. Granny Sun had arrived. Jiang Yuanyi looked towards Xie Rongxuan. Let her in, he instructed. Granny Sun entered, carrying a food box and a jewelry case, greeting them. Young master, young mistress. These are the pastries and jewelry gifted to you by the Duchess. For my mother? Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in surprise. Granny Sun placed a food box into Jiang Yuanyi's hands, saying, The Duchess expressed that the young mistress has worked hard in caring for the young master, thus urging her to indulge more, dress better, and adorn herself accordingly. During her time at the Duke of Dongning's residence, she had never received gifts from her legitimate mother and father, yet here she was receiving them. A wave of gratitude surged within her, and she sincerely replied, Thank you for your concern, mother. It is my duty to care. Granny Sun smiled and turned to Xie Rongxuan, asking, How is the young master? I am well, Granny Sun. Please do not worry, Xie Rongxuan replied. Uncertain if it was merely psychological, Granny Sun felt that Xie Rongxuan appeared significantly more spirited, which brought her joy. Young master, the physician of the residence will be coming shortly to check your pulse, she informed. Xie Rongxuan nodded in acknowledgement. If there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Lady Sun, please walk carefully. Lady Sun turned and departed. Xie Rongxuan cast a glance at Jiang Yuanyi and remarked, "Is it truly necessary to be this delighted? Well, it has been an age since I received gifts from outsiders." "An age, you say?" Xie Rongxuan turned his head to look at her. Meeting his dark, penetrating gaze, Jiang Yuanyi felt a jolt of surprise and hastily clarified, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that my mother is an outsider. Rather, I mean, my mother is besides my own mother and sister." "I understand now. Do open and see." Xie Rongxuan did not linger on the matter and returned his gaze. Jiang Yuanyi cautiously examined Xie Rongxuan's handsome profile. Finding no signs of discontent, she exhaled softly, gently placing the food box and jewelry box on the table, opening them one by one. The delicacies included smooth sesame cakes, flaky pastries, and creamy rice dumplings, while the jewelry comprised a jade hairpin, pearl earrings, and a gold bracelet. Each was familiar to her, yet none had ever been hers. Now, they were all her own. She gazed quietly for a while before lifting her eyes to Xie Rongxuan. "My lord, would you care for some dessert?" Xie Rongxuan, his attention fixed on a book, replied, "I shall not partake." "Then I shall indulge," she said. Xie Rongxuan offered no further response. Jiang Yuanyi slowly settled down, pinching a piece of the smooth sesame cake and savoring it in small bites. The delicate texture of the horse hoof flour melded with the fragrant sesame, soft and sweet. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Xie Rongxuan to turn and observe Jiang Yuanyi, who resembled a little hamster, devouring one treat after another. Realizing his gaze was upon her, Jiang Yuanyi paused her chewing and looked at him, asserting, "I did mention that I intended to eat." Chapter 8. Boldness. Xie Rongxuan's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "You truly have an insatiable appetite. Well, then, I shall refrain from eating," Jiang Yuanyi retorted, stuffing the remaining half of the pastry into his mouth, packing up the delicacies, and departing with the food box. "No, that is not what I meant," Xie Rongxuan attempted to clarify, but Jiang Yuanyi had already vanished from sight. When Jiang Yuanyi re-entered, he was accompanied by Dr. Jia, the physician of the Duke of Jinghua. "I have met the young master." Dr. Jia bowed respectfully. In his youth, Dr. Jia had followed the late Duke of Jinghua to the battlefield as a military medic. After the Duke's demise, he had served as the household physician and was now nearing 60, earning great respect from everyone in the residence. Xie Rongxuan responded with equal courtesy, "Dr. Jia, please do not stand on ceremony. Do take a seat." Dr. Jia settled onto a small stool by the bedside and inquired about Xie Rongxuan's condition, to which Xie Rongxuan answered thoroughly. After Jiang Yuanyi put away the jewelry box, he stood by, listening intently. Dr. Jia then proceeded to take Xie Rongxuan's pulse. As he did so, a frown formed on his brow, causing Jiang Yuanyi's heart to tighten in concern. "Young master, could you please extend your other hand?" Dr. Jia requested. Xie Rongxuan complied, and Dr. Jia continued his examination. After a considerable time, he finally spoke, "There are no abnormalities for now. Young master, continue with your medication, and I shall return tomorrow to check on you." Jiang Yuanyi exhaled in relief, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Jia." "It is my duty," the doctor replied. Jiang Yuanyi escorted Dr. Jia out of the bedroom. As Dr. Jia walked towards Xianjing Hall, he pondered over Xie Rongxuan's pulse. 6 months prior, it had been trending toward the state of death, prompting both him and the imperial physicians to conclude that Xie Rongxuan would not survive beyond 3 months. Yet today, there had been a subtle change in his pulse, faintly indicating some vitality. However, it was still too vague for certainty, which is why he refrained from discussing it with either Xie Rongxuan or Jiang Yuanyi. When he encountered Lady Wang later, he did not mention this matter, but she remarked that Xie Rongxuan's increased appetite was a sign of auspicious change. Auspicious change? He mused. While such a phenomenon could elevate one's spirits and consequently affect one's health, Xie Rongxuan's illness was so grave that it should not have. Yet, the pulse did exhibit a transformation, leaving him filled with questions. Thus, early the next morning, foregoing breakfast, he brought his medical kit to Xinqing Courtyard. Granny Sun expressed her surprise. "Dr. Jia, you have come quite early today." I wish to take the young master's pulse before he has his meal, he explained. When one rises early and fasts, the meridians and blood are not yet fully nourished, remaining in a tranquil and natural state, allowing for a more accurate understanding of the patient's condition. Young master, you have not dined yet, correct? Granny Sun replied. The meal has just been served. May I intervene? I shall attend to it immediately, she said, hurrying into the bedroom. Upon entering, she found Xie Rongxuan reclining against the large welcoming pillow, spooning a bowl of lean meat porridge to his lips. In her flustered state, she cried out, Young master, you must not drink that. Jiang Yuanyi, thinking the porridge was the issue, acted without hesitation and swatted the spoon from Xie Rongxuan's hand. The spoon clattered to the floor, breaking into 2 pieces, and the porridge spilled onto Xie Rongxuan's hand, the bedding, and his clothing. He glared furiously at Jiang Yuanyi. Yes, it was Sun Mama who mentioned it. Jiang Yuanyi timidly gestured towards Sun Mama. Sun Mama hurried over, inquiring, Your Highness, have you been scalded? Dr. Jia has arrived to take your pulse on an empty stomach, so it will be best if you refrain from eating. It is merely an empty stomach pulse check, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, relieved, fearing there might be an issue with the lean meat porridge. She opened her mouth to speak. Your Highness, but Xie Rongxuan, visibly displeased, interrupted. Summon Xie Ping to assist with your bath and change of clothes. Xie Ping, a son born of the Jingwood Duke's household, had grown up alongside Xie Rongxuan, sharing studies and martial training, and remained fiercely loyal to him. The old duke had graciously bestowed upon him the surname Xie, naming him Ping. Sun Mama promptly responded yes. Before long, Xie Rongxuan returned, clad in fresh garments, looking clean and handsome as he settled back onto the bed. Dr. Jia approached to take his pulse. Xie Rongxuan cooperatively extended his wrist. Your Highness, please remain calm and collected, Dr. Jia advised. Xie Rongxuan glanced at Jiang Yuanyi, who stood nearby, her demeanor submissive and timid, akin to a kitten that had accidentally knocked over a flower pot, anxious and unsettled. Never mind, he thought. It is only because I care for him so deeply that I tend to prioritize his needs, and I inadvertently lost my temper. His irritation dissipated in an instant. Dr. Jia then dedicated his full attention to Xie Rongxuan's pulse. Although his expression betrayed no sign of concern, a tempest brewed within him. The pulse, previously sluggish, now hinted at a newfound clarity. Has there been any change in your condition these past few days compared to usual? He inquired. No change, Xie Rongxuan replied. How does your body feel? Dr. Jia pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Rongxuan responded, It no longer feels as muddled or painful as before. But what have you consumed? What have you drunk? Dr. Jia continued. I simply ate the meals sent from the kitchen and took the medicine prescribed by Dr. Jia. Sun Mama felt that Xie Rongxuan's answers were lacking in detail, so she interjected, Dr. Jia, since the young lady of the house married in. Our young master's appetite has gradually increased. Has he had more to eat during the 3 meals yesterday? Dr. Jia asked. Sun Mama recounted everything Xie Rongxuan had consumed the previous day and, with concern, asked, Dr. Jia, is it inappropriate for him to eat this way? Dr. Jia replied, If there are no adverse effects, he may continue. Sun Mama inquired with genuine concern, And how is the young master's health? Quite well, Dr. Jia affirmed. Then that is reassuring. Sun Mama responded, alleviated. Once again, it was the young lady of the house. The young master's health had noticeably improved since her arrival. Could it be that the practice of warding off misfortune truly held merit? Dr. Jia could not help but cast a glance at Jiang Yuanyi. After Jiang Yuanyi had drawn blood from Xie Rongxuan the day prior, she took the opportunity to do so again while he was asleep. She had not yet had the chance to check his pulse when he began to stir, leaving her unaware of his condition. Now, under Dr. Jia's scrutiny, she felt a pang of uncertainty. However, Dr. Jia quickly averted his gaze, exchanged a few words with Xie Rongxuan, and then returned to Zhuanying Tang to report to Madame Wang about Xie Rongxuan's situation. Even though everyone claimed that Xie Rongxuan would not survive beyond 3 months, Madame Wang, as his biological mother, had resolutely refused to give up on her son. Upon hearing of his increased appetite the previous day, she had been elated throughout the night and summoned Dr. Jia once more today. Dr. Jia hesitated for a moment before stating, The heir's pulse shows slight signs of smoothness. Smoothness? Is that a favorable indication? Lady Wang inquired impatiently. Old Madame Li, filled with excitement, clutched her chest. Dr. Jiao replied, if it remains smooth each day, it indeed indicates improvement. Did you hear that, old Madame Li? There is hope for young Master Xie. Lady Wang exclaimed with fervor. Yes, I heard it. Old Madame Li responded. Fearing that Lady Wang might faint from excitement, old Madame Li quickly supported her arm. A mere flicker of hope could ignite the flames of optimism within Lady Wang's heart. Dr. Jia swiftly interjected. Madam, I use the term if, but the likelihood of such if is exceedingly slim. Lady Wang's countenance darkened. Old Madame Li asked, then why has the pulse been smooth these past few days? It may be associated with the joy of good fortune. When one is met with joyful events, their spirit is uplifted. Dr. Jia explained with the wisdom of his lifelong medical knowledge. If he remains in good spirits and health, wouldn't that suffice? Old Madame Li remarked. Previously, Dr. Jia had confidently predicted that Xie Rongxuan would perish within 3 months. Now, he found himself unable to ascertain the outcome. After a moment of contemplation, he prudently advised, it is difficult. Madam, do not harbor excessive hopes. We shall observe for a while longer. Very well, Lady Wang agreed. Then I shall take my leave. Dr. Jia departed slowly. Once he was gone, a smile returned to Lady Wang's face. She still believed in the power of joy and held faith that Xie Rongxuan could survive. Turning to old Madame Li, she reiterated, it is indeed the influence of Jiang Yuanyi's joy. Exactly, old Madame Li concurred. Lady Wang joyfully proclaimed, we must treat Jiang Yuanyi with greater kindness. How so? Old Madame Li inquired, puzzled. Unbeknownst to Lady Wang's thoughts, Jiang Yuanyi was astonished to see box after box of gifts being delivered to the main hall of Xinxing Courtyard, and she asked, are all of these for me? Chapter 9. Young Master, do not leave, old Madame Li remarked. Indeed, the Duchess has stated that all these are gifts from the young lady to welcome her back. The young lady may bestow them upon whomever she wishes. Considering that Jiang Yuanyi was a daughter of lesser status, with both a biological mother and a stepmother, the Wang family had thoughtfully prepared 2 additional boxes of gifts for her. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by the generosity. Should we not count them, Lady Li? She inquired. With a smile, old Madame Li handed her a list. Jiang Yuanyi cast a cursory glance and noted the standard items. A rooster, 2 ducks, wine, brown sugar, tea leaves, and supplements, alongside fabrics, jewelry, sewing supplies, and dried fruits, among others. She lifted her gaze to old Madame Li and exclaimed, this is far too much. Old Madame Li chuckled. The Duchess expressed that the young lady has taken excellent care of the young master. These are merely her tokens of appreciation. A twinge of shame washed over Jiang Yuanyi as she recalled how she had just spilled kanji on Xie Rongxuan, realizing she had not cared for him as she ought to. If the young lady is unfamiliar, allow this old servant to assist in the counting, old Madame Li offered. Pray, it will be much appreciated, old Madame Li, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Once all items were accounted for, old Madame Li said, then I shall return to report. As the old madam departed, Jiang Yuanyi instructed Sun Madam and the others to store the gifts. She then entered her chamber. Xie Rongxuan remained seated at the small table, untouched by the meal before him. Young master, why do you not eat? Jiang Yuanyi asked. At the sound of her voice, Xie Rongxuan picked up a spoon and began to sip the kanji. So, were you waiting for me just now? Jiang Yuanyi ventured, glancing at his impassive expression. Are you not eating? Xie Rongxuan suddenly queried. Jiang Yuanyi hurried to sit on the edge of the bed, picking up her chopsticks, and softly called, Young master. Without lifting his gaze, he responded, I did not intend to spill it. I heard old Madame Li call out and thought something was amiss with the kanji. So I rushed to stop you, not realizing it would splash onto you. I am truly sorry. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she spoke. I understand. Xie Rongxuan replied, already having moved past his irritation. Yet, he felt a sudden urge to tease the soft-spoken girl before him, saying, Why apologize now when you didn't tea before? Jiang Yuanyi replied earnestly, You were angry at that moment, and with so many people around, I did not dare to. If one were to call her timid, she had just spilled kanji. Yet if one were to say she was bold, she appeared perpetually like a startled little mouse. Unable to suppress himself, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "Timid little thing." Jiang Yuanyi conceded. "I am scolding you," he stated. She responded, "MHM." Xie Rongxuan continued, "Retort back." Jiang Yuanyi countered, "How so? Whatever you scold me with, I shall return it to you. But you're not a timid person. Cannot you scold me with something else?" As she raised her head, her gaze met Xie Rongxuan's deep, dark eyes, causing her heart to flutter. Her mouth opened and closed before she finally stammered, "You bold little thing." What nonsensical retort. However, there was progress. Xie Rongxuan no longer pressed her. "Eat," he instructed. Jiang Yuanyi tentatively inquired, "Young master, are you no longer angry?" Xie Rongxuan, though irritable, bore no grudges, replied simply, "Not angry anymore." Jiang Yuanyi felt a surge of joy in her heart as she picked up her chopsticks and delicately placed a piece of egg cake into Xie Rongxuan's bowl. Her voice sweet and gentle, "My lord, please indulge yourself." Xie Rongxuan picked it up with his chopsticks. Jiang Yuanyi then took another piece and lightly tapped it against his, saying, "Here is another, wishing you good health." "Is this akin to a toast?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "Indeed," she replied. It was surprising to see beneath Jiang Yuanyi's timid and gentle exterior such a playful and endearing side. Xie Rongxuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Believing that Xie Rongxuan was mocking her childishness, Jiang Yuanyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat the egg cake. Chun Tao and Chun Li, witnessing the lively side of their lady for the first time, suppressed their laughter. It wasn't until they finished breakfast that Jiang Yuanyi dared to lift her gaze and call out, "My lord." "Yes," Xie Rongxuan responded. Seeing that he bore no ill will regarding the earlier exchange, Jiang Yuanyi exhaled in relief and continued, "My mother has prepared a gift for my visit home." "And then?" Xie Rongxuan lazily asked. "I shall return to the Dongning Bo mansion tomorrow," she replied. Xie Rongxuan nodded, "All right. I'll head to the storeroom to check on the dowry." Although Jiang Yuanyi was the fifth daughter of the Dongning Bo mansion, both she and her sister were not favored as concubines. Their legitimate mother had always intended to match them with random suitors. But she would now have to part with some gold and jewels from the storeroom to serve as Jiang Yuanyi's dowry for her marriage to the heir of the Jingwu Duke. With the past few days being busy, she had yet to take stock of it all. "Go ahead," Xie Rongxuan instructed. By the time Jiang Yuanyi finished inventorying the dowry, night had fallen. She followed her usual routine of dining, bathing, and retiring for the night, waking early the next morning to freshen up. Xie Rongxuan also sat up. Jiang Yuanyi turned to him and asked, "My lord, why are you up?" "I am going to the Dongning Bo mansion," he replied. Surprised, Jiang Yuanyi asked, "My lord, are you accompanying me on my visit? Is that not permissible?" Xie Rongxuan asked, tilting his head. With concern, Jiang Yuanyi replied, "But your health. Call Xie Ping over." Xie Rongxuan commanded. Xie Ping soon arrived, pushing a finely crafted and impressive wheelchair. Jiang Yuanyi asked, "Will my lord be in a wheelchair? Is that not permissible?" Xie Rongxuan countered. Preparing herself to go alone, Jiang Yuanyi was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. "If it isn't allowed, then I shall not go," Xie Rongxuan said, pulling the blanket over himself again. "Of course it is. I insist," Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, eagerly tugging at the blanket. "My lord, we shall go together. We shall go together." Xie Rongxuan chuckled and instructed Xie Ping to prepare the carriage. After both had gathered their belongings, they first went to Xianzheng Hall. Madame Wang imparted a few words of caution to Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan before asking Xie Ping, Chun Tao, Chun Li, and Granny Sun to take good care of them. After bidding farewell to Madame Wang, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan settled into the carriage. "My lord, how do you feel?" Jiang Yuanyi expressed her concern for Xie Rongxuan's health. Since their marriage, Xie Rongxuan had noticeably felt much more comfortable and had not experienced any discomfort thus far. "I feel well," he assured her. "Is it cold?" "Not all." "Is it perhaps a bit warm?" "Not warm either." "Do take a moment to rest," she suggested. Jiang Yuanyi fell silent, observing Xie Rongxuan, who had closed his eyes to recuperate, appearing in good spirits. Her thoughts drifted to her mother and sister. It had been 3 days since she last laid eyes on them. Her biological mother had assured her that as long as she dutifully went to the Jingwu Duke's residence to bring joy, the Dongning Marquis's household would receive assistance from the Duke's family, ensuring her mother and sister would live well. Now that she had wed into the Jingwu Duke's household, Her mother and sister should be faring well. She clenched her garments tightly, filled with anticipation, excitement, and anxiety. At last, the carriage slowed. She lifted the curtain and beheld the familiar walls, her eyes brightening with joy as she turned to Xie Rongxuan, her voice sweet and lively. "Young master, we have arrived at the Dongning Marquis's residence." Xie Rongxuan opened his eyes. Jiang Yuanyi noticed his attire was slightly disheveled and instinctively reached out to straighten it. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted towards her, prompting Xie Rongxuan to lower his gaze and take in her fair complexion, delicate nose, and full, rosy lips, rendering her soft and endearing. He found himself momentarily entranced. "Young master, young mistress, we have arrived," Xie Ping announced from outside the carriage. Xie Rongxuan regained his composure. "Understood. I shall open the door." Jiang Yuanyi stepped forward. "How can I allow you to open the door upon arriving at your own home?" Xie Rongxuan gently pulled her back to her seat, then rose slowly to push open the carriage door, alighting with grace. He extended his hand, saying, "Madam, please step down." Jiang Yuanyi, sitting inside, widened her eyes in astonishment. "How long must I wait for you?" Xie Rongxuan gritted his teeth. She hurriedly approached the front of the carriage. Xie Rongxuan grasped her wrist, assisting her down. Together, they proceeded towards the Dongning Marquis's residence. Two attendants spotted them from afar. "The young master of the Jingwa Duke has actually come," one exclaimed. "We must inform the Marquis at once." The other dashed towards the manor. "The biological daughter returns home, yet no one is here to greet her?" Xie Rongxuan's expression darkened. Jiang Yuanyi felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over her. Unable to meet his gaze, she looked down and softly inquired, "Young master, would you like to use a wheelchair?" Xie Rongxuan remained silent, turning back towards the carriage. Jiang Yuanyi was startled. "Where are you going?" "Back to the Jingwa Duke's residence. He could serve the public good and manage military and political affairs, but the Dongning Marquis's household was not yet worthy of such duties." Jiang Yuanyi anxiously grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand. "Young master, I have come back to see my mother and sister. Regardless of what my father and the others are doing, I must at least meet my mother and sister." As Xie Rongxuan helped Jiang Yuanyi into the carriage, he held her wrist without touching her hand, surprised by its softness and diminutive size, almost as if devoid of bones. He glanced down to find her eyes reddened, filled with a pitiful look that tugged at his heartstrings. "Young master, please don't go," Jiang Yuanyi pleaded softly. Chapter 10. A dour countenance. Xie Rongxuan heard his own response. Good. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jiang Yuanyi's face. "General Xie," a voice called out. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan turned around. It was the Earl of Dongning, Jiang Guangshan, his wife Madame Ma, their eldest daughter Jiang Caijie, their second daughter Jiang Kaijing, and their third son Jiang Gaoji, all hurrying over, breathless. Jiang Yuanyi said, "They have arrived." Xie Rongxuan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Jiang Guangshan and the others presumed that Xie Rongxuan, being gravely ill, would not accompany Jiang Yuanyi back to their residence. Thus they paid little heed to it. However, upon hearing from the gatekeeper that Xie Rongxuan had indeed come, they were taken aback, hastily donning their finest garments and rushing over to pay their respects, saying, "We greet General Xie." Years prior, Xie Rongxuan had distinguished himself on the battlefield, repeatedly achieving victories and earning the title of Grand General of the expedition, becoming the youngest Grand General in the history of Daqing. Yet, after falling ill, he had not wielded a weapon since. He looked at Jiang Guangshan and asked, "Is the Earl of Dongning mocking me?" Jiang Guangshan was momentarily taken aback. Madame Ma and the others were unaccustomed to Xie Rongxuan's direct manner of speaking. Jiang Yuanyi could discern that Xie Rongxuan was angered. "Then there is no need for me to enter the Earl of Dongning's residence." Xie Rongxuan pretended to leave. "General Xie, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I harbor no such intentions. I implore you to forgive me." Jiang Guangshan stammered. Xie Rongxuan was the only legitimate son of the Duke of Jingwa, the younger brother of the current empress, and the most favored young general by His Majesty. Even in poor health, none dared to underestimate him. Jiang Guangshan's flattery unexpectedly touched a nerve, and he felt a sudden panic, cold sweat trickling down his back. Madame Ma and the others were equally apprehensive. Given Xie Rongxuan's temperament, He could have uttered far harsher words and committed far more mortifying acts. Yet he cast a sidelong glance at the gentle Jiang Yuanyi, ultimately sparing some face. He grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand and proceeded toward the Earl of Dongning's residence. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanyi wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to follow. Madame Ma hissed, "Gaoji, do not lag behind." Jiang Gaoji quickly caught up. Madame Ma attempted to follow as well. Jiang Caijie reached out to hold Madame Ma back, whispering, "Mother, were we not told that Xie Rongxuan was better than? He appears merely pale, nothing more. Moreover, he is exceptionally handsome." With just a fleeting glance, Jiang Caijie was captivated by Xie Rongxuan's striking appearance, and her heart involuntarily rippled with emotion. Madame Ma, oblivious to her younger daughter's infatuation and bewildered by how Xie Rongxuan was able to walk, nonetheless perceived that he was indeed angry. She was surprised to see him so protective of Jiang Yuanyi, that little vixen. Displeased, she admonished, "Do not speak out of turn later. Be courteous to Jiang Yuanyi." "Why should we be courteous to her?" Jiang Caijie, who had always looked down upon Jiang Yuanyi, retorted. "Do you wish to offend young Master Xie?" Madame Ma inquired. "Mother, I think young Master Xie is rather agreeable," Jiang Caijie replied. "Do not utter such nonsense. Be polite," Madame Ma urged as she moved ahead. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Caijie exchanged displeased murmurs but followed suit, responding with a reluctant "oh." Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Gaoji have caught up with Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi, incessantly showering them with compliments. Xie Rongxuan remains unresponsive. Jiang Yuanyi turns and notices the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Startled, she swiftly looks for a wheelchair. "No need," Xie Rongxuan murmurs softly. Jiang Yuanyi, filled with concern, is relieved to have arrived at the main hall, where she hastily assists Xie Rongxuan in sitting down, gently inquiring, "My lord, how do you feel?" "No harm done," he replies, but the perspiration continues to trickle down. Jiang Yuanyi retrieves a handkerchief to wipe his brow, suggesting, "Perhaps you should rest. We'll go later." He asserts, "Young Master Xie, have some tea." Jiang Yuanyi offers the finest brew, which Xie Rongxuan dismisses with a casual, "Set it down." Embarrassed, Jiang Yuanyi places the teacup aside. Jiang Gaoji stands nearby. The Ma family of three approaches. Jiang Yuanyi again apologizes, "Young Master Xie, Yuanyi, knowing you were returning today, we were preparing at home and did not greet you in time. I sincerely apologize." Ma assists in the apology. Xie Rongxuan turns his gaze toward Jiang Yuanyi, saying, "You too, sit down and have some tea." Jiang Yuanyi quickly interjects, Yes, Yuanyi, please sit and drink some tea." Seeing Xie Rongxuan's complexion improve, Jiang Yuanyi slowly seats herself beside him. Jiang Yuanyi introduces his family to Xie Rongxuan, who remains reticent. Jiang Yuanyi, Ma, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Gaoji feel awkward yet maintain their smiles. Jiang Caijing's gaze remains fixed on Xie Rongxuan. His tall figure and distinguished demeanor, coupled with his pallid complexion, only enhance his ethereal beauty. How wonderful it would be if he were healthy and long-lived, and she could marry him. Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan suddenly interrupts Jiang Yuanyi's ramblings. Jiang Yuanyi immediately stands. "I'm tired," Xie Rongxuan states. Before she can respond, Jiang Yuanyi speaks up, "Yuanyi, quickly take young Master Xie to the eastern guest room to rest." Jiang Yuanyi approaches Xie Rongxuan, who takes her small hand and rises. She quietly asks, "Do you want to sit in the wheelchair?" "No," he replies, pulling her along for a couple of steps before suddenly turning back. "Xie Ping, unload the return gifts and send 3 boxes to Aunt Yao and 4th Mississippi." Aunt Yao and 4th Miss refer to Jiang Yuanyi's mother and sister. "Understood," Xie Ping responds. Return gifts are typically bestowed to the legitimate mother for her to distribute. Jiang Yuanyi had just been pondering how to present gifts to her mother and sister. Now that Xie Rongxuan has directly mentioned it, it is as if the Duke's residence is giving them, making it impossible for Ma to intervene. She gratefully glances at Xie Rongxuan. Ma's expression darkens instantly. Jiang Yuanyi and Jiang Gaoji, having been rude earlier, find themselves at a loss for words. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Caijing exchange tense glances. Xie Rongxuan pays them no mind, stating, "Let us go." Jiang Yuanyi helps Xie Rongxuan to the eastern guest room, where he slowly reclines on the bed. "My lord, how are you?" Jiang Yuanyi asks with concern. "I will be fine after a short rest. You should go check on your mother and sister," he advises. "I will wait for Xie Ping to arrive before I go," she replies. "What? Afraid I might perish here alone?" Xie Rongxuan retorts. "Please do not speak of death." Jiang Yuanyi, finding it rare to retort at Xie Rongxuan, was met with a smile from him. Shortly after, Xie Ping entered. "Young master, I have stepped out," he announced. Jiang Yuanyi instructed Chunli and Granny Sun to remain as she accompanied Chuntao outside. "Wait a moment," Xie Rongxuan interjected. Jiang Yuanyi turned back to him, softly inquiring, "Young master." "What is it?" Xie Rongxuan replied. "If they dare to bully you, retaliate with words." A warmth spread through Jiang Yuanyi's heart as she nodded. "Very well." Upon exiting the east guest room, she made her way towards the west courtyard, where Jiang Guangshan, Madame Ma, Jiang Caijie, Jiang Kaijing, and Jiang Gaoji awaited her. Jiang Yuanyi bowed slowly. "I pay my respects to father and mother." "Rise," Jiang Guangshan commanded. Putting aside his obsequious demeanor from before, Xie Rongxuan, he adopted a condescending posture and asked, "How is young master Xie faring?" "He is resting," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Jiang Guangshan remarked, "He intends to return home with you. Why did you not mention this earlier? Had you done so, the entire household could have made adequate preparations and avoided offending Xie Rongxuan." A soft chuckle escaped Jiang Yuanyi, who could not restrain herself from saying, "Father, it is common knowledge that we return home after 3 days." Jiang Gaoji pointed at Jiang Yuanyi, scolding Jiang Yuanyi. "After a single visit to the Duke Jinghui's residence, you seem to have lost all sense of measure, even daring to mock your father." An unyielding voice intervened. "Young Master Jiang, who permitted you to speak so brazenly before our young master's wife?" Chapter 11. Anger as Jiang Gaoji and the others turned around. They caught sight of Xie Ping. Although Xie Rongxuan had already advised Jiang Yuanyi to retaliate, he remained concerned about Jiang Yuanyi being bullied and had specifically sent Xie Ping to check on him. Upon arrival, he immediately witnessed Jiang Gaoji speaking disrespectfully to Jiang Yuanyi, truly a sign of recklessness. Noticing the murderous intent in Xie Ping's eyes, Jiang Gaoji instantly shrank back. Ma Shi, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing's expressions tightened. Jiang Guangshan hurriedly smiled. "It's a misunderstanding, Deputy Xie. This is merely a quarrel among siblings." Another misunderstanding? Xie Ping, having earned the rank of deputy through his endeavors in war alongside Xie Rongxuan, though far inferior in status, still commanded a formidable presence. He coldly surveyed Jiang Guangshan and the others, as well as their surroundings, remarking, "Is this vast estate of the Dongning Marquis not constructed of bricks and tiles, but rather built upon misunderstandings?" "Deputy Xie, you jest," Jiang Guangshan replied awkwardly. Sensing Xie Ping's intent to pursue the matter further, Ma Shi quickly interjected, "Gaoji, you truly lack the demeanor of an elder brother. How could you raise your voice like that? Quickly, apologize to your fifth sister." Reluctantly, Jiang Gaoji offered an apology. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing grew even more resentful towards Jiang Yuanyi. Xie Ping, noticing Jiang Yuanyi's anxious desire to reunite with her family, chose not to linger on the matter. Jiang Yuanyi disregarded Jiang Guangshan and the others, striding purposefully toward the western courtyard, her pace quickening with each step as her longing for her mother and sister intensified. "Lady of the Air, please slow down. Be careful not to fall," Chuntao called out while jogging after her. Ignoring the warning, Jiang Yuanyi ran faster until she abruptly halted. A slender woman and a delicate girl stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, adorned in festive attire. Though somewhat faded and worn, their beauty remained unblemished. "Mother, sister," Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed as she rushed forward. Yao Shifeng and Jiang Ruojuan hurried toward her. The three women embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Chuntao, standing aside, felt her own eyes welling with tears. "Yao Aunt, fourth miss, you should be joyous that fifth miss has finally returned." Baoxing, a maid, encouraged from nearby. Yao Aunt and Jiang Ruojuan ceased their weeping, reaching out to wipe Jiang Yuanyi's tears. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi's tears only flowed more freely. "Mother, sister," she cried. Yao Aunt and Jiang Ruojuan held onto Jiang Yuanyi's hands tightly, urging, Let's go inside and talk. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. The three women entered the western courtyard together, followed by Baoxing and Chun Tao. Upon entering, Chun Tao was momentarily taken aback. The small main room, the modest hall, and the low walls enclosed a tiny courtyard. Though tidy, it was excessively cramped and simple, inferior even to the servant quarters of the Duke's residence. Chun Tao, come in, Baoxing warmly invited. Chun Tao snapped back to reality, surprised that the heir's wife resided in such a place. Yao, and turned back, speaking gently. Baoxing, please take good care of Chun Tao. The fourth miss, fifth miss, and I will go into the room to speak privately. Yes, Yao Aunt, Baoxing responded. Yao Aunt and her daughters entered the bedroom. Yao Aunt and Jiang Yuanyi guided Jiang Yuanyi to sit on the bed, and before a word was spoken, tears surged forth once more. Mother, sister, why are you crying again? Jiang Yuanyi felt her own tears welling up. How do the people of the Jingwu Duke's residence treat you? Yao An asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Very well. They have treated me with utmost kindness. Jiang Yuanyi glanced at the three large boxes beside her and inquired, are these the gifts from the lady of Jingwu Duke? Aunt Yao expressed her astonishment. Did she truly send these? To alleviate the doubts of her mother and sister, Jiang Yuanyi withdrew her hand and touched the hairpin atop her head, the earrings adorning her ears, and the bracelet on her wrist, declaring, Mother, sister, look, these are all from her. Jiang Yuanyi scrutinized her closely and asked, did she lend these to you? In the past, Madame Ma had exhibited her generosity by taking her and her sister out to meet guests, dressing them in beautiful garments and adorning them with exquisite jewelry, only to reclaim everything as soon as the guest departed. No, Jiang Yuanyi insisted, pinching her own cheek. Mother, sister, see, in just 3 days I've gained weight. Haven Ti? Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi examined Jiang Yuanyi's small face intently. They did not perceive any weight gain, but her complexion and spirit appeared significantly more vibrant, and the way she tugged at her face was simply too endearing. They could not help but chuckle, which prompted Jiang Yuanyi to join in their laughter. Aunt Yao then took her daughter's hand again and asked, and what of young Master Xie? Jiang Yuanyi continued, is he truly? Jiang Yuanyi nodded, yes. He is gravely ill. Is there truly no cure? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Jiang Yuanyi responded softly, no. Can't you heal him? In Jiang Yuanyi's eyes, her sister possessed the finest medical skills. Jiang Yuanyi felt a pang of sorrow. No. Jiang Yuanyi fell silent. Aunt Yao tenderly embraced her youngest daughter. Jiang Yuanyi leaned against Aunt Yao, feeling familiar warmth and reassurance, which helped stabilize her own melancholic emotions. She straightened herself and said, Mother, sister, he came with me. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi were taken aback. He is allowed to come? Yes, Jiang Yuanyi replied with a smile. But he is a bit fatigued and is resting in the eastern guest room. Jiang Yuanyi remarked, that suggests he is a decent person, if he were free of illness. If he were free of illness, this marriage would not even be mine, Jiang Yuanyi interjected. Both Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi sighed in unison. Jiang Yuanyi wished to divert her mother and sister from dwelling on Xie Rongxuan's short lifespan, and instead asked, Mother, sister, how have you fared in the residence? Have the ladies troubled you? No, Aunt Yao replied. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. They may be wary of your impending marriage into the Jingwu Duke's household. Hence they have chosen to ignore us. This outcome was precisely what Jiang Yuanyi desired. At long last, her stepmother had upheld her promise, allowing her to breathe a little easier. She then retrieved several silver ingots from her bosom and placed them into Aunt Yao's hands, saying, Mother, sister, this is for you. Where did you acquire such a large sum of silver? Aunt Yao exclaimed in shock. Sister, you mustn't use the Duke's silver to support us. Otherwise, they will think less of you, Jiang Yuanyi admonished sternly. This is not their silver. It is my dowry, which father reluctantly provided, so it truly belongs to me. The dowry provided by Jiang Guangshan appeared substantial, yet its true value was negligible. Only a few silver coins resonated with Jiang Yuanyi's heart, prompting her to bring a portion for her mother and sister. However, Aunt Yao was reluctant to accept it, insisting that as Jiang Yuanyi had just arrived at the residence of the Duke of Jingwu, she would require the money for numerous purposes. And since their mother had no silver to offer, they could not accept hers. Jiang Yuanyi concurred, stating that she should keep it for herself. Jiang Yuanyi attempted to give the silver back to Aunt Yao, saying she still had more and insisted they take it. Both Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi returned the coins to Jiang Yuanyi, resulting in a playful tug-of-war between the three of them. With a sudden clatter, the coins fell to the ground. Jiang Yuanyi quickly knelt to gather them, when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something shiny beneath the bed. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi immediately tried to obstruct her view. Undeterred, Jiang Yuanyi pulled out a pile of garments, inspecting them closely, before inquiring if they belonged to the lady of the house and the two young ladies. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi were momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yuanyi pressed on with her questions. Were you instructed to wash and mend these? Aunt Yao hurriedly explained that the clothes were not dirty and would not require much effort to clean. Jiang Yuanyi added that there were only minor repairs needed. Exactly. Aunt Yao nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuanyi, however, found it hard to believe that the situation was so straightforward. Suddenly, she recalled how her mother and sister had been holding her hand with their left hands. She swiftly uncovered their right hands, revealing swollen and bruised skin, her heart aching as her eyes brimmed with tears. You said they weren't causing any trouble, didn't you? Jiang Yuanyi wanted to comfort her sister, but was at a loss for words. Jiang Yuanyi was willing to endure hardship for the sake of her mother and sister's well-being. Yet, it seemed her stepmother had gone back on her word. A surge of anger welled up within her as she clutched the garments and made to storm out. Aunt Yao called out. Where are you going, sister? Jiang Yuanyi asked. Chapter 12. Taking matters into her own hands, Jiang Yuanyi recklessly exited her bedroom. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly followed her out. In the small courtyard, only Bao Xing remained. Where's Fifth Miss? Jiang Yuanyi inquired urgently. Bao Xing pointed towards the courtyard gate and said, Fifth Miss just ran out, and Chun Tao is chasing after her. Aunt Yao asked anxiously, what is he intending to do? Jiang Yuanyi furrowed her brows. She might be seeking an explanation from the lady. That cannot be allowed. Aunt Yao's complexion turned pale instantly. They will harm her. As Jiang Yuanyi moved toward the exit, she said, we must go and check. Aunt Yao and Bao Xing hurriedly followed. At this moment, Jiang Yuanyi had already reached the main hall of the front courtyard. Zhang Guangshan, Zhang Gaozi, Madame Ma, Zhang Kaiji, and Jiang Kaijing were all present, accompanying Xie Rongxuan for tea, each displaying an air of sycophancy. Xie Rongxuan's expression remained indifferent, but upon noticing Jiang Yuanyi, his demeanor softened, and he gently called out, Yuanyi, young master, you are awake. Jiang Yuanyi replied softly. Xie Rongxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. How is your health, young master? Jiang Yuanyi asked. No harm done, Xie Rongxuan responded. His complexion indeed appeared much improved, prompting Jiang Yuanyi to shift her gaze towards Jiang Guangshan. Jiang Guangshan's previous neglect and mistreatment of Jiang Yuanyi had greatly displeased Xie Rongxuan. This time, he spoke to Jiang Yuanyi with utmost warmth. Yuanyi, why are you holding these garments? Jiang Yuanyi remained silent and forcefully threw a pile of clothes at Jiang Guangshan's feet. His smile froze instantly. Father, can you recognize these garments? Jiang Yuanyi queried. Jiang Guangshan glanced down and asked, whose garments are these? They belong to the lady, the eldest miss, and the second miss. Jiang Yuanyi replied, no longer referring to them as mother, elder sister, and second sister. Jiang Guangshan, puzzled, asked, how did their garments end up here? Jiang Yuanyi stated bluntly, they have been forcing my mother and sister to wash, dry, and mend these garments day and night. Is that so? Jiang Guangshan gazed in astonishment at Madame Ma and her three daughters. Having bullied Aunt Yao, Jiang Yuanyi, and Jiang Yuanyi for years without facing any resistance, Madame Ma had always assumed they would never retaliate. Thus, upon seeing Aunt Yao still looking beautiful the other day, she felt a surge of discomfort. She summoned her two daughters and unceremoniously tossed dirty shoes, filthy bedding, and soiled clothes at Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi, demanding they be cleaned, dried, and mended within 3 days, or else face the consequences. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuanyi, having entered the Duke of Jinghua's residence, had grown bold enough to publicly expose this matter and rudely refer to them as the lady, the eldest miss, and the second miss. Madame Ma could hardly contain her rage, yearning to rush forward and slap the audacious girl. Yet, with Xie Rongxuan present, she dared not act on her anger, instead deflecting all blame onto Aunt Yao, saying, "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. It was Aunt Yao who insisted on washing and mending our tattered clothes." "Yes, that's exactly it." Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing chimed in eagerly. Jiang Ruojuan hastily pulled Madame Yao into the room, followed closely by Chuntao and Baoxing, both panting heavily. Xie Rongxuan instinctively rose to his feet, prompting Jiang Guangshan and Madame Ma to do the same. Madame Yao and Jiang Ruojuan first bowed to Xie Rongxuan, greeting him with, "Greetings, young master." Xie Rongxuan, with a respectful and gentle demeanor, replied, "Madame Yao, Miss Four, there is no need for such formality." They then bowed to Jiang Guangshan and Madame Ma. Madame Ma immediately pointed to a heap of clothing on the floor, asking, "Madame Yao, tell me, did you insist on taking these clothes back to wash, dry, and mend?" Before Madame Yao could respond, Jiang Caijie urged, "Madame Yao, please speak." Madame Ma interjected again. "Madame Yao, do speak properly." "Madame, are you threatening my mother?" Jiang Yuanyi questioned. Suppressing her rising anger, Madame Ma replied, "Of course not. I'm merely—" But before she could finish, Jiang Yuanyi turned to her mother and sister, spreading her hands wide and asking, "Madam, may I inquire whose hands are so worn and calloused that they would still take it upon themselves to wash and mend clothing?" The roughened skin and tiny needle pricks were laid bare for all to see. Jiang Guangshan frowned, while Xie Ping's expression revealed pain. Xie Rongxuan appeared solemn, and Baoxing's eyes glistened with tears. Chuntao gasped, covering her mouth, realizing the dire circumstances endured by the mother and sister of the young master's wife. Both Granny Sun and Chunli were equally taken aback. Madame Ma, having grown accustomed to the myriad injuries on Madame Yao and her daughters, remained unmoved, her sole focus on exonerating herself. She exclaimed, "These wounds! Madame Yao, Miss Four, why do you insist on working despite your injuries?" Truly, Madame Ma, even at such a moment, she still sought to torment the mother and sister. Jiang Yuanyi's fury ignited, overwhelming her reason. Suddenly, she bent down and shook out all the clothing. The garments fell to the ground, stained with grease, ink, and various pigments. Raising her voice, she declared, "The West Courtyard lives simply, with nothing but plain broth to sustain us, devoid of ink and pigments. Madam, do you still intend to slander my mother and sister for deliberately soiling these garments?" Madame Ma was left speechless. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing could find no retort. "You have deliberately soiled and torn these garments, commanding them to restore them to their former state. What else could this be but torment?" Jiang Yuanyi furiously kicked aside several garments, sending 2 tattered belly wraps flying. The wraps belonged to Jiang Caijie. She had intentionally torn them, demanding Madame Yao and Jiang Ruojuan mend them, or else she would hold them accountable. Now, however, they had been kicked out by Jiang Yuanyi. As an unmarried young lady, how could she show her face again? In a fit of despair, she covered her face and screamed, "Ah!" Jiang Kaijing's face flushed crimson. Jiang Guangshan and Jiang Gaoji were left astonished. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Ping turned away in disdain, while Madame Yao and Jiang Ruojuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Chuntao, Baoxing, Granny Gu, and Chunli all felt they could hardly bear to witness the scene. Jiang Yuanyi stood momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Madame Ma lunged forward. Xie Rongxuan, quick as lightning, pulled Jiang Yuanyi behind him. Ma swiftly picked up the fallen apron from the ground and scolded, "Jiang Yuanyi, you have gone too far." Xie Rongxuan's eyes darkened, and his voice grew heavy. "Madam of Dongningbo, whom do you deem excessive?" In that instant, Ma felt the chilling aura emanating from Xie Rongxuan, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Guangshan and asked, "Dongningbo, in your opinion, who is truly in the wrong here?" Jiang Guangshan, aware of Ma's domineering nature, yet astounded by the extent of her cruelty towards Aunt Yao and her daughter, replied with indignation, "It is undoubtedly my wife who is at fault. Then I beseech Dongningbo to uphold justice and provide my wife with an explanation," Xie Rongxuan insisted. An explanation? Did he intend to publicly punish Ma and her daughters? Jiang Guangshan hesitated. Xie Rongxuan laughed, a laugh both reckless and perilous. Otherwise, shall this heir take matters into his own hands? Chapter 13. Punishment: to take action personally? To resort to military law? To strip titles? Or something else entirely? The Ma family women repeatedly witnessed Xie Rongxuan's merciless demeanor, his disregard for reason and decorum. They were utterly unprepared for his blatant disregard for the law on behalf of that little vixen, Jiang Yuanyi, which filled them with instant trepidation. Jiang Guangshan immediately declared, "Rest assured, young Master Xie, Yuanyi is also my daughter, and I shall ensure she is not wronged." However, Xie Rongxuan paid his assertion no heed. It appeared that Jiang Guangshan's efforts were insufficient. He turned to admonish Madame Ma. As the matriarch of the Dongning Marquisate, you have not only failed to maintain harmony within the household and filial piety among your children, but you have also led the charge in mistreating the concubine and illegitimate daughters. This is truly reprehensible. Henceforth, you are to reflect in seclusion for 3 months. Matters of the household shall be temporarily entrusted to Aunt Lu and Aunt Yao. Madame Ma, the legitimate daughter of the imperial censor, had never faced punishment since her marriage into the Dongning Marquisate, regardless of her misdeeds. Today, however, she was to be confined for 3 months, and authority over the household was to be handed to others, all merely for her tormenting a concubine and illegitimate daughters. She could scarcely believe her ears. My lord. Father, Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing were equally astonished. And you too, who followed your mother in tormenting the concubine and half-sister, lacking decorum, shall immediately go to the ancestral hall to transcribe scriptures for an entire month. Jiang Guangshan declared without mercy. Father, 1.5 months. Father, 2 months. As Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing continued to protest, it became evident that their writing would extend indefinitely. They dared not persist further, shooting venomous glares at Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Guangshan observed this and swiftly responded, 2.5 months. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing, both furious and resentful, averted their gazes. Do not delay in receiving your punishment. Jiang Guangshan's voice was stern. Madame Ma, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing were indignant. Jiang Guangshan, enraged, commanded, "Bring them away to be punished." A few matrons hastily escorted the 3 women away. Jiang Gaoji felt a surge of relief for having indulged in revelry these past few days, avoiding any opportunity to bully Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan. Otherwise, he too would have faced punishment. Jiang Guangshan turned to Xie Rongxuan and said, "Young Master Xie, I apologize for any amusement caused." Xie Rongxuan regarded Jiang Yuanyi and asked, "Madam, are you satisfied with this resolution?" Jiang Yuanyi had merely sought an explanation and was taken aback by the punishment meted out to Madame Ma, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing. For the first time in her life, she experienced equitable treatment, leaving her momentarily dazed. Xie Rongxuan gazed at Jiang Yuanyi and stated, "If you're dissatisfied, then content." Jiang Yuanyi interjected hastily. Only then did Xie Rongxuan turn to Jiang Guangshan, stating, "My esteemed father-in-law, my wife expresses her satisfaction." Xie Rongxuan's regard for Jiang Yuanyi was evidently profound. It seemed prudent to treat Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan with greater kindness henceforth, lest they endure unpleasant days. Jiang Guangshan mentally admonished himself, and then, buoyed by the term father-in-law, he exclaimed, "That is excellent, truly excellent. You see, it is getting late. Why not have a meal?" Xie Rongxuan turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuanyi. "Are you able to eat?" Jiang Yuanyi whispered her inquiry. Xie Rongxuan countered, "Can you?" "I'm quite well." "Then shall we dine?" "Indeed." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Jiang Guangshan busily arranged the meal, while he and Jiang Gaoji accompanied Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi, Aunt Yao, and Jiang Ruojuan took their seats at the adjacent table. Just moments ago, both Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan had been utterly frightened, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. Now, they finally spoke. How could you dare to?" Upon witnessing the injuries of her mother and sister, Jiang Yuanyi was overwhelmed with fury. In a fit of rage, she lost all reason and stormed into the main hall to confront her father and stepmother. Now that her emotions had settled, she adopted a soft and gentle demeanor. She never imagined that one day she could be so audacious, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Xie Rongxuan. Yes, it was indeed Xie Rongxuan, the very person who had been instructing her in the art of retaliation and assertiveness these past few days. It was this encouragement that propelled her to confront Jiang Guangshan and the others, and she spoke candidly with her mother and sister. "Is it Master Xie?" Jiang Ruojuan inquired, astonished. "Yes, he said that the more one endures, the more one is bullied," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Jiang Ruojuan asked, "And then you charged over to settle scores with them?" Without Xie Rongxuan's encouragement, Jiang Yuanyi would have never dared to act so boldly. Aunt Yao voiced her concerns, "But what if they—" Jiang Yuanyi reassured her mother, "I am now the wife of the Duke of Jinghua. As long as I do not heir, I shall always be a daughter-in-law of the Duke's household. They cannot harm me. But the matron has placed a maid and a nurse by your side," Jiang Ruojuan pointed out. "That maid and nurse are not with me," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Jiang Ruojuan was taken aback. "Why are they not with you?" Jiang Yuanyi explained. "The young master is unwell and does not permit strangers into the Xinxin courtyard. On the day of our marriage, Mammy Sun sent the maid and the nurse to tend to the garden." "Did you not object?" Jiang Yuanyi retorted. "They were never mine to begin with." "Why should I object?" Jiang Ruojuan, still concerned, asked, "Does the matron know?" Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "She should not." Jiang Ruojuan furrowed her brow. "Might she send someone to you again?" Jiang Yuanyi countered. "Does she still wish to meddle in the affairs of the Duke of Jinghua?" No matter how much Ma Shi flaunted her power at the Duke of Dongning's residence, she dared not interfere with the Duke of Jinghua's matters. Jiang Ruojuan couldn't help but smile, saying, "That is splendid. You shall no longer be bound by her." "Indeed, mother, sister, I will reside well within the Duke of Jinghua's household. As long as I remain there, they will have their reservations, and you shall also live well." Today, Jiang Yuanyi had come to realize just how fearful Jiang Guangshan and his ilk were of the Duke of Jinghua. Aunt Yao held Jiang Yuanyi's hand, affectionately and sorrowfully saying, "He has grown so much." Jiang Ruojuan nodded. Do not concern yourself with us. Your well-being is what matters." "I am well. The young master treats me very well," Jiang Yuanyi stated. Jiang Ruojuan had initially worried that Jiang Yuanyi might be concealing her troubles, but upon witnessing Xie Rongxuan's demeanor towards her and their mother, where he shielded Jiang Yuanyi behind him and confronted her father and the others, she began to believe that Xie Rongxuan truly cared for Jiang Yuanyi. "Yes, he truly treats you well," she affirmed. Jiang Yuanyi felt an inexplicable warmth rising to her cheeks. Aunt Yao sighed softly, lamenting if only he could. Sensing Aunt Yao's concern for the events 3 months hence, Jiang Yuanyi promptly interrupted, "Mother, the dishes have arrived." Thus, Aunt Yao was compelled to relent. One dish followed another, and after a delightful lunch, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan prepared to return to the Duke of Jing's residence. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi felt a profound sense of reluctance. Jiang Yuanyi grasped the hands of Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan, saying, "Mother, sister, you must take care of yourselves. You too, be sure to look after yourself." Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan replied, their eyes glistening with tears. "If anything arises, you must send someone to inform me at the Duke of Jing's residence." "Very well," Jiang Yuanyi responded, eventually releasing his mother and sister's hands to step into the carriage. He leaned against the carriage window, waving incessantly to his mother and sister. Once they were out of sight, he finally lowered the curtain, covering his face as he quietly wept. "Why cry? You can always come back often," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Jiang Yuanyi immediately dropped his hands, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Xie Rongxuan, asking, "Is that truly possible?" Chapter 14. Is it wrong to covet beauty? Xie Rongxuan retorted. "Many women seldom return to their parental homes after marriage," Jiang Yuanyi remarked. Xie Rongxuan replied solemnly, "You do not fall within the category of many women." Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "How often can I visit my family?" Xie Rongxuan stated, "Whenever you miss them, you may return to pay a visit." Jiang Yuanyi cautiously asked, "May I go back next month to see them?" Xie Rongxuan gently nodded, "Yes." A wave of joy washed over Jiang Yuanyi, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Clean your face. You look utterly dreadful," Xie Rongxuan said with evident disdain. Jiang Yuanyi quickly retrieved a handkerchief and, while wiping away her tears, thanked him again. "Thank you, young master." Xie Rongxuan slowly leaned against the adjacent pillow, exuding a languid yet noble demeanor. "I've already mentioned it once." Jiang Yuanyi clarified. "The two thank yous are not the same." "How so?" "The first was for your permission to return next month to visit my mother and sister." Xie Rongxuan raised an eyebrow and asked. "And this one?" Jiang Yuanyi replied. "This one is for your assistance today in advocating for my mother and sister. Without your support, they would not have achieved such a favorable outcome." Xie Rongxuan smiled faintly and remarked, "That is also due to your own courage to resist. This young girl, who appears delicate and timid, possesses an inner strength and spirit of defiance, quite admirable." Hearing Xie Rongxuan's praise, Jiang Yuanyi lowered her head in embarrassment. "My resistance was lacking." "Indeed, it was insufficient," Xie Rongxuan replied lazily. Jiang Yuanyi glanced up at him. Xie Rongxuan continued, "At that moment, you should have thrown those dirty clothes at the head of the lady of Dongning." Jiang Yuanyi paused, shaking her head. "I dared not. What is there to fear? You have already resisted. You might as well do so thoroughly. Strike at the enemy's weak points." "Do you understand?" "Speak." "I understand." Jiang Yuanyi responded softly. Xie Rongxuan encouraged. "Yes, keep striving." Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "Yes." Xie Rongxuan added. "People will see change through effort." Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. "Yes." Xie Rongxuan's voice grew softer. "I'm tired. I need to rest for a while." Jiang Yuanyi replied again. "Yes." Xie Rongxuan remarked. "You just keep saying yes. Like a fool." Jiang Yuanyi retorted. "I understand." Xie Rongxuan reiterated. "Like a fool." Still arguing back. "You're the one acting like a fool." "Fool." Xie Rongxuan evaluated. Jiang Yuanyi ceased to respond and lifted her gaze to find that Xie Rongxuan had closed his eyes. She cautiously approached, gently covering him with a blanket, then sat beside him, her eyes inevitably drawn to his handsome face. It must be said, not only is he strikingly good-looking, but he is also exceptionally kind. No wonder so many women in the capital are enamored with him. "Young master, young mistress, we have arrived," Xie Ping announced from outside the carriage. So soon, Jiang Yuanyi was astonished to find herself gazing at Xie Rongxuan for an extended period, her cheeks involuntarily warming. She waved her hand lightly, saying, "The young master is asleep. I shall awaken him. Please wait a moment." "Yes," Xie Ping responded from outside. Jiang Yuanyi softly called, "Young master, young master." Xie Rongxuan slowly opened his eyes. "We have arrived home," Jiang Yuanyi informed him. Xie Rongxuan gradually sat up. Noticing his fatigue, Jiang Yuanyi suggested, "Perhaps you should use the wheelchair." Xie Rongxuan nodded. Xie Ping, please come in and assist." Xie Ping opened the carriage door, helping Xie Rongxuan into the wheelchair and pushing him into the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Chunli approached to greet him. "Young master, Dr. Jia is waiting in the Xinxing courtyard." Xie Rongxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing that Xie Rongxuan's complexion had paled again, Jiang Yuanyi said, "Young master, you should return to the Xinxing courtyard first. I will go to Xinxing Hall to report to my mother." Xie Rongxuan replied, "Just say that all is well." "Understood." The group departed. Jiang Yuanyi accompanied Chen Tao to Xinxing Hall, where Xie Qingqing was also present. Lady Wang was sipping tea with her gaze lowered. Jiang Yuanyi bowed. "I pay my respects to mother." Lady Wang inquired, "Was everything smooth today?" "Everything went very smoothly." "Why hasn't Rongxuan come over?" "Dr. Jia is waiting for consultation. He returned first." Lady Wang lifted her gaze to Jiang Yuanyi. "How did he return?" Suddenly, Jiang Yuanyi noticed that Lady Wang's eyes were red, as if she had been crying, and she felt a pang of concern. Responding, "He returned in a wheelchair." Lady Wang asked, "Why in a wheelchair?" Jiang Yuanyi explained, "He is feeling a bit unwell." "What do you mean he is unwell again?" Xie Qingqing suddenly raised her voice. Jiang Yuanyi was startled. "Aren't you here to bring good fortune? Why has there been no effect after 3 days?" Xie Qingqing pressed. "Did you perhaps fabricate a false birth date to deceive us?" "Qingqing," Lady Wang interjected, attempting to halt her daughter. However, Xie Qingqing disregarded her mother's intervention and shouted at Jiang Yuanyi, "Do you realize that father has always favored second brother in Madame Jiang? Because your efforts have yielded no results, he has given up on fourth brother and is now nurturing second brother, preparing to establish him as the heir. At that time, we Qingqing," Lady Wang admonished her daughter. Xie Qingqing's voice came to an abrupt halt, tears spilling down her cheeks as she quickly turned away, not wanting Jiang Yuanyi to see. Through 2 or 3 days of observation, Jiang Yuanyi discerned that Xie Fei, Lady Wang, and Xie Qingqing were all formidable individuals. However, their strength was predicated on Xie Rongxuan's illustrious achievements. Should Xie Rongxuan perish, the emperor's favor would vanish, and the Duke of Jingwa would lose his apprehension. Thus, life would become exceedingly difficult for Xie Fei in the palace, and for Lady Wang and Xie Qingqing in the residence. Yuanyi, Lady Wang called out. Jiang Yuanyi turned her attention to Lady Wang. Qingqing speaks without thinking. Do not take it to heart. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Lady Wang continued. A few days ago, Dr. Jia mentioned that since Rongxuan married you, his pulse has been somewhat more stable. Somewhat more stable? When did this occur? In recent days, Jiang Yuanyi had been secretly administering acupuncture to Xie Rongxuan each day. However, due to various circumstances, she had yet to take his pulse. She resolved to return and assess his condition. After exchanging a few words with Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing, she departed from Xianjing Hall, accompanied by Chuntao, heading towards the Xinxing courtyard. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Xie Rongxuan ahead, the legitimate son of the Duke of Jingwa, known as the elder brother in Xie Qingqing's words, and a likely candidate to become the heir apparent. Upon encountering the second master, Chuntao promptly offered her respects. The first time Xie Rongxuan laid eyes on her in Xianjing Hall, he found her extraordinarily beautiful, and upon this second meeting, she appeared even more captivating. Her complexion was fair and delicate, and her figure was both ample and slender, a true embodiment of allure. Noticing the lasciviousness in his gaze, Jiang Yuanyi felt a wave of discomfort and promptly said, Chuntao, let us be on our way. Fourth sister-in-law, Xie Rongxuan immediately called out. Chapter 15. Disrobing Jiang Yuanyi was compelled to halt her steps, turning her head slightly to inquire. What is it, second brother? How is fourth brother? Xie Rongxuan responded. He is quite well. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Yuanyi strode purposefully toward the Xinxing courtyard, with Chuntao hastily following behind. Xie Rongxuan squinted, observing the delicate silhouette of Jiang Yuanyi, and instinctively touched his lips. It was not until she reached the Xinxing courtyard that Jiang Yuanyi slowed her pace. Chuntao asked, Why are you walking so briskly, Lady of the Air? Jiang Yuanyi turned her head to look at Chuntao, who wore a puzzled expression. Though Jiang Yuanyi was timid, weak, and prone to tears, she was not oblivious to her own beauty. Her elder brother, Jiang Gaoji, was known for his indulgence in frivolous pursuits, and the lecherous gazes of his companions towards her and her sister were as repulsive as those of Xie Rongxuan just moments ago. This revealed that Xie Rongxuan was not a man of integrity, should he ascend to the position of heir to the Duke of Jingwa. She had just been contemplating how, if Xie Rongxuan were to perish, Xie Fei, Wang Shi, and Xie Qingqing would suffer grievously. Now it seemed her own anguish would be even greater. Once again, she wished fervently for Xie Rongxuan to survive. Suddenly, she recalled Wang Shi's words. Noting that Xie Rongxuan's pulse had been considerably steady, she felt an urgent need to see him and hurried toward the bedroom. At that moment, Chunli emerged exclaiming, Lady of the Air, you have returned. Has Dr. Jia departed? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Chunli replied, Yes, he has left. What did he say? His words were the same as before. The same as before? Jiang Yuanyi mused, wondering if Dr. Jia had intentionally spoken of a steady pulse to placate Wang Shi. She furrowed her brow slightly before asking, And how is the heir? Chunli answered, The heir drank the medicine and has fallen asleep. Very well, I understand. Jiang Yuanyi intended to enter the bedroom. Chunli remarked, Lady of the Air, perhaps you should change your attire. Jiang Yuanyi donned a soft garment and approached the bedside. Xie Rongxuan lay there, his brow deeply furrowed, his complexion devoid of color. Jiang Yuanyi had long been aware that each step Xie Rongxuan took drained his vitality. Yet she had not dissuaded him from visiting the Earl of Dongning's residence. Rather, she reveled in the confidence he imparted. How utterly selfish of her! Feeling a pang of guilt, she seated herself on a small stool beside the bed. After a considerable time, she managed to compose her emotions. Placing her fingers upon Xie Rongxuan's pulse to meticulously gauge its rhythm. Startled, she suddenly rose and walked to the door, calling, Chunli, Chunli. Yes, lady of the heir. Chunli hastily responded, rushing over. Did Dr. Jia prescribe a new medicine for the heir today? Jiang Yuanyi asked. Chunli shook her head, no. Then what was the medicine for today? It was the same prescription as before. What the dregs? I disposed of them. What did you discard them? Chunli pointed toward the back courtyard, saying by the tree. Jiang Yuanyi declared, take me to see, noticing the urgency on her face. Chunli refrained from further questioning and swiftly led her to the base of the Hua tree in the back courtyard, stating, here it is. Jiang Yuanyi crouched before the remnants of the medicine, examining each component with care, smelling and tasting them. Curiously, Chunli asked, lady of the heir, do you possess knowledge of medicine? Just a modicum, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Was there an issue with the medicinal residue? Chunli immediately became alert. No, I merely wanted to take a look so that I could better care for the young master in the future. Upon hearing this, Chunli sighed in relief. Jiang Yuanyi confirmed that neither the prescription nor the medicine had changed, yet Xie Rongxuan's pulse had become somewhat smoother, which indicated that her acupuncture had been effective. She abruptly stood up, startling Chunli. Jiang Yuanyi strode into the bedroom. Chunli recalled that the young master's wife was always delicate and gentle, but today she exuded a vigorous energy, prompting her to follow closely. Suddenly, Jiang Yuanyi emerged, instructing, you stay at the door and do not let anyone in. Chunli, puzzled, asked, what does the young master's wife intend to do? I'm going to bathe the fourth master. Jiang Yuanyi fabricated a lie. Chunli inquired, do you need my assistance? No, thank you. Jiang Yuanyi secured the door, retrieved the medicine box, and took out the alcohol, needles, and handkerchief within. Xie Rongxuan was severely drained and had fallen into a deep slumber, unaware of anything. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuanyi lifted the covers, unfastened his belt, removed his deep clothing, and stripped off his trousers, silently reciting that a healer must remain unprejudiced. Discarding any distractions, she grasped a silver needle and carefully inserted it into his Baihe point, penetrating slightly deeper, then sequentially into Shun Ting, Renzhong, all the way to Yong Quan, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. At that moment, Xie Rongxuan's brow gradually relaxed. Observing this, Jiang Yuanyi meticulously withdrew the needle, gently wiping away the small beads of blood from his pallid skin with the handkerchief, then dressed him in his deep clothing before finally opening the door. Young master's wife, you have perspired quite a bit, Chunli remarked. Concentrating on acupuncture is quite physically demanding. Jiang Yuanyi, with her arms feeling weary, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her forehead, saying, the young master is still asleep. Please do not disturb him. Understood. Jiang Yuanyi sat in the outer room, resting while waiting. As the sun began to set, a cough resounded from the bedroom. Jiang Yuanyi immediately rose and entered. Xie Rongxuan was already sitting up, his complexion less pale. Young master, you are awake, Jiang Yuanyi said. Xie Rongxuan responded with a nod. Would you like some water? Jiang Yuanyi tossed a pill into a teacup, poured a bowl of warm water, and presented it to Xie Rongxuan, who drank it all in one go. How do you feel? She inquired. Much better. When he got up, Xie Rongxuan felt a bit dazed, but after the bowl of water, he felt completely at ease. Jiang Yuanyi smiled gently, asking, are you hungry, young master? Shall we prepare a meal? Xie Rongxuan looked at Jiang Yuanyi and asked, are you hungry again? Again? Jiang Yuanyi felt a bit embarrassed. Let us prepare a meal, Xie Rongxuan stated. Jiang Yuanyi stepped out to call for Chun Tao. The couple continued to dine together on the bed. Xie Rongxuan ate quite a bit. Chun Tao and the others were delighted. Soon, Xie Rongxuan grew drowsy and retired early. Jiang Yuanyi also felt somewhat fatigued. After bathing, she went to bed. The next morning, upon awakening, she placed her hand on Xie Rongxuan's pulse. What are you doing? Xie Rongxuan suddenly spoke up, startling Jiang Yuanyi. You coward, he remarked. Jiang Yuanyi immediately withdrew his hand and checked the pulse again. How is it, Dr. Jiang? Can you treat his grace? Dr. Jiang felt somewhat embarrassed and softly replied. I am uncertain. Xie Rongxuan chuckled. The young master and young mistress, Dr. Jia has arrived, came the voice of Mama Sun. Jiang Yuanyi quickly sat up and donned his garments. Xie Rongxuan remarked. Previously, Dr. Jia would come after meals, but he seems to prefer visiting early these days. The morning pulse is generally more stable. Jiang Yuanyi responded. Xie Rongxuan glanced at Jiang Yuanyi, but said nothing further. Jiang Yuanyi rose from the bed and called out, "Chun Tao, please bring in the water." Yes. After Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan completed their morning rituals, Dr. Jia entered to take Xie Rongxuan's pulse. Jiang Yuanyi, Chun Tao, Chun Li, and Mama Sun awaited nearby. Dr. Jia lifted his gaze to examine Xie Rongxuan, then turned to Jiang Yuanyi before continuing with the examination. "How was his grace today, Dr. Jia?" Mama Sun inquired. "How is it? The pulse has become somewhat more fluid. Could it truly be due to the joyous occasion?" Dr. Jia remained uncertain, responding, "It is satisfactory." This was a phrase Dr. Jia commonly employed. As long as there was no deterioration, Mama Sun chose not to press further. Dr. Jia advised, "Continue with the medication as prescribed." Yes. After exchanging a few words with Xie Rongxuan, Dr. Jia prepared to consult a colleague regarding Xie Rongxuan's condition and thus took his leave. Jiang Yuanyi, noticing this, hurriedly followed outside, calling, "Dr. Jia, please wait." Dr. Jia turned back and saluted Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Dr. Jia, has His Grace's pulse indeed become more fluid today?" Dr. Jia was taken aback, asking, "How would the young mistress know?" Chapter 16. Bold Treatment. Dr. Jia, "I have a word with you?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired, to which Dr. Jia replied, "Please." The two took a seat at a stone table in the courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi instructed Chun Tao to bring tea, saying, "You all stay by the entrance. I have matters to discuss with Dr. Jia." "Yes," Chun Tao responded. Jiang Yuanyi personally poured a bowl of tea for Dr. Jia and then recounted all that he had done over the past few days. "Is it true that the young master's pulse has been steady because of you?" Dr. Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yuanyi nodded affirmatively. Dr. Jia then asked, "What led you to this course of action?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "I simply wished to alleviate the young master's suffering. I did not expect to stimulate the acupoints and unblock the meridians." Indeed, Dr. Jia and the imperial physicians had contemplated acupuncture and bloodletting to prolong the young master's life. Yet they were apprehensive that excessive stimulation or misalignment of the acupoints might hasten his demise. Yet, the young master's wife, having merely perused medical texts for 8 years, has achieved this. Truly remarkable talent. His gaze towards Jiang Yuanyi was imbued with admiration. Jiang Yuanyi queried, "Dr. Jia, do you believe this will benefit the young master's condition?" "Indeed, it is beneficial," Dr. Jia affirmed. Jiang Yuanyi eagerly asked, "Can we eradicate the root of the illness?" "We are entirely unaware of the young master's affliction," Dr. Jia candidly confessed. "There are far too many perplexing ailments in the world." And Jiang Yuanyi was at a loss. "And what else?" Jiang Yuanyi pressed. Dr. Jia continued, "Moreover, the late Duke Jingwa suffered from a similar ailment." Jiang Yuanyi was genuinely unaware of this. Dr. Jia, with a tinge of melancholy, remarked, "Despite years of research, I have been unable to cure the young master." Jiang Yuanyi responded with determination, "Let us study this together." Dr. Jia regarded Jiang Yuanyi with newfound respect. "Study together? If you do not mind my modest expertise, do not disparage yourself. The young master's wife is young yet precise in her needling, a prodigious talent indeed," Dr. Jia thought to himself. Having never encountered someone with such medical aptitude as Jiang Yuanyi, and his admiration was sincere. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Jiang Yuanyi asked, "So, have you agreed?" "Naturally," Dr. Jia replied. Jiang Yuanyi expressed his joy, "Then let us communicate daily regarding the young master's condition." When Dr. Jia was unaware of the reason behind the young master's steady pulse, he could not help but envision a glimmer of hope for the young master's survival. Upon learning that it was the young master's wife who had instigated this change, he marveled at her medical prowess. He was saddened by the young master's continued plight. Now hearing the young master's wife propose a collaborative effort to investigate his ailment, a flicker of hope reignited within him as he agreed, "Very well." Jiang Yuanyi hesitated momentarily. "What troubles you?" Dr. Jia inquired. Jiang Yuanyi responded, "As for our collaborative research, please refrain from sharing this with others for the time being, lest they dismiss my youth and inexperience and hinder our efforts." Traditional methods had proven ineffective for Xie Rongxuan, and Jiang Yuanyi planned to take an unconventional approach. With the young master's days numbered and Dr. Jia devoid of alternatives, he concurred, "Rest assured, I shall keep this confidential." Jiang Yuanyi wore a smile as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Jia." Dr. Jia returned the gesture with a respectful bow, adding, "I must also commend the young master's wife for her constant vigilance over the young master." Their conversation meandered through the topic of Xie Rongxuan's health before Dr. Jia took his leave. Jiang Yuanyi then made her way back to the bedroom, where Xie Rongxuan sat on the bed engrossed in a book. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "What were you discussing for so long?" Jiang Yuanyi, opting for honesty, replied, "I was discussing your condition with Dr. Jia." Xie Rongxuan turned a page, teasingly asking, "Could you possibly conjure flowers from such a discussion?" Jiang Yuanyi responded, "Perhaps we can find a cure for you. Do you truly wish for my demise?" He retorted, "Indeed." Jiang Yuanyi replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. Xie Rongxuan's eyes met hers, sparkling with a celestial brilliance, which was strikingly beautiful. Confused, Jiang Yuanyi blinked twice. Xie Rongxuan, flustered, quickly shifted the topic. "I'm quite hungry. Let us have a meal." Jiang Yuanyi, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, called for Chuntao to prepare the food. Xie Rongxuan exhaled slowly. The two enjoyed a quiet meal together, after which Xie Rongxuan reclined tiredly against the large pillow. "Young master, the weather is delightful today. Shall we step outside for some sunlight?" Jiang Yuanyi suggested. "I'd rather not." Xie Rongxuan declined. "Just a little time in the courtyard would be beneficial for your health," she urged. "I still refuse," he insisted. Jiang Yuanyi persisted. "I want to go." "What does your desire have to do with me?" he asked. "I wish for you to accompany me," she murmured. Xie Rongxuan lifted his gaze to meet hers, and she lowered her eyes slightly, appearing soft and delicate. Unable to bear her demeanor, he swiftly threw aside the covers. Jiang Yuanyi pressed down on his hand. "Aren't we going out for sunlight?" Xie Rongxuan questioned. "You can go in a wheelchair," Jiang Yuanyi suggested. "I am capable of walking," he asserted. "That would be too taxing on your body," she coaxed gently. "Young master, please use the wheelchair. I will push you." Feeling somewhat fatigued, Xie Rongxuan acquiesced and settled into the wheelchair. Yet Jiang Yuanyi struggled to push him. He turned his head and asked, "With all the food you consume daily, where does it all go?" Jiang Yuanyi replied with a hint of indignation, "I have no idea." Xie Rongxuan's gaze inadvertently drifted to Jiang Yuanyi's noticeably full bosom. She quickly covered herself, blushing. "What are you looking at?" Xie Rongxuan unabashedly declared, "I understand now." Jiang Yuanyi stammered, What do you understand?" "I know you're eating well," he quipped. "You, Casanova!" Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, resembling an adorably fierce kitten, which made Xie Rongxuan laugh heartily. Ignoring him, Jiang Yuanyi turned away. "Xie Ping," Xie Rongxuan called out, and upon his entrance, Xie Ping was taken aback to see the young master genuinely smiling, a sight he hadn't witnessed in a long time. He mused that the young master had been married to the young master's wife for just a few days, yet her influence was remarkable. "Take me outside," Xie Rongxuan instructed. Xie Ping inquired, "Where to?" Xie Rongxuan glanced at Jiang Yuanyi. "Where should we go?" The blush on Jiang Yuanyi's face had faded, and she turned around to say, "In the courtyard." The three of them approached the stone table. The spring sunlight poured down, enveloping the surroundings in a gentle warmth. Chun Tao and Chun Li arranged tea and snacks on the stone table. Jiang Yuanyi poured a bowl of tea for Xie Rongxuan. After taking a sip, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "The snacks today look delightful. You should have some." Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "Do eat. You are quite slender," Xie Rongxuan insisted. Jiang Yuanyi continued to decline. "These are really delicious," Xie Rongxuan urged. Jiang Yuanyi remained resolute. Xie Rongxuan described the texture: crispy, soft, and sweet. This texture, Jiang Yuanyi adored it. She inquired, "How do you know?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "I had them when I was young." "When you were young?" Jiang Yuanyi expressed curiosity about Xie Rongxuan's childhood. He nodded yes. "I snuck some." Jiang Yuanyi was surprised that the esteemed heir of the Duke of Jinghua had moments of stealth. Xie Rongxuan added, "I sneaked them with Qingqing." Jiang Yuanyi asked, "You took 8 sister along?" Xie Rongxuan nodded. Jiang Yuanyi, puzzled, questioned, "Why did you bring 8 sister along to sneak a bite?" Chapter 17. Hand in hand, Xingxing and I found ourselves confined, our hunger compelling us to steal a bite to eat. Xie Rongxuan remarked. Jiang Yuanyi, taken aback, inquired. You and Xingxing are imprisoned? Who did this? Xie Rongxuan teased Jiang Yuanyi. Your father-in-law. Father-in-law? Jiang Yuanyi paused momentarily before realizing. You mean my father, Duke Jinghua? Observing her bewildered expression, Xie Rongxuan chuckled. You look rather foolish. Jiang Yuanyi retorted. You're the foolish one. Xie Rongxuan agreed. Daring to retort is indeed commendable. Rather than engage in a verbal sparring match, Jiang Yuanyi asked, Why did your father confine you and my eighth sister? Xie Rongxuan replied earnestly. Because we were competing for the rattan ball with Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan. Isn't it normal for children to squabble over things? Jiang Yuanyi questioned. With a sardonic smile, Xie Rongxuan responded. He believes that Xingxing and I were bullying Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan, hence our confinement. Jiang Yuanyi tentatively asked, Surely, it cannot be just you and the eighth sister who are confined? Xie Rongxuan confirmed. Indeed, it is only Xingxing and me. What about Xie Rongxuan and his sister? Jiang Yuanyi inquired with confusion. Xie Rongxuan replied matter-of-factly. They are still playing with the rattan ball. On what grounds? Jiang Yuanyi frowned. It was clearly a playful skirmish among 4 children. Why are only you 2 being punished? Xie Rongxuan smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Father has a fondness for Aunt Jiang. Even so, his favoritism shouldn't extend this far. Jiang Yuanyi expressed her bewilderment. Xie Rongxuan looked at her. Father has favored Aunt Jiang since childhood. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuanyi asked, Were they childhood sweethearts? Xie Rongxuan nodded. Jiang Yuanyi recalled what Xie Qingqing had said the previous day about Duke Jinghua's affection for Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan. She had thought of it merely as favoritism towards a concubine, not realizing the depth of their connection. She queried, Then why did he marry my mother instead of Aunt Jiang? Xie Rongxuan explained, My mother comes from a prestigious lineage, whereas Aunt Jiang is a commoner. Jiang Yuanyi found herself at a loss for words. Since she had already married into the Duke's household, Xie Rongxuan felt no need for secrecy, stating, While he sought to marry my mother, he also took Aunt Jiang as a concubine, compelling my mother to bear 3 children, my elder sister, myself, and Xingxing, while willingly having Aunt Jiang bear Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan. This, Xie Rongxuan's eyes turned icy. He shows no regard for my mother's 3 children, spending his days with Xie Rongxuan and his siblings, playing, studying, and dining. Your father is truly excessive. Jiang Yuanyi sympathized. You must have endured considerable hardship in your childhood. Xie Rongxuan replied bluntly, Not more than you. In an instant, Jiang Yuanyi retracted her sympathy. Xie Rongxuan continued, Grandfather always protected us. After his passing, I ventured to the battlefield, earning accolades as a grand general, while my sister entered the palace as a consort. Father no longer dared to neglect us. Your grace is indeed formidable, Jiang Yuanyi sincerely remarked. Xie Rongxuan's gaze deepened. Now that I have fallen ill, he begins to stir restlessly. Jiang Yuanyi pondered for a moment before asking, Are you suggesting that he intends to bestow the title of heir upon Xie Rongxuan? How did you know? Xie Rongxuan raised an eyebrow. Jiang Yuanyi candidly remarked that Xingxing had mentioned this. Xie Rongxuan inquired if she had bullied her, to which Jiang Yuanyi quickly replied in the negative. Xie Rongxuan nodded and added that she was straightforward and meant no harm, but if Jiang Yuanyi found her behavior disagreeable, she could certainly reprimand her directly. Jiang Yuanyi then probed further into the earlier topic, asking what her father, who was restlessly stirring, might do. You shall find out tomorrow. Xie Rongxuan responded. Tomorrow? So soon? Jiang Yuanyi thought it would take at least 2 months. Xie Rongxuan affirmed that the next day marked the 15th, the day of the family reunion banquet. The reunion banquet? Jiang Yuanyi echoed, to which Xie Rongxuan explained the tradition established by their grandfather. Each 15th day of the month, a reunion dinner was held. Jiang Yuanyi surmised it was to strengthen familial bonds. Indeed, Xie Rongxuan confirmed, unless commanded by the emperor or in matters of life and death, everyone must attend. Jiang Yuanyi, with a hint of worry, asked what her father would do the next day. Xie Rongxuan took a sip of tea and replied, He will merely pave the way for Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi cradled her teacup and queried, And what about you? Xie Rongxuan, unperturbed, said, "We'll see when the time comes." Jiang Yuanyi had initially believed that by healing or prolonging Xie Rongxuan's life, Xie Rongxuan would lose his chance to become the heir of the Duke of Jing's residence. However, she was taken aback to discover that Xie Rongxuan, the Duke, and Jiang Yuanyi all seemed to wish for Xie Rongxuan's premature demise. It was truly outrageous. Now, not only was she exerting all her efforts to heal or extend Xie Rongxuan's life, but she also desired to assist him in living well. Thus, she inquired, "What can I do?" Xie Rongxuan gazed at Jiang Yuanyi and asked, "You?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded vigorously, yes. Xie Rongxuan contemplated seriously before saying, "There's no need for you to do anything." "Ah, I have thought of something," Jiang Yuanyi declared. "What is it?" Xie Rongxuan asked. "I must familiarize myself with the customs surrounding the reunion banquet, so as not to lose composure," Jiang Yuanyi explained. On the second day, after marrying into the Duke of Jing's residence, when she offered tea to the Duke and Duchess, she had not anticipated the multitude of people in Xianshang Hall, causing her legs to weaken and subjecting her to ridicule from Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan, seemingly unconcerned, reassured her, "With me around, that won't happen." Jiang Yuanyi insisted, "No, I want to perform well on my own." "I will teach you," Xie Rongxuan offered. However, Jiang Yuanyi was skeptical of his adherence to etiquette. "Sure enough," Xie Rongxuan next remarked, "just treat those who nitpick as mere cats and dogs." "I knew it. I knew he wouldn't have anything good to say," Jiang Yuanyi said, rising. "I'll go find Granny's son." "And what about me?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Jiang Yuanyi replied, "You should bask in the sun a little longer." Xie Rongxuan was reluctant. Jiang Yuanyi noticed and reassured him, "I will accompany you with Granny's son shortly." Only then did Xie Rongxuan relent. Jiang Yuanyi and Granny Sun settled beside Xie Rongxuan, discussing the details of the reunion banquet, its location, time, dishes, and attendees. Meanwhile, Xie Rongxuan sat nearby, engrossed in a book. Jiang Yuanyi caught a glimpse of something darting across Xie Rongxuan's neck, but upon focusing, she saw nothing. She continued to converse with Aunt Sun about the reunion banquet until the night deepened into silence. Aunt Sun retired for the evening. Xie Rongxuan had already succumbed to slumber in bed. Jiang Yuanyi secured the door, retrieved her silver needles, and first pricked Xie Rongxuan's baiha and yintang acupoints, inducing him into a profound sleep to prevent him from awakening midway. She then disrobed him and proceeded to administer another round of acupuncture. At dawn the following day, she paid her respects to the Wang family alone before returning to select garments. "Young master, young mistress, it is time for us to depart," Aunt Sun announced in the late afternoon. Jiang Yuanyi pushed Xie Rongxuan's wheelchair. Surprised, Xie Rongxuan inquired, "You can manage to push it?" Jiang Yuanyi explained, "I lacked experience when I pushed for the first time yesterday. Today, I discovered the need for finesse." Xie Rongxuan remarked, "You are quite clever." Another compliment. Jiang Yuanyi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Xie Ping, you take over the pushing," Xie Rongxuan suggested. Jiang Yuanyi quickly interjected, "I am capable of pushing. I do not pay Xie Ping for nothing each month." Xie Rongxuan replied, "Xie Ping, please assist." Xie Ping, slightly awkward, responded, "Young mistress, allow me." Jiang Yuanyi then moved beside Xie Rongxuan. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand, causing her to stiffen in surprise. "Why such a reaction? Am I a venomous serpent or a ferocious beast?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Jiang Yuanyi stammered, "And no, that is not it." Xie Rongxuan continued, "In this household, there are many sycophants. Should they learn that you are not favored by the master, they would trample upon you." Jiang Yuanyi understood that Xie Rongxuan was offering her support, which touched her heart, and she reciprocated by holding Xie Rongxuan's large hand. This time, Xie Rongxuan froze in surprise. Jiang Yuanyi softly retorted, "Why such a reaction? Am I a venomous serpent or a ferocious beast?" Chapter 18. Partiality upon witnessing the rare, playful demeanor of Jiang Yuanyi, vibrant and spirited. Xie Rongxuan could not help but chuckle, remarking, "You learn quite swiftly." Jiang Yuanyi, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. In a buoyant mood, Xie Rongxuan turned to Xie Ping and said, "Take your time. There is no need to rush." Xie Ping replied affirmatively, "Yes." The group ambled towards Hixin Garden, encountering several servants along the way. The servants, aware that the young lady Jiang Yuanyi was the illegitimate daughter of the Dongning Marquis as household, regarded her with a degree of disdain, knowing her marriage was intended to bring good fortune. However, when they observe her hand in hand with the illustrious yet temperamental heir, exuding affection, they silently congratulated themselves for not having slighted the young lady, for such a slight would have led to repercussions. Jiang Yuanyi, who was not well received by her mother and sister in their household, was surprised to find respect from the servants in the Jingwu Duke's residence. She inwardly expressed her gratitude to Xie Rongxuan and could not resist stealing a glance at him. Noticing her gaze, Xie Rongxuan teased, "If you wish to look, then look directly. Why sneak peeks like a cat?" Jiang Yuanyi retorted, "I'm not a cat." Xie Rongxuan countered, "Then you are indeed sneaking a look." "I am not a cat," Jiang Yuanyi insisted, attempting to shift the topic. Xie Rongxuan followed her lead, stating, "Then you must be a mouse." "I'm not a mouse either," Jiang Yuanyi continued her denials. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Then what are you?" Jiang Yuanyi replied earnestly, "I am a person." Xie Rongxuan pressed on. "What kind of person?" "A good person," she asserted. He scoffed, "Typically, those who claim to be good are not truly good." Jiang Yuanyi challenged, "Who says that?" With a smirk, Xie Rongxuan proclaimed, "I am saying it." Jiang Yuanyi corrected him, "The heir is mistaken." Xie Rongxuan laughed and asked, "In what way am I mistaken?" Jiang Yuanyi explained solemnly, "A good person who claims to be good is indeed good. A bad person claiming to be good is merely deceitful." Xie Rongxuan, in high spirits, remarked, "Your reasoning is quite convoluted." Jiang Yuanyi denied, "I am not." As they conversed back and forth, they found no hint of boredom. Xie Ping, Chuntao Chunli, and Granny Sun stifled their laughter. Oblivious to their audience, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan approached the entrance of a Xin garden, gradually quieting as they passed through the moon gate and navigated around a rockery to discover a long table set before the pavilion. The Jingwu Duke, Lady Wang, and concubine Jiang were already seated. "Are you nervous?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "Not at all." Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, having mentally prepared herself in advance. Xie Rongxuan nodded. "Indeed, there is no need for anxiety." The pair approached the Jingwu Duke, addressing him, "Father, Mother." "Rongxuan, how is your health?" The Duke's voice held no trace of concern. Xie Rongxuan replied coolly, "Quite well." The Duke did not pursue the matter further, instructing, "Take your wife to her seat." Xie Rongxuan guided Jiang Yuanyi to sit beside the Jingwu Duke and Lady Wang, with Xie Qingqing on the other side. "You didn't falter earlier. You performed admirably," Xie Qingqing said proudly. To Jiang Yuanyi's surprise, Xie Qingqing had been paying attention to him. He smiled and replied, "I will continue to strive." "That is good," Xie Qingqing said. "Is everyone present?" inquired Duke Jing. Xie Rongxing stood up, surveying the room, and declared, "Father, they have all arrived." Duke Jing gazed with satisfaction at Xie Rongxing, as if he had accomplished a significant feat for the nation, and said, "Then let the banquet commence." Xie Rongxing raised his voice, proclaiming, "Let the banquet begin." The servants began to serve the dishes, and soon the long table was laden with a variety of exquisite delicacies. Duke Jing and Lady Wang were the first to help themselves, followed by Jiang Yuanyi and the others. Each person savored their meal leisurely. Even the children remained quiet. After reaching a comfortable fullness, Duke Jing set down his chopsticks and spoke of familial harmony and prosperity. Lady Wang led a chorus of agreement, presenting an image of domestic bliss. Duke Jing relished the moment, but suddenly shifted his tone, saying now that Rongxian is unwell and the Duke's estate is bustling. "We are fortunate to have Rongxing's assistance. Here it comes. Here it comes." Jiang Yuanyi thought, eager to discern Duke Jing's intentions. Lady Wang, sensing the shift, furrowed her brow. Xie Qingqing muttered under her breath, seemingly chastising Duke Jing and his cohort. Meanwhile, concubine Jiang and her children awaited the Duke's next words with anticipation. After marrying and having children, Rongxing had become notably more composed, yet still had much to learn. Duke Jing, meeting expectations, continued, "Rongxian, you know many people. Introduce a few to your elder brother, so he may broaden his horizons and better manage the Duke's estate in the future." Ah, indeed. He was truly eager to bestow the title of heir upon Xie Rongxing without any pretense. Jiang Yuanyi, having spent recent days with Xie Rongxuan, felt a surge of rebellion within her, unable to tolerate the situation. Without much thought, she interjected, "Father, my husband is unwell and lacks the energy to be burdened with such matters." Duke Jing was momentarily taken aback. Lady Wang had not anticipated her frail daughter-in-law would speak up in defense of her son. Xie Qingqing was bewildered by Jiang Yuanyi's unexpected stance. The concubine's illegitimate sons and daughters were equally astonished. Xie Rongxuan, fully aware of his impending mortality, had long desired for his mother, sister, and wife to grow strong, as he could not protect them forever. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi, though delicate, had now openly defied Duke Jing. It was all for him. He stood in silence for a moment, the tempest of anger and gloom within him dissipating as he gazed intently at Jiang Yuanyi. She awaited Duke Jing's response, who found himself at a loss for words. Concubine Jiang, intent on having her son inherit the title, was not one to concede easily. She forced a smile and said, "We are aware that the heir has been unwell for the past 2 years. However, considering the future of the Duke's estate, I believe the heir would be willing to exert himself a little." Xie Rongxuan chimed in, "Indeed." Xie Rongxuan nodded. A few letters of introduction would suffice. Xie Rongxuan added, "Such a simple matter." The Duke of Jing said, "Rongxian, you. It is true that Xie Rongxuan possesses numerous connections, and entrusting them to Xie Rongxuan would not pose an issue. However, he was reluctant to allow the Duke of Jinghua and Xie Rongxuan to merely reap the benefits. Thus, he interjected, "Father, I have faith in my second brother's capabilities. He will undoubtedly forge his own alliances, manage the affairs of the Duke's residence, and ensure your peace of mind." Madame Jiang and Xie Rongxuan, among others, were displeased by this statement. The Duke of Jinghua furrowed his brow. Although he lacked the audacity to command Xie Rongxuan to relinquish his connections, he realized he must accommodate Madame Jiang and her son in some manner. "You speak well, Rongxian," he conceded. "Your Grace." Madame Jiang protested, unwilling to accept this. Xie Rongxuan's displeasure was palpable, while Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were exceedingly irate. The Duke raised his hand to silence the four of them, fixing his gaze upon Xie Rongxuan, and inquired, "Would it be acceptable for your second brother to pay a visit?" Chapter 19. Departure and visits. Was it not to leverage Xie Rongxuan's reputation to forge connections? Wang, Xie Qingqing, and Jiang Yuanyi discerned the intentions of the Duke of Jinghua. Xie Rongxuan replied indifferently, "I have stated my faith in my elder brother's capabilities. He is adept at cultivating relationships and ensuring the well-being of the Duke of Jinghua's household, thereby assuaging our father's concerns." The Duke inquired, "You do not oppose?" Xie Rongxuan countered, "Why should I oppose?" That is well, the Duke affirmed. Xie Rongxuan discreetly gestured to Jiang Yuanyi to remain silent. Though perplexed, Jiang Yuanyi chose not to speak further. Observing Xie Rongxuan's calm demeanor, Wang felt assured that her son had a means to navigate the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with her daughter, Xie Qingqing. Although Xie Qingqing yearned to retort against the Duke, she ultimately restrained herself. However, concubine Jiang expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Your Grace." Xie Rongxuan sought to voice his desires further. "Father, but the Duke interjected, "Enough, let us eat a bit more, lest the food grows cold." Concubine Jiang and Xie Rongxuan refrained from further protest. Before long, the reunion banquet concluded. The Duke and Wang departed from Machine Garden, followed by Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan. Concubine Jiang, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan vented their frustrations at several servants. Jiang Yuanyi overheard, remarking, "They are quite irate." Xie Rongxuan smirked slightly indeed. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuanyi inquired about his confusion. "You have consented to them using your name to befriend your acquaintances, yet they remain upset. Why is that?" Xie Rongxuan explained, "They have not gained anything tangible." Worried, Jiang Yuanyi asked, "Might their actions affect you?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "Perhaps," as they distanced themselves from Machine Garden. Accompanied by the trustworthy Xie Ping and others, Jiang Yuanyi boldly asked, "What impact could there be?" Xie Rongxuan elucidated, "My friends may be disturbed and subsequently seek compensation from me." Jiang Yuanyi gasped in astonishment. "Ah?" Xie Rongxuan chuckled, "Compensation for a banquet." Jiang Yuanyi exhaled in relief, questioning, Is there truly no one who would befriend Xie Rongxuan? That depends on the company he chooses to keep. You do not associate with unsavory characters, do you? Indeed. Then Xie Rongxuan is. That burden falls upon him. Xie Rongxuan grinned. Jiang Yuanyi remarked. You're not scheming against Xie Rongxuan, are you? Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi, retorting, if his intentions are pure, then he shall be fine. If they are not, that is his own affair, not mine. Jiang Yuanyi scrutinized Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan met his gaze. What is it? Young master, you are remarkably astute, having received countless praises throughout his life. Xie Rongxuan felt an unspoken delight at Jiang Yuanyi's admiration, and in a spirit of reciprocity, complimented, you have shown considerable courage today. Suddenly recalling his refusal of the Duke's proposition, Jiang Yuanyi felt a wave of apprehension. Fear not, there is nothing to worry about. You have done splendidly, Xie Rongxuan affirmed. Jiang Yuanyi felt inexplicably emboldened. In the face of injustice, one must summon the courage to act boldly. As their conversation unfolded, the two returned to the Shenxing courtyard. Bathed in the soft glow of the room's light, Jiang Yuanyi noticed the pallor on Xie Rongxuan's face and promptly instructed Chun'ao to bring him some medicine. After he took the medicine, she gently advised him to retire early. Xie Rongxuan, recognizing his fatigue, did not resist and soon succumbed to slumber after his evening rituals. Jiang Yuanyi quietly administered acupuncture to him, reflecting on the peculiar behavior exhibited by Duke Jing and concubine Jiang earlier that day. Her determination to heal Xie Rongxuan intensified. Yet despite her and Dr. Jia's extensive research through numerous medical texts, they had yet to uncover any semblance of his unusual ailment. A wave of frustration washed over her until a recollection struck her. A remark made about the abundance of medical books in the bookshop, filled with remedies for various perplexing maladies, some of which were indeed effective. Yes, the bookshop held countless tomes of remedies. She resolved to procure a few volumes to explore, hopeful for a breakthrough. Elated by this prospect, she remembered her status as the daughter-in-law of Duke Jing, which constrained her ability to leave the estate freely. Thus, she decided to converse with Madame Wang the following day. Consequently, she paid her respects to Madame Wang punctually the next morning. Yuanyi, you've come. Madame Wang greeted her with a warm smile, taking her hand affectionately. Xie Qingqing chimed in, fourth sister-in-law, you are here. The mother-daughter duo's enthusiastic reception left Jiang Yuanyi astonished. You were right to protect Rongxuan yesterday, Madame Wang remarked. Xie Qingqing nodded in agreement. Otherwise, concubine Jiang and her sons would have prevailed. Ah, so that was the matter. Jiang Yuanyi had not anticipated that her impulsive act would garner the favor of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Elated, she shared updates about Xie Rongxuan's condition, noting their cheerful demeanor. Seizing the moment, she expressed her desire to visit the bookshop. By all means, Madame Wang readily acquiesced. Xie Qingqing added, Mother, I shall accompany her. Have you completed your studies? Xie Qingqing's enthusiasm dampened momentarily. Madame Wang turned to Jiang Yuanyi, advising, dress modestly and bring along several attendants. Yes, mother, she replied. Then, off you go. Emerging from Xianjing Hall, Jiang Yuanyi felt lighthearted, a smile gracing her lips as she returned to Shenxing courtyard. Xie Rongxuan awaited her for dinner, inquiring, What brings you such joy? She recounted the events that had transpired and mentioned, I am heading out to purchase books, and my mother has consented. What books do you intend to acquire? Xie Rongxuan asked. Medical texts, she replied. Are there not medical books within the estate? He countered. I have perused them all. She answered. Quite an extensive reading you've undertaken, he remarked, astonished. Yet, much remains to be explored, she replied. I shall accompany you, Xie Rongxuan insisted. That will not do. Jiang Yuanyi immediately countered. Xie Rongxuan was taken aback. You were exposed to the wind at Hexin Garden yesterday. Further exertion may be detrimental to your health. He regarded her in silence. I shall return promptly once I procure the books. Jiang Yuanyi assured him, feigning compliance. Xie Rongxuan relented. Very well, go ahead, but ensure to bring ample company. Jiang Yuanyi changed her attire and set forth with Chun'ao from Shenxing courtyard. Sitting alone in the courtyard, Xie Rongxuan basked in the sun, suddenly finding the experience rather dull. Chunli, push me inside, he requested. Spring Pear remarked, The young master's wife has asked you to bask in the sun a little longer. Xie Rongxuan cast a sidelong glance at Spring Pear, who promptly ushered him into the room. He picked up a military treatise, usually engrossing him completely, yet today, he found himself unable to concentrate. He called out, "Spring Pear." "Yes, young master," she replied hurriedly. After a moment of silence, Xie Rongxuan finally inquired, "How many guards did the lady bring?" "6," Spring Pear answered. Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow. "Why not bring a few more?" Spring Pear explained, "Normally, when the 8th miss goes out, she only takes 4. "Understood," he replied. Spring Pear then retreated behind the curtain. Once more, Xie Rongxuan called, "Spring Pear." "Yes, young master." She reappeared. He asked, "How long has the lady been gone?" "Half an hour," Spring Pear responded. "Only half an hour? Why does it feel as though half a day has passed?" Xie Rongxuan said impatiently, "Understood." Spring Pear again withdrew behind the curtain. A short while later, Xie Rongxuan called again. Spring Pear hurried forward, "Yes, young master." He asked once more, "How long has the lady been gone?" Chapter 20. All soaked, the young master has always been carefree and uninhibited. It was the first time that Chun-Li witnessed him incessantly inquiring about someone, and she dared not shatter the moment, merely resigning herself to his repeated questions, silently praying for the return of the young mistress. Jiang Yuanyi and Chun Tao had just entered a bookshop. "I will go ask the owner where the medical books are," Chun Tao suggested. "I saw them," Jiang Yuanyi replied, heading toward the corner of the bookshelf. Chun Tao hurriedly followed her. Jiang Yuanyi pulled out a book from the shelf, one she had not seen before. Although the content was somewhat absurd, the peculiar illness of Xie Rongxuan warranted her cursory examination, and she handed it over to Chun Tao. "Did you buy it?" Chun Tao inquired. "Yes." Jiang Yuanyi continued to browse. Before long, Chun Tao had amassed 5 or 6 volumes in her arms. Jiang Yuanyi paid the silver and proceeded to other bookstores to make further purchases. The stack of medical books in Chun Tao's embrace grew heavier. "Is it heavy?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. Chun Tao, possessing great strength, replied, "Not heavy." Relishing this rare outing, Jiang Yuanyi wished to acquire more, stating, "Then I shall take a look over there." Chun Tao agreed, "All right." After wandering for a while, they found themselves unable to discover any different medical texts. Jiang Yuanyi declared, "All right, no more browsing. Shall we return to the residence?" Chun Tao queried. "Yes." Noticing the towering stack of books in Chun Tao's arms, Jiang Yuanyi took a few from her. "I can manage," Chun Tao insisted. "I will share the burden." Jiang Yuanyi repeated. Chun Tao had served many masters, yet the young mistress was the kindest, and she held her in high regard. Unaware of Chun Tao's sentiments, Jiang Yuanyi gazed up at the overcast sky, remarking, "It seems it will rain. We must hurry back." Chun Tao also glanced upwards. Upon withdrawing her gaze, Jiang Yuanyi caught a glimpse of Xie Rongxuan on the second floor of Tianxianglu. "Second master," Chun Tao whispered. "Lower your voice," Jiang Yuanyi cautioned. Chun Tao quickly lowered her tone. "Young mistress, it is the second master." Xie Rongxuan was seated with several elegantly dressed gentlemen, enjoying a lively conversation, seemingly forming new acquaintances, perhaps friends of Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi averted her gaze, stating, "I have seen enough. Let us hasten our return." "The carriage is on another street," Chun Tao informed. "Let us go." As they walked, a sudden gust of wind swept through, rustling the papers and cloth curtains around them. A drop of rain fell unexpectedly to the ground. Both Chun Tao and Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, "It's raining." "Then let us run," Chun Tao urged. "Protect the books. Do not let them get wet," Jiang Yuanyi admonished, clutching the medical text tightly. Chun Tao buried her head into the books, and the two immediately took off. Little did they know, the spring rain began to pour down furiously, the raindrops particularly large. "Madam, the rain is getting heavier," Chun Tao noted. "Indeed," Jiang Yuanyi responded, half of her body already drenched. "We still have quite a distance to reach the carriage." Having traversed several streets for the sake of acquiring medical books, Jiang Yuanyi urged, "Quickly now." "But you are soaked," Chun Tao pointed out. "It is of no consequence. You will catch a cold. Do not let the medical books get wet." Jiang Yuanyi harbored a profound affection for books. Spring Tao could only continue her swift pace, cradling the tome in her arms. Jiang Yuanyi cast her gaze forward, only to be startled as she collided with a soft wall. Raising her head, she beheld Xie Rongxuan standing before her, holding a black umbrella, his features strikingly handsome. She exclaimed, "Young master, what brings you here?" "I am here to escort you," Xie Rongxuan replied directly. Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily taken aback. He then inquired, "Why is there no umbrella in the carriage?" Jiang Yuanyi regained her composure and responded, "When we set out, the sun was shining brightly. The rain has grown quite heavy, young master and young mistress. We should hasten to the carriage," Spring Li interjected. "Indeed, let us make haste," Jiang Yuanyi said, handing the medical book to Spring Li. "Do not let it get wet. You and Spring Tao share an umbrella." "Understood," Spring Li replied. Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly took Xie Rongxuan's hand and made her way to the carriage. Xie Rongxuan pointed ahead there. Upon seeing the carriage Xie Rongxuan occupied, which was far larger and more substantial than her own, she told Spring Tao and Spring Li, "You both should take my carriage." "Very well," they replied in unison. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan entered the carriage, closing the umbrella behind them. "To the manor," Xie Rongxuan instructed. "Yes," Xie Ping responded from the front. Jiang Yuanyi assisted Xie Rongxuan in taking a seat, then asked, "Young master, why are you walking again?" "Just a short distance," Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi chose not to press the matter further, but upon noticing the dampness on his clothes, she exclaimed, "You've gotten wet." Xie Rongxuan glanced at his sleeve and remarked, "Only the sleeve has dampened slightly. Your hair is also wet. It is of no concern. What if you fall ill?" Jiang Yuanyi fretted over the potential deterioration of Xie Rongxuan's health and quickly retrieved a thin blanket from the carriage, wrapping it around him. "I'm not cold," Xie Rongxuan insisted. "With the spring chill and the rain, it's easy to catch a cold," she cautioned. Noticing that Jiang Yuanyi's clothing was also drenched, Xie Rongxuan silently pulled the blanket from around himself and draped it over her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuanyi asked, confused. "You are also wet," he stated matter-of-factly. "I am fine. My constitution is strong," she protested, but Xie Rongxuan insisted on covering her. In their gentle tussle, they both ended up wrapped in the blanket. Jiang Yuanyi looked at Xie Rongxuan and said, "Let us leave it as it is." "Very well," Xie Rongxuan agreed. Not wishing to further complicate matters, Jiang Yuanyi inched closer to him, inadvertently brushing against his hand. Xie Rongxuan was momentarily taken aback. "Your hand is so cold, and yet you claim not to feel it," Jiang Yuanyi said, holding his hand in hers, rubbing it gently while blowing warmth onto it. "I truly do not feel cold. By the time you realize you are cold, it may be too late to avoid catching a chill. Your body is not like that of an ordinary person." Xie Rongxuan could distinctly sense the softness of Jiang Yuanyi's hand, and his gaze was drawn to her petite face, pale and delicate, adorned with droplets of rain, exuding a refreshing allure that captivated him. Jiang Yuanyi was wholly focused on Xie Rongxuan. "Are other parts cold?" "Not cold," he replied, lost in thought. "Do you feel any discomfort?" "No. Once we return home, you must drink some ginger tea." "All right. You are quite obedient," Jiang Yuanyi remarked in surprise, her gaze meeting Xie Rongxuan's dark eyes, which seemed to harbor unspoken emotions. Her heart raced unexpectedly as she realized her hands were still clasped around his. Flustered, she quickly released him. Xie Rongxuan withdrew his hands. Jiang Yuanyi felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated leaving. However, Xie Rongxuan grasped her wrist and said, "It's cold." Jiang Yuanyi assumed he was referring to himself, rendering her momentarily still. She then took his large hand again and said, "Let me warm you up a bit more." Xie Rongxuan recognized her misunderstanding but felt no urge to clarify, allowing her to rub his hands while a smile crept onto his lips without his awareness. "Are you still cold?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired with concern. Chapter 21. "Right here, it's not cold anymore," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Jiang Yuanyi nodded and said, "We must drink ginger tea when we return." "Very well," Xie Rongxuan replied. The tumultuous beating of Jiang Yuanyi's heart had yet to subside. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, she suddenly recalled a scene she had witnessed on the street and remarked, "Young master, I just saw Xie Rongxuan." "Where?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "At Tianxiang Tower," Jiang Yuanyi responded. Xie Rongxuan pondered the location of Tianxiang Tower and asked, "Did you go to Tianxiang Tower?" "No." I merely looked up at the sky and saw him dining on the second floor with someone. Xie Rongxuan queried, with whom? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, saying, I do not recognize them, but you might. Xie Rongxuan thought for a moment and replied, Yes, I should know. Jiang Yuanyi speculated, Is it one of your friends? Xie Rongxuan nodded, Indeed. Jiang Yuanyi inferred correctly. Xie Rongxuan continued, Xie Rongxing intentionally chose a conspicuous location to dine. Jiang Yuanyi, perplexed, asked, Was that deliberate? Yes. Xie Rongxuan elucidated, He desires others to know he has associated with a legitimate nobleman, thereby allowing him to cultivate connections with more influential figures in the future. Jiang Yuanyi sighed softly. Xie Rongxuan, keenly perceptive, inquired why the sigh. While covering Xie Rongxuan's hands, Jiang Yuanyi responded, It is evident that the Duke of Jinghua is already a prominent figure in dying, yet they still seek to climb the social ladder. She abruptly halted her words. Xie Rongxuan asked, Why did you stop? Realizing she had overstepped, Jiang Yuanyi quickly shook her head, unable to meet Xie Rongxuan's gaze. However, Xie Rongxuan discerned her meaning and chuckled derisively. What kind of nobles are they? Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze to Xie Rongxuan, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Xie Rongxuan stated, The Duke of Jinghua holds an inherited title, and Xie Rongxing is his illegitimate eldest son. At their age, lacking merit or talent, if they continue to engage in petty networking, they are unlikely to retain the title of Duke of Jinghua in the future. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by Xie Rongxuan's candid characterization of the Duke and his son. Xie Rongxuan added, I have never engaged in such matters. Jiang Yuanyi was astonished. Xie Rongxuan declared proudly, I am the noble. Indeed, Xie Rongxuan possessed a mastery of both literary and martial skills, and his assertion did not come across as frivolous. Rather, it exuded an air of dignified confidence. Jiang Yuanyi felt a sense of clarity within her and remarked, You speak the truth, young master, but will Xie Rongxing succeed? Success or failure rests entirely with him, Xie Rongxuan replied nonchalantly. The thought of Xie Rongxing's gaze upon her filled Jiang Yuanyi with revulsion. She wished for his failure, yet refrained from voicing her sentiments. At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and she raised her voice, saying, We have arrived. Young master, young mistress, we have reached the Duke of Jinghua's residence, Xie Ping announced. It is still raining. You should return in the wheelchair. Jiang Yuanyi expressed her concern for Xie Rongxuan's comfort. Xie Rongxuan replied, It is of no concern. I shall walk back. Given the rain, Jiang Yuanyi recognized that a wheelchair would be inconvenient and did not insist further. She removed the thin blanket and, together with Xie Rongxuan, alighted from the carriage. Xie Ping and Chun Li sheltered under an umbrella, waiting. Xie Rongxuan stepped beneath Xie Ping's umbrella. Jiang Yuanyi shared an umbrella with Chun Li. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of moisture, rendering the air particularly brisk. Jiang Yuanyi shivered slightly, yet her concern was for Xie Rongxuan, prompting her to exclaim, Xie Ping, do ensure that the young master does not get drenched. Indeed, young master's wife, Xie Ping replied. Jiang Yuanyi continued, We shall proceed along the corridor shortly. Xie Ping responded affirmatively, Yes, young master's wife. And do not fret over me. Focus on your own path, Xie Rongxuan interjected, glancing back. Jiang Yuanyi intended to assure him of her well-being when her foot suddenly slipped. Young master's wife. Chun Li swiftly caught Jiang Yuanyi. When Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze, she anticipated to see Xie Rongxuan mocking her or reveling in her misfortune, but was instead met with his profound concern. Are you unharmed? Xie Rongxuan approached. Please, young master, do not come closer. You'll get wet. Walk carefully, and I shall manage, Jiang Yuanyi urged. Xie Rongxuan nodded and proceeded forward, with Jiang Yuanyi trailing behind. The group ventured together through the rain at the Jinghua Duke's residence for a while before returning to the Xinxing courtyard along the corridor. Chun Tao, prepare some hot water, Jiang Yuanyi instructed. Certainly, Chun Tao replied promptly. Chun Li, brew some ginger tea, Jiang Yuanyi directed Chun Li, young master's wife. The ginger tea is already prepared. When the sky grew overcast, Xie Rongxuan took several umbrellas outside to fetch Jiang Yuanyi, while Granny Sun, concerned for their well-being, had prepared ginger tea in advance. Chun Li, please fetch a hot water bottle, Jiang Yuanyi said. Understood, Shunli Anolaja. Jiang Yuanyi ushered Xie Rongxuan into the cleansing chamber, saying, Young master, you must soak in the hot water at once. Xie Rongxuan assumed Jiang Yuanyi intended for him to bathe, but was surprised to find she was preparing for him. Hurry! Jiang Yuanyi was deeply anxious that Xie Rongxuan should not fall ill. Sensing her earnestness, he did not refuse and replied, You should also bathe and change. Very well, you go first. Xie Rongxuan soon completed his bath. Granny Sun brought in steaming ginger tea, saying, Young master, drink it while it's hot. And where is the young master's wife? Xie Rongxuan inquired. She is organizing medical texts in the outer room. Please drink, young master. All right, he consented, sipping a bowl of ginger tea. Granny Sun then handed him the hot water bottle. Although Xie Rongxuan felt warm, he had no desire for the bottle. It is from the young master's wife, Granny Sun insisted. As Xie Rongxuan headed toward the outer room, he noticed Jiang Yuanyi still clad in her earlier attire and frowned. Have you not bathed yet? Jiang Yuanyi turned and asked, Have you finished bathing, young master? Yes. With concern, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, Are you cold? Not at all. You should hurry and bathe, he urged. Some medical texts were caught in the rain. I will dry them off before I go. Each book could harbor a life-saving formula, compelling Jiang Yuanyi to meticulously wipe away the water stains. You may attend to that later. Hurry and bathe and change, he insisted. I will be done shortly, she replied, continuing to wipe. Allow me to help. Xie Rongxuan stepped forward. Jiang Yuanyi turned around and said, All right. Xie Rongxuan urged, Hurry and take a bath. Understood. Jiang Yuanyi instructed Chun Tao and the others. Do not touch the medical books. Let them dry naturally. Yes, they responded in unison. Jiang Yuanyi immediately dashed into the cleansing room, and upon emerging after bathing, he found Xie Rongxuan seated on the bed. Drink some ginger tea, Xie Rongxuan said. Jiang Yuanyi picked up the ginger tea from the table and drank it in one swift motion before stepping towards the door. Where are you going? Xie Rongxuan inquired. As he walked, Jiang Yuanyi replied, I'm going to the outer room to look at the medical books. You can read them right here, Xie Rongxuan insisted firmly. Jiang Yuanyi paused, turning back in confusion to look at Xie Rongxuan, and asked why. Chapter 22. Sleeping in separate beds, Xie Rongxuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yuanyi gestured towards the outer room and said, The books are all in the outer room. Xie Rongxuan replied, It's cold in the outer room. Cold? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Yes, it is indeed cold. Xie Rongxuan felt that this reasoning was quite sound and continued, Have Chun Tao and Chunli bring the medical books inside. You can read them in the bedroom. Reading in any place is the same, he added. Jiang Yuanyi rarely contradicted Xie Rongxuan and naturally nodded. Then I shall read in the bedroom. Xie Rongxuan promptly called for Chun Tao and Chun Li to carry out the task. Before long, Jiang Yuanyi settled at the desk in the bedroom to peruse the medical texts. Xie Rongxuan reclined against a large pillow, engrossed in his reading while Chun Tao busied herself with tea and water. Chun Li cast a furtive glance at Xie Rongxuan, thinking to herself, Indeed, whenever the lady of the house is present, the young master becomes tranquil. She could not help but stifle a laugh. Chun Tao noticed and silently mouthed, What are you laughing at? Chun Li shook her head, signaling that it was nothing, yet witnessing the harmonious presence of the young master and mistress. A strikingly beautiful couple resembling a captivating painting brought a smile to her lips. Chun Tao looked on in confusion. Chun Li continued to gaze sweetly at Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi. Both Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi remained absorbed in their respective books, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Chun Tao and Chun Li. They continued their reading until noon, shared a meal, and took a leisurely stroll afterward. As Xie Rongxuan prepared for an afternoon nap, he inquired, Shall we rest for a while? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. I wish to continue reading the medical texts. Xie Rongxuan remarked, There is no need to rush. How can I not be anxious? My days are slipping away. However, not wanting to impose pressure on Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi replied, I cannot sleep. You may rest. Xie Rongxuan did not insist, for his body could no longer withstand the fatigue, and he soon drifted into slumber. Jiang Yuanyi remained seated, engrossed in her studies, from midday to afternoon, afternoon to evening, and evening to night. It is time to sleep, Xie Rongxuan said. Jiang Yuanyi, without lifting her gaze, replied, "Just a bit longer. I wish to read a little more." "Is it truly that captivating?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Jiang Yuanyi had not anticipated the array of peculiar texts within the bookshop. Her curiosity was piqued, and she yearned to devour all the medical literature in hopes of discovering a remedy for Xie Rongxuan. "It is already quite late. Let us continue this tomorrow," Xie Rongxuan urged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi glanced at the hourglass on the windowsill, realizing it was nearly the hour of the pig. She had yet to administer acupuncture to Xie Rongxuan, so she hastily closed the book, climbed onto the bed, and turned to him, saying, "Young master, it's time to sleep." "I cannot sleep," Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi insisted, "It is truly late." Xie Rongxuan asked, "Oh, so you are aware it is late? Have I disturbed you?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired cautiously. Xie Rongxuan feigned seriousness. "Indeed, you have disturbed me." Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily at a loss, asking, "Then what shall we do?" Observing her bewildered expression, Xie Rongxuan felt a playful urge arise within him and deliberately questioned, "What do you think we should do?" Jiang Yuanyi hesitated for a moment and said, "What if?" Xie Rongxuan, curious about how Jiang Yuanyi intended to make amends, inquired, "What if what?" Jiang Yuanyi tentatively proposed, "What if I lull you to sleep?" Intrigued, Xie Rongxuan asked, "How would you do that?" After pondering briefly, Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Then I could tell you a story." "A story? A bedtime story? How delightful!" Xie Rongxuan said, struggling to suppress a smile. "You could tell stories?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "When I was little and threw tantrums, my mother and sister would tell me stories." Xie Rongxuan, gazing at the soft and delicate Jiang Yuanyi, asked in surprise, "You threw tantrums?" "When I was younger," Jiang Yuanyi admitted. "Well, you don't seem as obedient as you appear. You must have quite the temper." Jiang Yuanyi retorted, "I did throw tantrums as a child, but I'm very well behaved now. My mother and sister both say I am." "Is that so?" Xie Rongxuan was skeptical. "I am well behaved," Jiang Yuanyi insisted. With a smile playing on his lips, Xie Rongxuan said, all right, you are well behaved. Please tell your story." Jiang Yuanyi began, "Once upon a time, there was a mountain." "Go on," Xie Rongxuan said, sitting back comfortably. Jiang Yuanyi took a moment to gather her thoughts and began to weave the tale of the mountain. Her voice was soft and gentle, narrating a heartwarming story that imparted a sense of tranquil time. A faint layer of candlelight fell upon her face, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty that captivated Xie Rongxuan's gaze. Suddenly, he felt that it would be truly wonderful to remain with her like this forever. And as he watched, his eyes gradually closed. Noticing he had drifted off to sleep, Jiang Yuanyi quietly ceased her narration, slowly sat up, and carefully got out of bed. She moved the candle to the bedside and took out her medicine box, preparing to administer acupuncture to Xie Rongxuan once more. Perhaps due to her intense focus on reading that day, she felt an unusual heaviness in her body while withdrawing the needles. She did not dwell on it. After putting away the medicine box, she climbed back into bed and fell asleep. In a hazy state, she heard the voice of Chun Tao, Lady of the Air. Jiang Yuanyi replied softly, "Lady of the Air, it's time to pay respects to the Duchess," Chun Tao said. Jiang Yuanyi, feeling utterly drained, sat up slowly, took a moment to gather herself, dressed, washed up, and went to greet Lady Wang. Upon returning to the Xinxing courtyard, she encountered Dr. Jia emerging from the bedroom. Lady of the Air, Dr. Jia greeted her with a bow. "Dr. Jia, how is the air today?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Dr. Jia gestured toward the nearby stone table, saying, "Please, Lady of the Air." The two sat at the stone table, discussing Xie Rongxuan's condition for quite some time. As their conversation progressed, Dr. Jia noticed Jiang Yuanyi's complexion growing increasingly pallid. "Lady of the Air, are you feeling unwell?" he asked. "I may have caught a chill," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Let me prescribe you some medicine," Dr. Jia offered. Jiang Yuanyi interjected, "There's no need. I just need some rest." Every medicine carries some degree of toxicity. For a slight chill, drinking warm water, resting, and sweating it out will suffice. There is truly no need for more medicine, she reasoned. Dr. Jia nodded. "Then please rest well, Lady of the Air. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Jiang Yuanyi acknowledged him with a nod. "Doctor." Jia rose and said, "Then I shall take my leave." Jiang Yuanyi stood to see him off, saying, "Dr. Jia, travel safely." Once Dr. Jia departed, Jiang Yuanyi felt an increasing weariness and retreated to her chamber. Upon entering, she found Xie Rongxuan seated on the bed, who immediately noticed her pallor and inquired, "What troubles you?" Jiang Yuanyi, puzzled, approached him. Xie Rongxuan asked earnestly, "Are you feeling unwell?" "I feel a bit off," Jiang Yuanyi confessed, not concealing her discomfort, as she leaned to grasp the quilt from the bed. Xie Rongxuan, with a look of confusion, queried, "What do you need the quilt for?" Jiang Yuanyi clutched the quilt tightly and replied, "I'm going to the warm chamber to sleep." "Why sleep in the warm chamber?" Xie Rongxuan reached out to grasp Jiang Yuanyi's arm. Startled, she quickly recoiled, stating, "I've caught a chill. You mustn't touch me, or you too may fall ill." "It's of no consequence," he reassured her. "It is of great importance. Please keep your distance. I shall feel better after a brief rest." With the quilt in her embrace, Jiang Yuanyi turned resolutely toward the warm chamber without a backward glance. Chapter 23. Reluctance to let go. "You have yet to have breakfast," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Jiang Yuanyi replied, "No need, Your Highness. Please take your time." Xie Rongxuan remained silent. Jiang Yuanyi truly lacked any appetite as she strode into the warm chamber, quickly spread the bedding, removed her shoes, and nestled into the quilt, instantly enveloped in comfort. However, after a short while, an unsettling chill began to envelop her. Curse this unseasonable cold. She instinctively curled tighter, yet the more she curled, the colder she felt. She wished to rise and fetch another blanket, but her eyes refused to open, and she began to emit soft whimpers of discomfort. "What are you whining about?" Xie Rongxuan entered the warm chamber and beheld Jiang Yuanyi entirely ensconced in the quilt, softly whimpering. Jiang Yuanyi instinctively replied, "Cold. How can you still be cold in such a manner?" Noting that the chill indeed felt more pronounced today, Xie Rongxuan instructed Chun Tao to bring another blanket for Jiang Yuanyi. Just as she began to feel comfortable again, she resumed her whimpering. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Still cold?" Jiang Yuanyi responded in a muffled tone, At that moment, Xie Rongxuan sensed something amiss. He swiftly lifted the quilt covering Jiang Yuanyi and was startled to see her fair, delicate face flushed. Alarm surged within him as he called out, "Chun Tao." "Yes." Chun Tao replied. "Fetch Dr. Jia," he instructed. "Understood." In no time, Dr. Jia arrived, carrying his medicine box. Upon seeing Jiang Yuanyi's condition, he gasped. She was just fine a moment ago. How could she suddenly have a fever? Xie Rongxuan urged, "Quickly examine her." After a thorough examination, Dr. Jia declared, "It is a fever caused by a chill." Xie Rongxuan, observing Jiang Yuanyi's bewildered expression, asked, "How could it be so serious?" Dr. Jia explained, "It is likely that the young lady has been under constant strain. After being chilled, the evil energy has penetrated her defenses, resulting in a violent onset of illness." "Constant strain?" Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow. Dr. Jia opened his medicine box. "Your Highness, I have some ready herbs here. I shall prepare a remedy for the young lady." Xie Rongxuan snapped back to attention. "Make haste." Dr. Jia prepared several packets of medicine, and Chun Tao hurried to brew them. Jiang Yuanyi unconsciously drank a bowl of bitter medicine and lay back down, losing track of time until discomfort returned. "Young lady," Chun Tao called softly. Jiang Yuanyi grunted in distress. Chun Tao, concerned, said, "Your Highness, the young lady has developed a fever again." Dr. Jia stated that she must sweat it out to fully recover. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi has already taken 2 doses of medicine without significant improvement. Xie Rongxuan frowned. "Continue brewing the medicine." "Yes." Chun Tao then brought forth a steaming bowl of medicine. Xie Rongxuan settled at the head of the bed and directly embraced Jiang Yuanyi in his arms. Chun Tao was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Sun gasped in alarm, "Your Highness, the young lady has caught a chill. This could lead to infection." Xie Rongxuan dismissed her concern. "It matters not." But Xie Rongxuan ignored Aunt Sun and extended his hand to Chun Tao. "The medicine, please." Chun Tao regained her composure and swiftly handed a bowl of medicine to Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan scooped a spoonful of medicinal liquid, gently blew on it, and then brought it to Jiang Yuanyi's lips, saying, "Yuanyi, drink the medicine." With her eyes tightly closed, Jiang Yuanyi opened her small mouth. Seeing this, Xie Rongxuan smiled slightly and remarked, "You're quite obedient." Yet, Jiang Yuanyi furrowed her brow and exclaimed, bitter. Xie Rongxuan spoke in a firm tone, bitter or not. You must drink it. Reluctantly, Jiang Yuanyi sipped the medicine until it was all gone. Xie Rongxuan then handed the bowl to Chuntao, instructing, it's quite late. You all may leave. Aunt Sun, concerned, asked, what about the young madam? Xie Rongxuan replied, I will stay here. That won't do. The young master is unwell, she protested. I am perfectly fine. Should anything arise, I will call for you. Ever since Jiang Yuanyi married in, Xie Rongxuan had genuinely felt much lighter in spirit. Aunt Sun hesitated to say more, fearing to upset the young master, and finally said, if the young master requires anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Before departing with Chuntao, Xie Rongxuan placed Jiang Yuanyi onto the bed, but she suddenly clung to his arm, refusing to let go. He was taken aback. Like a little kitten, Jiang Yuanyi nestled against him, softly murmuring, Mother, mother, I feel unwell. Xie Rongxuan's heart softened involuntarily, and his tone became tender. Now you know what it feels like to be unwell? Jiang Yuanyi drowsily replied. Who was it that claimed to be in good health? He inquired. Jiang Yuanyi absent-mindedly hummed in response. So engrossed in your medical texts, yet reluctant to bathe and rest, he chided. You must be ill then. Cold, very cold. Despite his gentle reprimands, Xie Rongxuan had already removed his shoes and lay down beside Jiang Yuanyi, tucking the blankets tightly around them, asking, Are you still cold? Cold. Very cold, she whimpered, her voice tinged with tears. He tightened his embrace around her. Instantly, Jiang Yuanyi felt warmth enveloping her. Her arms instinctively wrapped around Xie Rongxuan's sturdy waist, her face pressed against his warm chest. Xie Rongxuan understood that Jiang Yuanyi had a delicate and soft disposition, with occasional hints of stubbornness and rebellion. However, he was unprepared for the softness and sweetness of her form, which stirred within him a desire to hold her closer. He could not help but tighten his embrace just a little more. Jiang Yuanyi let out a soft sound of discomfort. Xie Rongxuan was startled awake. Quickly loosening his arms, dismissing his chaotic thoughts, and focusing on warming her. The continuous warmth surrounded her, and Jiang Yuanyi finally ceased to feel cold. Her body and mind gradually relaxed, her brows unfurling as she drifted into slumber. The next morning, she awoke, feeling light and warm. You're awake. A voice chimed from above. Jiang Yuanyi lifted her head to see Xie Rongxuan's handsome face, belatedly realizing she was lying in his embrace. In disbelief, she stammered, Why, young master? Yes, it is this young master, Xie Rongxuan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yuanyi suddenly awakened, as if from a dream, sitting upright to behold Xie Rongxuan clad in a thin garment, revealing a substantial expanse of taut skin. Glancing down at her own similar attire, she turned her gaze back to Xie Rongxuan and stammered, Why you? We? Xie Rongxuan inquired, Do you not recall anything? Jiang Yuanyi retorted, Recall what? Upon witnessing the dazed expression on Jiang Yuanyi's face, Xie Rongxuan could not resist teasing her, saying, Last night, you complained of feeling cold, clinging to me and repeatedly calling out, Husband, husband, hold me, hold me. Impossible. Jiang Yuanyi firmly denied, yet suddenly, vivid memories of the previous night surged in her mind, feeling feverish, alternating between discomfort and chills, and then grasping something warm tightly before drifting off to sleep. Is it really impossible? Xie Rongxuan asked with a smile. Instantly, she felt a pang of guilt and cautiously inquired, Did I truly hold on to you without letting go? Chapter 24. An incident indeed, Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi stammered, Aye. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. She gasped in surprise. Without further ado, Xie Rongxuan yanked the blanket over both of them, saying, You've just recovered from fever. Do you wish to catch a chill and suffer again? Jiang Yuanyi, still dazed, found herself nestled against Xie Rongxuan. However, clarity struck her. It was her first time so intimately close to a man. Acutely aware of his warmth and firmness, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she ceased her fidgeting, stuttering, I need to get up. Xie Rongxuan, genuinely concerned for her well-being, drew her closer. Yet, upon noticing her rosy face, all his senses heightened. Her body felt soft and fragrant, her breath shallow, causing him to tense involuntarily. As he attempted to speak, their words collided. "You go first," they both exclaimed simultaneously. "No, you go first," they echoed once more, leading to an awkward silence between them. After a moment, Xie Rongxuan broke the quiet. "Let Chun Tao bring you some clothes." Jiang Yuanyi replied softly. "It's rather chilly today. Dress warmly," Xie Rongxuan advised. "All right," she acknowledged. "Chun Tao," Xie Rongxuan called. Chun Tao promptly entered and stood behind the screen, responding, "Young master." "Prepare some thicker clothing for the young mistress," he instructed. "Yes," Jiang Yuanyi added, "and some for the young master as well." "Understood." Chun Tao turned to fetch the garments. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan remained in their position. "Still feeling unwell?" Xie Rongxuan inquired gently. "Not anymore," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "I still have to take some medicine later." Xie Rongxuan fell silent again. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Jiang Yuanyi remarked, "Didn't you say if I caught a chill, you shouldn't come near me? Lest you catch a cold as well." "I haven't caught anything," Xie Rongxuan replied smugly. Jiang Yuanyi tilted her head slightly to gaze at his handsome profile. "Aren't you feeling unwell?" "Not at all." Realizing that her cold was merely a result of exposure and not contagious, Jiang Yuanyi felt reassured. "Thank you, young master." "Thank for what?" "For helping me reduce my fever." Although she couldn't recall everything from before her slumber, Jiang Yuanyi knew Xie Rongxuan had held her close to induce perspiration. "And what else?" Xie Rongxuan leaned in slightly. Jiang Yuanyi's nose nearly brushed against his, her heart racing as she asked, "What else?" Xie Rongxuan noticed the delicate down on her porcelain skin quivering gently, sending ripples of emotion through his heart. He instinctively leaned closer to her, only to be struck by the thought of his limited time left. He halted abruptly and said, "Also, don't become too fond of me." Jiang Yuanyi's heart momentarily slowed. "I will soon be gone." Xie Rongxuan forcibly turned his head, avoiding Jiang Yuanyi's gaze, and sought to calm his emotions. "Do not speak of death," he urged, for Jiang Yuanyi harbored a profound aversion to such words. "I speak only the truth. Until that moment arrives." "It is not the truth," Jiang Yuanyi paused. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "And what else?" Jiang Yuanyi resolutely replied, "Moreover, I will exert every effort to heal you." After a brief silence, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "Do not burden yourself with so many concerns." Jiang Yuanyi was puzzled. "Dr. Jia stated that your recurrent fevers are due to a chill and mental strain." Since her marriage into the Jinghui Duke's household, Jiang Yuanyi had indeed lived with great caution, fearing her ignorance of customs, making mistakes, and worrying about Xie Rongxuan's health. "Do not fret so much. Hold your head high and live boldly. Even if I were to die, I can assure you and your mother a tranquil life," Xie Rongxuan declared. For the first time, aside from her mother and sister, someone wished for her to live a peaceful life, causing Jiang Yuanyi's heart to feel as though it were steeped in sour water, both bitter and swollen. Yet, she countered Xie Rongxuan, saying, "Do not speak of death." At this, Xie Rongxuan chuckled. Jiang Yuanyi solemnly asserted, "I shall certainly heal you," though she had declared her intent to treat Xie Rongxuan numerous times. Today marked the first occasion she had claimed she would heal him, an endeavor deemed impossible by imperial doctors, household physicians, and even wandering healers. Xie Rongxuan was uncertain from whence this young lady derived her confidence, yet he wished not to dishearten her, so he replied, "Very well, but do not remain so tense. Live your life with ease." "Indeed, I shall," Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. "I will keep my word." "Yes, young master, young mistress, the garments have arrived," Chun Tao whispered from the doorway, anxious about witnessing something inappropriate. "Enter," Xie Rongxuan instructed. Chun Tao entered, carrying 2 sets of clothing. Jiang Yuanyi lifted her head towards Xie Rongxuan and said, "Young master." "What is it?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Jiang Yuanyi replied softly, "You may release me now." Xie Rongxuan immediately let go. Chun Tao bowed her head, unable to look. Jiang Yuanyi's already flushed cheeks turned crimson once more as she slowly rose from Xie Rongxuan's embrace and gently descended from the bed. Xie Rongxuan felt an odd emptiness in his arms, a sensation to which he was unaccustomed. Jiang Yuanyi quickly donned her attire, and Xie Rongxuan did the same. Jiang Yuanyi then turned and said, "Young master, the bedroom is quite comfortable. You should return there to rest. Where are you going? Xie Rongxuan asked as Jiang Yuanyi moved towards the door. I'm going to pay my respects to my mother. Though it was late, she felt compelled to visit her. I have sent someone to inform her of your ill health, so she need not fret over the next few days. What did your mother say? Jiang Yuanyi asked with concern. Naturally, she wished for you to take good care of yourself, Xie Rongxuan replied. Did she say anything else? She expressed only concern for your well-being. Really? What kind of cruel person would she be to treat you harshly when you are unwell? No. My mother has never been unkind to me. Jiang Yuanyi felt that since Wang and Xie Qingqing had shown some affection towards her, it would be inappropriate for her to pay her respects. However, since Wang had advised against it, she decided to refrain from doing so. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Are you feeling hungry? Xie Rongxuan inquired. At his words, Jiang Yuanyi instantly felt a gnawing hunger. Xie Rongxuan stepped out of the warm chamber to undergo Dr. Jia's examination, and then they dined together, each taking their respective medicine, spending their time in recuperation and reading in the bedroom. Thus, 3 days passed, and Jiang Yuanyi recovered from her cold and finished her medical texts. Venturing out of the residence once more, she sought out some peculiar books, diligently studying them for several days until she finally unearthed some strange prescriptions. After conferring with Dr. Jia, she resolved to experiment with them on Xie Rongxuan. One essential ingredient was fresh peach blossoms, so she and Chuntao made their way to the small garden. Madam, what kind of peach blossoms are we to pick? Chuntao asked. You may carry the small basket. I shall do the picking, Jiang Yuanyi replied as she approached the peach tree. Madam, over there are the 6th and 7th young ladies. Chuntao whispered a caution. Jiang Yuanyi turned to see Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan plucking a few fresh flowers and playing with them. The two sisters noticed Jiang Yuanyi as well. Habitually putting on a disdainful expression, they suddenly recalled how she and Xie Rongxuan had scolded them the other day, causing a momentary unease, prompting them to glance around. Not spotting Xie Rongxuan, they both sighed in relief and resumed their haughty demeanor, perfunctorily greeting 4th sister-in-law, 6th younger sister, 7th younger sister. Jiang Yuanyi returned the courtesy. What brings 4th sister-in-law here? Xie Rongxuan inquired. I'm here to pick some peach blossoms, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Oh, how delightful. How is 4th brother's health? Xie Rongxuan asked. Quite well, Jiang Yuanyi responded. That's good to hear. In recent days, many of 4th brother's friends have met with 2nd brother, and they have been singing 2nd brother's praises, Xie Rongxuan remarked. Following the previous reprimand, she refrained from openly belittling Jiang Yuanyi, yet her heart simmered with discontent. She wished to flaunt Xie Rongxing's prowess before Jiang Yuanyi, to convey that the position of a young lady of the house might soon slip from her grasp. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. Congratulations to 2nd brother, Jiang Yuanyi said calmly. Xie Rongxuan, with a smile, continued, they commend 2nd brother for his promptness in action, clarity of mind, and noble aspirations. He is truly a rare talent. Indeed, Xie Rongxuan echoed. Father is particularly pleased to hear this, Xie Rongxuan added. Xie Rongxuan supplemented. His future is limitless, insinuating that he might become the future Duke of Jinghua. As Xie Rongxuan, being Xie Rongxing's sister, naturally enjoyed a lofty status. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuanyi, eager to discern any signs of panic or sorrow on her face. Yet Jiang Yuanyi remained unperturbed. Xie Rongxuan perceived Jiang Yuanyi's composure as a mere facade and continued, My 2nd brother will. Suddenly, a young maid named Xiang Cao rushed in, breathless with urgency. 6th young lady. 6th young lady. Something has happened to 2nd master. What has occurred? Xie Rongxuan inquired. Outside the residence, a woman from a brothel is claiming to bear 2nd master's child. What? A woman from a brothel? Xie Rongxuan, who had just been extolling Xie Rongxing before Jiang Yuanyi, felt her face flush crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Chapter 25. Is he his child? Xie Rongxuan had never encountered such an outrageous situation before. That child bears an uncanny resemblance to our 2nd master. Xiang Cao asserted firmly. And it's a boy? Xie Rongxuan inquired. Xiang Cao nodded in affirmation. How old is he? After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Cao replied, about a year old, still unsteady on his feet. The more specific Xiang Cao's descriptions became, the more incredulous Xie Rongxuan felt. Were they? They're causing a commotion outside the manor, Xiang Cao recounted, having witnessed it firsthand. They say second master has abandoned them, and Aunt Jiang has gone over. Xie Rongxuan interjected. Where is second brother? Xiang Cao shook her head. Second master left the manor early. I do not know his whereabouts. Xie Rongxuan pressed further. Does the Duchess know about this? Xiang Cao replied. The Duchess is still unaware. She will likely find out soon. What a headache! Xie Rongxuan exclaimed, both embarrassed and furious. Let's go and see. The group hurriedly departed. Just as Xie Rongxuan had been singing Xie Rongxuan's praises, he had now found himself in trouble. What a fitting retribution. Chuntao, feeling a mix of satisfaction and astonishment, asked Madam. Second master had a child with a courtesan. It was no secret that many scions dallied in brothels. Jiang Yuanyi and her mother had always despised such behavior. She had not anticipated Xie Rongxuan's actions would lead to such consequences. Disdainfully, she nodded yes. That is what she said. Chuntao inquired, Madam, should we go take a look? Take a look? I do wish to see. But I am not well acquainted with many matters of the Jingwa Duke's manor and cannot recklessly intrude, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Let's first inform the young master. Chuntao readily agreed, and then posed the question, what about the peach blossoms? Jiang Yuanyi asserted, the young master's treatment is of utmost importance. Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi quickly gathered several budding peach blossoms and, accompanied by Chuntao, hurried back to the Xinxing courtyard. Xie Rongxuan was leisurely basking in the sun in the courtyard. Young master, Jiang Yuanyi called out. Upon seeing her, Xie Rongxuan smiled gently. You have returned. Jiang Yuanyi instructed Chuntao to bring the peach blossoms inside, and then approached Xie Rongxuan to discuss the matter regarding Xie Rongxing and the courtesan. Xie Rongxuan replied nonchalantly. I'm already aware. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. How did you come to know? You do not think I, as the young master, am oblivious, do you? Xie Rongxuan stated candidly. I have my people throughout the Jingwa Duke's manor. Indeed, at such a young age, Xie Rongxuan had already attained the title of a great general. Naturally, he possessed exceptional capabilities, easily winning the loyalty of those within the manor. However, Jiang Yuanyi remained curious and asked, Young master, is that child truly second brother's? Xie Rongxuan nodded. It is likely so. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, how shall we handle this? Xie Rongxuan responded, Aunt Jiang will find a way to accommodate the mother and child. Will Aunt Jiang not harm them? She asked. Not for the time being. Xie Rongxuan elucidated. The woman has already made the matter of the child public. If something were to happen to her now, everyone would attribute it to Aunt Jiang, and they would regard her and her companions with disdain. This reasoning was sound. Jiang Yuanyi continued to inquire, how will father deal with Xie Rongxuan? Her curiosity was endearing, prompting Xie Rongxuan to smile and respond, would you like to find out? Let us go to mother and witness it ourselves. Indeed, to Xianjing Hall, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed. After all, Wang Shi was the matriarch of the Duke of Jingwa's household, and it was only right that Aunt Jiang report the affair involving the courtesan and the child to Wang Shi, and subsequently to the Duke. Jiang Yuanyi eagerly offered. I shall push you. Let Chuntao do the pushing, Xie Rongxuan suggested. I shall do it, Jiang Yuanyi insisted. Xie Rongxuan relented, and the two made their way to Xianjing Hall, where they found Wang Shi in a fit of rage, exclaiming, outrageous. The esteemed second master of the Duke of Jingwa has actually fathered a child with a courtesan. What is so outrageous about it? This is precisely what he is capable of, Xie Rongxuan interjected. Upon seeing Xie Rongxuan, Wang Shi inquired, Rongxuan, you are aware of this matter? Xie Rongxuan nodded. Xie Qingqing added, Fourth brother, take care of yourself, and do not become agitated. I'm not agitated, Xie Rongxuan replied with a smile. Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing truly did not direct their ire towards Xie Rongxuan. This is Xie Rongxing's doing. Why should mother be upset? Xie Rongxuan questioned. Wang Shi, focusing on a larger picture, remarked, he will tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Jingwa's household. Has a reputation of the Duke of Jingwa's household ever been exemplary? Xie Rongxuan countered. Indeed, the household had once enjoyed a stellar reputation, but since the passing of the late Duke, the current Duke had achieved little. Had it not been for Xie Rongxuan's remarkable accomplishments, the Duke's household would have long been held in contempt. In essence, The public's regard for the Duke of Jinghua hinged solely upon Xie Rongxuan. As long as she maintained her standing, Xie Rongxuan, an unremarkable illegitimate son, could indulge in disgraceful conduct, damaging only his own character and affecting Aunt Jiang and her son, without shaking the household's reputation. Wang Shi had, just moments ago, been horrified by Xie Rongxuan's actions, her thoughts in disarray. However, upon Xie Rongxuan's reminder, clarity returned, and she stated, "Then let your father and Aunt Jiang handle this. I shall merely observe." Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. The more Wang Shi pondered, the more she perceived this as a trivial matter, her spirits lifting as she turned to converse with Jiang Yuanyi, who responded to her every remark. And Rongxuan? The Duke of Jinghua approached, fury etched across his face. Wang Shi immediately feigned ignorance, asking, "What has transpired, Your Grace?" Jiang Yuanyi marveled at Wang Shi's performance. The Duke, oblivious to any inconsistencies, recounted the affair involving the courtesan and the child. Wang Shi pretended to be taken aback, exclaiming, "Such a thing!" At that moment, Aunt Jiang appeared, followed closely by Xie Rongxuan, Xie Rongqing, and Xie Rongxuan. The Duke of Jinghua, upon sighting Xie Rongxuan, erupted in fury, pointing at him and demanding, "Is that woman a courtesan?" "Yes, she is a courtesan. The child is indeed his own, and he has always believed his actions to be shrouded in secrecy. Who would have guessed that the courtesan would uncover his identity and boldly shout at the gates of the Duke of Jing's residence? It is utterly unimaginable, is it not?" The Duke of Jing bellowed. Xie Rongxuan and his companions were taken aback. Wang and Xie Qingqing did not anticipate such an explosive outburst from the Duke. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand. Jiang Yuanyi, taken aback, looked down at Xie Rongxuan. "Fear not, for I am here," Xie Rongxuan whispered softly. Jiang Yuanyi heard his words clearly. The warmth from Xie Rongxuan's hand flowed through her fingertips and into her heart, carrying a hint of sweetness. She quietly savored the warmth, the breadth, and the slight calluses on Xie Rongxuan's hand before finally responding, "Yes, I'm not afraid." Madame Jiang fervently defended her son, proclaiming, "Your Grace, this matter cannot be blamed on Rongxuan. It is that woman's licentiousness that led him astray." Xie Rongxuan quickly affirmed, "Yes, Father, she seduced me." Madame Jiang stepped forward, asserting, "Your Grace, listen to what my son says. Do you trust others over your own child?" Though the Duke of Jing was ineffectual, he was exceedingly concerned about the reputation of himself and his household. The more he listened to Madame Jiang's explanations, the angrier he became. He forcefully pushed her aside and approached Xie Rongxuan, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap across Xie Rongxuan's face. "Do you still deny it?" Xie Rongxuan had committed numerous misdeeds throughout his life, and even during conflicts with his siblings, he had never been struck. To his astonishment, the Duke of Jing would hit him over this incident. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground. "Rongxuan!" Madame Jiang cried out. "Second brother." Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan hurried to assist him. Wang and Xie Qingqing stood in shock. Jiang Yuanyi observed quietly. Xie Rongxuan imperceptibly lifted the corners of his mouth. The Duke of Jing, having acted impulsively, regretted his actions upon witnessing Xie Rongxuan's fall. "Rongxuan, are you all right?" "Ah, you are bleeding," Madame Jiang exclaimed. Hearing this, the Duke hurried over. "Rongxuan." Madame Jiang seized the Duke's hand and struck her own face, pleading, "If you must strike someone, then strike me. Kill me. Just kill me." Chapter 26. The Uproar Jiang Clan. "How can you behave this way? Release me." The Duke of Jing, filled with shame and anger, attempted to withdraw his hand. Yet, concubine Jiang clung to him, continuing to cry out, "Just kill me. Go ahead and kill me." The Duke retorted sharply, "Let go." Unyieldingly, concubine Jiang insisted, "Do not strike our son. If you must, then take my life. Father, do not hit mother. She knows nothing of this. Strike me instead." Xie Rongxuan stepped forward, grasping the Duke's other hand and bringing it toward his own face. "Father, hit me instead." Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan followed suit, rushing forward. The four of them, mother and sons, vied to receive the punishment. The Duke found himself encircled amidst an uproar. The scene was utterly chaotic. Jiang Yuanyi had always believed that esteemed households like the Duke of Jing's would uphold decorum and propriety. She could scarcely fathom such a display of discord. Instinctively, she glanced at Xie Rongxuan, who quietly inquired, "Do you find this scene displeasing?" Indeed, it was unsightly, yet Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Xie Rongxuan, perceiving her thoughts, remarked, "Wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Whether among commoners or nobility, it is all the same. One must simply grow accustomed to it." Accustomed? Is this something one can truly become accustomed to? Jiang Yi furtively cast a glance at Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing, noticing no signs of disturbance. It seemed they had genuinely grown accustomed to such chaos. Once more, she sensed the Duke's favoritism towards concubine Jiang and her sons. In a hushed tone, she asked Xie Rongxuan, "Young master, do you believe this matter will simply blow over?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "There will indeed be some form of punishment." "Who will impose the punishment?" He added with a hint of jest, "Naturally, it shall be your father-in-law." Jiang Yuanyi expressed a tinge of sympathy, saying, "And mother will merely observe." Xie Rongxuan smirked slightly. Jiang Yuanyi cast another glance at the still disruptive Jiang family, inquiring, "How will father deal with them?" Xie Rongxuan responded with practiced ease, "They will be confined for introspection, transcribe scriptures, and receive a monetary penalty." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Duke of Jing raised his voice, declaring, "Concubine Jiang shall be confined for 5 days. Rongxing and Shirlan shall transcribe scriptures for 5 days, while Rongxing shall forfeit 3 months' allowance." Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi had not anticipated that such disgraceful conduct would result in such light punishments. It was simply inconceivable. Yet, concubine Jiang appeared to be in profound distress, weeping. "Your Grace," Xie Rongxing echoed her grievance. "Father, cease your protests, otherwise the punishment will be doubled." The Duke of Jing thundered. "However, regarding the courtesan, you need not concern yourself with her." The Duke of Jing released concubine Jiang's hand and proceeded to take his seat at the head of the table, calming his ire as he turned to Wang Shi, addressing her, "Madam." Wang Shi, ever composed, replied, "Your Grace may speak freely. This matter, after all, required the matriarch's involvement." The Duke inquired, "What do you propose for handling this situation?" Wang Shi replied coolly, "I believe concubine Jiang has a point." The Duke frowned. "You wish to acquiesce to that woman's demands?" Wang Shi nodded, suppressing her distaste. "Ultimately, all she desires is silver. Are we truly considering bringing that child into our household? Children are the seeds of glory. Although Xie Rongxing has been married for many years, his wife has borne him only 2 daughters, and the concubine has yet to show any signs of pregnancy. Aunt Jiang yearns for a grandson, regardless of whether he is born of the legitimate wife or the concubine, and cannot help but voice her desire." The Duke of Jing reprimands her, commanding her to be silent. Aunt Jiang dares not speak further. The Duke then turns to Wang, asking if a child truly resides within the estate. What other option is there? Wang had once devoted herself to alleviating the Duke's burdens, yet he consistently favored Aunt Jiang, leaving her feelings of anger, curses, and tears fruitless. Now, concerning Aunt Jiang and her 4 offspring, as long as they do not tarnish the Duke's reputation, she will not inquire further. The Duke states that Rongxing's wife will certainly be unwilling to raise the child, while Aunt Jiang would likely welcome the opportunity, as Wang suggests. The Duke gazes at Aunt Jiang, who confirms her willingness to care for the child, who bears a striking resemblance to Xie Rongxing. With matters standing thus, the Duke sees no alternative and concedes, "Madam, let it be as you have suggested." Though Wang wishes to decline, she cannot refuse and responds, "Yes, Your Grace." The Duke rises and strides toward the exit. "Your Grace!" Aunt Jiang hastily follows. The 3 siblings, Xie Rongxing and his sisters, also pursue him. However, the Duke leaves the Duke's residence without looking back. With no recourse, Aunt Jiang and her children return to her residence, Iha Pavilion. "Close the door," Aunt Jiang commands. Xie Rongxing complies, shutting the door. The 4 of them quickly suppress their hurt expressions, replaced by anger. Aunt Jiang points an accusing finger at Xie Rongxing, scolding him. "The title of heir is within reach. Do you wish to hand it over to someone else?" Xie Rongxing chimes in, "Second brother, you are far too careless. This is truly a calamity." Xie Shirlan expresses her frustration. Aunt Jiang retorts sharply, "And you seek a courtesan? Are you blind?" How was I to know that wretched woman would uncover my identity? Xie Rongxuan had merely been drawn to her beauty, indulging in her company without foreseeing such consequences. Aunt Jiang, taken aback, asks, "That courtesan, does she not know who you are?" Xie Rongxuan replies truthfully, "I have never revealed my true identity." Xie Rongxuan inquires, "Then how'd she come to your door?" "How would I know?" Xie Rongxuan is utterly perplexed. "It must be those foolish friends of yours who exposed you." Aunt Jiang asserts. Xie Rongxuan defends his companions. "They had no idea I visited that particular brothel. How could they have unveiled my identity?" Aunt Jiang, upon hearing this, begins to strike Xie Rongxuan, demanding, "How many brothels have you visited?" Xie Rongxuan shields his head, responding, "In the capital, aside from that ineffectual Xie Rongxuan, which man has not frequented a few brothels? Do you think you have any justification for this?" Aunt Jiang continues to chastise him. Xie Rongxuan keeps his head protected. Xie Rongxuan pulls at Aunt Jiang, saying, "Mother, cease this for a moment. Let us consider who might have revealed second brother's identity and for what purpose." Aunt Jiang halts her actions abruptly. Xie Rongxuan lowers his arms and asks, "Who is it?" Xie Rongxuan ponders, then asks, "Could it be fourth brother?" "Impossible." Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan respond in unison. Xie Rongxuan inquired, perplexed, "Why not fourth brother? He is on the verge of death." Aunt Jiang responded. Xie Rongxuan elaborated, "I, along with my brothers, third brother, fifth brother Xie Ronglin, and ninth brother Xie Rongran, are all illegitimate sons. It matters not who becomes the heir to the Duke of Jing. To him, it is all the same. At most, he may be miserly and reluctant to bestow his treasures upon us, but there exists no need for him to conspire against me." Indeed, Xie Rongxuan concurred, nodding in agreement. Aunt Jiang, astonished, posed the question, "Then who could possibly wish harm upon Rongxuan?" The four of them speculated within the confines of Iha Pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Rongxuan had confessed before Jiang Yuanyi. "Young master, it was you. You exposed second brother's identity, prompting the courtesan to create a disturbance?" Jiang Yuanyi was utterly taken aback. Chapter 27. Scalded, Xie Rongxuan nodded, affirming, "It is I." Jiang Yuanyi could not help but raise his voice. "Why have you done this? Do you wish for Xie Rongxuan to become the future Duke of Jinghua?" Xie Rongxuan retorted. Jiang Yuanyi shook his head. "Not at all, but if Xie Rongxuan does not, then Xie Rongxuan is equally qualified. They are particularly close brothers." Xie Rongxuan continued to question, "What if neither of them takes the position? According to the order of succession in the Duke of Jinghua's household, it should fall to the fifth son, Xie Ronglin." Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Is Xie Ronglin to be the one?" Xie Rongxuan smiled without responding. Xie Ronglin is the son of concubine Xin, diligent and earnest, having quietly passed the provincial examination. If he succeeds in this spring's palace examination, he would become a Jinshi of the dying dynasty, with a limitless future, fully qualified to inherit the title of Duke of Jinghua. However, the Duke shows excessive favoritism towards concubine Jiang and her four children. Jiang Yuanyi expressed concern. But today's incident has not harmed Xie Rongxuan or the others at all. Xie Rongxuan replied, "Little by little, it will naturally lead to harm." "Little by little?" Jiang Yuanyi asked, "What else have you done?" Xie Rongxuan said, "You should be asking what Xie Rongxuan has done." Jiang Yuanyi obediently inquired, "What has he done?" Xie Rongxuan chuckled, "I truly do not know." "Do you truly not know?" Jiang Yuanyi was skeptical. Xie Rongxuan stated earnestly, "I genuinely do not know." "Then how do you plan to have them excluded?" "They will bring about their own misfortunes. We shall wait and see," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Jiang Yuanyi gazed at Xie Rongxuan, noticing his pale complexion, yet his elongated, dark eyes sparkled with a confident smile, utterly captivating. She momentarily froze, then lowered her head, murmuring, Xie Rongxuan said, "So trust my words. I can ensure your safety for a lifetime." Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan shifted the topic. "However, do not disclose this to anyone else." Jiang Yuanyi raised her eyes, asking, "Can I not tell Mother or Qingqing?" Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing had gone to handle matters regarding the courtesans and were temporarily absent. Xie Rongxuan responded, "Mother has harbored too much resentment towards father and concubine Jiang over the years. She may act out of emotion. Qingqing is quite outspoken and cannot keep secrets." Jiang Yuanyi, perplexed, asked, "Then why are you telling me? You are quite secretive." Xie Rongxuan's gaze instinctively fell upon Jiang Yuanyi's lips, unadorned but plump and inviting, causing him to feel parched. He quickly averted his gaze. Jiang Yuanyi, unaware of Xie Rongxuan's peculiar reaction, nodded. "All right, I will keep it confidential." "Confidential about what?" Suddenly, Xie Qingqing burst in with great energy. Jiang Yuanyi was startled. Xie Rongxuan, accustomed to such interruptions, asked, "Have you resolved the matter?" Xie Qingqing's attention shifted immediately. "It is all taken care of." Xie Rongxuan did not see Wang Shi and inquired, "Where is mother?" "She's behind me." "I ran back," Xie Qingqing replied. Xie Rongxuan asked, "How was it handled?" Xie Qingqing plopped down in front of Xie Rongxuan, sipping her tea with a cheerful demeanor. "I gave that courtesan 1,000 taels of silver and brought the child back," she announced. Both Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan nodded in acknowledgement. With a playful grin, Xie Qingqing continued, "Fourth brother, that courtesan was surprisingly agreeable. She took the money and left without fuss." Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. However, it was the second sister-in-law who stirred trouble at Aunt Jiang's Yi pavilion. "Trouble?" Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in surprise. Xie Qingqing's excitement bubbled over. "Yes." The second sister-in-law learned about the affair between the second brother and the courtesan and was furious. When Aunt Jiang insisted on keeping the child, she stormed into Yi pavilion. And then, Jiang Yuanyi pressed. Xie Qingqing, who had always perceived Jiang Yuanyi as timid and unadventurous, found her eagerness to join the fray endearing. She laughed, then it turned into chaos. Vases, flower pots, teapots, and teacups were all smashed, causing quite a loss. Such a commotion? Jiang Yuanyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only that, the second sister-in-law even clawed at the second brother's face. Xie Qingqing could no longer contain her laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Wang Shi, her mother, entered with a cheerful demeanor. Xie Qingqing quickly stood and linked arms with her mother, saying, "Mother, I was just telling fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law about Yi Pavilion." Although Wang Shi was the princess of Jinghua and had kept Aunt Jiang and her children in check, the favoritism shown to them by the Duke had caused her considerable frustration. Today, witnessing Aunt Jiang and her children repeatedly embarrass themselves brought her great satisfaction, and her voice was filled with delight as she inquired, "What were you discussing?" "About how the second sister-in-law clawed the second brother's face," Xie Qingqing replied. Wang Shi added, "Your second sister-in-law even got into a quarrel with Aunt Jiang. Is that so?" Xie Qingqing was unaware of this development. Wang Shi said, "I just received a report about it." "How wonderful!" Xie Qingqing exclaimed joyfully. Wang Shi shot her a warning glance. "Be cautious in your words and actions." Xie Qingqing quickly covered her mouth, yet the smile on Wang Shi's face remained. "Your second sister-in-law, Lu, though not of noble birth, is a legitimate daughter with a fiery temper. Let her and Aunt Jiang continue their quarrel." "Let them continue," Xie Qingqing echoed. Jiang Yuanyi looked toward Xie Rongxuan, who smiled faintly. Anticipation for the unfolding events filled Jiang Yuanyi's heart. "Enough chatter. We must be hungry." "Let us dine," Wang Shi declared. "Let us eat," Xie Qingqing replied. Thanks to the Duke of Jinghua and Aunt Jiang, Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing enjoyed a hearty meal that day. Wang Shi remarked, "Rongxuan has been eating much more lately." Xie Rongxuan nodded. "I have been feeling considerably lighter lately." Hearing this, Wang Shi's gaze toward Jiang Yuanyi softened. Jiang Yuanyi felt a weight upon her shoulders and said, "Mother, my husband needs to take his medicine shortly. We should return now." Wang Shi promptly replied, "Very well, you two may go back." As soon as the two returned to the Xinxing courtyard, Jiang Yuanyi instructed, "Chun Tao, fetch me some fresh peach blossoms." "Yes," Chun Tao replied promptly, darting off to comply. Jiang Yuanyi took the small basket and proceeded towards the rear courtyard. Xie Rongxuan, puzzled, inquired, "What are you going to do?" "I am preparing medicine." "You're going to make it yourself?" "This is a newly developed prescription by myself and Dr. Jia. Naturally, I must undertake the preparation myself." "Why doesn't he, Dr. Jia, make it?" "Dr. Jia is over 50. It would be inappropriate for him to do so." "You are still youthful and delicate," Xie Rongxuan interjected casually. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by Xie Rongxuan's description of her. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. She hastily declared, "I must go prepare the medicine now," and made her way to the rear courtyard, with Chun Tao hurriedly following. "Chun Tao, ignite the medicinal stove," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. "Yes," Chun Tao replied as she went to light the stove. Jiang Yuanyi inspected the medicine jar, added well water, and placed the herbs inside before approaching the stove, saying, "I will tend to the fire. Allow me to handle it," Chun Tao insisted. "This medicine requires a precise heat that you cannot manage." Upon hearing this, Chun Tao appeared contemplative. Jiang Yuanyi settled in front of the stove, removed some dry twigs, and positioned the medicine jar atop it, catching a glimpse of Xie Rongxuan in the corner of her eye. "Young master, what brings you here?" she asked. "Just curious," he replied as he rose and took a seat on a small stool beside her. "Don't sit so close. The heat from the fire is uncomfortable," Jiang Yuanyi cautioned. "I'm not so delicate," Xie Rongxuan replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the stove with a pop. "Be careful," Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed. The spark landed on Xie Rongxuan's hand, and Jiang Yuanyi immediately grasped his hand, noticing 2 red spots appearing on his pale skin. "I warned you not to sit so close. Look, you've been hurt. Does it hurt?" Chapter 28. "Bare and unhurt, how can it not hurt?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Noticing the redness, Jiang Yuanyi turned and commanded, "Chun Tao, fetch the burn ointment from the room." "Yes," Chun Tao replied, hastily darting out to the backyard. Jiang Yuanyi gently blew on Xie Rongxuan's injured hand, her breath soft and warm, like a delicate, fluffy white feather teasing the very edges of his heart. His gaze involuntarily fell upon her face, where her skin gleamed with a porcelain-like luminescence. Her long eyelashes cast a gentle shadow beneath her eyes, and her plump lips, close to his hand, appeared even more invitingly rosy. "Your Grace, bear with it," Jiang Yuanyi advised. Though Xie Rongxuan had endured countless wounds from battles, sword cuts, arrow injuries, and gunshot wounds, this minor burn seemed trivial, yet he could not suppress a soft hum of discomfort. "Madam, the medicine is here," Chun Tao announced as she hurried back. Jiang Yuanyi accepted the small box, lifted the lid, and with her fingertip, carefully applied a bit of ointment to Xie Rongxuan's burn, continuing to blow gently. "All done." Xie Rongxuan withdrew his hand, but Jiang Yuanyi unexpectedly grasped it. "What are you doing?" he asked. She placed his hand upon her knee, saying, "Do not rub off the ointment." "Understood," he replied. Noticing Xie Rongxuan was seated too close to the medicine furnace, Jiang Yuanyi urged, "Move a bit farther away." "It's of no concern," he insisted. "Please, sit further back to avoid further injury." "This little hurt is nothing," he countered, studying her earnest expression. "Yuanyi." She raised her eyes to meet his. "Yes?" "Do not grow too fond of me," he cautioned. This was the second time Xie Rongxuan had expressed such a sentiment. Jiang Yuanyi recognized his misunderstanding, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding, "Understood." Xie Rongxuan probed further. "What do you understand?" "Not to grow too fond of you," she stated plainly. Satisfied, he nodded, "As long as you know." "Now please sit further back." Returning to their initial topic, Jiang Yuanyi remarked, "You are quite stubborn." Xie Rongxuan retorted, "Why do you not sit further back?" "I must prepare the medicine," she explained. "I will keep you company while you do so," he asserted with a sense of entitlement. Observing his unwavering demeanor, Jiang Yuanyi mused on his obstinacy. Yet she had no choice but to distance herself slightly from the furnace. Noticing her movement, Xie Rongxuan followed suit, distancing himself as well. Once again, Jiang Yuanyi increased the space between them, and he did the same. This back and forth continued, with Jiang Yuanyi glancing at him, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, do not hold back," he encouraged. "You," she began. "What is it?" he teased, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yuanyi opened and closed her mouth several times before finally exclaiming, "You are quite the cunning one." Xie Rongxuan chuckled. "Is that all?" I expected a more scathing remark. "I do not curse," she replied, her limits defined. Intrigued, he offered, "Allow me to teach you." Jiang Yuanyi declined, stating, "I shall not study." When asked why, she replied, "It sounds too unpleasant." Indeed, when one insults, it is essential to do so in a harsh manner. Otherwise, what is the point of the insult? Thus, "I shall not study." The two engaged in a playful banter near the herbal stove. Chun Tao, witnessing the exchange, covered her mouth in laughter. After a while, noticing the medicine pot bubbling vigorously, she interjected, "Madam, we may add fresh peach blossoms now." "I shall do it," Jiang Yuanyi announced as she rose. Xie Rongxuan reached out to grasp Jiang Yuanyi's arm, cautioning, "Be careful of the sparks." "There are none." Jiang Yuanyi pointed to the few embers remaining in the stove. "See, there's only a trace of residual heat. Once I add the blossoms to the pot, it shall be ready to drink shortly." With that, Xie Rongxuan released her hand. Approaching the stove, Jiang Yuanyi placed the fresh peach blossoms into the pot, allowing it to steep for a moment before pouring a bowl of medicinal liquid and presenting it to Xie Rongxuan. "Your Grace, it is time to take your medicine." Xie Rongxuan glanced at it before Jiang Yuanyi cautioned, "This prescription is rather bitter. Is the Lord afraid of this?" He retorted as he tilted his head back to consume it, instantly grimacing. Jiang Yuanyi stifled a laugh. "What is so amusing?" Xie Rongxuan inquired, his expression intensifying the bitter taste. Jiang Yuanyi, still smiling, popped a candied fruit into his mouth and said softly, "This will alleviate the bitterness." The sweet flavor spread through his mouth, swiftly dispelling the bitterness, causing Xie Rongxuan to relax his brow and raise his chin, declaring, "The Lord fears not bitterness at all." Indeed, your Grace is the most resilient," Jiang Yuanyi chimed in agreement. Xie Rongxuan's tongue brushed against the candied fruit, inexplicably filling his heart with sweetness. Jiang Yuanyi then approached the wheelchair, suggesting, "Your Grace may return to take an afternoon nap now." "Very well," Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi pushed it back to the bedroom, and he soon fell asleep upon the bed. Observing him for a while and noting no peculiarities, she took a seat at the table to peruse medical texts. When Xie Rongxuan awoke, she hurriedly inquired, "Your Grace, how do you feel?" "Nothing in particular," he responded. It seemed he would need another dose of medicine before any changes could be noticed. Thus, in the afternoon, Jiang Yuanyi, accompanied by Chun Tao, went to gather fresh peach blossoms. On their way, they encountered Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan was crying due to being punished to transcribe scriptures for 5 days because of Xie Rongxuan, and having fallen and bruised half her face during a scuffle involving Jiang Yuanyi and Lu Shi. Xie Rongxuan offered her comfort. "Greetings, 6th Miss, 7th Miss," Chun Tao said, bowing. Earlier that morning, Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan had attempted to use Xie Rongxuan to belittle Jiang Yuanyi, but had failed miserably, resulting in a scandal that brought them shame. Upon calling out to their sister-in-law, they swiftly departed. Chun Tao covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. "This serves you right for trying to show off before our madam. Enough of the laughter. Let us gather the peach blossoms," Jiang Yuanyi directed. "Yes," they replied. The pair ventured to the small garden to collect some blossoms, continuing their efforts to prepare medicine for Xie Rongxuan that evening. After consuming the medicine, he retired to rest. Jiang Yuanyi quietly checked his pulse and furrowed her brow. Despite administering acupuncture daily, there had been no changes in his pulse recently. What could be the matter? Perhaps I shall try again today. She rose to place the candle upon the bedside, retrieving the medicine box and extracting silver needles and wine from within. First, she pierced Xie Rongxuan's Baihe and Yintang acupoints, inducing him into a deep slumber. As was her custom, she lifted the covers and removed Xie Rongxuan's deep robes, as well as his trousers. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback by the sight of Xie Rongxuan's dark, penetrating eyes. His gaze gradually descended, revealing his bare form, and disbelief washed over him as he looked at Jiang Yuanyi. Stammering, Jiang Yuanyi managed to utter, "I that." In an instant, Xie Rongxuan sat upright, pulling the covers around himself, and turned to Jiang Yuanyi, exclaiming, "Jiang Yuanyi, what are you doing?" Chapter 29, Weeping I'm Treating You. Jiang Yuanyi explained. Xie Rongxuan queried, perplexed, "Why are you removing my clothing to treat me?" "I must administer acupuncture, hence the need to undress," Jiang Yuanyi replied hastily. "Acupuncture?" Jiang Yuanyi defended urgently. "Yes, I will puncture various acupoints on your body. This will alleviate your discomfort." Xie Rongxuan narrowed his eyes, sharp and menacing. Jiang Yuanyi felt a jolt of fear, his legs weakening. After a moment, Xie Rongxuan asked, "So, you have been treating me every night?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "Indeed." Xie Rongxuan raised his voice. Does that mean you have been secretly undressing me every day? Jiang Yuanyi, feeling guilty, stammered, and not completely undressed. I did leave you with a modest pair of undergarments. Yet, Xie Rongxuan remained furious. Jiang Yuanyi attempted to soothe him, my lord. A physician does not shy away from their duties. Do not overthink it. I regard you solely as a patient. Patient? Xie Rongxuan questioned. Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly affirmed, yes, a physician does not shy away, and I have not gazed at you inappropriately, nor have I touched you or taken advantage. Xie Rongxuan's voice rose again. Why not look? Why not touch? Why not take advantage? Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Xie Rongxuan's insinuation. Do you find my body unappealing? Xie Rongxuan continued. Jiang Yuanyi quickly shook his head. No, not at all. Xie Rongxuan, hearing this, grew even more irate and pulled the covers over himself, intending to sleep. Wait, my lord, Jiang Yuanyi called out urgently. Xie Rongxuan glared at him, displeased. Jiang Yuanyi pointed to the silver needles in Xie Rongxuan's head. I must remove a few. Xie Rongxuan remained silent, staring at Jiang Yuanyi, his eyes ablaze with indignation, as if he might incinerate her. However, the silver needles posed a danger. Jiang Yuanyi cautiously approached, holding his breath, and carefully extracted the needles from his baihe and intang acupoints, then swiftly retreated a few steps, timidly assuring him, all removed. Xie Rongxuan turned away, lying down with his back to Jiang Yuanyi, silent as ever. Jiang Yuanyi stood frozen for a while, noticing that Xie Rongxuan had not moved for some time. He seemed to have drifted into slumber. She tiptoed to the bedside, gathering the alcohol, silver needles, and other items into her medicine box, returning it to the cabinet, and placing the candle back on its holder. Standing before the bed once more, she hesitated, then climbed onto the bed, lying beside him, glancing at Xie Rongxuan's handsome visage. But Xie Rongxuan turned over, once again facing away from her. He was not asleep after all. Jiang Yuanyi settled down slowly, unable to resist calling, my lord. Xie Rongxuan did not respond. Jiang Yuanyi softly continued, my lord, I apologize. I should have informed you beforehand, but during our previous sessions, you remained asleep, and then... My lord, I am truly sorry. Still, Xie Rongxuan offered no reply. Jiang Yuanyi continued to express his apologies, yet he received no acknowledgement from Xie Rongxuan. The following morning, Xie Rongxuan lay asleep with his back turned to Jiang Yuanyi. As usual, Jiang Yuanyi arose to dress and proceeded to Xuanjingtang to pay her respects to the Wang family. Upon her return, Dr. Jia was in the midst of taking Xie Rongxuan's pulse. The young lady of the house returned, greeted by Chunli's warm smile. Xie Rongxuan did not spare Jiang Yuanyi a glance. Shifting her gaze from Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi turned to Dr. Jia and inquired, Dr. Jia, I see you have arrived. How is the young master today? Dr. Jia withdrew his hand from Xie Rongxuan's wrist and replied, he is much the same as usual. The prescription was only administered yesterday. Its effects will not manifest immediately. We shall continue the treatment today and observe. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement, saying, very well. As Dr. Jia rose to take his leave, he remarked, if there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Allow me to see you out, Jiang Yuanyi offered. They engaged in conversation regarding Xie Rongxuan's condition as they walked. Upon reaching the entrance of Shengyin Courtyard, Dr. Jia asked, has there been a dispute between the young lady and the young master? Their usual closeness seems somewhat diminished today. Jiang Yuanyi quickly refuted, no, not at all. Dr. Jia nodded, reassured, that is good to hear. Given the young master's illness, it is imperative he does not become agitated. Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi affirmed, I shall return now. If any concerns arise, the young lady can always reach out to me. Very well, Dr. Jia, take care, she replied, watching him depart. Returning to the chamber, Jiang Yuanyi found Xie Rongxuan propped against a large welcoming pillow, engrossed in a book. Young master, shall we prepare the meal? She suggested. Xie Rongxuan continued to read, unresponsive. Shall we dine at the small table or in the outer room? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Recently, Xie Rongxuan had been able to sit in his wheelchair for part of the day, thus sometimes dining at the small table and other times in the outer room. Noticing his silence, Jiang Yuanyi hesitated before instructing, Chuntao, Chunli, please set the breakfast. Chuntao asked, where shall we set it? Taking charge, Jiang Yuanyi decided. Let be at the small table. Understood, Chuntao and Chunli replied in unison. Chuntao tidied the bedding, arranging the small table atop the bed, while Chunli carefully brought forth the dishes. After washing her hands, Jiang Yuanyi seated herself across from Xie Rongxuan, picking up her chopsticks to serve him a crystal shrimp dumpling. His favorite. Young master, do indulge. Xie Rongxuan selected a fried dough stick for himself and began to eat slowly. Noticing the neglected dumpling, Jiang Yuanyi's gaze fell, her long eyelashes quivering. Suddenly, a tear plopped into her bowl, followed by a cascade of larger tears. Startled, Xie Rongxuan inquired, what troubles you? Jiang Yuanyi quickly lowered her head. Setting down his chopsticks, Xie Rongxuan leaned forward and asked again, Yuanyi, why are you crying? Crying? Chuntao and Chunli gasped in unison, turning their attention to Jiang Yuanyi. Hastily, she laid down her chopsticks and began to wipe her tears in a flurry, saying, Young master, please eat at your leisure. I will go wash my face. She immediately stood and headed towards the cleansing room. Without hesitation, Xie Rongxuan rose and pursued her, grasping her arm. Jiang Yuanyi halted, but did not turn to face him. Xie Rongxuan, filled with anger, exclaimed, Why are you crying? Who has wronged you? I shall deal with them. Jiang Yuanyi sniffled and remained silent. Xie Rongxuan anxiously urged, Speak up. Jiang Yuanyi turned her face away. Xie Rongxuan gently lifted her chin, only to find her eyes, like red apricots, brimming with tears, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. His heart ached in response, and his voice softened involuntarily. Please, tell me what is troubling you. With a soft tone laced with grievance, Jiang Yuanyi replied, What is there to say? You never pay me any mind. Xie Rongxuan inquired, When have I ever disregarded you? Can you recall a time? Jiang Yuanyi, with tear-filled eyes, retorted. Chapter 30. A tiff. When did it begin? Last night. Xie Rongxuan ignored everyone. Jiang Yuanyi turned her small face aside and said, I know I was wrong to treat you secretly, but I just wanted you to feel a bit more comfortable. Xie Rongxuan was at a loss for words. Jiang Yuanyi continued, The 2 times I treated you in secret had excellent results. Look, you can now leave the bed for half a day. Xie Rongxuan nodded. The more Jiang Yuanyi spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, tears welling up once again. Later, I told you that Dr. Jia and I were going to treat you. Isn't it quite normal to undress during the treatment? Xie Rongxuan immediately replied, I'm sorry. Jiang Yuanyi shook off Xie Rongxuan's hand and walked inside. Xie Rongxuan grasped her again. Yuanyi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. Jiang Yuanyi struggled and cried. Xie Rongxuan's heart ached, summoning his courage. Yuanyi, please don't cry. I truly did not intend to disregard you. I'm angry with myself. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi paused her movements, her tears ceasing as she looked at Xie Rongxuan. I am angry at myself for my appearance, Xie Rongxuan confessed. Jiang Yuanyi asked in confusion, Not good looking? Because I don't wish for you to see me in this state, Xie Rongxuan replied. Born with a silver spoon. Even without the favor of the Duke of Jingwa, he had always been exceptional from a young age, excelling in literature, martial arts, and appearance, receiving adulation wherever he went. However, alas, he had fallen victim to a strange illness. For 2 years, he had spent most of his time confined to bed, his health deteriorating, thus becoming less presentable. Externally, he feigned indifference, yet internally, he loathed his current state. The fact that Jiang Yuanyi witnessed his unattractiveness shattered his pride, self-esteem, and dignity. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic, refusing her acupuncture, ignoring her, and declining the crystal shrimp dumpling she offered, not out of malice towards her, but rather in frustration at his own dismal condition, feeling utterly powerless to rectify it. He could only wait for death. For the first time, Jiang Yuanyi saw helplessness and despair in the once domineering Xie Rongxuan, causing her heart to tremble and ache profoundly. Xie Rongxuan lowered his head, unable to face Jiang Yuanyi, fearing to see disappointment, disdain, or something worse, only to hear Jiang Yuanyi urgently exclaim, You are handsome. Your body is handsome. He looked at Jiang Yuanyi in astonishment. What did you say? Jiang Yuanyi asserted firmly, I have medical skills. I can see that you possess superior bone structure. Once you recover, your physique will soon be flawless. Xie Rongxuan was momentarily taken aback, saying, "Didn't you say you hadn't seen me?" Jiang Yuanyi had not anticipated Xie Rongxuan steering the conversation here. He asked, "Do you admit you've seen me?" "I never denied it," she replied. "Then you. What I meant was that I didn't look at you indiscriminately. So the necessary observations were made." However, Jiang Yuanyi could confidently assert that Xie Rongxuan's skeletal structure was indeed remarkable. Xie Rongxuan remained silent for a moment, then asked uncertainly, "Really, I'm not unattractive?" "Of course, you are not." At that moment, a blush crept onto Jiang Yuanyi's face as she stole a glance at him. At present, her cheek still faintly glowed with a rosy hue, and she remarked, "It looks lovely." Xie Rongxuan's pride, self-respect, and dignity surged back at once, prompting him to boast. "You have never seen my former self, tall and formidable." That was perfection. Jiang Yuanyi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "At your adorableness." She replied, "How can adorable describe me?" Jiang Yuanyi suddenly became obstinate, asserting it is a fitting description. Xie Rongxuan chose not to argue, instead stating seriously, "Then will you forgive me?" "Please? Forgive you for what?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "Forgive me for not allowing you to administer acupuncture, for ignoring you, and for not eating the crystal shrimp dumplings you offered." Jiang Yuanyi nodded and then replied, "Then you must also forgive me, all right?" Xie Rongxuan asked, "Forgive you for what?" Jiang Yuanyi said, "For secretly removing your clothing." The physician does not shy away from such matters. "You are not at fault." "It was I who overthought things," Xie Rongxuan replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi felt a surge of joy. Xie Rongxuan gently said, "Then let this matter be settled, shall we?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan immediately took her hand and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "To get acupuncture." Xie Rongxuan was willing to cooperate with anything Jiang Yuanyi wished to do. There is no need for acupuncture at the moment. Why? The prescription has been changed. Acupuncture is of little use. Jiang Yuanyi was considering alternative methods. Xie Rongxuan stated, "Then let us converse. Whatever you wish to say in the future, I will listen." Jiang Yuanyi reminded, "We have yet to have breakfast." "Very well, let us have breakfast. I shall eat the crystal shrimp dumplings you offer and finish an entire plate." "Why do you want to eat so much?" "You told me to eat. I only suggested one." "Then I shall eat one. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Yuanyi, having grown up, found that aside from her mother and sister, Xie Rongxuan was the first person to treat her with such genuine kindness and affection. Her heart brimmed with happiness, warmth, and a tinge of bittersweetness, and she blinked hard to hold back her tears. "Is that all right?" Xie Rongxuan continued to ask. "Yes," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Then let us have our meal." "I wish to wash my face." "Why wash your face? You look dreadful from crying." "I didn't feel ugly just now. I forgot." "You could forget something like this?" "Go on. I shall wait for you." After washing her face, Jiang Yuanyi approached Xie Rongxuan and asked, "Is it uncomfortable standing for so long?" Xie Rongxuan candidly replied, "A bit tiring." Jiang Yuanyi quickly grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand, urging, "Then hurry and sit on the bed." Xie Rongxuan looked down at Jiang Yuanyi holding his hand tightly. Feeling a sense of joy, Jiang Yuanyi assisted Xie Rongxuan in sitting down. Once seated on the bed, Xie Rongxuan exhaled deeply. Jiang Yuanyi asked, "How do you feel?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "Much more comfortable now that I am seated." "Then let us eat," Jiang Yuanyi said. Xie Rongxuan picked up a red bean bun and offered it to Jiang Yuanyi. "Here is something you enjoy. You should eat this. It's easy to digest." Jiang Yuanyi pushed the egg custard towards Xie Rongxuan. Just moments ago, the young master appeared cold and aloof, while the young mistress wept with her head bowed. How could a visit to the cleansing chamber render their relationship so sweet, akin to honey? Chun Tao exchanged glances with Chun Li, who silently mouthed. They quarreled and have reconciled. Chun Tao replied with a similar gesture. How delightful. Chun Li nodded, and the two smiled as they observed Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, who were enjoying their breakfast with cheerfulness. Jiang Yuanyi intended to pluck peach blossoms from the small garden to prepare medicine for Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan replied, "I shall accompany you." Jiang Yuanyi insisted, "You have just stood for so long. You must be fatigued. After a meal, you have regained your strength. So it is perfect to go out and enjoy the breeze and sunlight." Thus, Jiang Yuanyi suggested, Then let us use a wheelchair. The pair made their way to the small garden, where they encountered two maids hurrying past. Xie Rongxuan cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, who promptly followed them. She soon returned to report, "Young master." Those two were made from the second mistress's quarters, mentioning that the second mistress and the second master have had yet another dispute, and they're seeking Aunt Jiang's intervention. Jiang Yuanyi inquired in astonishment, "Isn't Aunt Jiang in seclusion for reflection?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "Father's reprimands have never been particularly severe." Jiang Yuanyi was left speechless. Xie Rongxuan remarked nonchalantly, "Let them create a ruckus. It is of no consequence. Now, let us continue to gather peach blossoms." Jiang Yuanyi responded, "Indeed, let us go." They collected an ample number of blossoms. On their return, they heard that Aunt Jiang's household was in disarray once more. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan paid it no mind and proceeded directly back to Xinxin courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi prepared the medicine while Xie Rongxuan consumed it. The two engaged in reading together. Days passed in this manner, and Xie Rongxuan's pulse showed signs of improvement, much to Jiang Yuanyi's delight. At this moment, she received a letter. Upon waking from her afternoon nap, Xie Rongxuan observed her smiling foolishly as she read the letter and curiously asked, "Who has written to you?" Chapter 31. Thieving intent. Jiang Yuanyi chuckled to herself. Xie Rongxuan sat up and called out, "Yuanyi." Upon hearing her name, Jiang Yuanyi turned around, her face lighting up. "Young master, you are awake." Xie Rongxuan nodded. Have some water." Jiang Yuanyi picked up the kettle and poured water into a teacup. As Xie Rongxuan sat up, she presented the teacup to him. He accepted it, took a couple of sips, and inquired, "Who wrote the letter? You seem quite engrossed." "My sister wrote it," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Xie Rongxuan asked, "What does it say that brings you such joy?" Jiang Yuanyi took back the teacup from Xie Rongxuan's hands and placed it back on the table before sitting at the edge of the bed. "My sister said that both she and our mother have gained weight." Xie Rongxuan recalled the lean figures of Yuanyang and Jiang Yuanyi. Indeed, they were rather thin. Jiang Yuanyi, in high spirits, continued, "Do you remember the last time we returned home?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "I do. Father commanded the lady of the house, eldest sister, and second sister to stay indoors and copy scriptures for 3 months. Yes, they truly have not stepped out in these 3 months," he remarked. Xie Rongxuan commented, "Your father is more considerate than mine." "Not at all." Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, explaining, "It is because my father fears you and dares not neglect his duties. Therefore, he has been especially strict with the ladies and has treated my mother and sister exceptionally well, providing them with the finest of everything." Xie Rongxuan chuckled. "Let him continue to fear me, then." Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "Furthermore, my mother and Aunt Lu have taken charge of the household affairs, and they are doing remarkably well. Father said he would have them assist the lady of the house in managing things." "That's quite good," he acknowledged. "Once they take charge, the servants will no longer dare to look down upon your mother and sister, nor will they shortchange their allowances. They might even receive an increase in their monthly stipends, making life much more comfortable for them." A smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Yuanyi's face, radiant and soothing. Xie Rongxuan momentarily lost his train of thought. "Young master, thank you," Jiang Yuanyi said. Xie Rongxuan snapped back to reality. "Why are you thanking me again? If it weren't for you, your mother and sister wouldn't be living so well." With the gentle and courteous demeanor of Yuanyang and Jiang Yuanyi reflected in the kind-hearted and delicate Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "They deserve a good life." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Xie Rongxuan added, "You deserve it too." Jiang Yuanyi gazed at Xie Rongxuan, her brows arching in a captivating manner. His heart raced involuntarily, prompting him to avert his gaze and change the subject. "Did you not mention wanting to visit the Dongning Marquis's residence?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Not for the time being." "Why not?" "I shall return after some time." Initially, Jiang Yuanyi had planned to visit the Dongning Marquis's residence in the coming days, but with Xie Rongxuan's health improving, she wished to concentrate on his treatment and see if she could achieve further breakthroughs. Once the lady and her daughters were about to emerge, she and Xie Rongxuan would return, which would also serve to intimidate Jiang Guangshan, Jiang Gaoji, and the lady and her daughters. Xie Rongxuan did not press her. "All right, you may return whenever you wish." Jiang Yuanyi smiled. Young master, are you feeling hungry?" Xie Rongxuan remarked, a bit. Then you eat something. I will go pick the peach blossoms. Let Chun Tao do the picking. Jiang Yuanyi explained. The number of blossoming and yet-to-bloom peach flowers has diminished significantly. We must gather more blossoms today to ensure the medicinal efficacy, and Chun Tao cannot manage it alone. Xie Rongxuan prepared to rise. Then I shall accompany you. Jiang Yuanyi pressed a hand on him, saying, You should eat. I will return very soon. Growing increasingly hungry, Xie Rongxuan nodded. Jiang Yuanyi called out, Chun Li, attend to the young master's meal. Yes, Chun Li replied. Jiang Yuanyi, accompanied by Chun Tao, once again ventured into the small garden. Madam, the peach blossoms are nearly withered, Chun Tao remarked. Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi replied. After they wither, how shall we prepare medicine for the young master? We shall resort to dried peach blossoms instead. Jiang Yuanyi always had a multitude of solutions. Chun Tao inquired, astonished, dried peach blossoms will suffice? Jiang Yuanyi nodded. The effect may be slightly diminished, but we can simply add more. Chun Tao suggested, then let us commence making the dried peach blossoms. We can use fresh peach blossoms first, and in a few days of sunny weather, we will return to dry the blossoms. Agreed. The two set about collecting the fresh peach blossoms, aiming for those that were just beginning to bloom. Madam, there are many flower buds on that tree over there. I shall go pick them. Chun Tao pointed toward the distant peach tree. Jiang Yuanyi glanced and advised, go ahead, but avoid the closed buds. Focus on those that are just about to bloom. Understood. Chun Tao hurried off, climbing the tree. Be careful, Jiang Yuanyi cautioned. Do not worry, madam. Jiang Yuanyi remained in place, reaching up on her toes to pluck fresh peach blossoms when she caught sight of a figure approaching. She straightened and turned to find it was Xie Rongxuan, causing her to startle. Fourth sister-in-law, do not be afraid, Xie Rongxuan said with a smile. Jiang Yuanyi felt a flutter of fear and asked, What brings you here, second brother? I was passing by and saw fourth sister-in-law reaching for the peach blossoms. His alluring figure captivated the heart, justifying his wait here for several days. He stepped closer to Jiang Yuanyi. Instinctively, she took a step back. Xie Rongxuan feigned ignorance. Moving closer, it seems quite laborious. Do you need second brother's assistance? No, thank you. Jiang Yuanyi firmly declined. Allow me to help you. No need. Which blossom shall you pick? Xie Rongxuan inquired from beneath the tree. Jiang Yuanyi turned to leave. I have gathered enough. I will find Chun Tao. Fourth sister-in-law. Xie Rongxuan stepped directly in front of her. She nearly collided with him, her heart racing. Why do you run away upon seeing me? Xie Rongxuan asked. Yuanyi. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded. Jiang Yuanyi turned to see Xie Ping pushing Xie Rongxuan towards her. Young master, she hurried to his side. Xie Rongxuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand, and she instantly felt a sense of security. Xie Rongxuan smiled at Xie Rongxuan, leisurely calling, second brother. Xie Rongxuan met Xie Rongxuan's smiling gaze, feeling a surge of trepidation. His voice trembling slightly, fourth brother. What is second brother doing here? Just passing by. Where are you headed that you can merely pass through this place? Xie Rongxuan's voice turned icy. Xie Rongxuan, for years elder than Xie Rongxuan, had always been favored by Duke Jinghua since childhood and frequently bullied the younger Xie Rongxuan without facing any repercussions. However, there was an incident when he and Xie Sherlan secretly struck Xie Qingqing a few times. Upon discovering this, Xie Rongxuan drew a knife, his eyes burning with fury, and pursued them to the Duke's study. A violent frenzy ensued, injuring the desk, books, brush holder, and even Duke Jinghua himself. The study was stained with blood. He shouted for the guards, who finally managed to subdue Xie Rongxuan. From that day forth, they dared not harm anyone near Xie Rongxuan again. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi was simply too beautiful. Seizing the moment when Xie Rongxuan seemed to be on the brink of death, he sought to take advantage. Never expecting Xie Rongxuan's timely arrival, a chill gripped his heart as he hurriedly explained, I was merely taking a stroll and saw fourth sister-in-law picking peach blossoms. So I thought to lend a hand. Oh, Xie Rongxuan uttered indifferently. Xie Rongxuan felt a surge of fear and quickly stated, since fourth brother has arrived, I must attend to other matters. I shall take my leave. He hastily exited through another door. Xie Rongxuan stared silently at Xie Rongxuan's retreating figure. Young master, should I? Xie Ping began, but Xie Rongxuan ignored him and turned to Jiang Yuanyi. Yuanyi. Xie Ping immediately swallowed his words. Xie Rongxuan gazed at Jiang Yuanyi's exquisite features and asked, "Are you frightened?" Jiang Yuanyi, not wishing to trouble Xie Rongxuan, replied, "Not at all." Xie Rongxuan's expression darkened slightly. "Young mistress, I have gathered many peach blossoms. Look." Chun Tao joyfully approached. Xie Rongxuan queried, "Where have you been?" Upon seeing Xie Rongxuan's ashen countenance, Chun Tao felt a sudden dread. "I stayed in the firewood room for a night." Chun Tao was unaware of her transgression, but she recognized that young master rarely punished anyone. She immediately knelt and said, "I accept the punishment, young master. This matter is not Chun Tao's fault." Jiang Yuanyi quickly interceded. Xie Rongxuan replied, "Return to Xinxing courtyard first." Jiang Yuanyi and the others made their way back to the courtyard. Chun Tao set down her small basket and automatically went to the firewood room. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi began, "how can one serve their master while not being by their side? Yet, it was I who sent her to gather the peach blossoms. Sharing the same courtyard. She should have been mindful of your situation." This was the first time Jiang Yuanyi witnessed Xie Rongxuan so enraged, and she dared not retort further, softening her tone. "Then she may have dinner." Xie Rongxuan remained silent. Jiang Yuanyi grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand and said, "Young master, I truly am fine." Xie Rongxuan glanced at her. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "I know he harbors ill intentions, but you lack the ability to resist. I have some." Jiang Yuanyi produced a roll of silver needles from her bosom, saying, "Look." Jiang Yuanyi possessed commendable medical skills. Otherwise, Dr. Jiao would not consult her regarding ailments. Xie Rongxuan believed her silver needles could serve as protection, his expression softening slightly. "In the future, do not part with your silver needles." "Understood," Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan silently exhaled. "I will tend to the petals." "Go ahead." As Jiang Yuanyi departed, Xie Rongxuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Xie Ping," he called. "Yes, my lord," Xie Ping replied. "The plan has been accelerated. Let him bear the consequences." Xie Rongxuan's gaze was sharp as if laced with poison. Chapter 32. Embrace together, yes, I shall attend to it at once. Xie Ping immediately responded. Xie Rongxuan instructed, "Find some individuals to discreetly keep watch over Aunt Jiang and her companions." Xie Ping affirmed, "Understood." Xie Rongxuan added, "In my absence, you must ensure the safety of the young lady." A flicker of sorrow crossed Xie Ping's eyes as he clasped his hands in respect, replying, "Yes, young master." Xie Rongxuan waved him off, saying, "You may go now." As Xie Ping departed, Xie Rongxuan sat in his wheelchair, reflecting on the sight of Xie Rongxing pursuing Jiang Yuanyi in conversation, his fists clenched in anger, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Xie Rongxing. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi approached. Xie Rongxuan's expression returned to normal. "The sun is setting. Let us retire to our quarters," Jiang Yuanyi suggested. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. She pushed him into the bedroom. Xie Rongxuan remarked, "In the future, let Chunli stay by your side." "Chun Tao is quite capable," Jiang Yuanyi countered. Xie Rongxuan replied with dissatisfaction, "She is too impetuous. Chunli is far more reliable. Had Chunli accompanied you to the small garden today, she would have noticed Xie Rongxing drawing near." Jiang Yuanyi interjected, "It is prudent for a dependable person to attend to you." Xie Rongxuan gazed silently at Jiang Yuanyi. She continued, "Chun Tao is genuinely kind. She was not at fault today." Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan reached out, pulling Jiang Yuanyi onto his lap. Startled, she gasped. He naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his forehead against her neck, inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, which provided him with a modicum of solace. However, Jiang Yuanyi's heart raced, and she softly called out, "Young master." Xie Rongxuan was jolted back to reality and quickly released her. Believing he was uncomfortable, she hurriedly inquired, "Young master, do you feel unwell?" "No, not at all. I'm merely a bit hungry," he replied. "Dinner will be ready shortly," she assured him. Xie Rongxuan nodded. At that moment, Granny Sun approached to ask young master, "Young lady, shall I prepare the meal?" "Yes, please set in the outer room," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. "Understood," Granny Sun acknowledged. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan sat together for dinner. After bathing, Xie Rongxuan settled onto the bed while Jiang Yuanyi sat under the candlelight. Composing a letter in response to her sister, Jiang Yuanyi. She wrote about her days in the residence of the Duke of Jinghua, detailing how well everyone treated her, mentioning Xie Rongxuan. Suddenly, she recalled how he had cheered her up days prior, confronting Xie Rongxuan for her sake. And just moments ago, pulling her onto his lap. A blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart swelling with sweetness, a smile gracing her lips. "What are you grinning about?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "I am not grinning," she replied, returning to her letter. Xie Rongxuan lay on the bed, observing her earnest demeanor, pondering why he had suddenly embraced her. He decided not to dwell on it, as he believed he had little time left. Glancing at the hourglass on the windowsill, he called out, "Jiang Yuanyi." She looked up, asking, "Why do you call me by my full name?" Hearing her soft voice, Xie Rongxuan felt inclined to tease her. Jiang Yuanyi opened her mouth to call out, "Xie what?" He arched an eyebrow. Jiang Yuanyi hesitated to utter Xie Rongxuan's full name, swiftly changing the subject. "Thank you." Xie Rongxuan chuckled, "Coward. Just a coward." Jiang Yuanyi, with a facade of bravado, continued to speak of cowardice. "It's getting late. You should rest," Xie Rongxuan suggested. Jiang Yuanyi, having just finished writing, replied, "All right. You're so good." Unbeknownst to her, Xie Rongxuan's gaze softened with tenderness. She climbed into bed, nestled beside him. Xie Rongxuan, truly fatigued, gradually closed his eyes. Jiang Yuanyi, having just completed her letter, was quite spirited but refrained from disturbing him, discreetly turning to her side, her half-closed eyes admiring Xie Rongxuan's handsome profile. His features were distinctly defined. His long, thick lashes framed a prominent nose, and his lips were thin yet well-shaped. So captivating. The more she looked, the more entranced she became. The most handsome man in the world. Eventually succumbing to drowsiness, Jiang Yuanyi inched closer to him like a caterpillar. She nestled against him once, then again, finally resting her head on his shoulder and slowly shutting her eyes. Xie Rongxuan's lashes fluttered slightly before he suddenly turned, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Yuanyi, thinking he had awakened, froze in surprise. After a long pause, when he remained still, she realized he was still asleep. Ah, how comforting! Relaxing in Xie Rongxuan's arms, she drifted sweetly into slumber. Xie Rongxuan instinctively tightened his hold, a smile playing on his lips in the darkness. The following morning, Jiang Yuanyi awoke in Xie Rongxuan's embrace. She gradually sat up, then quietly got out of bed to freshen up before visiting Lady Wang. Xie Rongxuan opened his eyes, glancing at the emptiness beside him, momentarily taken aback before adjusting to the absence and sitting up. When Jiang Yuanyi returned, they shared a meal together. "Shall we pick peach blossoms later?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "The weather is splendid today. We should gather plenty and dry them," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "I'll accompany you." This time she did not refuse. "All right, Xie Rongxuan asked. "What is it? Can I go to welcome Chen Tao?" Xie Rongxuan nodded. Jiang Yuanyi said, "I will greet her." "Go ahead." Jiang Yuanyi had anticipated Xie Rongxuan would dismiss it as merely a servant, but his agreement filled her heart with joy. Setting down her bowl, she took Chun Li to the woodshed. Chen Tao was unexpectedly moved to tears upon realizing that the young lady of the house had come to greet her personally. "Chen Tao, do not hold any grievances against the young master," Jiang Yuanyi consoled her. "I bear no resentment. It was my carelessness that did not prioritize the young lady." Chen Tao replied, "The young master as punishment is justified. Henceforth, I shall always place the young lady first." Chen Tao was not foolish. She had contemplated the situation overnight and recognized her own negligence that led to Jiang Yuanyi's isolation, allowing Xie Rongxuan to take advantage. Being confined to the woodshed for a day was the young master's leniency. Jiang Yuanyi had not anticipated that a single punishment could render Chen Tao even more loyal. She marveled at Xie Rongxuan's skill in managing people, touched by his efforts to win hearts for her. Nodding, she said, "It's good that you understand. Go wash up, eat something, and rest well." Chen Tao eagerly responded, "I need no rest. I can serve the young lady." Jiang Yuanyi declined, stating that she needed to rest first, as they would be gathering peach blossoms together in the coming days. Spring Tao did not insist further and replied affirmatively. After resolving matters with Spring Tao, Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, Spring Pear, and Xie Ping proceeded to the small garden, where they collected numerous peach blossoms to bring back. Granny Sun had already set out several winnowing baskets in the backyard. Jiang Yuanyi and Spring Pear meticulously washed the petals and spread them evenly in the baskets, while Xie Rongxuan observed serenely from the side. When Xie Ping returned from an errand, he leaned in to whisper to Xie Rongxuan, "Young master, everything has been taken care of." Xie Rongxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Unaware of their exchange, Jiang Yuanyi remained focused on drying the peach blossoms. The following day, she and Spring Tao, along with Spring Pear, ventured out to gather more blossoms, continuing their drying process. Fortune smiled upon them with several consecutive days of pleasant weather, allowing them to dry a considerable quantity of peach blossoms, which would suffice. Jiang Yi gestured towards the petals basking in the sunlight and remarked on their abundance. Spring Tao declared, "Young mistress, I shall ensure that no birds trample upon them today. Indeed, I shall accompany young master to Xianjing Hall for a meal with my mother. So you need not join us," Jiang Yuanyi responded. Spring Tao complied. Upon returning to her chamber, Jiang Yuanyi changed into a fresh outfit, a light green cross-collared coat, a moon-white narrow-sleeve blouse, and a pale yellow pleated skirt, enhancing her fair complexion and slender waist, radiating freshness and beauty. Xie Rongxuan gazed at her intently. "Is this attire inappropriate?" she inquired, noting the warming weather and her lighter clothing. Xie Rongxuan coughed lightly, masking his emotions with a fist held to his lips, and replied, "It is acceptable. Spring Pear, let us proceed." "Yes," Spring Pear affirmed. The group exited the Xinxing courtyard. Before reaching Xianjing Hall, they encountered Wang Shi, who hurriedly emerged from within. "Mother, where are you headed in such haste?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "Rongxuan has arrived. Come quickly to the front yard. There's been an incident." Wang Shi spoke gravely. Chapter 33. Dazed and confused, what has transpired? Inquired Xie Rongxuan. Wang's expression was far from pleasant as she replied, "Lord Liu from the supervisory department has come to our residence." Xie Rongxuan raised an eyebrow. "What brings him here?" Wang, unperturbed by the presence of the servants, stated, "He claims that Xie Rongxing is involved in bribery and corruption." Jiang Yuanyi appeared astonished, yet Xie Rongxuan and Xie Ping remained remarkably composed. Wang, in her anxiety, failed to notice their demeanor and said, "Rongxuan, I recall that you know Lord Lu Jiwei from the supervisory department, do you not?" Xie Rongxuan responded candidly, "We have crossed paths before." "Perfect. You shall converse with him shortly to ascertain whether there is any misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be?" Nevertheless, Xie Rongxuan did not decline. "Very well. Let's hasten to see." Wang swiftly proceeded towards the front courtyard. Xie Rongxuan instructed, "Xie Ping, follow your mother." To which Xie Ping replied, "Yes." Xie Rongxuan extended his hand towards Jiang Yuanyi, who naturally grasped it. They hurriedly made their way to the front courtyard. Clad in purple official robes, Lord Lu Jiwei stood at the center of the courtyard, flanked by a group of officials and soldiers. The Duke of Jinghua and Xie Rongxing stood before them, their expressions grim as they engaged in conversation. Wang gestured ahead, "They're over there." Xie Rongxuan acknowledged with a nod. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Jiwei turned and his eyes brightened. He stepped forward and respectfully saluted, "Greetings, General Xie." Xie Rongxuan clasped his fists. "I am unwell and unable to rise. Lord Lu, I appreciate your understanding." "No need for formality, General Xie. Has your condition improved recently?" Lu Jiwei, as the deputy historian of the supervisory department, possessed the authority to report and make determinations independently. Over the years, he had apprehended numerous corrupt officials, incurring the ire of many, and narrowly escaped death in the political arena, save by the valiant General Xie, who had also assisted him in unraveling numerous cases. He held deep gratitude, admiration, and respect for the young Xie Rongxuan. Learning of his affliction, he had even sought physicians on his behalf, albeit to no avail. Observing Xie Rongxuan's pale visage as he sat in a wheelchair, Lu Jiwei felt a pang of sorrow. However, Xie Rongxuan smiled lightly. "I am much better. Thank you for your concern, Lord Lu." Lu Jiwei interpreted this as mere pleasantries. Foregoing further niceties, Xie Rongxuan directly inquired, "What brings you to our residence amidst your busy schedule, Lord Lu?" Without hesitation, Lu Jiwei revealed, The supervisory department recently received a confidential report alleging that Xie Rongxuan of the Duke of Jing's residence has engaged in bribery and corruption. I have come to request that Master Xie visit the supervisory department. Is that so? Xie Rongxuan feigned surprise. Indeed, it is, Lu Jiwei affirmed. It must be slander. The Duke of Jing interjected immediately. Yes, it is slander. Xie Rongxuan insisted vehemently. The Duke of Jing grew increasingly convinced of Xie Rongxuan's innocence. Xie Rongxuan turned to Lu Jiwei. Is it truly slander? Whether it is slander or not, we must ascertain the truth with Master Xie's cooperation, Lu Jiwei responded. Then let us cooperate in uncovering the truth, Xie Rongxuan replied earnestly. The Duke of Jing was taken aback. Xie Rongxuan, being the Duke's eldest legitimate son and his most cherished child, held a position of great esteem. He believed that he could dismiss the confidential report without having to visit the supervisory office. However, Lu Jiwei showed no signs of yielding. At that moment, Xie Rongxuan approached, engaging in casual conversation with Lu Jiwei as if they were quite familiar. He thought his guilt could be transformed into innocence. But it turned out that Xie Rongxuan was there to exacerbate his predicament. Overwhelmed, he turned to Duke Jing. Father, I do not wish to go to such a place. The instant Lu Jiwei chose to enter the supervisory office, he had steeled himself for a confrontation with authority. He harbored no fear of the Duke's residence. Rather, he admired Xie Rongxuan and thus extended a modicum of courtesy to both Duke Jing and Xie Rongxuan by refraining from forcibly taking Xie Rongxuan away. Now that Xie Rongxuan had made his stance clear, he felt no obligation to show any restraint. Master Xie, please act in accordance with the law. Duke Jing and Lu Jiwei shared no friendship. Should the situation escalate further, it would only serve to offend the entire supervisory office and the emperor himself. Thus, he reluctantly said, Rongxuan, you will accompany Lord Lu to the supervisory office. Father, Xie Rongxuan could hardly believe it. The supervisory office would not wrong any individual. Lu Jiwei asserted. Duke Jing added, Go on, your father will ensure your safety. Observing the group of officials and soldiers behind Lu Jiwei, Xie Rongxuan dared not resist and turned to Duke Jing. Father, you said it. I will be fine. Duke Jing, with a heavy heart, reassured him. Yes. Your father promises you will be safe. Xie Rongxuan shot a resentful glare at Xie Rongxuan before stepping forward to join Lu Jiwei. Lu Jiwei awkwardly bowed to Duke Jing. The Duke, uninterested, turned his gaze away. Lu Jiwei did not mind and solemnly addressed Xie Rongxuan. General Xie, I shall take my leave. Lord Lu, do take care. Xie Rongxuan replied. Lu Jiwei departed with Xie Rongxuan, and the front courtyard fell silent once more. Suddenly, Duke Jing turned to Xie Rongxuan, anger boiling over. Rongxuan is your second brother. You do not utter a word in his defense, and instead side with that fellow Lu Jiwei. Do you have no brotherly bond? Jiang Yuanyi frowned upon hearing this. While Wang Shi cherished her own children, she had never harbored ill intentions toward the illegitimate offspring. She had hoped Xie Rongxuan would speak on behalf of Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan's silence implied he had his reasons. She chose not to elaborate further. Yet, Duke Jing's reproach towards Xie Rongxuan instantly displeased her. Duke, you know that although the supervisory office is strict, it is the most just institution in Jing. If Rongxuan has committed no bribery, what harm is there in a visit? Duke Jing, displeased, retorted, Your words sound more melodious than they are meaningful. If Rongxuan were summoned to the supervisory office, would you remain so composed? Duke, what are you insinuating? Wang Shi's chest heaved with indignation as she questioned. Is not Rongxuan your son? Do you take pleasure in his misfortune? Duke Jing realized he had misspoken and cast a guilty glance at Xie Rongxuan. I did not mean it that way. Xie Rongxuan let out a barely audible scoff. Jiang Yuanyi discreetly grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand. Xie Rongxuan's eyes softened slightly. Wang Shi was unwilling to exchange another word with Duke Jing. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang's voice called out, Rongxuan, Rongxuan. Duke Jing and the others turned to look. Aunt Zhang, not seeing Xie Rongxuan, anxiously tugged at Duke Jing's sleeve. Where is Rongxuan? Duke, where is Rongxuan? Duke Jing replied. He has gone to the supervisory office. Aunt Zhang immediately exclaimed, To the supervisory office? How could you allow him to go there? That place can fabricate issues even in the absence of any wrongdoing. As Aunt Jiang appeared poised to cause an uproar, Duke Jing of Dying retorted angrily, I am Duke Jing of Dying. As long as Rongxuan has not engaged in bribery, they would not dare to lay a finger on him. Aunt Jiang blurted out, but he has. Duke Jing was momentarily taken aback. Lady Wang gasped in shock, while Jiang Yuanyi widened his eyes in disbelief. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Ping simultaneously raised their lips in a faint smile. After a considerable pause, Duke Jing inquired, What did you just say? Overwhelmed by fear, Aunt Jiang had inadvertently revealed the truth before the gathered audience. Now that the words were spoken, they could not be retracted. She continued, Rongxuan is acting for the benefit of our Duke Jing's residence. Suddenly, Duke Jing rolled his eyes and collapsed to the side. Xie Rongxuan swiftly grasped Jiang Yuanyi with one hand and Lady Wang with the other, pulling them close. With a loud thud, Duke Jing fell heavily onto the ground. My lord, Aunt Jiang cried out. Chapter 34. Flirtation and Banter. Your Grace. Your Grace. Your Grace. A throng of individuals gathered around. Jiang Yuanyi quickly interjected. We must not cluster together. Everyone disperse. Xie Rongxuan, though unwell, spoke with a voice that was not loud. Yet Wang Shi raised her voice, commanding, disperse. Do you hear me? With the esteemed Duke Jing still in a state of unconsciousness, concubine Jiang dared not act defiantly before Wang Shi. She promptly set aside her concerns for the Duke and joined the others in creating space. Duke Jing lay alone on the ground. Xie Rongxuan instructed Yuanyi, please check on him. Wang Shi began to interject. Yuanyi, but Xie Rongxuan insisted, let her observe for now. Mother, please send someone to fetch the physician. Wang Shi swiftly dispatched someone to summon the household doctor. Jiang Yuanyi squatted before Duke Jing, hastily assessing his breathing, pupils, and pulse, then said, Xie Ping, lend a hand. Xie Ping, obedient to Xie Rongxuan, promptly replied at once. He hurried to Duke Jing's side. Jiang Yuanyi pointed to the Duke's hand, instructing, pinch the two tigers' mouth points. Understood. Xie Ping immediately grasped the designated points. Hold firm. Do not release until I say so. Yes. Seeing Xie Ping execute the task perfectly, Jiang Yuanyi pressed down on Duke Jing's philtrum with determination. The Duke's body shuddered slightly. Jiang Yuanyi pressed the philtrum again. Suddenly, Duke Jing expelled a deep breath and stirred back to consciousness. He is awake. He is awake. Concubine Jiang rejoiced. Wang Shi visibly relaxed. Xie Rongxuan gazed tenderly at Jiang Yuanyi. Father, Jiang Yuanyi called softly. Duke Jing emitted a low sound of acknowledgement. It's all right now. Jiang Yuanyi let out a quiet sigh of relief, saying, Xie Ping, you may release him. Taken aback by the prowess of the young lady, Xie Ping felt a surge of admiration and immediately complied. Your Grace. With the Duke revived, concubine Jiang felt a renewed sense of assurance and rushed forward, exclaiming, Your Grace. You have finally awakened. You frightened me to death. Woe is me. Wang Shi rolled her eyes at the display. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Ping returned to Xie Rongxuan's side. Wang Shi commanded, someone, help the Duke sit up and escort him back to his quarters. Concubine Jiang followed the Duke to the Xinjing Hall, weeping and wailing. At that moment, Dr. Zhong arrived. Duchess. Wang Shi addressed him. Dr. Zhong, the Duke has just fainted. Please examine him. Doctor. Zhong turned to see Duke Jing seated comfortably on the bed, momentarily stunned, before approaching to take the Duke's pulse. He then inquired, did the Duke regain consciousness on his own? Wang Shi glanced at Jiang Yuanyi and replied, it was the young lady who revived him. Jiang Yuanyi added, I stimulated his tiger's mouth and philtrum. Well done. Timely intervention indeed. Dr. Zhong remarked. Both Duke Jing and concubine Jiang were disinclined to hear Dr. Zhong praise Jiang Yuanyi. Nevertheless, Dr. Zhong continued. Otherwise, should the Duke have fainted so suddenly, he might not have awakened or could have been left incapacitated. Duke Jing was taken aback by the implication. Concubine Jiang scoffed. How could it be so severe? Assuming concubine Jiang sought to understand the reasoning, Dr. Zhong proceeded to recount numerous instances of acute distress caused by excessive anger. Lady Jiang listened with increasing impatience. However, Duke Jing was deeply affected by the conversation. He had never anticipated that a mere fainting spell could lead to such terrifying consequences. A sense of dread washed over him, and as he turned to regard his daughter-in-law, Jiang Yuanyi, he felt an unusual discomfort. "Should we administer the medicine now?" inquired Lady Wang, cutting straight to the point. "Yes. We must hope that the Duke remains calm and composed henceforth," Dr. Zhong replied. The Duke nodded in agreement. Lady Wang then commanded someone to accompany Dr. Zhong to procure and prepare the medicine. Upon seeing that the Duke had regained consciousness, Lady Jiang asked, "What shall we do about Rongxuan?" The Duke recalled the matters of bribery involving Xie Rongxuan and pondered what was truly going on. After all, Rongxuan had acted in the interest of the Duke's household. Lady Jiang reiterated this sentiment. The Duke, exasperated, retorted, "Speak of the actions he has undertaken." Lady Jiang, lowering her gaze to wipe away her dried tears, responded, "Your Grace, the situation of the Jing family is no longer what it once was. The young master is unwell, and both imperial concubine Xie and the seventh prince tread lightly within the palace. Gradually, the Duke's household will fade from significance." Lady Wang, displeased by Lady Jiang's reference to her children, nonetheless sought to understand how Xie Rongxuan had engaged in bribery and swallowed her anger. Lady Jiang continued, "Rongxuan sought to forge friendships based on his own merit, and the Duke interjected. And what? By using silver to treat those officials to meals and drinks, thereby deepening their connections," she explained. "From where did he acquire such silver?" At this point, Lady Jiang no longer concealed the truth. Some affluent merchants provided it. The Duke pressed, "Did those merchants give it freely?" They requested Rongxuan's assistance in matters at the salt ports and docks. The salt ports and docks were crucial strongholds for the Jing, intimately tied to the welfare of its people. The Duke slammed his palm against the bed, raising his voice. "This is a dereliction of the law." Lady Jiang flinched. "It was merely assistance. The young master has helped others as well." "Whom did he assist? Did he not once speak on behalf of Lu Jiwei? He aided a just cause, while you assist in nefarious dealings. They are not the same." Lady Jiang remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, insisting, "We cannot be blamed. Your Grace, you are often preoccupied and have not properly guided Rongxuan. I am but a woman of the inner chambers. The Duke, though a hereditary noble, was engaged in literary pursuits and had only a superficial understanding of political affairs." His anger rendered him speechless until a sudden thought struck him, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Lady Jiang. Her heart raced. "Your Grace, have you also accepted silver from those merchants?" I did you or did you not?" The Duke nearly roared. Lady Jiang trembled in fear, stuttering. "Rongxuan said it was a tribute to me. You have truly accepted it. Jiang, do you wish to bring ruin upon the entire Jing household?" The Duke's eyes rolled back as he fainted once more. "Your Grace!" Lady Jiang cried out in alarm. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Ping, experienced in such matters, hurriedly stepped forward to revive the Duke. He gradually regained consciousness, suddenly seizing Lady Jiang's arm. His eyes, blazing with fury, "Spit out every last bribe you received. Spit it out." Aunt Jiang was taken aback upon her first encounter with the Duke Jing, nodding repeatedly in astonishment. The Duke reclined on the bed for a moment before abruptly rising, grasping Aunt Jiang's arm, and declared, "Let us go." "Where to, my lord?" inquired Aunt Jiang. "Bring forth all the bribes," commanded the Duke, swaying slightly as he pulled Aunt Jiang along. The Zhuanying bedroom was enveloped in silence. Wang, slowly realizing the gravity of the situation, expressed her fear. To think that Xie Rongxuan truly engaged in bribery and even meddled in the salt trade and docks. How audacious. "Rongxuan, what do you propose we do? Hasn't father gone to handle it?" replied Xie Rongxuan calmly. Wang questioned, "Could this implicate the entire Duke Jing's household?" Xie Rongxuan assured her, "It will not. How can you be so certain? Our father fears death more than we do." Just moments ago, upon hearing of Xie Rongxuan's and Aunt Jiang's corruption, the Duke had fainted multiple times, then rushed to confront Aunt Jiang about the ill-gotten gains, clearly displaying his fear of mortality. Yet she remained uneasy, asking, "Will there truly be no repercussions?" "There will be no issues. Rest assured. Perhaps father will even gain a reputation for upholding justice against his own kin." Xie Rongxuan smiled. Wang's heart felt slightly reassured. After comforting Wang, Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi and asked, "Are you afraid?" Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "Not afraid." Xie Rongxuan teased, "Your courage seems to be growing. It's learned from you." Jiang Yuanyi replied casually. Xie Rongxuan laughed. "You've learned much from me. Remember to pay your tuition. Everything else is negotiable, but money must not be taken lightly," Jiang Yuanyi stated. "In that case, I treat you daily." "You owe me for my services," Xie Rongxuan countered. "Is merely peeking at my body not enough to cover the fee? What nonsense are you speaking?" Jiang Yuanyi's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Cough. Wang, distracted, had inadvertently witnessed the playful banter between her son and daughter-in-law. Startled, Jiang Yuanyi quickly withdrew her hand from Xie Rongxuan's grasp, bowing her head in reprimand. Yet she heard Wang say, "Yuanyi, you did very well today." Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze, puzzled. "Mother?" Chapter 35. A looming confrontation. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the Duke would have faced dire consequences. Wang's sincerity was evident. Jiang Yuanyi sensed this and replied, "This is what a daughter-in-law ought to do." It appeared that her prolonged association with Rongxian had imparted some medical knowledge upon her. Unbeknownst to Wang, Jiang Yuanyi's understanding of medicine was far deeper than mere superficial learning for the sake of caring for Xie Rongxuan, which brought her great delight. Jiang Yuanyi chose not to elaborate on her skills. Xie Rongxuan remained silent as well. At that moment, Mama Li entered and inquired, "Duchess, shall we serve the meal?" The commotion since Lu Jiwei's arrival had gone unnoticed, prompting Wang to exclaim, "Is it already noon?" "Indeed, the dishes are all prepared," Mama Li replied. "Just in time." "I am quite hungry," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang hastily instructed Mama Li to set the table. The three of them gathered around the dining table. Xie Rongxuan asked, "Mother, where has Qingqing gone?" "She has gone to study. Otherwise, she would surely be clinging to me," Wang responded. Jiang Yuanyi chuckled at this. Wang then playfully asked, "What makes you smile, Yuanyi?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Daughters tend to be attached to their mothers." Wang intended to say that Rongxian also cherished his daughter, hinting that they could have a daughter of their own in the future. However, given his current condition, such a prospect seemed impossible. She swiftly altered her statement. "Rongxian shares your sentiments." Jiang Yuanyi failed to notice Wang's subtle shift in tone and merely smiled gently. At this juncture, the meal was served, and Wang encouraged Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan to dine. The trio quickly finished their breakfast and proceeded to the courtyard to digest their meal. Mama Li hurried in from outside, announcing, "Duchess, the Duke and concubine Jiang have left the residence." Wang inquired, "What business do they have outside?" Xie Rongxuan calmly interjected, "They're delivering contraband." Mama Li was astonished that the young master was aware of this, confirming, "Yes, indeed, they are delivering contraband." "To where?" Wang asked. Just as Mama Li was about to respond, Xie Rongxuan interjected, "To the supervisory office." Wang questioned, "How do you know all this?" "It is evident that you have been with Xie Rongxuan the entire time." Jiang Yuanyi was equally astounded by Xie Rongxuan's prescience. However, Xie Ping was well aware that everything today had been orchestrated by the young master, and he understood the unfolding events. Xie Rongxuan had merely outlined a framework, allowing Duke Jing and others to act freely. Yet he knew Duke Jing well enough to predict his actions. Bribery and corruption have already implicated the salt trade and the docks. If my father does not promptly make his stance clear, the Duke's residence will inevitably be entangled. Wang expressed her concerns. "Did you not just say that there would be no repercussions?" "Indeed, as long as my father asserts his position in a timely manner, there will be no issues," he reassured her. "What will we do next?" Wang, no longer addressing Mama Li, directly sought Xie Rongxuan's insight. "He will enter the palace to meet with the emperor." "Meet with the emperor?" Wang echoed, astonished. "He will present all matters to his majesty and implore him to impose severe penalties on Xie Rongxuan and the Duke's residence." "Ah!" Wang gasped in disbelief. Xie Rongxuan continued, "Mother, there is no need for concern. Not only will his majesty refrain from penalizing the Duke's residence, but he will also commend my father for his righteous actions against his kin, and he will reward my sister." Wang contemplated Xie Rongxuan's words, absorbing their implications. Jiang Yuanyi had already aligned her thoughts with Xie Rongxuan's, marveling at the myriad benefits this situation had unfolded. She found herself questioning whether this was indeed the handiwork of Xie Rongxuan, unable to resist gazing at him intently. Xie Rongxuan responded with a gentle smile. Jiang Yuanyi's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly inquiring, "Was it truly you?" Xie Rongxuan nodded affirmatively. Reflecting on his previous words about ensuring a peaceful life for her and her mother, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lady Wang remained unaware that Xie Rongxuan was the architect behind these events, asking, "Will Xie Rongxing face punishment?" Xie Rongxuan nodded in response. "Will your father, who is so biased towards him, come to his rescue?" Given Xie Rongxing's egregious actions, rescue is simply not an option. Xie Rongxuan had not actively sought to harm Xie Rongxing. He merely unveiled his misdeeds to the public, inadvertently benefiting the Duke of Jinghua's household and his sister, along with her son. What then will become of him? That depends on the emperor's disposition. Lady Wang, possessing a kind heart, could not suppress a sigh. He truly has committed heinous acts. Xie Rongxing had engaged in numerous wicked deeds outside the estate, yet Xie Rongxuan felt no regret. However, he currently lacked the energy to elucidate matters to Lady Wang, feeling utterly exhausted. Jiang Yuanyi, perceptive as ever, inquired, "Young master, are you weary?" Lady Wang immediately urged, "You should return and rest." Xie Rongxuan nodded. "Mother, for these few days, simply enjoy the performances. There is no need to exert yourself." "Very well. I understand. Do take care of your health." Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi gently guided Xie Rongxuan out of Xinjing Hall. Lady Wang gazed at Xie Rongxuan's silhouette in the wheelchair, unable to hold back her tears. Granny Li remarked, "Madam, what troubles you so? Have you not seen? Rongxuan is so exceptional, yet he suffers from a strange illness." Granny Li reassured her. "The young master's wife has come to bring good fortune, has she not? With such a splendid young master, heaven surely will bless him with longevity." Instantly revitalized, Lady Wang declared, "You are right. The auspicious visit must surely be beneficial." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan had already arrived at the Xinjing courtyard. Granny Sun promptly presented the medicine. Xie Rongxuan gulped it down in one go and then lay down to sleep. Jiang Yuanyi perched on a small stool by the bedside, observing Xie Rongxuan's pale countenance. Just over a month remained. The time until Xie Rongxuan's fated end was drawing near. What remedy could possibly cure him, and when would it arrive? She could not help but furrow her brow. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yuanyi's troubled thoughts, Xie Rongxuan slumbered peacefully, awakening in the afternoon to find Jiang Yuanyi engrossed in her reading at the table. The gentle afternoon sunlight bathed her in warmth, enveloping her in a radiant glow that was both delicate and dazzling, captivating him entirely. Jiang Yuanyi sensed his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Xie Rongxuan, caught off guard, smiled softly. Jiang Yuanyi remarked, "Young master, you have awakened. Are you tired?" "A bit." Such was Xie Rongxuan. Sometimes, even after a nap, he felt fatigued. "Then you should rest a little longer." Xie Rongxuan settled back down. Jiang Yuanyi set aside her medical texts and approached the bedside, perching on a small stool. With her hands cradling her chin, she appeared exceptionally charming and delightful, exclaiming, "Your Highness is so intelligent. What troubles you?" As she gazed at the visage before her, Xie Rongxuan felt a surge of joy. Father has indeed entered the palace to meet the emperor. Xie Rongxuan smiled gently. How swift! He just returned from his supervisory office and immediately changed into formal attire to seek an audience with His Majesty. Indeed, it is best to act promptly. Jiang Yuanyi nodded vigorously, resembling a docile little kitten. Unable to resist, Xie Rongxuan pinched Jiang Yuanyi's tender cheek. She was momentarily taken aback. Xie Rongxuan, surprised by his own boldness, stammered, "You have something on your face." "Is there?" Jiang Yuanyi could not recall how she had become smeared. "Yes, indeed. Let me wash it off." Jiang Yuanyi began to rise. "No need. I shall do it for you," Xie Rongxuan insisted. Jiang Yuanyi obediently settled back, lifting her face for Xie Rongxuan to wipe clean. How obedient! Xie Rongxuan couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yuanyi noticed his expression and retorted, "Your Highness, you are teasing me again." Xie Rongxuan chuckled. Jiang Yuanyi swatted Xie Rongxuan's hand away, playfully scolding, "You rascal." Her voice was soft, making Xie Rongxuan feel a delightful itch in his heart as he replied, "Well said." Jiang Yuanyi rose to depart, but Xie Rongxuan reached out to grasp her arm. Unaware, she sat back down on the bed. "Let go." "I want tea," Xie Rongxuan replied. "Let go. Do not be angry. I shall be angry. It is my fault. You may strike me to relieve your frustration." Jiang Yuanyi raised her hand, exclaiming, "I will hit you." Chapter 36. You are truly annoying, hit me. Xie Rongxuan released his grip and patiently awaited the outcome. Jiang Yuanyi struck fiercely, but her palm merely tapped lightly on his shoulder. Xie Rongxuan paused in surprise and then burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. "Is that what you call hitting?" Xie Rongxuan replied. "Just giving you a little lesson," Jiang Yuanyi retorted, although in truth, she was reluctant to strike Xie Rongxuan. Suppressing his laughter, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "What a terrifying lesson. Once you recover, I will hit you back hard." Jiang Yuanyi clenched her fists. Xie Rongxuan gently enveloped her hands with his, saying, "When I am well again, you may strike me as you wish." "You said it," Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. Xie Rongxuan gazed at her tenderly. "Indeed, I did." "A liar is a puppy." "A liar is a puppy," Jiang Yuanyi reiterated. "Exactly." Xie Rongxuan observed her small face and asked, "Are you no longer angry?" To outsiders, Xie Rongxuan was a shrewd and accomplished general, and indeed, that was the truth. However, upon returning to their quarters, he was delightfully playful, which was beneficial for both body and spirit. Jiang Yuanyi genuinely felt no anger, declaring, "I am not angry." With a smile, Xie Rongxuan released her fists and extended his arms. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuanyi asked, perplexed. "Naturally, I wish for you to assist me in rising," Xie Rongxuan stated. "Can't you get up by yourself?" Jiang Yuanyi queried. With a chuckle, Xie Rongxuan replied, "I can, but I desire your help." You're truly insufferable," Jiang Yuanyi protested, yet she obediently wrapped her arms around Xie Rongxuan's to help him rise. Having spent the entire morning outside, Xie Rongxuan decided to remain indoors for the afternoon, and Jiang Yuanyi accompanied him in their quarters. The two engaged in reading, occasionally exchanging playful banter. The afternoon swiftly passed, and night fell. Chun Tao and Chun Li set the table for dinner. After they finished their meal, Xie Rongxuan summoned Xie Ping and inquired, "Has the Duke returned?" "Not yet," Xie Ping replied. "When he returns, do inform me," Xie Rongxuan instructed. "Understood," Xie Ping acknowledged before departing from Xinqing courtyard. Half an hour later, Xie Ping returned to report, "The Duke has come back." His safe return indicates that the Emperor holds no grievances against him, Xie Rongxuan remarked. "Indeed, young master, you possess remarkable foresight." The Emperor stated that the Duke's act of righteousness in punishing a relative is a model for the Dejing. Yet the punishment regarding Xie Rongxing has not yet been decided, Xie Ping conveyed. Xie Rongxuan nodded. "Yes, the Emperor must consider the greater picture." "Indeed," Xie Ping affirmed. After some contemplation, Xie Rongxuan declared, "Let us wait a few more days. The outcome will soon be revealed." Yes, while Xie Rongxuan could afford to wait, Madame Jiang could not. She visited the Duke daily, shedding tears before him. The Duke grew increasingly impatient, devising ways to evade her. Thus, 5 days passed. Finally, the inspectorate issued a verdict. Xie Rongxing had accepted and offered bribes amounting to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. Considering the Duke's noble act of punishing a relative and Xie Rongxing's voluntary confession, a lenient sentence was rendered, 3 years of imprisonment, to be executed immediately. Upon hearing such news, Duke Jing did not faint, yet concubine Jiang fell unconscious. Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxuan hurriedly took concubine Jiang back home. An hour later, she awoke and immediately inquired, "Where is the Duke?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "Father is with the Duke's wife." Concubine Jiang, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Rongxing has been imprisoned, and I fainted. How can he go to Xinqing Hall? Does he possess no conscience? I must find him." "Mother." Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxuan simultaneously restrained concubine Jiang. She shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Xie Rongxuan explained, "The palace eunuch has not yet departed." "Eunuch? What eunuch from the palace?" Concubine Jiang asked. Bewildered, "The one delivering the edict," Xie Rongxuan clarified. Xie Rongxing added, "Father has acted justly, sending our second brother, the salt official, and the dock official to prison. Not only has he received commendation from His Majesty, but Lady Xie from the palace and the seventh prince have also praised him. He has been rewarded, and his legitimate daughter and grandson have been recognized. But what am I, Rongxuan? Must he languish in prison for 3 years? Concubine Jiang could not accept this. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were left speechless. Suddenly, concubine Jiang threw off the covers and got out of bed, declaring, I will seek the Duke. I must negotiate for the Duke. Is this how we abandon Rongxuan? Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan once again seized her, saying, Mother. Concubine Jiang struggled against them. Xie Rongxuan stated directly, Mother, please do not cause a scene. This is the consequence of our second brother's actions. Concubine Jiang ceased her struggle and turned to Xie Rongxuan. He explained, the charges have been laid down and cannot be altered. Furthermore, after this incident, our second brother, he certainly cannot become the heir. But I still have that chance. If you continue to make a fuss and anger father, the position of heir will fall to either Ronglin or Rongran. It will no longer be ours. With a sharp slap, concubine Jiang struck Xie Rongxuan, fiercely questioning, your own brother is in prison, and you still think of the heirship. Were you behind the reports from the brothel and the inspectorate? Of course not. Xie Rongxuan hastily denied. Concubine Jiang persisted. Is it because you desire to be the heir that you have framed Rongxuan? Mother, Xie Rongxuan shouted, can you not remain calm? Do you not know my intentions for you and our second brother? Is this truly the time for emotional outbursts? Xie Rongxuan chimed in, Mother. Third brother genuinely wishes for second brother to become the heir. It would benefit our entire family. How can you doubt him? Indeed, Rongxuan and Rongxuan have been close since childhood. Concubine Jiang, in her confusion, had unjustly cast blame upon her own son. Yet, the reality remained. Xie Rongxuan was to be imprisoned. What shall we do? What are we to do? Seeing concubine Jiang cover her face and weep, Xie Rongxuan continued to persuade her, Mother, though second brother says he will be imprisoned for 3 years, we are from the Duke's household. With a bit of networking, we could orchestrate a clever ruse to bring him back home. Xie Rongxuan affirmed from the side, Exactly. Third brother is right. Second brother will not suffer hardship. Xie Rongxuan elucidated the matter. At present, our most pressing task is to mend the relationship with my father, for only then can I smoothly assume the title of heir, allowing our family of 4 to live in comfort. Aunt Jiang, her mind gradually clearing, wiped away her tears and resolutely declared, You are right. As long as we secure your father's favor, everything else shall be manageable. Indeed, Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan agreed. Aunt Jiang continued, I have 2 sons. If Rongxuan cannot be the heir, then Rongxuan shall take on the role, and in due course, our family of 4 will still enjoy a life of abundance. Xie Rongxuan added, Mother, you still have father's favor. Xie Rongxuan nodded. Yes, Mother, we are all counting on you. In an instant, Aunt Jiang regained her spirits and said, Rongxuan, help me prepare. I must go to see your father. Chapter 37. A joyous occasion indeed. Xie Rongxuan quickly responded. Before long, Aunt Jiang had prepared herself and said, Let's depart. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan interjected, Mother, I shall not accompany you. Why is that? Aunt Jiang inquired. Xie Rongxuan replied, Just tell father that I am heartbroken over second brother and have chosen to shut myself away. The Duke of Jing favored Xie Rongxuan, and both Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan had always hoped for harmonious relations among the 3 of them. If he were to hear that Xie Rongxuan was distressed because of Xie Rongxuan, his affection for Xie Rongxuan would undoubtedly grow. Aunt Jiang chuckled and remarked, Rongxuan, you are indeed more astute than your second brother. Xie Rongxuan smiled and said, Mother, you may go. Aunt Jiang decisively responded, I shall go with Rongxuan. Very well. The mother and daughter then made their way to Xianxing Hall. The imperial envoy had already departed. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, the Duke of Jing, Lady Wang, and Xie Qingqing were seated in the main hall, sipping tea. Aunt Jiang arrived, and Jiang Yuanyi whispered, Look who has come. Xie Rongxuan remarked, I saw her. What brings her here at this time? Uncertain. Jiang Yuanyi looked at Xie Rongxuan with surprise. Xie Rongxuan tilted his head and asked, What is amiss? I thought you were privy to all matters. Xie Rongxuan teased, It seems you regard him as a deity in your heart. Do not speak so frivolously. Jiang Yuanyi gently replied. Xie Rongxuan gazed at Jiang Yuanyi, his eyes filled with tender mirth. Not far away. Xie Rongxuan rolled her eyes at the sight and muttered a few curses under her breath. The Duke of Jing, unaware of the situation concerning Xie Rongxuan, had grown weary of Aunt Jiang's relentless entanglements over the past few days, and now felt a twinge of impatience. Aunt Jiang, what brings you here? Aunt Jiang stated directly, I have come to apologize to His Grace. The Duke of Jing was perplexed. With a sincere demeanor, Aunt Jiang continued, I have let my concern lead to chaos, causing a great uproar over Rongxing's affairs, which has troubled you and your lady. I fainted in the midst of it all, and upon regaining consciousness, Rongxing clarified the situation for me. Indeed, it was Rongxing's fault. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan exchanged glances, genuinely admiring Aunt Jiang's ability to bend and stretch as needed. Lady Wang immediately frowned. Xie Qingqing could not bear Aunt Jiang's insincerity and averted her gaze. Yet the Duke of Jing was rather taken by her words and asked, Rongxing persuaded you? Having grown up alongside the Duke, Aunt Jiang was well aware of his sensitive spots. She elaborated, indeed, he has always held deep affection for his siblings. Presently, he remains in his room, refusing food and drink, consumed by guilt for not recognizing that Rongxing had strayed. Otherwise, it would not have. How could this be his fault? Unbeknownst to him, the Duke of Jing had fallen into her trap. Aunt Jiang lamented, he is simply remorseful. Yet he must eat. Quickly send someone to bring him food. The Duke of Jing expressed concern. Food sent by His Grace will surely be accepted by Rongxing. Aunt Jiang was careful to flatter the Duke. The Duke of Jing felt pleased. Aunt Jiang looked at him with deep affection and remorse, saying, Your Grace, I need not say more. I understand that all you do is for the sake of the children. The Duke of Jing replied, Then, is everything resolved? Once again, Jiang Yuanyi witnessed the Duke's unparalleled affection for Aunt Jiang, leaving Lady Wang exceedingly vexed. Xie Qingqing muttered a curse under her breath, while Xie Rongxuan remained unfazed by the exchange. Xie Rongxuan lifted her chin with an air of triumph, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her elder brother was imprisoned. Duke Jing declared, All right, enough of this. It is noon. Let us dine together. A group gathered around the table. After causing a stir these past few days, Madame Jiang finally resumed her amiable demeanor. Duke Jing, feeling at ease, grew increasingly fond of Madame Jiang, much to the disapproval of the Wang family. Jiang Yuanyi occasionally cast glances at them, and only after finishing lunch did she turn to Xie Rongxuan, saying, The Jiang matron is quite formidable. It is your father-in-law who is rather foolish. Xie Rongxuan replied, Indeed. Jiang Yuanyi frowned. How can you speak of your father in such a manner? Xie Rongxuan tilted her head and inquired, Do you think I disrespect him? Jiang Yuanyi nodded slightly, a bit. He does not respect himself. Why should I hold him in regard? Indeed, Duke Jing had favored Madame Jiang for many years, nearly neglecting his wife. Xie Rongxuan, not one to adhere strictly to conventions, had already shown considerable restraint by not confronting Duke Jing. Still, she cautioned, we must not behave like this in public. You are quite adept at admonishing me. Xie Rongxuan smiled at Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi replied weakly, I did not mean to. Xie Rongxuan asked, What do you mean by that? I fear others may ridicule you. This warmed Xie Rongxuan's heart, and she replied, Understood. Noticing a hint of fatigue on Xie Rongxuan's face, Jiang Yuanyi asked, Are you tired? Not particularly, Xie Rongxuan responded. Nevertheless, it would be wise to rest, Jiang Yuanyi suggested, supporting Xie Rongxuan as she settled back onto the bed. Seeing Jiang Yuanyi silent, Xie Rongxuan inquired, Are you worried again? Worried about what? Jiang Yuanyi retorted. With Xie Rongxing gone and Xie Rongxing arriving, how will Xie Ronglin claim his title? I'm not worried at all. Really? Xie Rongxuan probed. Yes, Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. You previously stated that Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxing would bring about their own downfall. We shall wait and see. Initially skeptical of Xie Rongxuan's words, Jiang Yuanyi grew confident after witnessing the situation with Xie Rongxing. Xie Rongxuan intended to speak further, but suddenly felt fatigued, murmuring, I am weary. Then sleep, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Xie Rongxuan slowly reclined and soon fell asleep. So quickly? Jiang Yuanyi reached out to check Xie Rongxuan's pulse. The once steady rhythm had now become obstructed. How could this happen? She pondered, compelled to delve deeper into her studies of medicinal formulas. Meanwhile, After reconciling with Duke Jing, Madame Jiang frequently resided at Iha Pavilion, shifting her previous attention from Xie Rongxuan to Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan began to boast once more, inciting several outbursts from Wang and Xie Qingqing. Xie Rongxuan remained indifferent, as did Jiang Yuanyi, who was troubled by the ineffectiveness of her medicinal recipes. Thus, she took Chun Tao to the market to select medical texts. Chun Tao, cradling 6 volumes, exclaimed, "Madam, we have exhausted all the disorganized medical books in the capital." Jiang Yuanyi glanced at the few books in Chun Tao's arms, remarking, "We traversed several streets to acquire merely these. Shall we return to the residence now?" "Indeed, let's do so. However, we only possess 6 books. For the time being, let's observe. If it proves insufficient, we shall dispatch someone to procure more from afar." "From afar?" "Yes, we must not concede." The two embarked upon the carriage, and Jiang Yuanyi retrieved a book from Chun Tao's embrace, perusing its contents. Noticing the distinct cover, Chun Tao inquired, "Madam, what medical text is this?" "It is a medical treatise from a Dongi tribe." "The Dongi, are they not our adversaries? They have clashed with the young master. We ought not to peruse their texts. They are the writings of villains." Chun Tao expressed her disdain. Jiang Yuanyi chuckled and replied, "In this world, there exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals, and likewise, in the realm of medical literature, many techniques from the Dongi have been incorporated into our own texts in dying, indeed healing numerous individuals. Is it truly so remarkable? Yet, I have encountered many ailments listed within." Jiang Yuanyi longed to explore something different. "Madam, you are indeed erudite and exceptionally gifted," Chun Tao flattered. "Only you possess the gift of eloquence." Jiang Yuanyi smiled, lowering her gaze to the book. After a considerable time, the carriage came to a halt. Suddenly, a cacophony of drums and gongs erupted from outside. "What is happening?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. "I shall investigate," Chun Tao replied. "Let us go together. Perhaps I should check first," Chun Tao suggested, having become more astute after being punished by Xie Rongxuan to spend a night in the woodshed, understanding that matters should prioritize the young master's wife. Jiang Yuanyi smiled. "Very well, do go and see." Chun Tao nimbly dismounted from the carriage and soon returned, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Madam, joyous news, splendid news." "What great news?" Jiang Yuanyi asked in astonishment. Chapter 38. "Let him die, early 5th Master has successfully passed the imperial examination," exclaimed Chun Tao with delight. Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Is it Xie Rongxuan, 5th Master?" "Indeed. Are you certain?" Chun Tao replied with conviction, "Absolutely certain. He ranked 59th. The sound of drums and gongs you just heard was the official messenger riding a tall steed to announce the joyous news. He is the first scholar from our Duke Jing's residence, and both the Duke and the Duchess are immensely proud and overjoyed, currently distributing silver in the estate. Truly, Xie Rongxuan has indeed passed the examination." Jiang Yuanyi remarked. "If he successfully clears the palace examination next month, he will become a Jinshi of the Jing dynasty. Regardless of whether Xie Rongxuan passes away or not, Xie Rongxuan will not attain the title of heir, and everyone in the household will enjoy prosperous days." Jiang Yuanyi continued joyfully, "What are you doing here? Hurry and go to the estate to receive your silver." "I must enter with the heiress wife," Chun Tao replied. "Go ahead. I will follow shortly," Jiang Yuanyi said. "I must accompany the heiress wife. Otherwise, the heir will punish me," Chun Tao insisted. Seeing Chun Tao's determination, Jiang Yuanyi quickly dismounted the carriage, saying, "Let us go now to the estate. If you do not receive your silver, I will send it to you later." "Thank you, Lady Heir," Chun Tao exclaimed joyfully. As the two entered the Duke Jing's residence, the official messenger had already departed. Mama Li, attending to Wang Shi, was still distributing silver. "Lady Heir, they are still giving out silver," Chun Tao exclaimed with excitement. "You should go collect yours. I will fetch the medical books. I can collect the silver with one hand." Chun Tao, clutching the medical books, squeezed in front of Mama Li. "Mama Li, I have yet to receive my congratulatory silver." With a smile, Mama Li replied, "Here you go. Here you go." Chun Tao received the silver and joyfully ran to Jiang Yuanyi, exclaiming, "Lady Heir, look, I have received it. Let's go." Jiang Yuanyi said. Upon returning to the Shenxing courtyard, They learned that Xie Rongxuan had gone to see Wang Shi. Jiang Yuanyi refreshed her makeup and changed her attire before accompanying Chun Tao to Xianjing Hall. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with young masters, young ladies, and concubines of the Duke Jing's residence. Jiang Yuanyi's gaze fell upon Xie Rongxuan, who sat among them, his pallor unchanged, his demeanor cold and aloof. He reclined lazily against the back of his wheelchair, exuding an air of unrestrained beauty. As Xie Rongxuan turned his gaze and spotted Jiang Yuanyi, his eyes instantly brightened. Jiang Yuanyi offered him a slight smile, but he suddenly turned away, disregarding her presence. What is the matter? Jiang Yuanyi wondered, perplexed. Nevertheless, she proceeded to pay her respects to the Duke Jing and Wang Shi. Wang Shi smiled. Yuanyi, you arrived just in time. Your fifth brother has passed the examination. Jiang Yuanyi looked at Xie Rongxuan and said, Fifth brother, congratulations. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law, Xie Rongxuan replied, rising to bow before slowly taking a seat again. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Qin Yinyang, saying, Congratulations, Aunt Qin. Qin Yinyang, hailing from humble beginnings, had not grown up alongside the Duke Jing and lacked the social graces of Wu Yinyang. After entering the Duke Jing's residence, she quickly fell out of favor, and many servants looked down upon her. However, every time the young master's wife encounters her, she bestows a friendly smile and now solemnly extends her congratulations. Overwhelmed with joy, she rises and expresses her gratitude, saying, Thank you, young master's wife. Jiang Yuanyi remarks, Madame Qin has endured hardships and will surely flourish from now on. Madame Qin smiles in response. I appreciate your kind words, young master's wife. Noticing the delight in her mother's voice, Xie Rongxuan cannot help but cast an extra glance at Jiang Yuanyi, his eyes betraying a flicker of unusual sentiment. Jiang Yuanyi, oblivious to this, turns to Xie Rongxuan, sitting down before him and gently calling out, Young master. Xie Rongxuan scoffs, his tone laced with sarcasm. You return quite early. Early? Jiang Yuanyi realizes he is chiding her for coming back late, and she explains, The nearby streets had no new medical texts, so I ventured farther. Xie Rongxuan remains unresponsive. Jiang Yuanyi, with her delicate fingers, tugs at the dark blue sleeve of his garment, her well-manicured nails a sight to behold. Xie Rongxuan glances down. Young master. Jiang Yuanyi softly calls again. A sense of inexplicable comfort washes over him, though his expression remains stern. What is it? Jiang Yuanyi whispers. Pay me some attention. Regardless of her delicate demeanor, playful charm, tearful timidity, or stubborn fierceness, Xie Rongxuan finds himself unable to resist her. He raises his gaze to her. Are you hungry? Just a little, Jiang Yuanyi replies. Xie Rongxuan reaches for the pastries on the tea table. Not angry anymore. You are quite easy to appease, young master. Jiang Yuanyi laughs as she blocks his hand. Young master, I do not wish to eat pastries. Xie Rongxuan inquires. Would you prefer a meal? Yes. It will soon be noon. We can eat shortly. No need to wait. Xie Rongxuan raises his voice. Can we eat now? Clearly, it was Xie Rongxuan who had passed the examination, yet Duke Jing, in his self-indulgence, boasts of how his writings garnered high praise. While Madame Jiang and her sons incessantly flatter him, Wang and others have grown weary of his boasts but dare not interrupt. At this moment, Xie Rongxuan's voice cuts through, and they all express their gratitude. Duke Jing, still eager to continue his self-aggrandizement, recognizes the mealtime has arrived, reluctantly concluding his discourse. As they begin to eat, he cannot resist calling out, Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan sets down his chopsticks and respectfully replies, Father. Duke Jing, satisfied with Xie Rongxuan's respectfulness, asks, Do you feel confident about next month's palace examination? Xie Rongxuan answers, I will do my utmost. Good, strive to return as a successful candidate, bringing glory to our family. Duke Jing laughs heartily. Yes, father. Xie Rongxuan resumes his meal. Though Duke Jing has participated in examinations for many years, he has only achieved the status of a scholar. He never viewed Xie Rongxuan's success as particularly remarkable. However, now that Xie Rongxuan has passed the preliminary examination, with the potential to succeed in the palace examination, his demeanor becomes more composed and courteous, and a fondness inadvertently shines in his eyes. Madame Jiang, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan observed this exchange keenly, maintaining their smiles until they returned to Iha Pavilion after lunch, where their expressions abruptly darkened. With a crash, Madame Jiang violently shatters a teacup on the table, startling Xie Rongxuan. Aunt Jiang scolded. The position of the heir is within reach. Yet an unexpected figure like Xie Rongxuan has emerged. Xie Rongxuan, unfazed, replied, "Mother, can a mere tribute scholar compare to father's regard? He will surely become a Jinsher." Xie Rongxuan felt a sense of urgency. And if he becomes a Jinsher, that would bring glory to the Xie clan. Aunt Jiang interjected. Those old-timers in the clan would undoubtedly nominate him as the heir. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "Father would never agree to that, would he?" Xie Rongxuan candidly stated, "At that point, father would be powerless to intervene." "Then what shall we do?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Aunt Jiang replied with fierce determination, "We must ensure he fails the examination." Xie Rongxuan frowned, "But fifth brother often resides at the academy. We cannot take action." Aunt Jiang paused, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Then let us hasten the demise of Xie Rongxuan." Chapter 39. Poison. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan both turned their gazes toward Aunt Jiang. A premature death? Indeed, Aunt Jiang asserted with unwavering conviction. Xie Rongxuan fell into contemplation. Although Xie Rongxuan was bold and overbearing, the notion of murder was somewhat beyond her grasp. Noticing their hesitation, Aunt Jiang remarked, "He was never destined to live beyond a month. Just look at his current state of suffering. It would be kinder to end his misery sooner." Xie Rongxuan came to a realization, agreeing, "We're doing him a favor." Aunt Jiang nodded, adding, "If he dies early, Xie Rongxuan 1T have the chance to become scholar. Your father, leveraging his status as the Duke of Jing, can suppress those old-timers in the clan and choose Rongxuan as the heir. Otherwise, we will helplessly witness Xie Rongxuan ascend to that position. Indeed, we must act swiftly." Xie Rongxuan affirmed. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "If fourth brother dies, can third brother truly become the heir?" "Absolutely," Aunt Jiang assured. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. Aunt Jiang then turned to Xie Rongxuan, saying, "Rongxuan, your assistance is essential in this matter." Xie Rongxuan pointed to herself in disbelief. "Me?" Aunt Jiang affirmed, "Yes." "What must I do?" Xie Rongxuan asked. In a hushed tone, Aunt Jiang shared her plan. Xie Rongxuan nodded repeatedly. Aunt Jiang reiterated to Xie Rongxuan, "This will help your fourth brother escape his suffering." Xie Rongxuan added, "Sister, if I become the heir, you too will have the opportunity to find a more suitable husband." Indeed, Xie Rongxuan aspired for either Xie Rongxuan or Xie Rongxuan to inherit, envisioning the advantages it would bring in her quest for a better suitor. Yet, there were no further considerations. Mother and third brother were right. They were aiding fourth brother in ending his agony. She decisively declared, "Very well, I shall assist." Aunt Jiang smiled. "I shall prepare everything," Xie Rongxuan stated. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. The three of them gathered together, discussing and refining their plan in hushed tones. After 3 days of preparation, everything was finally in place. Early one morning, Xie Rongxuan, adorned in exquisite attire, ventured into the small garden, sending away her personal maid, savoring the sight of the blooming and yet-to-bloom flower buds. After some time, she exited the garden and raised her gaze to see Jiang Yuanyi approaching with Chun Tao, causing a flicker of anxiety in her heart. "Sixth Miss," Jiang Yuanyi greeted warmly. Xie Rongxuan steadied herself, asking, "What brings fourth sister-in-law to the small garden?" "I came to admire the flowers," Jiang Yuanyi replied, not intending to disclose her true purpose. "Then please enjoy. I shall take my leave," Xie Rongxuan remarked, unfazed, and turned to depart. Jiang Yuanyi observed Xie Rongxuan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Chun Tao inquired, "Madam, what troubles you?" "Sixth Miss appears quite peculiar today." "Wherein lies the peculiarity?" Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Typically, when she sees me, it's either mockery or eye-rolling. Today, she converses so amicably." Chun Tao speculated. "Perhaps it is due to the second master's imprisonment. She may have tempered her demeanor." Jiang Yuanyi pondered this, concluding, "That seems plausible. Let us gather some flowers." Very well. They proceeded to pluck the blooms that were on the verge of blossoming. The peach blossoms, both fresh and dried, would soon exert their fleeting medicinal effects. As Xie Rongxuan's pulse once again became obstructed, Jiang Yuanyi, having dedicated several days to studying medical texts, discovered that seasonal flower buds, such as those of the forsythia and rose, could yield significant effects. Recently, she had taken to the small garden each day to gather the buds that were on the verge of blooming. Yet, despite her efforts, the medicinal properties were insufficient to counteract the rapid decline of Xie Rongxuan's health. Feeling a loss, she could only proceed one step at a time. Spring Tao. It appears the basket is full, she remarked as she diligently plucked the flowers amidst the blossoms. Spring Tao, holding a small basket brimming with buds, nodded in agreement. Allow me to carry it, she offered. I shall hold it. You simply take the small basket and return, Jiang Yuanyi instructed. Upon their return to the Shengyin courtyard, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, Spring Li, where is the young master? He has fallen asleep, Spring Li responded. Jiang Yuanyi recalled that when she left, Xie Rongxuan had been basking in the sun, yet had succumbed to slumber within mere moments. A wave of concern washed over her, prompting her to ask, Is he fatigued? Spring Li confirmed, Yes, that is precisely what the young master indicated. Jiang Yuanyi entrusted the flower buds to Spring Li, instructing, I shall check on him. You two prepare 6 tails of flower buds for the medicinal pot and commence the decoction. Spring Li and Spring Tao had now learned the art of brewing the prescriptions Jiang Yuanyi had devised. Once it is ready, bring it in for the young master to drink, she added. After washing her hands, Jiang Yuanyi entered the bedroom. Xie Rongxuan lay quietly, his complexion more pallid than before. A month remained, just 1 month, until the fateful deadline set by Dr. Jia and the imperial physician. Jiang Yuanyi felt she had done all within her power. It seemed her efforts merely alleviated his suffering rather than extending his life. Disheartened, she sat on a small stool by the bedside, gazing at Xie Rongxuan's serene face. During her time at the East Ning Duke's residence, she had often heard tales of Xie Rongxuan's renown, his handsome visage, his remarkable intellect in both literary and martial pursuits, and his deep concern for the world. After their marriage, she found that despite his somewhat irritable temperament, he indeed embodied those admirable traits. How could such an extraordinary person succumb to such a bizarre ailment? As the impending deadline approached, her reluctance to let go intensified, and her eyes grew heavy with unshed tears. Who has wronged you? Xie Rongxuan's voice broke the silence. Jiang Yi met his gaze, filled with righteous anger, and hastily clarified. No one has harmed me. Then why are your eyes red? He pressed. I was merely caught in the wind, she replied, wiping her eyes discreetly. Xie Rongxuan scrutinized her expression intently, but found no evidence of deceit. His gaze softened once more. If you are ever wronged, do not weep, retaliate instead. I understand. You have reiterated this many times, Jiang Yuanyi murmured, lowering her head. I fear you may not remember. Hence I emphasize it again, he remarked, acutely aware of the limited time left, deliberately underscoring the importance of his words. The more Jiang Yuanyi comprehended, the more her sorrow deepened, her eyes stung, and her nose tingled as tears threatened to spill. Not wishing for Xie Rongxuan to see her distress, she hastily rose, saying, I shall wash my face. Go ahead, he replied, continuing to rest. As Jiang Yi entered the purification room, tears immediately cascaded down her cheeks. She instinctively wiped her tears away, when suddenly a peculiar scent wafted past her nose. Where did that smell come from? She instinctively glanced around, finding nothing amiss. She then sniffed her hands. What is this odor? Why is it so strange? Where could it possibly originate? Earlier, when she visited the small garden, everything was perfectly fine. She had plucked a handful of flower buds, returned, washed her hands, and sat by Xie Rongxuan's bed, without touching anything else. Could this scent be from the flower buds? That seems impossible. For the past few days, she had been gathering these flower buds daily. After washing her hands, they would retain the fragrance of the flowers. But this peculiar smell was entirely different. Suddenly, the words dissolving flower potion flashed through her mind. Yes, the dissolving flower potion. It is a solution that dissolves within the petals, colorless and odorless, and difficult to wash away. However, when it encounters something salty, it emits a faintly bizarre odor. It is non-toxic to healthy individuals, yet it serves as a death knell for those with frail constitutions. The young master. A wave of terror surged within her, prompting her to dash out of the purification room. Xie Rongxuan was already seated, leaning against a large pillow, extending his hand to receive the medicine bowl from Chunli, bringing it to his lips. Jiang Yuanyi immediately cried out, "Young master!" Chapter 40. I do not wish for your demise. Xie Rongxuan trembled in shock, causing the medicinal liquid to spill. Jiang Yuanyi stepped forward, snatched the medicine bowl, and carelessly placed it on a nearby small table. What happened? Xie Rongxuan asked, bewildered. Chun Tao and Chun Li stood frozen in confusion, noticing a smudge of the medicinal liquid at the corner of Xie Rongxuan's mouth. Jiang Yuanyi swiftly produced a handkerchief to wipe it away, anxiously inquiring, "Your Grace, did you consume any of the medicine?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "Just a little." Jiang Yuanyi's heart sank, and she urgently commanded, "Chun Li, quickly bring a bowl of warm salt water." Although Chun Li was unaware of the unfolding situation, the pallor of the young master's wife's face suggested something dreadful had occurred. She dared not ask further and hurriedly exited the room. Jiang Yuanyi added, "Make sure to add plenty of salt. Regardless of whether it dissolves, bring it here immediately." "Yes, young master's wife," Chun Li replied, quickening her pace. "Your Grace, please do not move," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. "Understood," Xie Rongxuan responded. In a flurry, Jiang Yuanyi retrieved the medicine box, extracting a porcelain bottle of alcohol. She poured half of it to cleanse her hands and applied some onto the handkerchief to meticulously wipe Xie Rongxuan's lips, nervously asking, "Did the medicine touch any other areas?" Xie Rongxuan raised his right hand, saying, "A little spilled on my hand." Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly wiped his hand clean, ensuring there was no trace left. "Young master's wife." Chun Li panted as she rushed in with a bowl of warm salt water. Jiang Yuanyi quickly took it, noticing that a small portion of the pure white salt had not dissolved. She paid it no mind, bringing the bowl to Xie Rongxuan's lips. "Your Grace, please drink a few sips." Xie Rongxuan, with an expressionless face, took 2 sips. Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "How does it taste?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "The salt water is too salty." "Salt is beneficial," Jiang Yuanyi continued. "How does your body feel? What sensations do you have?" "Nothing unusual," he responded. Unsettled, Jiang Yuanyi pressed her hand against his pulse. At that moment, Xie Rongxuan asked, "Yuanyi, what is happening?" Jiang Yuanyi candidly informed him, "There may be poison in today's medicine." "Poison?" Chun Tao and Chun Li gasped in unison. Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow, questioning, "What kind of poison?" "Langhua poison," Jiang Yuanyi disclosed. "Poison derived from flowers?" "Indeed," she affirmed, pouring the remaining warm salt water into the medicine bowl on the small table. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar odor began to permeate the air. Chun Tao and Chun Li simultaneously asked, "What does that smell?" "It is the scent of Langhua poison." Jiang Yuanyi recounted her discovery of the poison. Chun Tao exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that the flower buds we picked today are poisonous?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "But we have been gathering flower buds from the same location for several days without any issues. How could they be poisonous today?" Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Suddenly, Chun Tao realized it must be the 6th young lady. "Why the 6th young lady?" Chun Li inquired. Chun Tao turned to Chun Li, stating, "Today, when a young master's wife and I entered the small garden, we encountered the 6th young lady exiting from within." Chun Li instinctively glanced at Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi. Xie Rongxuan remained silent. "Do not speak of this without evidence," he cautioned the two of them. Jiang Yuanyi indeed lacked evidence and did not wish to embroil Chun Tao and Chun Li in trouble. Chun Tao hastily covered her mouth. "Chun Li responda afirmatively." Jiang Yuanyi remarked that there was nothing to worry about and urged them to leave. Chun Li inquired about the young master's medicine, as he required it thrice daily. Concerned that other medicinal herbs might also be toxic, which Chun Tao and Chun Li might overlook, Jiang Yuanyi declared, "I shall personally brew it shortly." With trepidation, Chun Tao and Chun Li exited. Xie Rongxuan gazed at Jiang Yuanyi with conviction, asserting that it was Xie Rongxuan who had poisoned him. Jiang Yuanyi questioned his certainty. If his 5th brother succeeded in the palace examination next month and became a scholar, it would be a great honor for the Jingwu Duke's residence. Even if their father disagreed, the Xie clan would undoubtedly advocate for his 5th brother as the heir. Would that mean the end of Xie Rongxuan's ambitions? Xie Rongxuan nodded, continuing his analysis. The Jiang concubine and her children wish for my early demise, so that my father may swiftly establish Xie Rongxuan as the heir. Thus, even if my fifth brother were to excel, it would change nothing. Jiang Yuanyi, having been aware of the sordid affairs of highborn families since childhood, had suffered alongside her mother and sister. Yet, she was taken aback by the Jiang concubine's lethal intentions towards Xie Rongxuan. Fear gripped her heart, and at that moment, her hand was clasped in his, prompting her to gaze upon Xie Rongxuan's pale countenance. "Do not be afraid," he reassured her. Jiang Yuanyi asked, "What shall we do? What do you think?" He retorted, although Jiang Yuanyi had always been gentle. The malicious schemes of the Jiang concubine and her kin ignited a flicker of courageous resolve within her. "I must expose Xie Rongxuan. Indeed, vengeance must be repaid," Xie Rongxuan observed. "However, capturing Xie Rongxuan alone will not harm the Jiang concubine and Xie Rongxuan." Jiang Yuanyi, unaccustomed to retaliating against others, felt lost. Xie Rongxuan explained, "After we expose Xie Rongxuan, I must endure for a month until my fifth brother passes the examination. Everything will resolve itself." A month, merely a month to endure. Jiang Yuanyi felt tears of heartache welling up. "Why are you crying again?" Xie Rongxuan chuckled gently, reaching to wipe her tears. "Young master," she choked out, I do not wish." "What do you not wish for?" he asked. "I do not wish for your death." "Silly. Everyone must die," he replied. "I simply do not want you to die." Jiang Yuanyi suddenly grew obstinate. Having faced death nonchalantly over the past 2 years, Xie Rongxuan, at that moment, was overwhelmed by a fervent desire to live, to remain by the side of the weeping girl before him. Yet, life and death are beyond one's control. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, and he coughed violently, blood spilling forth onto Jiang Yuanyi's hands. Jiang Yuanyi looked down at the crimson droplets, momentarily stunned. Xie Rongxuan abruptly slumped weakly onto the bed. Jiang Yuanyi's heart raced as she leaped onto the bed, calling out, young master, Xie Rongxuan's lips were stained with crimson blood as he soothingly reassured her in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Do not be afraid. I will hold on." Jiang Yuanyi's tears flowed even more fiercely as she cried out, "Chuntao! Chuntao!" Chuntao hurriedly rushed in, only to be struck speechless at the sight of the blood-soaked bed. Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed urgently, "Go find Dr. Jia! Quickly! Hurry to find Dr. Jia!" "Yes, yes!" Chuntao responded in a fluster, darting out of the bedroom. In her haste, she stumbled and fell, but without a moment's hesitation. She picked herself up and raced to the hospital, dragging Dr. Jia back to Shinshin Courtyard. "Chuntao, what has happened?" Dr. Jia inquired as they ran. "The young master has coughed up blood," Chuntao replied. Dr. Jia was taken aback. "What is the cause?" "I do not know. Please hurry and take a look." The two quickened their pace. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan stood not far away, observing the unfolding drama. "Sister, you have done well," Xie Rongxuan declared triumphantly. Jiang Yuanyi laughed heartily. "Rongxuan, just wait for your turn to become the young master." Chapter 41. Salvation. The sacrifices made by my mother and younger sister shall forever remain etched in my heart. A smile lingered at the corners of Xie Rongxuan's lips. Aunt Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Mother, is fourth brother truly dead?" "He shall soon meet his end," Aunt Jiang replied with anticipation. Although Xie Rongxuan had administered the poison herself, the thought of Xie Rongxuan's impending demise stirred a disquiet in her heart. Aunt Jiang, sensing her wavering emotions, remarked, "Better to die early and painlessly than to suffer." Upon hearing this, Xie Rongxuan immediately resolved to affirm her actions. Aunt Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Xie Rongxuan, but chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing contentedly at the hurried figures of Chuntao and Dr. Jia. Chuntao and Dr. Jia, preoccupied with their concern for the young lord, remained oblivious to the presence of Aunt Jiang and the others. They hastened to the bedroom of Shinshin Courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi sat on the edge of the bed, administering salt water to Xie Rongxuan. "Young lady," Chuntao called out. Jiang Yuanyi turned and acknowledged, "Dr. Jia." Dr. Jia, upon noticing the blood-soaked bed, gasped in horror and rushed to the bedside to take Xie Rongxuan's pulse. He ingested the dissolving flower poison by mistake, Jiang Yuanyi stated plainly. Dr. Jia, taken aback, looked at Jiang Yuanyi. How could that happen? Jiang Yuanyi lowered her gaze slightly. Having served in the Duke's household for many years, Dr. Jia was well aware of the undercurrents at play. He then asked, "Did you give him salt water?" "Yes," she replied. "The salt water induces thirst. I instructed him to wait before drinking more." Indeed, Dr. Jia observed, noting Xie Rongxuan's drowsiness. "Young lady, may I have a word?" Jiang Yuanyi rose, replying, "Chun-Li, keep an eye on the young lord." Chun-Li responded, "I shall tidy the bed first and return shortly." "Very well." Jiang Yuanyi followed Dr. Jia to a stone table in the courtyard. Dr. Jia spoke directly. "Although you attempted to neutralize the poison with salt water, the young lord's constitution is too frail. He cannot withstand even the slightest irritation." Jiang Yuanyi was well aware of this. Dr. Jia continued, "After this incident, he may not survive more than a month." Despite Xie Rongxuan's assurances that he would endure for a month, Jiang Yuanyi understood the limitations of human resilience against fate. "At most, he has half a month left," Dr. Jia added. Jiang Yuanyi bowed her head in silence. Upon learning of Xie Rongxuan's peculiar malady, Dr. Jia had mentally prepared himself. Yet, as the day of reckoning approached, he found it difficult to accept. He glanced at Jiang Yuanyi. "I will gradually inform the Duke's wife and others, allowing them to come to terms with it." "Accept?" Jiang Yuanyi could not fathom such a notion. Dr. Jia remarked, "I shall return to prepare medicine for him. We can brew it shortly." Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Noticing her despondence, Dr. Jia advised, "Young lady, take care of yourself." Jiang Yuanyi did not respond. With a sigh in his heart, Dr. Jia rose and called for Chun Tao to leave Xinxin courtyard. They went to the estate's infirmary to procure the medicine, which he handed to Chun Tao, saying, "Take this back and prepare it." Upon returning to Xinxin courtyard, Chun Tao found Jiang Yuanyi seated at the stone table, her slender figure emanating a profound sense of solitude. This sight filled her heart with sorrow, prompting her to approach and gently call out, "Young lady." Jiang Yuanyi turned her head and asked, "Have you procured the medicine?" "Yes," came the reply. "Hand it over. I shall prepare the concoction." "Let me do it," the servant insisted. "What if it is poisonous again?" Chun Tao exclaimed in alarm. "I harbor no ill will towards you. I simply wish to supervise the process for my peace of mind." Jiang Yuanyi took the medicine pouch and proceeded to the back courtyard, meticulously inspecting the herbs before placing them into the cauldron to begin brewing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she looked up to see Xie Ping. "Madam, I have something to inquire." He bowed respectfully. "Go ahead," she replied. "Is it true that the young master has but a month left?" "Indeed," he confirmed. Xie Ping, filled with admiration for Jiang Yuanyi, lost his composure upon hearing the grim news about the young master, his voice tinged with reproach. "Were you not here to bring good fortune?" Jiang Yuanyi had intended to uplift spirits, but through negligence, she had inadvertently allowed Xie Rongxuan to consume the harmful flower dissolvent prematurely. She lowered her gaze in shame. "How dare you speak to her in such a manner?" Xie Rongxuan's voice cut through the air. Jiang Yuanyi turned to see Chun-Li pushing Xie Rongxuan closer. "Young master," she called out. Xie Rongxuan appeared exceedingly pale, yet his gaze pierced through Xie Ping like a chilling blade. "Have you forgotten what I instructed you?" Xie Ping immediately regained his senses and fell to his knees before Jiang Yuanyi. "Madam, I have overstepped. Please punish me. It is of no consequence. You were merely concerned for the young master." "Rise," Jiang Yuanyi replied graciously. "Are you unable to comprehend what the madam has said?" Xie Rongxuan interjected. Xie Ping quickly stood up. "You shall bear the consequences yourself." Jiang Yuanyi chose not to hold a grudge, yet Xie Rongxuan was not inclined to forgive Xie Ping. Jiang Yuanyi hastily pleaded, "Young master, please do not impose punishment." Xie Ping had already exited the courtyard. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi turned her attention back to him. "As long as I am here, he behaves this way. I shall not." Xie Rongxuan's words trailed off as he succumbed to a coughing fit. "Young master." Jiang Yuanyi rushed forward, gently patting his back. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Jiang Yuanyi acutely felt the detrimental effects of the flower dissolvent on his body, suppressing her discomfort as she inquired, "What brings you out here? Did you not say you wished to bask in the sun?" "But you," I simply wish to enjoy the sunlight, Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi chose not to press further, guiding him into the sun's warm embrace. Stay here for a while. I shall prepare the medicine, and it will be ready for you to drink shortly. Very well. Xie Rongxuan acquiesced. Jiang Yuanyi returned to her post by the medicinal stove. Xie Rongxuan sat in his wheelchair, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Jiang Yuanyi, seemingly unable to take his eyes off her. She focused intently on the brewing of the medicine, wary of any potential toxins that might arise. Once the concoction was complete, Xie Rongxuan, exhausted, succumbed to slumber. Jiang Yuanyi poured out the medicinal liquid, allowing it to cool before gently waking him. As he opened his eyes and beheld her delicate visage, he smiled and obediently consumed a bowl of the medicine before drifting back into a deep sleep, remaining in a stupor until evening. Young master, Jiang Yuanyi called softly. Xie Rongxuan stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Time to take your medicine, she informed him. Another dose awaits. This is for the evening. It is already evening. Xie Rongxuan gently rises, takes the bowl of medicine, and drinks it all at once. Jiang Yuanyi retrieves the bowl and says, rest now. Xie Rongxuan slowly closes his eyes. Jiang Yuanyi sits on a small stool, watching intently. For the first time, she feels an intense hatred toward a person, Xie Rongxuan, wishing desperately to stab her to death. Yet, even if she were to do so, it would not bring Xie Rongxuan back to life. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan lets out a soft groan of discomfort. Jiang Yuanyi snaps back to attention and calls, Your Highness. Xie Rongxuan furrows his brow, but does not awaken. Is it too warm? Jiang Yuanyi pulls down the thick quilt draped over Xie Rongxuan, and suddenly, something darts past his neck. She thinks she must be mistaken and parts the layers of his clothing. A small gray dot, the size of a fingernail, is seen darting through Xie Rongxuan's prominent veins. With her delicate fingers, she gently touches the dot, which suddenly vanishes into the bloodstream. Jiang Yuanyi gasps in shock, abruptly rising and stumbling to the bookshelf by the window, her hands trembling as she frantically searches through the medical texts. In her haste, she knocks over several books, creating a cacophony of noise. Chun Tao hears the commotion and enters, finding Jiang Yuanyi trembling on the ground, searching for a book. She kneels down beside her and asks, Madam, what are you looking for? Jiang Yuanyi, seemingly oblivious, pulls out a book and, upon seeing a few words, suddenly turns around, gripping Chun Tao's arm, nearly in tears from excitement. There's hope. Chun Tao, there's hope. What hope? Chun Tao asks, puzzled. Jiang Yuanyi replies, Your Highness has hope. Chun Tao rejoices, Really? Chapter 42. It's not a strange illness, truly. Wonderful, exclaimed Jiang Yuanyi, brimming with excitement. Do not rejoice just yet. You must fetch Dr. Jia at once. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. Spring Peach promptly sprang to her feet. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuanyi suddenly seized Spring Peach's arm. Do not let anyone know that the heir has been saved. Having learned from the incident involving the Ronghua medicine, Spring Peach understood the lurking dangers around them and knew she must act with caution. Rest assured, my lady, I shall keep silent. When Dr. Jia arrives, you may speak with him directly. Jiang Yuanyi released her grip. Hurry along. Spring Peach swiftly exited the chamber. Jiang Yuanyi resumed her reading. Before long, Spring Peach returned with Dr. Jia in tow. Dr. Jia. Jiang Yuanyi greeted him eagerly. Dr. Jia had visited the Shunxing courtyard twice that day, once in the morning and again at noon. Now, as he was settling in for the night, Spring Peach had urgently knocked on his door without explanation, pulling him towards the courtyard. He assumed something grave had befallen Xie Rongxuan, and his expression darkened as he spoke. Madam, the heir, he is saved. Jiang Yuanyi interjected. Dr. Jia, incredulous, asked, What did you say? I said the heir is saved. Dr. Jia remained skeptical. Follow me. Jiang Yuanyi plucked a silver needle from a flower and approached the bedside. Dr. Jia and Spring Peach trailed behind her. Jiang Yuanyi inserted the silver needle into Xie Rongxuan's neck. A small gray dot danced near the needle before vanishing. What was that? Dr. Jia and Spring Peach inquired in unison. Jiang Yuanyi withdrew the needle and led both of them to the outer room. It is a latent blood toxin. The heir does not suffer from a strange illness, but rather has been afflicted by the Eastern Yi's latent blood poison. Dr. Jia questioned. A poison crafted by the Easterny? Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. Why have I never heard of it? Dr. Jia, who had studied Eastern medical texts, was puzzled. Because the latent blood toxin was removed from medical records 2 decades ago. I fortuitously acquired an Eastern medical text from over 20 years ago, which documented this poison. Jiang Yuanyi felt fortunate for her recent endeavors in seeking out medical literature. Dr. Jia, perplexed, asked why was it removed. It was deemed ineffective against the general populace. Jiang Yuanyi explained candidly. What do you mean? The latent blood toxin, as its name implies, infiltrates the bloodstream. Dr. Jia pondered briefly before asking, so, it requires an open wound for the poison to take effect? Jiang Yuanyi nodded. It necessitates 5 or more wounds to manifest its effects. Suddenly, Dr. Jia recalled, years ago, the heir was indeed grievously injured in battle against the Easterny. Yet, with the strict oversight in the military camp, how could they have poisoned him? Jiang Yuanyi replied. The latent blood toxin is a powder that can be casually sprinkled on the heir to achieve success. Dr. Jia's eyes widened in realization. It is colorless and tasteless, infiltrating the blood, rendering any testing methods ineffective. Thus, we have remained oblivious to the fact that the heir was poisoned, mistakenly thinking he had a strange illness. Jiang Yuanyi nodded, affirming, indeed, it was by sheer coincidence that I administered acupuncture to the young master, employing peach blossoms for Scythia and rose flowers to alleviate his suffering while extracting the hidden toxic blood. Otherwise, I would not have discerned that he was poisoned. Dr. Jia, suddenly enlightened, felt a surge of emotions, his eyes reddening as he remarked, then old Duke Jingwa is. I do not know, Jiang Yuanyi interjected hastily. I cannot ascertain whether my grandfather is afflicted by the hidden toxic blood, but Dr. Jia, we must devise a way to cure the young master. Other matters can be addressed later. Dr. Jia swiftly regained his composure, casting aside distractions, and inquired, how can we detoxify the young master's hidden toxic blood? Jiang Yuanyi put away the silver needles, stating, the chinya flower can counteract the poison. The chinya flower? Dr. Jia pondered for a moment and responded, it only grows in Dongyi. Correct, Dr. Jia exclaimed eagerly. We must hasten to Dongyi to procure the chinya flower. But I am unfamiliar with the chinya flower. Jiang Yuanyi admitted. Dr. Jia, in a state of urgency, replied, I know it. Jiang Yuanyi asked, can you journey to Dongyi and return with the chinya flower within 10 days? Dongyi lies far beyond the borders, and, given Dr. Jia's advanced age, such a feat seemed implausible. However, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Xie Ping. He can return within 10 days. Does Xie Ping recognize the chinya flower? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Doctor. Jia replied, we shall ascertain that. He gestured for a servant. Chuntao promptly went to summon Xie Ping. He soon entered, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi directly asked, Xie Ping, are you familiar with chinya grass and chinya flowers? Xie Ping responded, yes, chinya grass is a type of herb found in Dongyi, thriving in secluded mountainous areas, and it blooms with pale, purple chinya flowers at the end of spring. Precisely, you are correct. Dr. Jia exclaimed, his delight evident. Jiang Yuanyi felt a wave of joy. Dr. Jia then informed Xie Ping of the situation regarding the hidden toxic blood. Xie Ping immediately knelt, declaring, young masteress lady, I am willing to go. Within 10 days, I shall certainly return with the chinya flower. Jiang Yuanyi joyfully replied, very well, rise. Xie Ping obediently stood. Jiang Yuanyi instructed, only living chinya flowers can yield the maximum medicinal effect. Xie Ping affirmed, I will uproot them and transplant them into a flower pot. And then, no need for a flower pot, Jiang Yuanyi interrupted. You should uproot them with the soil, place them in a sack, and load them onto a horse. Understood. I shall gather more, he said, preparing to depart. Jiang Yuanyi hesitated, mentioning, but tonight, what does tonight matter? He retorted, as long as the young master survives. Xie Ping is willing to risk his life. He cast a glance at the pallid figure of Xie Rongxuan in bed and solemnly bowed to Jiang Yuanyi, stating, young masteress lady, I implore you to take good care of the young master until my return. Jiang Yuanyi replied earnestly, I shall do so. Please ensure your safety. Xie Ping turned to leave. Chuntao paused momentarily and said, young masteress lady, Xie Ping is injured. Jiang Yuanyi expressed surprise. Injured? How so? Chuntao explained. He was disrespectful to you today, and the young master ordered him to receive 10 military strikes. Initially, Jiang Yuanyi had thought that the punishment mentioned by Xie Rongxuan referred to running laps or rigorous training. She had not anticipated it would entail 10 military strikes. Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly pursued him. Yet Xie Ping had already ventured far. Even if he were to be caught up, he would resolutely continue towards Dongyi. Jiang Yuanyi no longer insisted, instead retrieving a swelling and pain relief ointment from her medicine box and handing it to Chuntao. Take this to him. Tell him to apply it, and he will soon recover. Chuntao hurried to the back gate of the Jingguo Duke's residence, just managing to catch up with Xie Ping. She presented the vial to him, saying, "This is from the young lady of the heir. She asks you to apply it, and you will be well in no time." Reflecting on his earlier disrespectful words to the young lady of the heir, Xie Ping felt both guilty and touched that she had not only refrained from reprimanding him, but had also sent medicine. Bowing his fist in gratitude, he replied, "Please convey my thanks to the young lady of the heir." Chuntao responded, "Certainly, I shall convey your message. Farewell." Xie Ping swiftly mounted his horse and galloped away without delay. As Chuntao watched him rapidly disappear into the night, she turned toward the Xinxing courtyard. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuanyi emerged from the courtyard, carrying a small basket. Chuntao, curious, approached her and inquired, "Young lady of the heir, what are you up to at this late hour?" Chapter 43. "You are tempting me, plucking flowers at such a late hour?" inquired Jiang Yuanyi. "Indeed, we shall gather them now and utilize them tonight," replied Chuntao. Chun-Li, carrying a lantern, approached, saying, "Dr. Jia mentioned before his departure that since the flowers have their uses, we ought to employ them generously." Chuntao quickly added, "I shall join you." "Then let us be off," Jiang Yuanyi replied. The three of them, with lanterns in hand, ventured into the small garden, gathering a basket brimming with flower buds. Upon returning to the Xinxing courtyard, they soaked the blossoms in salt water for a quarter of an hour. Not detecting any unpleasant odor, Chuntao asked, "Mistress, these are not poisonous, are they?" "Indeed, we shall retrieve them, clean them thoroughly, and extract the fresh flower juice," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. Chuntao and Chun-Li responded affirmatively, and Jiang Yuanyi lent a hand. Together, they extracted a bowl of fresh flower juice. Jiang Yuanyi placed over a dozen silver needles into the juice. "Why are the silver needles immersed in the fresh flower juice, mistress?" Chuntao inquired, puzzled. "To interfere with the latent blood poison," Jiang Yuanyi explained. Curiously, Chuntao asked, "So, you just drew the silver needles from the flowers and inserted them into the young master's veins to disrupt the latent blood poison?" "Precisely. Once disturbed, it will wander aimlessly, reducing the frequency of its tumultuous gatherings. However, it merely lessens the effect, not entirely eradicates it," Jiang Yuanyi clarified, indicating the flower remnants. "Place these into a brocade pouch and set it beside the young master's pillow." "Yes, I shall fetch a brocade pouch," Chuntao replied. After placing the pouch of fresh flowers next to Xie Rongxuan's pillow, it was already quite late. "You may all retire for the night," Jiang Yuanyi instructed. "Lady, do take care to rest early as well," Chuntao suggested. "Understood," Jiang Yuanyi acknowledged as Chuntao and Chun-Li departed. Securing the bedroom door, Jiang Yuanyi sat at Xie Rongxuan's bedside, calling softly, "Young master." There was no response. Jiang Yuanyi gently pulled back the quilt covering him. "Are you attempting to undress me again?" Xie Rongxuan's voice emerged, startling Jiang Yuanyi. "When did you awaken?" she asked, taken aback. "I have been awake for some time," he replied. "Did you overhear my conversation with Dr. Jia?" Jiang Yuanyi pressed. "I did. I have been afflicted by the Eastern Yi's latent blood poison," he confirmed. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Rongxuan added, "My grandfather may also have been poisoned." No wonder. It explained why Xie Rongxuan remained silent upon hearing about the latent blood poison. He was grieving for his grandfather, just like Dr. Jia. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Yuanyi grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand, saying, "The deceased are gone. Those who live must continue to thrive." Xie Rongxuan gazed at her. "Are you comforting me?" "Yes," she affirmed. He chuckled softly. "Look at your foolishness." Irritated, Jiang Yuanyi retorted, The weight of my sorrow has lifted. I now wish to recover swiftly." to return to Beizhou and deal with those eastern scoundrels. When I kneel before my grandfather's grave, even his tomb may crack with laughter, perhaps deeming his death worthwhile. Xie Rongxuan's expression bore no trace of sorrow. How could one speak of a death being worth it when poisoned? You will understand in due time, he remarked. Such nonsense. Jiang Yuanyi realized her worry had been unfounded and immediately released his hand. Xie Rongxuan promptly grasped her hand. Jiang Yuanyi, somewhat irritated, inquired, "What are you doing?" It seemed. Xie Rongxuan paused. Jiang Yuanyi, curious, pressed on, "It seems like what?" Xie Rongxuan chuckled. "It appears I haven't held your hand in quite a few days." "Not serious at all." Jiang Yuanyi's face flushed instantly. Retracting her hand, she stated, "I need to give you an injection." Xie Rongxuan, wishing to take her hand again but wary of provoking her, relented and asked, "Are you going to strip me bare?" "I've said many times that's not the case." Jiang Yuanyi explained, blushing. Xie Rongxuan queried, "Should I keep at least one piece of underwear?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded, "Yes." Xie Rongxuan continued, "Will you also put me to sleep?" Jiang Yuanyi gently replied, "You've slept too long today, so no sleep for you." Xie Rongxuan agreed, "All right." Rarely did Jiang Yuanyi witness Xie Rongxuan being so obedient. She cast him a glance and reassured, "It won't hurt. You're not afraid of pain, are you?" Jiang Yuanyi cautioned, "But you mustn't move." Xie Rongxuan adopted a demeanor of resignation. "Go ahead, strip me." Jiang Yuanyi retorted, "Don't speak so rudely." Xie Rongxuan countered, "Aren't you going to strip me? You needn't voice it. It is what it is." Jiang Yuanyi turned her gaze toward him. "I am the doctor. You must listen to me. No more talking." Although Jiang Yuanyi attempted to appear stern, her softness was undeniable. Xie Rongxuan's voice dropped. "All right, I will heed your words, Jiang the divine physician." Jiang Yuanyi felt a sudden tickle in her ears and quickly dismissed the chaotic thoughts in her mind. She lifted the quilt covering Xie Rongxuan and, with a focused mind, began to remove his garments. Xie Rongxuan, initially ready to spar with Jiang Yuanyi verbally, suddenly felt exposed in his frail state, a wave of embarrassment washing over him, wishing he could pull the quilt over himself. "Not unattractive," Jiang Yuanyi suddenly remarked. Xie Rongxuan asked, "What did you say?" Jiang Yuanyi, sensing his thoughts, replied, "I said your body is not unattractive. It's quite pleasing." Xie Rongxuan noted, "You mentioned that last time." Jiang Yuanyi nodded, "Indeed." Xie Rongxuan added, "You mustn't stare." Jiang Yuanyi responded, "I'm not staring. I'm merely observing the acupoints." Xie Rongxuan remained silent, but he felt considerably more at ease due to Jiang Yuanyi's words. Jiang Yuanyi inserted a silver needle, dipped in floral essence, into Xie Rongxuan's Yongquan acupoint. Instantly, he felt a wave of warmth surging from his feet, his body relaxing. "Is it warm?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Xie Rongxuan affirmed, "Yes." Jiang Yuanyi cautioned, "Soon, your entire body will feel warm." Xie Rongxuan acknowledged with a hum. After inserting dozens of silver needles, Xie Rongxuan felt significantly more relaxed. Jiang Yuanyi stated plainly, "This merely alleviates your pain. It does not detoxify. We must wait for the chinya flower." "Understood," Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi gently removed the silver needles from Xie Rongxuan's body, careful not to cause him pain, delicately wiping away each tiny bead of blood that emerged. Due to the delicacy of her movements, akin to feathers gliding across the skin, the sensation was more unbearable than pain itself. Xie Rongxuan felt a soft, tingling sensation within her and called out, "Jiang Yuanyi." Jiang Yuanyi turned her head, her eyelashes fluttering, and her eyes shimmering like rippling water. Xie Rongxuan turned her face aside and accused, "Are you envious of my beauty?" Jiang Yuanyi immediately flushed with embarrassment and indignation, exclaiming, "Who is envious of your beauty? It's you. If you do not hasten to put on my garments, your delay is the epitome of envy." "You speak nonsense," Xie Rongxuan retorted, "Do not deny it. You have secretly harbored feelings for me for many years." As Jiang Yuanyi attempted to defend herself, she suddenly noticed that Xie Rongxuan's ears were tinged a crimson red, almost as if they were bleeding. She paused for a moment, turned her face away, and gazed at the flickering candlelight, smiling softly. Chapter 44. Return of Jiang Yuanyi. Xie Rongxuan called out again, "Let me dress you." Jiang Yuanyi helped Xie Rongxuan don a deep garment and cover himself with a quilt. When Xie Rongxuan turned to see the smile at the corner of Jiang Yuanyi's mouth, he muttered, "Lustful woman." "What do you mean by lustful woman?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired, gathering her silver needles. Xie Rongxuan explained, "A woman who covets male beauty." Jiang Yuanyi turned her head to observe Xie Rongxuan's pallid complexion, yet his features were strikingly defined, his elongated eyes slightly upturned, exuding a sense of defiance, as if standing atop a lofty mountain. Indeed, he was worthy of admiration, lacking the confidence to retort. She chose silence and turned back to return the medicine box to its place. "Jiang Yuanyi," Xie Rongxuan called. "What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi responded without looking back. "Why do you not argue back? I am about to bathe and change." Jiang Yuanyi entered the cleansing room. Xie Rongxuan finally ceased his chatter. When Jiang Yuanyi emerged from the washing chamber, she noticed Xie Rongxuan disdainfully rummaging through a brocade pouch. She quickly approached and tugged it away, saying, "This is a pouch of fresh flowers. It is beneficial for your health." Xie Rongxuan frowned. "It is too fragrant." "Bear with it," Jiang Yuanyi replied, placing the pouch back beside Xie Rongxuan's pillow. She climbed onto the bed, nestled under a thin quilt, with only her small head peeking out. "My lord, how do you feel?" "I feel hot," Xie Rongxuan answered. "Then you should be able to sleep well tonight," Jiang Yuanyi said. Xie Rongxuan turned to her. "I cannot sleep now. I shall tell you a story. Is it again about a mountain from long ago? Today, we shall not speak of the mountain. What shall we speak of? Once there was a temple. In the temple, there was a young nun. There are monks in the temple. Only in the convent are there nuns. There was a husband for the young nun in the temple. The Buddhist realm is pure. Do not speak foolishly. Is it not possible that before the monk became a monk, he was the husband of the young nun? That is indeed plausible." Originally, Jiang Yuanyi intended to narrate a story to Xie Rongxuan, but it transformed into a collaborative tale spun by both, growing increasingly addictive until they fell asleep late into the night. The following day, Jiang Yuanyi rose as usual to pay her respects to Lady Wang. Lady Jiang and Xie Rongxuan happened to be present as well. Lady Wang scrutinized Jiang Yuanyi's face and asked, "Yuanyi, did you not sleep well last night?" "I went to bed rather late," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Is it that Rongxuan is unwell?" "Nay, not at all," Jiang Yuanyi hastily denied. "Not at all. Doctor, Jia hurried to the Shishing courtyard 3 times yesterday. It is said that Xie Rongxuan may not last 5 days. Thus, you were worried and could not sleep, yet dare not inform Lady Wang, correct?" Both Lady Jiang and Xie Rongxuan shared this sentiment, their lips curling into satisfied smiles. Lady Wang asked skeptically, "Truly not?" "Truly," Jiang Yuanyi insisted, wishing to alleviate Lady Wang's concerns. Yet Lady Wang remained uneasy. "Then I shall go check on him shortly." Before Jiang Yuanyi could respond, Xie Rongxuan interjected, "Mother, I have not seen fourth brother in a long time. I wish to go see him, to see if he is still alive." Jiang Yuanyi harbored intense hatred for Xie Rongxuan, yet she knew she had to convince Xie Rongxuan and Jiang and Xie Rongxing that Xie Rongxuan was on the verge of death, lest they create further chaos and impede Xie Ping from obtaining the antidote. Thus, she remarked, "The young master cannot be seen by so many people." Aunt Jiang responded, "Rongxuan can accompany the Duchess to have a look. I shall not go." Jiang Yuanyi insisted, "Doctor, Jia does not permit more than 3 people in the chamber." Aunt Jiang retorted, "Cannot we make an exception? Rongxuan is quite fond of her fourth brother." "Fond? Fond enough to poison Xie Rongxuan? What nonsense!" Jiang Yuanyi resolutely declined. In the eyes of Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi appeared weak and easily swayed. Her newfound determination only strengthened their belief that Xie Rongxuan's condition was dire, bringing them immense satisfaction. Wang Shi, unaware of the situation regarding the melting flower poison, genuinely found Aunt Jiang and her children distasteful. She declared, "Rongxuan, do not go for the time being. Wait until your fourth brother recovers." "Wait until he recovers?" They laughed derisively. "That day will never come." Aunt Jiang suppressed her elation and said, "Then Rongxuan shall not go." Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. After some further conversation, Wang Shi accompanied Jiang Yuanyi to the Shishing courtyard. Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan settled in a nearby pavilion to enjoy tea and idle chatter. "Mother, the Duchess has come out." Xie Rongxuan pointed toward the distance. Wang Shi, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, walked with Li Mama, offering consolation by her side. Aunt Jiang smiled slyly, saying, "It seems Xie Rongxuan truly cannot last much longer." Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. In a cheerful mood, Aunt Jiang rose, declaring, "Let us go." "Where to?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "We must find a way to rescue your second brother from prison." The mother and daughter, along with Xie Rongxing, devised a plan. And soon 5 days had passed. "Mother, why has there been no news from the Shengyin courtyard?" Xie Rongxing queried, perplexed. "There has been, doctor. Jia visits fourth brother 3 times a day," Xie Rongxuan responded. Xie Rongxing pressed. "Did they not say he would perish in 5 days?" Aunt Jiang had initially intended to use a potent poison, but, fearing discovery by Xie Rongxuan and the others, opted for a milder melting flower poison. Now that it had been administered, they could only wait patiently. Xie Rongxuan is a martial general, robust by nature. He can likely endure a few more days. Days 6, 7, 8, and 9 passed. Aunt Jiang and her children could no longer contain their impatience and secretly dispatched someone to the Shengyin courtyard. Discovering that Xie Rongxuan was indeed failing. "Is he truly at death's door?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Xie Rongxing affirmed, "Absolutely. It is said he is clinging to life by a thread. Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia are vigilantly watching over him, hoping he can last until fifth brother takes the imperial examination." Aunt Jiang chuckled. "What a delightful thought." Xie Rongxing remarked, "Mother, I suspect they will conceal fourth brother's death until after fifth brother's examination." Aunt Jiang scoffed. "They shall not have that luxury. Once it is confirmed that Xie Rongxuan has died, we will force our way into the Shengyin courtyard and accuse Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia with holding information, driving them out of the Jingguogong mansion, thus sparing us their presence." Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement, while Aunt Jiang continued her tirade against Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia. Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia were utterly oblivious, their hearts laden with anxiety. It was now the 10th night, and yet Xie Ping had not returned. Dr. Jia remarked, while Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Dr. Jia pondered aloud. Could it be that Xie Ping has encountered some misfortune? Jiang Yuanyi was at a loss. Dr. Jia continued. "The chinya flowers grow near the mountains of the Easterny. Might he have run into the Easterny people?" Jiang Yuanyi turned her gaze towards the bed. Xie Rongxuan's emaciated form leaned against the large welcoming pillow. His face as pale as parchment, his eyes slightly closed, and he seemed to have lost all vitality. Tears surged from Jiang Yuanyi's eyes, as if sensing her distress. Xie Rongxuan opened his eyes weakly and murmured, crying again. Jiang Yuanyi wiped her tears away with her hand. "Come here," Xie Rongxuan said. Jiang Yuanyi slowly sat beside him. Xie Rongxuan wished to wipe her tears, but his hand could no longer rise high. He could only grasp Jiang Yuanyi's hand and lament. "It seems the heavens desire my demise." Jiang Yuanyi cried, "Do not speak of death." Xie Rongxuan managed a feeble smile. "Yuanyi, I am not afraid of death. From the moment I ventured to the frontier at 15, I ceased to fear it. Even when I fell ill, I did not fear. Yet, when faced with you, I have grown fearful of death." "Do not speak of death," Jiang Yuanyi interrupted loudly. Xie Rongxuan leaned his forehead against her neck. "Very well. I shall not speak of it. I will endure." Yet, Jiang Yuanyi knew that Xie Rongxuan's body could truly bear no more. She turned to gaze at the timepiece by the window. The 11th day was imminent. She felt utterly helpless. Was there truly no hope left? Could the heavens not lend a hand? Suddenly, the door was forcefully swung open with a loud bang. Chun Tao rushed in, exclaiming, "Lady of the Air, Xie Ping has returned." Chapter 45. Embrace. "Where is Xie Pingren?" Dr. Jia inquired urgently. Suddenly, a disheveled man, clad in tattered garments, burst in, dropping 2 burlap sacks to the ground before collapsing to his knees. "Madam, I have returned late." Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. "Not late. Not late. Doctor." Jia stepped forward and opened the sacks, revealing the vibrant and fresh chinya flowers, his body trembling with excitement. "Madam, it's chinya flowers. Chinya flowers." Jiang Yuanyi gently set Xie Rongxuan down and quickly approached to inspect them. "Madam, is there still time?" Xie Ping asked anxiously. "There should be time," Jiang Yuanyi reassured him. A heavy weight lifted from Xie Ping's heart, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Xie Ping," Chun Tao exclaimed hastily. Jiang Yuanyi quickly instructed Chun Tao, Chun-Li, take Xie Ping back and find Dr. Zhong to examine him. They promptly assisted Xie Ping away. Dr. Jia pointed at the chinya flowers and asked, Madam, how do we use these flowers? Jiang Yuanyi extracted a sprig of chinya grass, adorned with 4 to 5 chinya flowers. She pulled out several silver needles and pierced them directly into the flowers, placing the arrangement on the table. We need to extract a bowl of chinya flower juice. Should we wash them first? Dr. Jia queried. No need. Just place the petals, stigma, style, sepals, filaments, and anthers on a fine gauze. Wrap them up. And squeeze out a bowl of fresh flower juice, Jiang Yuanyi instructed. Dr. Jia further inquired, do we need to add anything else? No, that will suffice. I will handle this, you tend to the young master. Time is of the essence. Every moment counts. Jiang Yuanyi watched as Dr. Jia skillfully wrapped the flower components in the gauze and extracted a small amount of juice into a bowl. She then approached Xie Rongxuan with the chinya grass and silver needles. Young master, I will administer the needle now. It may sting a bit. Xie Rongxuan's voice was faint. At least there is a chance of survival. Yes, you must survive. It had already been 10 days. And Jiang Yuanyi was uncertain how far the poison had spread through Xie Rongxuan's body. All right, Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi's fingers trembled slightly as she removed Xie Rongxuan's clothing. Sensing her anxiety, he chuckled softly and teased. You've seen my body so many times, yet you're still nervous? Who is nervous? Jiang Yuanyi retorted. Not nervous? Then perhaps you're merely coveting. Stop slandering me. Xie Rongxuan attempted to engage in playful banter, but his strength waned. Yet, Xie Rongxuan's light-hearted words alleviated some of Jiang Yuanyi's tension. She took a silver needle from the chinya flowers and, as usual, pierced it into the Yongquan acupoint on Xie Rongxuan's foot. He winced. Does it hurt? Jiang Yuanyi asked. A little, Xie Rongxuan replied. How can it only be a little? Ordinarily, Xie Rongxuan remained silent during her needlework, indicating that this time the pain was indeed significant, yet she had to continue. Concerned about burdening Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan suppressed any further sounds of discomfort. As Jiang Yuanyi removed all the silver needles, she was startled to find that Xie Rongxuan was drenched in sweat. His face bore an unusual flush, and his lips were a vivid crimson. He inquired, is it over? Yes, Jiang Yuanyi replied with a pang of compassion. Do not take advantage of me. Quickly, help me put on my clothes, Xie Rongxuan said weakly. Jiang Yuanyi, uninterested in sparring with him, hastily dressed herself and wiped the sweat from his forehead with her sleeve, gently asking, does it still hurt? Yes, he admitted candidly. Jiang Yuanyi could only urge. Bear with it. All right, he acquiesced. After a moment's hesitation, she added, in a while. Xie Rongxuan interjected, it will hurt even more? Jiang Yuanyi nodded, unable to bear the thought. It's fine, come on, he encouraged. Jiang Yuanyi helped him sit up against the large welcoming pillow. Madam, the essence of the chinya flower is ready, announced Dr. Jia as he approached with the concoction. Jiang Yuanyi reached out to accept it. Chun Tao returned, saying, Madam, Dr. Zhong is examining Xie Ping. I came to see if you need assistance. Not at the moment, Jiang Yuanyi replied, prompting Chun Tao to stand by and await further instructions. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Xie Rongxuan, saying, drinking this would be quite painful. Xie Rongxuan took the cup from her. Jiang Yuanyi, Dr. Jia, and Chun Tao held their breath in anticipation. As usual, Xie Rongxuan downed it in one gulp. Jiang Yuanyi took the empty bowl and placed it on the small table nearby. Dr. Jia stared intently at Xie Rongxuan and asked, how do you feel, young master? Just as Xie Rongxuan was about to say he felt fine, a sharp pain seized his chest. He immediately bent over the bed and expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Followed by another spurt of fresh blood, his entire body suddenly racked with excruciating pain as though his very bones were being extracted. He gritted his teeth, his long fingers digging into the edge of the bed as if to shatter it. Chun Tao was rendered speechless with fear. Dr. Jia, alarmed, asked, Madam, what is happening? The poison hidden in the blood must be expelled through vomiting, followed by agonizing pain akin to having one's bones scraped, Jiang Yuanyi observed, her eyes reddening. And after the pain? Will it be over then? Dr. Jia queried. I do not know, Jiang Yuanyi admitted, genuinely uncertain of Xie Rongxuan's fate. He collapsed onto the bed, curling up in agony, His dark hair splayed across the bed, accentuating the pallor of his cheeks and lips, his body convulsing. "Young master," Chun Tao gasped, covering her mouth in tears. Dr. Jia's eyes, too, glistened with sorrow. Jiang Yuanyi's gaze remained fixed. Suddenly, crimson spots began to appear on Xie Rongxuan's white garment. Chun Tao's eyes widened in shock. "What is happening now?" Dr. Jia asked in a panic. Jiang Yuanyi furrowed her brow, stating, "Blood is seeping from the needle points." Xie Rongxuan cried out in pain, rolling off the bed, his complexion shifting from white to red as he curled up on the floor, writhing like a cornered beast. Howling in agony, unable to contain herself any longer, Jiang Yuanyi rushed forward, cradling his head in her arms, suppressing her own anguish, and shouted, young master, hold on, do not give up, do not give up." The person in her embrace trembled incessantly, unconsciously uttering fragmented sounds, torn between the desire to break free and the reluctance to let go. Jiang Yuanyi held him tightly, weeping as she urged, "Your Highness, hold on. You must endure. You promised you would recover swiftly and vanquish those wretched Eastern barbarians in Beizhou. Your Highness, stay strong." Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan clasped her waist with fervor, burying his face into the crook of her neck, and strained to say, I still want to be with you." With tears streaming down her face, Jiang Yuanyi replied, Yes, we promised we. Abruptly, Xie Rongxuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Instantly, Jiang Yuanyi felt warmth spreading across her shoulder, only for his arms, once encircling her waist, to fall limply, as if he had lost all vitality, sliding down her shoulder and crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 46. Life or Death, Young Master. Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed immediately. Chun Tao hurriedly knelt beside him to check. "Young master." Lady Jia rushed forward to take Xie Rongxuan's pulse. Chun Tao, anxious, inquired, "Lady Jia, what has happened to the young master?" Lady Jia's complexion turned ashen. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Yuanyi also took his pulse. Lady Jia's hand trembled as it moved away from Xie Rongxuan's wrist, reaching towards his nose, before she collapsed onto the ground, uttering, "The young master is no longer breathing." "No longer breathing?" Chun Tao asked. "Is the young master dead?" Lady Jia nodded. Indeed. Outside the window, a figure clad in black rejoiced and swiftly departed from the Shunqing courtyard, quietly returning to Iha Pavilion, where he excitedly informed Aunt Jiang, Xie Rongxing, and Xie Rongxuan, "Aunt Jiang, third master, sixth young lady, the young master is dead." "Is it true?" Aunt Jiang, Xie Rongxing, and Xie Rongxuan had all hoped for Xie Rongxuan's demise. Thus they had been keeping a close watch on the situation at Shunqing Courtyard. Today, they finally received the news. The man in black, known as Biaozi, was a servant close to Xie Rongxing, skilled in gathering intelligence, confidently proclaimed, absolutely certain. Xie Ping brought back the chinya flower from Dongyi to neutralize the poison. Xie Rongxuan interrupted, "Neutralize what poison?" Aunt Jiang smiled. "Naturally, the poison from the Rongwa medicine." Biaozi, having not heard of any other poisons, assumed Xie Rongxuan had been poisoned by the Rongwa medicine, promptly nodding, yes. Xie Rongxing continued, "And then?" Biaozi replied, "Then the young master kept spitting blood, black blood, fresh blood. It was quite terrifying. There was blood everywhere on the bed and the floor." Lady Jia announced that the young master had lost his breath, and Chun Tao confirmed his death. The young master's wife was rendered speechless. "How tragic," Aunt Jiang remarked, though satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. Xie Rongxuan asked, "Can we inform father of the death now?" "No," Xie Rongxing naive. Xie Rongxuan was perplexed. Xie Rongxing elaborated. "If we announce that our fourth brother has just died, it would appear as if we were watching over them with ill intent. Our reputation would be tarnished." Aunt Jiang concurred. "Indeed, Rongxing is to become the young master. Reputation must be upheld." "Very well, we shall proceed as planned. If Jiang Yuanyi announces the death of our fourth brother, we shall wait for the young master's position to become available. If she conceals it, we will inform father and then force our way into Shunqing Courtyard to eliminate Jiang Yuanyi and Lady Jia." Aunt Jiang cheerfully declared, "Exactly. The young master's position is already within our grasp. We await the announcement to the world." Xie Rongxing stated, "Mother, tomorrow morning, you should visit Xianjing Hall to observe Jiang Yuanyi's actions, and we shall strategize further. That is my intention as well, Aunt Jiang replied, spending a moment longer with her children before saying, "The hour is late. You should return to rest." Content: Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan exited Iha Pavilion. Driven by the psychological tendency of perpetrators to return to the scene of the crime, they passed by Xinxing courtyard. Upon noticing the flickering lights in the courtyard, they exchanged a brief smile before departing. Inside the bedroom of the Shenhui courtyard, Jiang Yuanyi remained oblivious to the schemes devised by Aunt Jiang and her two sons. She gazed intently at Dr. Jia, resolutely asserting, "The young master is not dead. He is alive." Dr. Jia replied, "Madam, the young master has no breath and no pulse. That is merely a state of suspended animation caused by the clash of poison and antidote," Jiang Yuanyi explained. In a state of suspended animation, there would still be a faint pulse. The young master's body is too frail. Hence, we cannot perceive his pulse. Dr. Jia, who had witnessed Xie Rongxuan coughing up blood, bleeding, and suffering until he lost consciousness, felt a profound sorrow. He understood that the young mistress would be even more heartbroken. He had not anticipated that her grief would drive her to forsake her rationality as a healer, which pained him deeply. Chun Tao wept continuously, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Yuanyi urged, "Dr. Jia, do not announce the young master's death." Dr. Jia remained agonizingly silent. Once the news of death was declared, the Jinghua Duke's residence would commence with funeral preparations, placing Xie Rongxuan in a coffin, and should he awaken, he would face the dire possibility of suffocation. Jiang Yuanyi would not allow such a fate to transpire. Grasping Dr. Jia's arm, she implored, "Give me 3 days, 3 days' time. If the young master does not awaken by then, you may inform my mother and father, all right?" Dr. Jia looked into Jiang Yuanyi's tear-filled eyes, awash with pleading, and nodded, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Very well." Jiang Yuanyi expressed her relief. "Then I ask you, Dr. Jia, to continue treating the young master as usual during these 3 days, and report to my mother without raising any suspicions." Dr. Jia nodded earnestly, understood. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Chun Tao. "You must not speak of this." Chun Tao nodded through her tears. "And neither can sue Mama," Jiang Yuanyi added. "Indeed. Then please escort Dr. Jia back to the hospital." "No need. I can return on my own," Dr. Jia replied, slowly rising to glance at the bloodied Xie Rongxuan on the floor. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, reminiscent of the late Duke Jing, who had also succumbed to bloodshed. Now, he felt as if his very soul had been siphoned away, unsteadily exiting the bedroom. As he stepped out of the Shenhui courtyard, he recalled his promise to the young mistress, forcing himself to regain his composure as he headed toward the hospital. Together, Jiang Yuanyi and Chun Tao tidied the bedroom, changing Xie Rongxuan into clean garments and gently laying him upon the bed. Chun Tao remarked, "Madam, your clothing is stained." Jiang Yuanyi promptly changed out of her bloodied garments. Chun Tao held the soiled clothes and sheets, stating, "I shall go wash these." Jiang Yuanyi instructed, "Ensure no one discovers this." "Understood," Chun Tao replied. Taking a seat by the bedside, Jiang Yuanyi noticed Chun Tao lingering in the room and queried, "Why are you still here?" Chun Tao, with a heavy heart, replied, "Madam, once I wash these, I shall come back to keep you company." Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Why would you wish to accompany me?" Chun Tao believed the young master had perished, and thought that the young mistress would be fearful alone in the presence of a corpse. Sensing Chun Tao's apprehensions, Jiang Yuanyi asserted with conviction, "The young master will awaken." The more resolute she was, the more it pained Chun Tao, who, holding back tears, replied, "I merely wish to stay by your side." "There is no need. Once you have finished washing, you should rest," Jiang Yuanyi advised. Jiang Yuanyi remained as gentle and soft as ever, while Chun Tao dared not retort. As she watched Chun Tao leave, Jiang Yuanyi secured the bedroom door, turned, and climbed onto the bed beside Xie Rongxuan, grasping his long, pale hand. Gazing at Xie Rongxuan's handsome face, she murmured softly, "My lord, you promised to survive. Deceiving me is akin to a little pup." Naturally, Xie Rongxuan offered no response. Jiang Yuanyi, fully aware of this, leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes. The following morning dawned gray and overcast. Jiang Yuanyi rose, as she typically did. Dr. Jia arrived unusually early, conducting a pulse diagnosis for Xie Rongxuan with great seriousness. Jiang Yuanyi remarked, "Dr. Jia, I am about to pay my respects to my mother. Let us go together." Dr. Jia nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the Xianjing Hall, where Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan were already present. As usual, Madame Wang inquired about Xie Rongxuan's health. Dr. Jia felt a pang of anxiety. Jiang Yuanyi, with a gentle smile, reassured, "Mother, my husband took new medicine yesterday, read for a while, and then fell asleep, enjoying a night of restful slumber." Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi had successfully concealed the news of Xie Rongxuan's demise. Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan had long devised a meticulous plan, calmly observing Jiang Yuanyi, pondering how long she could maintain her facade. Soon, Duke Jing would return to expose her, leading to her expulsion from the Duke's residence. Dr. Jia, oblivious to Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan's scrutiny, focused on the delicate and fragile Jiang Yuanyi, who now faced everyone with remarkable composure. How resilient must the spirit within this slender frame be? As admiration welled within him, he felt an even stronger desire to assist the young mistress, affirming, "It is indeed wonderful that the young lord eats and sleeps well." Hearing this, Madame Wang was even more delighted, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Genuine joy illuminated the faces of Madame Wang, Jiang Yuanyi, and Dr. Jia. Meanwhile, Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan began to suspect whether Xie Rongxuan was truly dead or merely feigning death. Chapter 47. The Intrusion. Yuanyi, Dr. Jia, "You have truly worked hard," remarked Madame Wang. Jiang Yuanyi responded with a gentle smile, "Mother, it is the duty of a daughter-in-law." Dr. Jia added, "Madame Guogong, this is also my responsibility." Upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Rongxuan, prompting her to ascertain the truth. Xie Rongxuan, catching on, inquired, "So, does that mean fourth brother is recovering?" Madame Wang, irritated by Xie Rongxuan, chose to ignore her. Dr. Jia remained silent. Jiang Yuanyi replied softly, "Yes." Xie Rongxuan continued, "A few days ago, I visited the temple to obtain a talisman for fourth brother's safety, and I wish to present it to him personally. Fourth sister-in-law, may I visit him?" Jiang Yuanyi did not respond, but countered, "What kind of talisman?" Upon realizing that Jiang Yuanyi was falling into her trap, Xie Rongxuan exclaimed with delight, "It is the talisman from Dahua Temple, reputed to be very effective." Jiang Yuanyi further inquired, "Is it the kind infused with sandalwood?" Xie Rongxuan nodded vigorously, "Yes." "Sixth sister should know that my husband has recently been using fresh flowers in his medicine, making it unwise to approach with wood incense. However, I will convey your intentions to him." Jiang Yuanyi's tone was gentle, her demeanor sincere, consistently prioritizing Xie Rongxuan, yet she unmistakably rejected Xie Rongxuan's proposition. Madame Wang was slightly astonished, not anticipating that this seemingly meek daughter-in-law could skillfully rebuff Xie Rongxuan in such a subtle manner. Her heart swelled with joy. Dr. Jia also regarded her with admiration. However, Xie Rongxuan was seething with rage, having always believed Jiang Yuanyi to be easily manipulated. Yet she found herself repeatedly bested by this humble daughter of the Dongning Marquis. Secretly grinding her teeth, she longed to eliminate Jiang Yuanyi. It seemed that the plan of delivering the talisman was futile. Pursuing a visit to Xie Rongxuan would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Aunt Jiang interjected, "Fortunately, the young lady reminded us. Otherwise, Rongxuan could have made a grave mistake. Rongxuan, quickly express your gratitude to your fourth sister-in-law." Burning with resentment towards Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan shot an irritated glance at Aunt Jiang upon hearing her words. Aunt Jiang glared back fiercely. Ultimately, as Aunt Jiang's daughter, Xie Rongxuan dared not defy her. Reluctantly, she addressed Jiang Yuanyi with forced politeness. "Thank you for the reminder, fourth sister-in-law. Jiang Yuanyi miralu deeplead, mumwasamum. No courtesy whatsoever, simply accepting my gratitude?" Xie Rongxuan thought, fuming inwardly. This unrefined daughter of the Dongning Marquis truly believed herself to be something special. Furious, she clutched her chest in distress, and, upon exiting Xiansheng Hall, questioned Aunt Jiang, "Mother, is fourth brother truly alive?" "Lower your voice," Aunt Jiang admonished. Xie Rongxuan lowered her voice further, asking, "Can we trust the words of the servant?" Uncertainty loomed over whether Xie Rongxuan was indeed dead. Thus, seeking the confidential audience with Duke Jing was out of the question. As was forcibly entering the Xinxing courtyard, should Xie Rongxuan become enraged, Duke Jing would not be able to contain the fallout. The plan devised by Aunt Jiang and her cohorts could only be put on hold. "We shall discuss this further at Iha Pavilion," she concluded. Upon their return to Iha Pavilion, Xie Rongxing had also arrived. Aunt Jiang repeatedly sought confirmation from the servant regarding Xie Rongxuan's condition. The servant, initially convinced of Xie Rongxuan's demise, began to harbor doubts after Aunt Jiang and Xie Rongxuan's probing, stating, "I shall verify once more." Xie Rongxing, displeased, declared, "There is no need for you to go. I shall send someone else." The anxious attendant responded, "Understood." Consequently, the Xinxing court was suddenly placed under strict surveillance, with maids and servants keeping watch day and night. The individuals dispatched by Xie Rongxing, concubine Jiang, and Xie Rongxuan were utterly unable to infiltrate the Xinxing court, and even monetary bribes proved futile. They were left with no choice but to send additional personnel to monitor the court. Upon learning that the most valuable Xie Ping had remained in a comatose state since his return from Dongyi, they finally seized an opportunity. The following evening, they obtained precise information. "Is it confirmed that he has died?" Concubine Jiang inquired. Xie Rongxing nodded. "The people I sent have located Xie Rongxuan's body." "What of it?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Xie Rongxing replied, "There is no breath. His body is cold and rigid." Concubine Jiang smiled. "Mother, what shall we do?" Xie Rongxuan questioned. Concubine Jiang replied with a smile, "At dawn, we shall act according to plan, forcefully entering the Xinxing court to capture Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia." Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxuan were filled with excitement, responding in unison, "Very well." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanyi remained blissfully unaware, her sleep fitful, until she finally opened her eyes in the dark. A lantern in the corner of the room illuminated her surroundings. Subconsciously, she believed Xie Rongxuan had entered a state of false death. Thus, upon glancing at his pale visage, she felt no fear. After observing him for a while, she slowly descended from the bed, retrieved a handkerchief from the table, dipped it in the juice of the potential leaf flower, and sat on a small stool at the bedside. As she gently wiped Xie Rongxuan's hands, she murmured, "My lord, I have been using potential leaf flower juice to cleanse your body and administer acupuncture daily. Why do you not awaken?" Her voice was soft and tender, a tone that Xie Rongxuan would typically tease her about, yet now he remained utterly still, reflecting on Xie Rongxuan's capricious demeanor from 2 days prior. Tears began to flow down her cheeks as she lamented, "You have slept for 2 days. If you do not awaken tomorrow, I do not know what to do." Xie Rongxuan remained unresponsive. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "My lord, I am timid, lacking experience and ability, and I cannot manage the entirety of the Jinggua Gongfu. You promised to ensure that my mother, my 8th sister, and I would live peacefully, yet you have failed to fulfill that promise. You cannot continue to sleep, my lord. Awaken, please." Xie Rongxuan lay as if lifeless, showing no sign of reaction. A profound fear suddenly welled up within Jiang Yuanyi, a dread that Xie Rongxuan might truly be dead. She clutched his shoulders, burying her face in his embrace, weeping desperately for him to awaken. Suddenly, a creaking sound interrupted her cries. Stopping abruptly, she turned towards the window. A man leaped inside, his face illuminated by the light from the wall lantern. "Xie Rongxing," she gasped. "Isn't he supposed to be imprisoned? Had concubine Jiang and the Duke of Jing rescued him?" A wave of terror surged through Jiang Yuanyi as she shouted, "Chuntao, continue calling. After all, they are already under my enchantment." Xie Rongxing stepped closer to Jiang Yuanyi, gazing at her exquisite features and graceful form, his eyes betraying an unmistakable lust. "Fourth sister-in-law, it has been a long time. You cannot fathom how I have longed for you since the moment I first laid eyes on you. I think of you night after night. Second brother, I cannot comprehend your words. Are you here to seek the young master?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired as she gradually moved toward the foot of the bed. Xie Rongxing chuckled and responded, "Why would I seek a dead man?" Jiang Yuanyi persisted in her advance, asserting he is not dead. Upon hearing this, Xie Rongxuan paused, turning to witness Xie Rongxuan's ghastly pallor. He laughed. Sister-in-law, you are quite mischievous, truly mischievous, but I find it endearing. I do not share your sentiments, Jiang Yuanyi retorted as she finally reached the medicine chest. That is of little consequence. Your affection for me suffices, Xie Rongxuan exclaimed eagerly as he rushed forward. Chapter 48. The resurrection do not come any closer, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, her hand slicing through the air. Xie Rong's voice cracked as he stepped back, clutching his injured forearm, anger flashing in his eyes as he glared at her. You! Jiang Yuanyi gripped the dagger tightly, rising to her feet with a fierce determination. If you dare approach, I will not hold back. It was then that Xie Rong noticed the medicine box at her feet, realizing her intention to retrieve the dagger from the foot of the bed. He smirked, little beauty. You're quite clever. Jiang Yuanyi had initially intended to grab a silver needle, but time was of the essence, and she could only reach the dagger. However, in the face of overwhelming strength, the dagger proved futile. Xie Rong gazed upon Jiang Yuanyi, pure and beautiful, yet filled with terror, and found her irresistibly alluring. Rather than being deterred by his wounded arm, he felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he advanced toward her. Stay back, Jiang Yuanyi warned, retreating. Xie Rong leered as he continued his approach. I'm coming closer. What will you do about it? Realizing she could not outmatch him, Jiang Yuanyi suddenly turned the dagger's blade toward her own throat, her gaze unwavering. Fine, come then. This delicate beauty was unexpectedly fierce. Xie Rong, having yet to experience her unparalleled essence, could not allow her to perish. He halted abruptly. Sister-in-law, do not act recklessly. With Xie Rongxuan deep in slumber and Xie Ping unconscious, while Chun Tao and the others were under the influence of a sedative, Jiang Yuanyi understood the peril she faced. Steeling herself for the worst, she confronted Xie Rong. Then you should leave. Xie Rong remained unmoved. Jiang Yuanyi pressed the dagger harder against her fair skin, a droplet of blood escaping. Taken aback by her resolve, Xie Rong instinctively stepped back. Continue to retreat, Jiang Yuanyi urged, advancing toward him. Unwilling to be left with a cold corpse, Xie Rong reluctantly retreated further. Leave, she insisted, coercing him. He found himself at the foot of the bed. Go on, Jiang Yuanyi commanded. Xie Rong had long coveted Jiang Yuanyi, and today seemed the perfect opportunity. He was loath to depart so easily. Yet, what choice did he have? Just then, his gaze fell upon the body on the bed, and he turned, feigning surprise. Ah, fourth brother, you have awakened. Jiang Yuanyi, having dreamt of Xie Rongxuan awakening for the past 2 days, immediately looked toward the bed. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xie Rong surged forward, seizing her wrist and wrenching the dagger from her grasp, carelessly tossing it onto Xie Rongxuan's body. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Jiang Yuanyi struggled fiercely. Xie Rong, let go. You are the second master of the Jingwood Duke's residence. How can you engage in such disgraceful acts? The more she struggled, the more exhilarated Xie Rong became, disregarding her pleas as he forcefully pinned her against the table. Jiang Yuanyi's clothing became disheveled, her raven hair cascading over the table, accentuating her porcelain complexion, making her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. Xie Rong, momentarily entranced, lost his focus. Jiang Yuanyi recognized that words would be futile. She ceased speaking and, seizing the moment of his distraction, raised her knee and struck him forcefully in the groin. Xie Rong cried out, clutching himself in agony. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yuanyi seized the opportunity to leap from the table, fully aware that she could neither drive away Xie Rongxuan nor await a savior. She needed to escape and call for help. She turned to dash towards the door, but in her overwhelming fear, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. As she hurriedly supported herself with her hands to rise, her ankle was suddenly seized. Glancing back, she met Xie Rongxuan's furious gaze. Wretched scoundrel, I underestimated you. How dare you strike at my most vulnerable point? He seethed. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my resilience. With one hand clutching his groin to alleviate the pain, he gripped Jiang Yuanyi's ankle with the other. Unable to break free, She retaliated by viciously stomping on his face with her other foot, cursing under his breath. Xie Rongxuan seized both of her feet with his hands. Desperately, Jiang Yuanyi grabbed a nearby stool and swung it fiercely at him. Having previously experienced her fierce nature, he was prepared and managed to dodge, the stool crashing to the ground beside them. With no obstacles remaining, Jiang Yuanyi found herself ensnared. At that moment, thoughts of her mother, her sister, the man she was betrothed to, and Xie Rongxuan flooded her mind. Since her earliest memories, despite enduring much hardship, she had also received abundant love, fostering her enduring affection for the world. Yet, she pondered, if she were to suffer Xie Rongxuan's indignities here, it would tarnish her sister's reputation and complicate her future marriage prospects. This world, so demanding of women, left her feeling powerless to effect change. All she could do was die with her honor intact. As she braced for Xie Rongxuan's next assault, she found herself unable to evade him. Just as she prepared to bite her tongue, Xie Rongxuan was suddenly flung away, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud before collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Yet, he paid no heed to his own condition. Instead, his eyes widened in terror as he stared at something before the bed. Following his gaze inch by inch, Jiang Yuanyi beheld Xie Rongxuan, who should have been lying in bed, now standing tall, his eyes bloodshot and emanating a fierce aura, as if he could bring about the end of the world. A ghost! A ghost! Xie Rongxuan trembled in sheer fright. Xie Rongxuan's malevolence intensified. Jiang Yuanyi, however, called out in a daze, "Young master." Instantly, Xie Rongxuan subdued his ominous energy and turned to her, his expression softening as he said, "Yuanyi, it is I, Xie Rongxuan." Jiang Yuanyi had not wept in the face of Xie Rongxuan's violence, nor at the brink of death. But now, simply gazing at Xie Rongxuan, her eyes brimmed with tears. You are awake?" "I am awake, though perhaps a bit late." "I apologize," Xie Rongxuan replied, striding towards her. Jiang Yuanyi sprang to her feet, stumbling as she rushed to embrace him tightly around the waist. "Young master." Xie Rongxuan held her close, repeatedly murmuring, "Yuanyi, I am sorry, I am sorry." No, you have nothing to apologize for. You have finally awakened." Jiang Yuanyi spoke these words, yet a surge of grievance, fear, and despair overwhelmed her heart, causing her to weep uncontrollably. Xie Rongxuan held Jiang Yuanyi's delicate frame even tighter, consumed by guilt and an overwhelming desire to eliminate Xie Rongxuan. At that moment, Xie Rongxuan attempted to stealthily crawl towards the window. Xie Rongxuan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, the dagger in his hand was hurled through the air. Xie Rongxuan let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Jiang Yuanyi's sobs ceased abruptly as she turned to look. Xie Rongxuan, his face ashen, clutched his groin while continuing to wail, streams of blood oozing from between his fingers. Had he been castrated? Chapter 49. A great commotion. Jiang Yuanyi raised her head to look at Xie Rongxuan and asked, "My lord, did you castrate him?" Xie Rongxuan answered resolutely, "Indeed, I did." Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by the revelation. Xie Rongxuan added fiercely, "He deserved it." This was the first time Jiang Yuanyi had witnessed such a ruthless side of Xie Rongxuan. Yet, he unexpectedly treated her with tenderness, asking, "Are you afraid?" "As long as you are here, I am not afraid," Jiang Yuanyi replied sincerely. Xie Rongxuan smiled and said, "Then there is no need to worry about him." "Well then, let me take your pulse," Jiang Yuanyi offered. Xie Rongxuan, unbothered, wiped away Jiang Yuanyi's tears. She insisted, "I want to take your pulse." Xie Rongxuan guided her to sit at the table and extended his wrist. Jiang Yuanyi composed herself and focused on checking his pulse. "How is it?" she inquired, tears welling up once more. "It's fine, truly fine." "Then why are you still crying?" "I am happy," Jiang Yuanyi admitted. Xie Rongxuan continued to wipe her tears, asking, "Fool, were you just contemplating self-harm?" Jiang Yuanyi paused, surprised that he had noticed, and nodded honestly. "Is it worth dying for such a beast?" Xie Rongxuan remarked, displeased. "But he wants. Then consider it as being bitten by a dog. Do not bind yourself with your virtue. Others will talk. Do not concern yourself with what others say." Xie Rongxuan replied, indifferent to such opinions. Jiang Yuanyi murmured, "Others will speak of you, of my mother, of my sister. My lord, we live under such societal rules. It is impossible to be completely indifferent. Indeed, who can truly be entirely unconcerned? Jiang Yuanyi merely risked her life to protect those she cared for. Xie Rongxuan embraced her once more, his heart aching. I am relieved you are unharmed. Jiang Yuanyi tightened her hold around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and gratefully said, I am glad you have awakened. Leave the rest to me, Xie Rongxuan assured her. What matters? Jiang Yuanyi asked. Madame Jiang has brought my father and others here. How do you know? I overheard them. Xie Rongxuan, having recovered, found his hearing restored. Jiang Yuanyi was startled. What do they want? To find Xie Rongxuan? To find me? Xie Rongxuan clarified. Jiang Yuanyi was puzzled. Xie Rongxuan added, they seek my corpse. Jiang Yuanyi recalled how Madame Jiang had been anxious to visit Xie Rongxuan during these days, but had been unsuccessful. Today, she had come with Duke Jingwa and others. Jiang Yuanyi speculated, could it be that Madame Jiang suspects you are dead and fears I might conceal the truth until fifth brother passes the imperial examination, allowing him to become the heir? Hence, they hurriedly brought father to confirm your death and persuade him to declare Xie Rongxuan as the heir? Xie Rongxuan nodded. Precisely. Jiang Yuanyi rose and removed a garment from the screen, dressing as she spoke. I shall drive them away. Xie Rongxuan grasped her hand, saying, I told you to leave the rest to me. Then what shall I do? Jiang Yuanyi had already donned her attire. Just stay by my side. Do you not need a dress? I am fine as I am. Xie Rongxuan was clad only in a white inner garment when a series of knocks echoed through the air. Jiang Yuanyi, open the door. We are aware of the young lord's condition. Jiang Anyang and others shouted from outside. Jiang Yuanyi, I shall go and open the door for them, Jiang Yuanyi declared. Do not go. They have begun to force the door, Xie Rongxuan urged, pulling Jiang Yuanyi down to sit. The thuds grew louder, bang, bang, bang. The two doors of the chamber were suddenly forced open, crashing against the walls with a resounding clang. Jiang Anyang, Duke Jingwa, Xie Rongxuan, Xie Shirlan, Wu Anyang, and Xie Shiyun stormed in with fierce intent. Jiang Anyang wasted no time and angrily exclaimed, Jiang Yuanyi, how dare you conceal the news of the young lord's death? Without allowing Jiang Yuanyi a chance to respond, Xie Rongxuan leisurely interjected, who permitted you to address the young lord's wife so familiarly? What are you doing in the young lord's chamber? Jiang Anyang, under the impression that Jiang Yuanyi not only concealed Xie Rongxuan's demise, but also harbored an illicit man, was caught off guard upon recognizing the man's features. Xie Rongxuan, dressed in a white inner garment, appeared slender, with long black hair cascading down, exuding both clarity and an untamed spirit. Stunned into silence, Jiang Anyang stammered, You are, with a sidelong smile, Xie Rongxuan replied, I have come to seek retribution from you. Ah, Xie Shirlan shrieked, retreating behind Jiang Anyang. Jiang Anyang trembled in fright. Wu Anyang and Xie Shiyun also cowered in fear. Xie Rongxuan stood frozen, while Duke Jingwa gazed intently at Xie Rongxuan and remarked, Rongxuan, you are not dead. Xie Rongxuan chuckled softly. I trust one have not disappointed you. What do you mean? What actions have you taken? Xie Rongxuan's words were piercing. I spent the night in Wu Anyang's chamber, and before dawn, Jiang Anyang came to say that I was dead. Duke Jingwa confirmed indeed. And you claimed Jiang Yuanyi concealed my death, intending to bring harm to the Duke's residence? Duke Jingwa did not deny it. Xie Rongxuan laughed. Is it from a concubine that you learn whether your son lives or dies? Duke Jingwa felt a twinge of inadequacy. Could you not inform your mother and bring people to intrude upon my courtyard, forcing open my chamber door? Duke Jingwa sought to justify himself. I was merely concerned for you, Xie Rongxuan candidly retorted. You are quite adept at crafting excuses for your own blindness and ignorance. Duke Jingwa, enraged and embarrassed, shouted, Xie Rongxuan, I am your father. How dare you speak to me so? I have always spoken the truth. Just as Duke Jingwa was about to assert his paternal authority over Xie Rongxuan, a pained cry pierced the air. Father! Father! Following the sound, everyone turned to see a man curled in a pool of blood. It seems to be my second brother. Xie Shirlan was the first to recognize him. Xie Rongxuan confirmed. It is indeed my second brother. Xie Shiyun screamed, so much blood. Duke Jingwa and Jiang Anyang rushed forward. Rongxuan, Xie Rongxuan, having fainted from pain, regained consciousness only to see his family, and he wept bitterly. Father, mother, I... Duke Jinghua and Jiang Yuany's gazes gradually fell to his groin, where blood was abundantly visible, leaving them in shock. Rongxuan, what is this? Jiang Yuanyi found it difficult to articulate. The Duke of Jinghua, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Who is responsible for this?" Xie Rongxuan interjected, "It was I." The Duke, already irked by Xie Rongxuan's blatant disregard for authority, found himself unable to counter the statement. Finally, he seized upon a foothold for his anger. Rising abruptly, he pointed at Xie Rongxuan and shouted, "You unfilial and disrespectful wretch! You have doomed my lineage. I shall fight you to the end." Jiang Yuanyi sprang up, lunging at Xie Rongxuan with a swift extension of his long leg. Xie Rongxuan deftly pulled a chair into the path, obstructing Jiang Yuanyi's advance. She tumbled clumsily onto the chair. "Mother!" Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan hurried to assist her. The Duke's fury intensified as he seized the chair from the ground, preparing to hurl it at Xie Rongxuan, declaring, "Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson for your utter disregard for propriety." Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Xie Rongxuan clasped Jiang Yuanyi's small hand beneath the table in a gesture of comfort. Then, with measured calm, inquired, "Pray tell, who lies upon the ground?" Xie Rongxuan retorted angrily, "It is our second brother, Xie Rongxuan." "That cannot be correct," Xie Rongxuan replied, feigning confusion. "I recall that second brother was imprisoned for bribery and corruption, serving his penance in the dungeon." "Father, do refrain from making unfounded accusations, lest we commit the grave sin of treason." The chair in the Duke's hand came to a halt. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan's faces paled instantly. Chapter 50. Disposal. "Father, is this truly my second brother?" Xie Rongxuan inquired deliberately. Duke Jinghua stared blankly, lowering the stool. Jiang Yuanyi let out a sigh of relief. Xie Rongxuan's gaze swept over Aunt Jiang and the others, yet they all dared not respond. Xie Rongxuan, observing the scene, hastily called out, "Father, mother, sixth sister, third brother." However, the four remained silent. Unable to believe what was unfolding, Xie Rongxuan raised his voice, calling out solely to Duke Jinghua, "Father." Duke Jinghua remained silent. Xie Rongxuan then turned to Aunt Jiang, "Mother." Aunt Jiang did not dare to utter a word. Sixth sister. Xie Rongxuan turned her face away. Third brother. Xie Rongxuan pretended not to hear. Since childhood, Xie Rongxuan had been excessively pampered by Duke Jinghua and Aunt Jiang. Regardless of his insults, beatings, or even the last incident of bribery, he faced no repercussions. His younger siblings treated him with utmost indulgence. Now, in such a state of injury, not only did they show no concern, but they also seemed willing to abandon him due to Xie Rongxuan's accusations of treason. Anger surged within him, and he cried out, "Father, mother, will you truly watch your son perish? If I die, will that secure your safety? Is your heart so callous?" Duke Jinghua, having invested immense affection in Xie Rongxuan, felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Aunt Jiang cast a glance at Xie Rongxuan. He swiftly cried out, "Mother, it hurts! It hurts!" Xie Rongxuan had never appeared so pitiable. Aunt Jiang, disregarding the notion of treason, hurriedly said, "Mother will find a doctor for you right now." "Hurry, hurry," Xie Rongxuan urged. Aunt Jiang called out, "Rongxuan, go summon the doctor." Xie Rongxuan replied, "All right." Yet Xie Rongxuan interjected, "No one is to go." Xie Rongxuan halted in his tracks. Aunt Jiang turned to Xie Rongxuan, feeling constrained before him but emboldened before Duke Jinghua. She cried out, "Duke, can you really bear to watch Rongxuan die? He is your own flesh and blood. In this house, who is not of Duke Jinghua's blood?" Yet he favored Xie Rongxuan above all. Glancing at Xie Rongxuan, he thought to himself that Xie Rongxuan was a person of great foresight and would not genuinely accuse him of treason. Thus, steeling himself, he commanded, "Bring the second young master to the hospital." Several guards immediately entered. Aunt Jiang rejoiced, urging them to hurry. Xie Rongxuan awaited treatment eagerly, while Xie Rongxuan expressed concern. Xie Rongxuan stole a glance at Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan, with deliberate calmness, stated, "I wish to see who dares to take him away." His voice, though not loud, carried an unsettling chill. The guards instantly hesitated. Duke Jinghua, witnessing this, declared, "I am a master of Duke Jinghua." Xie Rongxuan replied, then tried giving orders. Duke Jinghua, aware that the guards feared Xie Rongxuan, refrained from commanding them, apprehensive of losing face. He turned to Xie Rongxuan, shouting, "Xie Rongxuan, I am your father. Is that so? I was unaware until you mentioned it." Duke Jing's forehead throbbed with anger, and he kicked over a nearby stool, demanding, "Xie Rongxuan, what do you intend to do?" "Settle the score," Xie Rongxuan succinctly replied. "Who owes you? One must inquire of your precious daughter." Duke Jing instinctively gazed at Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan, uncertain of what Xie Rongxuan was about to articulate, felt an inexplicable turmoil within her. Xie Rongxuan hastily gestured, "I have done nothing, absolutely nothing." "Indeed, you have not," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Xie Rongxuan let out a long breath, and Aunt Wu also relaxed somewhat. Xie Rongxuan turned his attention to Xie Rongxuan and stated, "It is you." Xie Rongxuan's heart sank, stammering, "What have I done?" Without further pretense, Xie Rongxuan replied, "The matter of the dissolving flower poison, it occurred just a few days ago, did it not?" Upon hearing this, Xie Rongxuan's complexion turned ashen. Aunt Jiang felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Xie Rongxuan began to feel faint. Duke Jing, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" At this moment, Jiang Yuanyi interjected, "A few days prior, my husband used fresh flowers for medicine." Upon learning this, Xie Rongxuan sprinkled the dissolving flower poison onto the petals, intending to poison her husband. Aunt Wu and Xie Rongxuan were taken aback by this revelation. Xie Rongxuan urgently denied, "I did not." Xie Rongxuan responded, "So you refuse to admit it?" Xie Rongxuan still dared not concede, insisting, I truly did not." "Very well. Then we shall report it to the authorities." Xie Rongxuan had only recently emerged from prison. Lamenting that it was a place unfit for human habitation, filthy, foul, dark, infested with rats. Instantly, Xie Rongxuan's heart raced, and she cried out, "We cannot report it. We must not. If you do not confess, we must report it." No, it was not me." Xie Rongxuan's anxiety deepened. "Report it if you must." As Xie Rongxuan's mental defenses appeared on the verge of collapse, Aunt Jiang quickly intervened. Xie Rongxuan looked toward Aunt Jiang upon hearing her words. Aunt Jiang shot her a fierce glare. In that moment, Xie Rongxuan recalled how she had destroyed all evidence after administering the dissolving flower poison, ensuring no one could hold anything against her. Xie Rongxuan had been deliberately extracting confession from her. She felt a wave of reassurance wash over her and resolutely declared, "Let's report it." Aunt Jiang smiled at Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan was also curious to see what trick Xie Rongxuan had up his sleeve. Duke Jing aligned himself with Aunt Jiang and her son, stating, "Then let us report it. However, reporting without evidence could lead to punishment." "Who says there is no evidence?" Wang's voice rang out. Duke Jing and the others turned to look. Wang, Xie Qingqing, and Dr. Jia entered, followed by the bruised and battered Xiangcao and Biaozi. "Xiangcao," Xie Rongxuan called out. "Biaozi," Xie Rongxuan exclaimed. Aunt Jiang questioned, "What happened to the two of you?" "They are the evidence," Wang reminded. Dr. Jia stated, "Aunt Jiang devised a scheme to harm the young master, while Xie San Yi sent Biaozi to procure the dissolving flower poison, and Xiangcao collected intelligence on the young mistress's whereabouts. Miss Liu personally administered the poison. None of you can escape culpability." Xiangcao and Biaozi nodded incessantly. Aunt Jiang, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan gazed at Dr. Jia in disbelief. Dr. Jia, the physician of Duke Jing's household, typically remained aloof from the intrigues within the residence. However, as only Xie Rongxuan was poised to inherit the legacy of the late Duke Jing, he could not bear to see Xie Rongxuan harmed. Thus, he discreetly investigated the matter of the dissolving flower poison for several days, ultimately bringing the truth to light. In the end, Xie Rongxuan perished, leaving nothing accomplished. Today, before dawn, he yearned to see Xie Rongxuan, hoping against hope that perhaps she had survived. To his astonishment, he spotted Aunt Jiang and her 3 children stealthily making their way towards Aunt Wu. He discreetly trailed them to Aunt Wu's residence and then to the Xinxing courtyard, where he was astonished to find Xie Rongxuan awake. Simultaneously, he discovered himself and Jiang Yuanyi in a precarious situation. He promptly sought out Wang Shi to explain the circumstances. then gathered fragrant herbs and markers to return. Jiang Yuanyi discerned the motivations behind Dr. Jia's actions, feeling deeply moved. Xie Rongxuan turned to Duke Jinghua and inquired, "Father, what course of action do you intend to take regarding Aunt Jiang and her 3 children?" Chapter 51. Heart-wrenching weeping despite the disdain held by Duke Jinghua towards the Wang family and their 4 members, he had never contemplated the notion of ending Xie Rongxuan's life. Yet, the shocking revelation of concubine Jiang, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan's clandestine poisoning scheme left him incredulous as he gazed upon them. You are capable of such maliciousness." With matters escalated to this extent, concubine Jiang found herself defenseless, hastily admitting her wrongdoing. "Your Grace, we acknowledge our faults." Xie Rongxuan interjected. "The Rongwa medicine is not truly poison." Xie Rongxuan followed suit, explaining, "We merely wished for 4th brother to depart with less suffering." Silence. To label murder as assistance is utterly shameless. Wang was infuriated. "But we did not commit murder," concubine Jiang retorted. Xie Rongxuan pointed a finger at Xie Rongxuan, asserting, "4th brother is alive and well. Indeed, we merely erred. We bear no guilt." Xie Rongxuan insisted earnestly. Concubine Jiang pleaded with heartfelt sincerity, "Yes, Your Grace. We recognize our mistakes. Thankfully, we did not harm the young master. Please spare us. We shall never err again." With adept skill, concubine Jiang attempted to downplay the severity of the situation, and Duke Jinghua, true to form, began to soften. This was the pattern throughout Xie Rongxuan's life, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. However, before he could voice a word, Wang spoke first. "If there is no punishment, I shall report this to the authorities myself." Duke Jinghua and the others were taken aback, witnessing Wang's unprecedented firmness. Though her disposition was not soft, she had often prioritized the greater good, enduring countless grievances in silence. However, this time was different. Her son, Xie Rongxuan, had sacrificed so much for the esteemed reputation of the duke's household. Yet instead of receiving the care he deserved, he had been ensnared by concubine Jiang and her offspring, nearly losing his life. She could no longer endure this injustice. Should Duke Jinghua decline to punish concubine Jiang and her kin, the law would have to take its course. "Mother, I shall accompany you," Xie Qingqing declared. "I shall go as well," Jiang Yuanyi added. "I will join too," Dr. Jiao affirmed. Xie Rongxuan felt a pang of emotion, but he swiftly regained his composure. He considered that his mother, Yuanyi, and younger sister's words might not sway his father. Thus he turned to Duke Jinghua and added, "I shall also go, and perhaps pay a visit to my dear 2nd brother in prison." What did this indicate? It signified an intention to expose Duke Jinghua's treachery. Meeting Xie Rongxuan's obsidian gaze, Duke Jinghua, who had previously believed Xie Rongxuan was merely threatening him and concubine Jiang's family, now feared that he might indeed initiate the downfall of the entire duke's household. A chill ran through him as he regarded concubine Jiang and her ilk. He felt a genuine reluctance, yet an even greater reluctance for the loss of wealth and status. Thus, he commanded, "Take concubine Jiang back to Iha Pavilion for reflection. Escort Xie Rongxuan out of the duke's residence, and send Xie Rongxuan to the estate." Concubine Jiang, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan were left in shock. Duke Jinghua turned to Xie Rongxuan, asking through gritted teeth, "Are you satisfied now?" Xie Rongxuan replied with a smile, "Not at all." Duke Jinghua nearly spat blood in frustration. Xie Rongxuan continued, "You have forgotten someone." Duke Jinghua gritted his teeth and glared at Xie Rongxuan, commanding, "Return Xie Rongxuan to prison. His sentence is not yet complete, and he shall not be released." That cannot be. That cannot be. For many years, Aunt Jiang had diligently managed her position within the Jingguogong mansion. After enduring numerous hardships, she finally anticipated that with Xie Rongxuan's imminent demise, her son would ascend to the title of heir, thereby bestowing glory upon her as well. However, all her hopes were dashed. Her eldest son faced imprisonment, her 2nd son departed from the Jingguogong mansion, and her youngest daughter was sent away to the countryside. She could not bear it. She could not accept it. Once more, she clung to the leg of the Duke of Jing, pleading in a piercing voice that it could not be so. The Duke fell to the ground with a thud, limbs splayed in an ungraceful manner. Wang and the others were taken aback, yet no one dared to intervene. Aunt Jiang then grasped the Duke's arm. Her heart wrenched as she implored, "My lord, you cannot do this. You promised to protect us, the four of us, always. You must not treat me this way." The Duke, who had always been concerned with his dignity, had never found himself in such a disgraceful position. Enraged, yet unable to shake off the frenzied Aunt Jiang, he bellowed at the guards, "Why are you not restraining her?" The guards promptly stepped forward to pull Aunt Jiang away. The Duke, feeling embarrassed, rose awkwardly, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and without casting a glance at anyone else, stormed away in anger. Following his orders, the guards dragged away Aunt Jiang and her children. Aunt Wu and Xie Rongxuan hurriedly followed suit. The room fell abruptly silent. Wang, Dr. Jia, and Xie Qingqing immediately turned their gazes towards Xie Rongxuan. Xie Qingqing rushed forward, embracing Xie Rongxuan's neck, weeping. "Fourth brother, they said you were dead. Then they said you were alive. It terrified me." Xie Rongxuan smiled gently. "I am alive." Xie Qingqing continued to sob. "Do not cry. Wu, fourth brother, you are alive. How wonderful, how wonderful. Release me. You are too heavy. You are exhausting me." Upon hearing this, Xie Qingqing quickly let go. Wang had believed for some time that Xie Rongxuan was recovering, but today, before dawn, Dr. Jia had come to Zhuanyingtang to divulge everything. She had then realized that the timid and fearful Jiang Yuanyi had been involved in such astonishing events behind the scenes. She felt a mixture of anger, resentment, admiration, and affection. Arriving at the Xinxin courtyard, she had focused solely on confronting the Duke of Jing, but now she could finally take a good look at her son. He stood, lean but seemingly devoid of the previous pallor of illness. She called out in disbelief, "Rongxuan." "Mother," Xie Rongxuan replied, looking at Wang with earnestness, "I have survived. I have survived." These words were like celestial music to Wang, who had waited 2 long years for this moment. She stepped forward, grasping Xie Rongxuan's hand. Unable to suppress her tears, Xie Rongxuan embraced Wang, saying, "Mother, I have caused you worry." Wang had indeed worried for over 2 years. Through more than 700 days and nights, her hair had turned noticeably gray. Yet now, all her anxieties seemed worthwhile. Suddenly, she remembered that although her son had survived, his health required Dr. Jia's examination. She quickly released Xie Rongxuan, wiping her tears while saying, "Dr. Jia, please check Rongxuan's pulse." After spending numerous days together, Dr. Jia had come to fully trust Jiang Yuanyi's medical skills. He turned to the young master's wife and inquired, "You must have already taken the pulse of the young master, correct?" Dr. Jia, with his remarkable expertise, expressed a desire to examine the young master himself. Jiang Yuanyi humbly acknowledged the considerable gap between his skills and those of Dr. Jia. "Then I shall take another look," he replied. Dr. Jia, eager to personally assess Xie Rongxuan's condition, urged Xie Rongxuan to sit again. Once he had prepared the pulse pillow and other necessary items, he placed his hand upon Xie Rongxuan's pulse, and as he did so, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Xie Qingqing, witnessing this, anxiously questioned, "Dr. Jia, what has happened to my fourth brother?" Chapter 52. A desire to share the bridal chamber. Dr. Jia, has something happened to Rongxian? Wang inquired with concern. Jiang Yuanyi, too, suspected that Xie Rongxuan was unwell, swiftly placing his other hand upon the table to take his pulse. As Dr. Jia wiped away his tears, he exclaimed, "It has cleared, it has cleared." "Was cleared?" Xie Qingqing urged. "Dr. Jia, you're going to give us all a fright." Dr. Jia promptly rose, declaring, "The heir's vital energy is fully restored." Xie Qingqing, perplexed, asked, "Does that mean my fourth brother is no longer ill? He is not poisoned?" Wang pressed, "The pulse is neither superficial nor deep. Its strength is balanced, and the rhythm is orderly. Indeed, he is neither ill nor poisoned," Dr. Jia concluded. Yet, he could not resist turning to Jiang Yuanyi to confirm, "Lady Heir, am I correct?" Jiang Yuanyi withdrew her hand from Xie Rongxuan's pulse, standing with a gentle smile. "Indeed, the heir has recovered. Then why were you crying? You nearly scared us to death," Xie Qingqing exclaimed. Wang interjected, "Qingqing, you must show some decorum." Xie Qingqing immediately apologized to Dr. Jia. Understanding the impulsive nature of the 8th young lady, Dr. Jia reassured her, "I was simply overwhelmed with joy at confirming the heir's recovery. My emotions got the better of me. Lady Duke, please do not take offense. We understand, Wang reiterated. Is Rongxian completely well? Completely well, both Jiang Yuanyi and Dr. Jia affirmed. Xie Qingqing began to weep once more. Wang had already shed tears upon hearing Xie Rongxuan's heartfelt declaration, "Mother, I have survived." Now, hearing the confirmation of his recovery, she could not help but cover her face and weep aloud. In response, Xie Qingqing embraced Wang, saying, "Mother, do not cry. Mother, eighth sister, it is a joyous occasion that my husband has awakened." Jiang Yuanyi encouraged, "Indeed, it is a good thing. We should rejoice, not weep endlessly." As Wang stifled her sobs, a smile graced her face, and she looked up at Xie Rongxuan's handsome visage, remarking, "You have lost so much weight. Eat a little, and you will regain your strength." "Indeed," Xie Rongxuan replied. Wang then recalled the matter of breakfast and hurriedly stated, "We have yet to have our morning meal." Xie Qingqing, who had a keen interest in food, quickly suggested, "Mother, let us have breakfast here with my fourth brother today. I shall arrange for the meal." "Very well, and wake up Sun Mama and the others," Wang instructed. Xie Qingqing flitted out like a delicate butterfly. Observing the disarray in the bedroom, Wang asked, "Rongxian, would you like to change to another courtyard?" Xie Rongxuan looked to Jiang Yuanyi for her opinion. Jiang Yuanyi, lowering her gaze, remained silent. He gently squeezed her fingers, inquiring, "Shall we change?" Feeling bashful in front of so many, Jiang Yuanyi withdrew her hand and replied, "This place is quite pleasant." Xie Rongxuan addressed Wang, "No need to change. A little tidying will suffice." Wang did not insist. "Very well, then let us dine in the outer room." Xie Rongxuan added, "Dr. Jia should join us." A few individuals gathered outside to partake in breakfast. As they reached a state of partial fullness, Xie Qingqing broached the subject of Aunt Jiang and her 4 children, inquiring, "Surely they will not cause any more trouble now?" "Indeed," replied Xie Rongxuan and Wang in unison. "They will still create chaos?" Xie Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Wang responded, "Did you not notice how your father has shown them leniency?" Xie Rongxuan nodded. "It could have been a more severe punishment. They ought to have been sent to the authorities." "What shall we do then?" Xie Qingqing fretted. Jiang Yuanyi interjected, "As long as the heir lives well, sending them to the authorities would yield little consequence. A heavier punishment now is preferable." "What shall we do then?" Xie Qingqing lamented. Wang chuckled. "The 4 of them have already been separated. Any mischief they cause will be trivial and merely irritating, but it won't amount to anything significant." Xie Rongxuan offered Jiang Yuanyi a piece of pastry, stating, "We should simply focus on living our lives well." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Xie Rongxuan turned to Dr. Jia, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for apprehending Xiang Cao and the markers. Otherwise, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. Jiang Yuanyi, Wang, and Xie Qingqing echoed their thanks. Dr. Jia mused, "The old marquis has treated me well. I cannot allow those individuals to tarnish the reputation of the Jinghui Duke's residence." The others nodded in agreement. Shifting the topic, Dr. Jia added, "However, we must extend our gratitude to the young lady." Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. "Me? Were it not for the young lady, no one would have known that the heir had been poisoned. Were it not for her, no one would have realized that quinoa was the antidote. Were it not for her, I would have had to announce the heir's death, and the Duke would have surely confined him in a coffin, with dire consequences." Dr. Jia spoke candidly. Wang and Xie Qingqing looked at Jiang Yuanyi with deep appreciation, almost wishing to bow before her. Jiang Yuanyi, not one to seek accolades, quickly remarked, "The credit largely belongs to Xie Ping, who delivered the quinoa in a timely manner. You deserve the greatest accolades." Xie Rongxuan and the others unanimously declared. Feeling quite embarrassed, Jiang Yuanyi sought to shift the conversation. "By the way, how is Xie Ping?" He was injured while retrieving the quinoa and inhaled quite a bit of Xie Rongxing's narcotic. "He is temporarily unconscious, but is not in serious danger," Dr. Jia explained. The conversation then returned to praise Jiang Yuanyi's medical skills and wisdom, with Wang, Xie Qingqing, and Xie Rongxuan joining in the commendation. Jiang Yuanyi listened, both bashful and delighted. After some time, Wang, Dr. Jia, and Xie Qingqing reflected that although the poison in Xie Rongxuan had been resolved, he required ample time to recuperate. The group did not linger long and departed from the Xinxing courtyard. Chun Tao, Chun Li, and Granny Sun had already awakened and tidied the bedroom meticulously, filling it with fragrant incense. Yet they felt deeply guilty towards their two masters. Jiang Yuanyi smiled. Anyone struck by a narcotic would inevitably fall asleep. However, we were merely guarding against thieves, and yet, Chun Tao lowered her head. As the saying goes, no matter how vigilant one is, it is difficult to guard against one's own kin. Xie Rongxuan was intimately familiar with the Jingwood Duke's residence, and it was not within your power to prevent this. Fortunately, nothing serious occurred. Do not blame yourselves further. Just be more cautious next time. Jiang Yuanyi spoke gently. Chun Tao and the others felt reassured by her words and increasingly respected the young lady. All right, everyone may return now, Xie Rongxuan declared. The servants withdrew. Xie Rongxuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand and led her towards the bedroom. In confusion, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, Young master, what are you intending to do? Let us retire for the night, Xie Rongxuan replied. Startled, Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly protested, No, that won't do. Xie Rongxuan pulled Jiang Yuanyi to the edge of the bed, saying, I wish to sleep now. Jiang Yuanyi, in a flurry, insisted, That is not permissible. You have just awakened, and your health is fragile, so you cannot. Xie Rongxuan gazed intently at Jiang Yuanyi, and with a sudden smile, lowered his voice to ask, Jiang Yuanyi, are you not eagerly anticipating our wedding night? Chapter 53. The master embraces his wife, clearly. It is you who yearns for the bridal chamber. Jiang Yuanyi retorted. Xie Rongxuan shook his head, saying, I do not. Then what do you mean by sleeping? Xie Rongxuan explained. Xie Rongxuan barged in around the hour of the tiger, followed closely by my father and Jiang Yuanyi. It has been a commotion ever since. Aren't you tired? So it was truly about sleeping. Jiang Yuanyi, realizing her misunderstanding, felt her fair cheeks flush crimson, resembling a tender fruit, more alluring than ever. Xie Rongxuan could not suppress the urge to tease. Yuanyi, you are genuinely lecherous. I am not. Jiang Yuanyi indignantly swatted Xie Rongxuan's hand away. Xie Rongxuan continued, I hadn't even considered the bridal chamber, yet you immediately leapt to that conclusion. Are you not coveting my beauty? Jiang Yuanyi denied. That is not true. Then you are simply craving my physique. No, you wish to have children with me. You, do not speak nonsense. Xie Rongxuan, ever eloquent, found Jiang Yuanyi no match for him. Her face grew even redder, and she turned to flee. Xie Rongxuan reached out and caught her. Where are you going? I do not wish to sleep. Aren't you tired? Not tired. You are deceiving me. I just saw your eyelids battling. Jiang Yuanyi insisted. I am not tired. Xie Rongxuan declared. I am tired. Then sleep. Let's sleep together. Xie Rongxuan forcibly pulled Jiang Yuanyi onto the bed. She attempted to struggle, but Xie Rongxuan had just recovered from serious illness and was still weak. She dared not resist. The moment she touched the bed, she promptly removed her shoes, climbed under the covers, and wrapped herself from head to toe. Xie Rongxuan turned to see her cocooned like a caterpillar and called out with a smile. Yuanyi. Came her muffled response from beneath the blankets. Yuanyi, what are you doing? Are you feeling stuffy? Not stuffy. You must be. I am not. Hurry and sleep, do not speak. You are quite bold, daring to command me. Though he spoke thus, Xie Rongxuan found himself delighted by Jiang Yuanyi's growing audacity, contentedly lying beside her. Jiang Yuanyi remained buried in the covers, reflecting on her earlier misunderstanding of sleep as a euphemism for the bridal chamber. She truly wished never to emerge from the blankets again. In this tangled mix of embarrassment, regret, and irritation, she succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off. Upon waking, the awkwardness lingered. After taking Xie Rongxuan's pulse, she did not dare to meet his gaze. Speaking to him only when the evening arrived, her embarrassment and shyness finally fading. How truly embarrassing. Xie Rongxuan ceased to tease her, dutifully consuming a bowl of restorative medicine. The next morning, as the two rose, Wang Shi, Xie Qingqing, and Dr. Jia came to visit Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi joined Dr. Jia in examining Xie Rongxuan, confirming his improving health. Wang Shi was overjoyed, instructing Jiang Yuanyi that she need not report to Xinjing Hall for the time being, but should focus on caring for Xie Rongxuan's well-being at Xinjing Courtyard. Nonetheless, Jiang Yuanyi continued to visit Wang Shi daily, updating her on Xie Rongxuan's condition. before returning to Xinxing courtyard to enjoy meals and leisure with Xie Rongxuan. It must be said that Xie Rongxuan possesses an undeniably remarkable foundation. Without the affliction of toxic blood, within a mere 10 days his pallor, fatigue, and morbid appearance vanished entirely. He stood tall and imposing, exuding a captivating charm intertwined with a hint of recklessness, his brows and eyes radiating a spirit of unreserved allure. Jiang Yuanyi once again understood why the noble ladies of the capital were so eager to marry him. However, in the end, it was she who became his bride, a small sense of triumph swelling within her heart. Xie Rongxuan, feeling his health improve, gradually commenced his training, first with boxing, followed by swordplay, and then with spear techniques, each activity unfolding with meticulous order. A significant weight lifted from Jiang Yuanyi's heart, allowing her to concern herself with other matters. Chun Tao then conveyed to her the state of affairs within the residence. Concubine Jiang was still reflecting on her actions in the Yihe pavilion. "What's Xie Rongxuan?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. "He cries in pain within the prison." Chun Tao lowered her voice. "The young lord is truly ruthless. Not only has he been castrated, but his leg has also been injured. Even if he serves his sentence and is released, he will be a cripple, incapable of causing harm to any young lady." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in satisfaction. Chun Tao continued. "The third master is living with his wives in the manor, though times are somewhat tight. The sixth young lady weeps daily at the estate." Though Jiang Yuanyi was weak, she was clear-minded and felt no sympathy for them. "What of the Duke?" she asked. "Of late, he frequently visits concubine Wu." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi frowned. Having initially thought that Duke Jing favored concubine Jiang and would be saddened by the matters concerning her and her son. However, realizing he was her father-in-law, she refrained from further contemplation. Yet, the Duchess seemed utterly unconcerned, as she was perpetually occupied with her own affairs. Every day, Jiang Yuanyi assisted Xie Rongxuan in recuperating his health, remaining oblivious to the rumors circulating outside that the young lord's wife had successfully brought him back to health, prompting numerous visitors to present gifts and congratulations, overwhelming the Duchess in her hosting duties. Indeed, it was overwhelming. Xie Rongxuan entered from outside, clad in vigorous attire, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly rose and said, "Young lord, you are drenched in sweat again. Didn't you say sweating is beneficial?" He replied. Jiang Yuanyi remarked, "Yet you seem to have perspired excessively. Then I shall practice less tomorrow." Xie Rongxuan smiled at her, his entire being radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Jiang Yuanyi felt shy and averted her gaze. "You should go wash up." Xie Rongxuan delighted in her bashful demeanor, his spirits lifted. "We shall visit the Xianjing Hall shortly." "What purpose do we have at the Xianjing Hall?" "Did I not mention? My mother is overwhelmed, and as the young lord's wife, you must lend a hand." He proceeded towards the cleansing room. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Chun Tao exclaimed with excitement, "Young lord's wife? He is inviting you to learn household management from a duchess." Household management? Jiang Yuanyi, a secondary daughter of the Dongning Marquis, had endured oppression from her legitimate mother throughout her upbringing. She had never envisioned a day where she would assume such responsibilities. As she walked with Xie Rongxuan toward the Xianjing Hall, a sense of anxiety crept upon her. Dawning too late upon her. Xie Rongxuan noticed her unease and pointed ahead. "Look, cherries." Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze to behold the cherry tree ahead, laden with numerous red cherries. "Would you like to eat some?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Jiang Yuanyi, consumed by her nerves, found herself unable to think of anything else. Xie Rongxuan then remarked, "The cherries on this tree are exquisite, a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness." Jiang Yuanyi, a true gourmand, relished all sorts of delicacies: chicken, fish, meat, eggs, vegetables, pastries, and fruits. Listening to Xie Rongxuan's description, she couldn't help but tilt her delicate face upward, exclaiming, "It's too high. I can't reach it." Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan crouched down, wrapping one arm around Jiang Yuanyi's slender legs, effortlessly lifting her up. With her head nearly brushing against the cherry tree branches, she gasped, "Young master, now you can reach it, can't you?" Xie Rongxuan said. Jiang Yuanyi looked down and pleaded, "Put me down." Xie Rongxuan replied, "To pick cherries. Put me down. Someone will see." Why would I care about others seeing me holding my wife? Jiang Yuanyi, blushing, covered her face with her hands. Hurry, pick the cherries. I want to eat too. I won't pick them. Then we shall linger here. Xie Rongxuan, tall and strong, found it effortless to hold the petite Jiang Yuanyi in his arms. Knowing he was a man of his word, she glanced around through her fingers. Not spotting any servants, she lowered her hands, raising her soft, pale face to gaze at the cherries above. That big one, pick that one. Xie Rongxuan pointed to a particularly large cherry. Which one? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. The one right above your head. Not far away, a pair of eyes filled with malice fixated on them, as if seeking to pierce through their very beings. Chapter 54. Playful banter between husband and wife. Xie Rongxuan noticed something amiss and turned to look. The figure quickly concealed itself. He withdrew his gaze with a smile and continued to speak with Jiang Yuanyi. Do pick more. But I can't carry it all. Jiang Yuanyi replied. Xie Rongxuan reminded her. Don't you have a silk pouch with you? Fill it up. The silk pouch Jiang Yuanyi carried was intended for collecting flowers and herbs. She took it out and examined it, wondering, are we perhaps picking too many? Xie Rongxuan casually remarked, not at all. You have quite the appetite. Jiang Yuanyi retorted, you're the one with an appetite. You can eat. You can eat. She insisted. Unable to match Xie Rongxuan's banter, Jiang Yuanyi obediently continued to gather cherries, filling her silk pouch to the brim. Xie Rongxuan set Jiang Yuanyi down, and she opened the pouch to show him. He plucked a cherry and popped it into his mouth. Jiang Yuanyi quickly exclaimed, but it hasn't been washed. One can survive a little dirt, he replied nonchalantly, moving forward with the pouch. That's nonsense. Illness enters through the mouth, she countered. During my years in battle, I even consumed grass roots. Should I be afraid of this little cherry? Though Jiang Yuanyi endured hardships at the Dongning Marquis's residence, she could hardly fathom a life of eating grass roots. Noticing the confusion on the young girl's face, Xie Rongxuan chuckled softly and explained as they walked. When I first arrived at the military camp, I was just a lowly soldier. You started as a mere soldier? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Is there any other way? He replied. Oh, she nodded. Xie Rongxuan continued. I encountered a general who knew nothing at all. How can someone who knows nothing be a general? She asked. By relying on family connections, hoping to gain a reputation, he replied. Such things actually happen? Jiang Yuanyi asked curiously. And then? It was supposed to be a straightforward battle, but that incompetent general misdirected us. We, the lowly soldiers, had no choice but to follow his orders and attack, only to fall into an ambush, desperately fleeing into a ravine, surrounded by the enemy, with our supplies exhausted. Jiang Yuanyi listened in astonishment, having only heard of Xie Rongxuan's illustrious achievements in battle, unaware of the hardships he had faced. On the brink of starvation, he organized the men to forage for grass roots, ensuring they had a proper meal to regain their strength. They adopted a strategy of diversion, drawing most of the enemy away and striking their weakest point. After breaking through, they counterattacked and annihilated the enemy forces. Xie Rongxuan summarized the tale succinctly, while Jiang Yuanyi felt a shiver of fear. With pride, he declared, after that encounter, I was promoted. Impressive, isn't it? Quite impressive. Do you think I am valiant and formidable? Indeed. You must be rather fond of this gallant figure. No? Jiang Yuanyi, momentarily lost in her thoughts, felt her concern and sympathy dissipate at Xie Rongxuan's playful tone. Annoyed, she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? You simply adore this gallant persona. You. Though Jiang Yuanyi was gentle and demure, Xie Rongxuan possessed an uncanny ability to draw out her spirited side. Unable to suppress her feelings any longer, she playfully kicked him. Xie Rongxuan swiftly evaded the kick, narrowly avoiding it. Jiang Yuanyi, unwilling to concede, lifted her skirt and continued to kick. Xie Rongxuan laughed while dodging and, in a playful manner, began to run. Jiang Yuanyi chased after her for a few steps, but then caught sight of a servant passing by in the distance. She abruptly halted, adjusting her dress with decorum, feeling a flush of embarrassment at having just chased Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan approached with a smile. Jiang Yuanyi shot her a sidelong glance. Xie Rongxuan retrieved a cherry from her silk pouch and offered it to her, saying, Here, have this. It's not washed yet. Then I shall eat it, Jiang Yuanyi replied, snatching it and wiping its surface with her handkerchief as she spoke. When conditions were scarce in the military, I adapted. Now the conditions are favorable at home. I shall enjoy them without conflict. You truly are a resilient young lady. Xie Rongxuan's eyes crinkled in agreement, charmed by her perspective. Unaware, Jiang Yuanyi finished cleaning the cherry and presented it to Xie Rongxuan, saying here. Instead of accepting it, Xie Rongxuan leaned in and took a bite, teasingly saying, "Thank you, lady of the air." You are too irreverent, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, blushing and turning away. Hastening towards Xianjing Hall, Xie Rongxuan laughed heartily behind her, causing Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks to redden further. Her heart inexplicably sweetened, and a smile crept onto her lips. "Yuanyi," Xie Rongxuan called, pursuing her. Jiang Yuanyi walked quickly, yet when she reached the entrance of Xianjing Hall, she paused to wait for Xie Rongxuan. Understanding her regard for propriety, Xie Rongxuan ceased her playful antics, and they entered together. Inside, Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing were arranging invitations and gifts in the main hall. "Madame Wugong, 8th young lady. The heir and his wife have arrived," announced Mama Li, her tone cheerful. Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing exchanged smiles upon seeing them. 4th brother, 4th sister-in-law. Xie Qingqing initially held disdain for Jiang Yuanyi's status as a concubine's daughter from the Dongning Duke's residence, finding her timid nature irksome and resenting her ineffectiveness in bringing joy. However, over the past few days, having learned from Wang Shi, Mama Li, and Mama Sun about Jiang Yuanyi's bravery in saving 4th brother, her admiration grew immensely, and she willingly addressed her as 4th sister-in-law. Xie Rongxuan replied. Jiang Yuanyi greeted, 8th sister. 4th brother, what do you have in your hand? Xie Qingqing inquired, noticing the silk pouch. It's cherries. Do you want some, 8th sister? Jiang Yuanyi asked. Xie Qingqing nodded eagerly. Just as Jiang Yuanyi was about to offer her some, Xie Rongxuan boldly stuffed the pouch into her own embrace, asserting, "Go pick your own." Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily speechless. Xie Qingqing protested, "You could just give me 2. I want tea," Xie Rongxuan replied. Typically, Xie Qingqing could ask for anything from Xie Rongxuan, but today, even 2 cherries were out of reach. She turned to Wang Shi to complain, "Mother, look how stingy 4th brother has become." Wang Shi chuckled. "One must give to receive. Go pick them yourself." "I'll go pick them later." Humph, Xie Qingqing huffed, though her heart was not truly troubled. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan both bowed to Wang Shi. "Please, take a seat," Wang Shi invited. "Do not sit. Allow us to share the burdens," Xie Rongxuan remarked. Wang Shi instantly understood that Xie Rongxuan wished for her to instruct his wife well. She smiled and called out, "Yuanyi." "Yes, mother," Jiang Yuanyi responded. "Please verify the list of gifts. If there is anything unfamiliar, do not hesitate to inquire with me or Qingqing." Wang Shi instructed while unsealing a letter. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by the realization that she was indeed entrusted with the task. She turned a glance at Xie Rongxuan, who merely nodded, signaling her to proceed. Approaching the table, Jiang Yuanyi picked up a list adorned with an array of names, many of which, gold, jade, were entirely unfamiliar to her. How was she to make sense of it? Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan stepped forward, selecting a pendant. This is called a green jade ping shun pendant. It holds little monetary value, yet possesses remarkable durability and auspicious significance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Rongxuan continued to elucidate each item, and Jiang Yuanyi found herself nodding incessantly. Xie Qingqing whispered, "Mother, 4th brother treats 4th sister-in-law exceptionally well. As long as he enjoys good health and longevity, let him be happy." Wang Shi continued to open another letter. Xie Qingqing nodded in agreement. However, as Wang Shi unfolded the letter, her expression suddenly soured, and she slammed the paper onto the table with a sharp sound. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan turned their gazes toward her simultaneously. "This is utterly outrageous," Wang Shi exclaimed. "What troubles you, mother?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Chapter 55. A dire situation. Xie Rongqing has matters to discuss, Wang said irritably. Although she had anticipated that Jiang Yuanyi and her 4 children would engage in petty squabbles, Xie Qingqing impatiently inquired, "What does he want?" Wang slapped the letter on the table and replied, "He claims his wife is ill, his son is injured, and his concubine is pregnant. Xie Rongxuan immediately grasped his intentions, stating, "He is seeking money. Indeed, this is the third letter he has sent." I discarded the first two without a second thought, never imagining he would persist, Wang explained. When he left the residence, did he not take a large sum of money with him? Xie Rongxuan asked. Wang, fuming, retorted, "He took plenty of silver. Yet now he comes to me with his tales of woe. It is utterly vexing. Does he not realize the consequences of his own actions? How can he still have the audacity to solicit funds from the Duke's household?" Xie Rongxuan queried, "Will you give him the money, mother?" Wang furrowed her brow. Given his demeanor, if I refuse to provide him with silver, he will undoubtedly spread rumors of my mistreatment of concubines and illegitimate children. Xie Rongxuan, with a sense of righteousness, declared, "Let him spread whatever he wishes. We have nothing to fear if our conduct is upright." Wang sighed and cast her eyes upon her daughter. "How could you not fear such things? What is there to fear?" Xie Rongxuan countered. Wang explained, "You are already 14, and soon you will begin to consider suitors. If the world hears that I mistreat concubines and their offspring, they will deem you unreasonable, and respectable families will not welcome you." Xie Rongxuan asserted defiantly, "If they do not welcome me, I have no interest in them. I am serious, mother. I shall never marry. I wish to remain by your side for eternity." Xie Rongxuan intertwined her arm with Wang's, resting her delicate head upon her shoulder, exuding an air of tenderness and affection. The more Xie Rongxuan displayed such affection, the more Wang felt compelled to ponder the reputation of the Jingwu Duke's household. Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiang Yuanyi, unable to contain herself, asked, "Mother, do outsiders not know about Jiang Yuanyi and her children plotting against our husband?" "They do not," Wang replied. Jiang Yuanyi, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" "The Duke insists that family scandals must not be aired publicly. Hence everyone in the household has been cautioned," Wang clarified. Jiang Yuanyi cautiously asked, "Could anything be more disgraceful than Xie Rongxuan's bribery?" Wang turned to Jiang Yuanyi, gravely stating, "What do you mean by that?" Xie Rongxuan also directed his gaze at Jiang Yuanyi, encouraging her to speak candidly. Gaining confidence, Jiang Yuanyi asserted, "Xie Rongxuan is Xie Rongxuan's elder brother. If he can commit bribery, it is not surprising that his brother could also be involved in the assassination of the heir and extortion of the matriarch." Wang contemplated this for a moment and asked, "Are you suggesting we expose the truth?" "Partially expose it," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "Which part?" Wang prompted. Jiang Yuanyi reflected briefly before responding. "The part where Xie Rongxuan conspired to harm the heir, yet by divine intervention, the heir survived. The household, recognizing he caused no harm, merely expelled him." Wang inquired, "Would this not tarnish the reputation of the Jingwu Duke's household?" "Then you should send someone to deliver him silver," Jiang Yuanyi suggested. "Must we still send him silver?" Xie Rongxuan expressed her dissatisfaction. "A small gift will suffice, whether it be 10 taels or 20. This seems rather meager." Jiang Yuanyi elucidated, "The quantity is inconsequential. What matters is the grand gesture of giving. Whether he accepts it or not, everyone will know that mother has delivered the silver, and all will commend her for her propriety, generosity, and benevolence. Henceforth, when Xie Rongxuan speaks of the rumors regarding the Duke of Jingwu's household, it will not only fail to harm them, but will also paint him as ungrateful, deserving of expulsion from the household." Upon learning of Jiang Yuanyi's various endeavors to treat Xie Rongxuan, Wang Shi marveled at the calm audacity concealed beneath her delicate exterior. She had not anticipated such a perceptive and astute mind from someone of humble origin. Xie Rongxuan could not restrain herself. "Fourth sister-in-law, you are truly clever," Xie Rongxuan inquired. "How did you conceive of such ideas?" Jiang Yuanyi, noticing the frowns of Wang Shi and Xie Rongxuan, hesitantly articulated her thoughts, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness, and meekly remarked, "If my words are lacking, you expressed yourself beautifully," Xie Rongxuan interjected. Jiang Yuanyi raised her head, meeting Xie Rongxuan's dark gaze. "You articulated it exceptionally well," Xie Rongxuan reiterated. Jiang Yuanyi sought confirmation. "Really?" Xie Rongxuan assured her gravely. "Indeed, this plan is flawless. Yuanyi, your idea is superb." Wang Shi grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand, providing warmth. "I had not envisioned such an excellent notion. she confessed. Mother, you're simply too close to the matter to see clearly. No, no, it is you who are astute, Wang Shi countered. Xie Qingqing added, exactly, fourth sister-in-law, you have resolved a significant issue. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Growing up in the modest western courtyard of the Dongningbo residence, Jiang Yuanyi often faced pressure from her legitimate sisters, causing her mother and sister to bear the brunt of it as well. She frequently felt inadequate and hesitant to voice her thoughts. Receiving such affirmation from so many for the first time filled her heart with warmth, making her realize that she was, in fact, quite clever. I shall have someone take care of it, Wang Shi declared, releasing Jiang Yuanyi's hand as she turned to call for a servant. Xie Rongxuan raised her voice. Mother, allow Yuan to handle it. Wang Shi turned back to look at Jiang Yuanyi. I do not. Jiang Yuanyi instinctively attempted to refuse, only to suddenly notice Xie Rongxuan's direct gaze. Startled by his stern expression, she resembled a frightened kitten and timidly asked, Young master, may I? Jiang Yuanyi's delicate beauty was well known to Wang Shi, yet she had not realized the extent to which she could appear charming before her son, resembling a bud ready to bloom, evoking a desire to cradle her gently. It was no wonder her son was so fond of her. Xie Qingqing suddenly recognized Jiang Yuanyi's allure, her eyes widening in surprise. Though Xie Rongxuan was known for his temper, all his ire dissipated in the presence of Jiang Yuanyi. He swallowed hard and stated, You may. Jiang Yuanyi softly inquired, Then I shall give it a try? Yes, give it a try, Xie Rongxuan nodded. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Wang Shi and boldly said, Mother, allow me to give it a try. This was an idea conceived by Jiang Yuanyi, and she was confident in her abilities, prompting Wang Shi to readily agree. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan assisted for a while longer in Xianjing Hall before returning together to Xinxing Courtyard. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yuanyi remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Xie Rongxuan inquired, Why are you so quiet? What should I say? Jiang Yuanyi replied, still looking down. Anything at all would suffice. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi chose to remain mute. Please, speak up, Xie Rongxuan urged. Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze to meet Xie Rongxuan's eyes and suddenly remarked, Your Highness, you are quite fierce. Xie Rongxuan, taken aback, questioned, I am fierce. Chapter 56. The couple's cooperation. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. You are quite fierce. Xie Rongxuan, who had devoted his entire life of good temper to Jiang Yuanyi, was taken aback by such an assessment. When have I ever been fierce? He inquired. Jiang Yuanyi replied, Just now, you were quite fierce. Xie Rongxuan, puzzled, asked, Just now? When exactly? Jiang Yuanyi lowered his gaze and continued walking. Xie Rongxuan hurried after him, insisting, When was just now? Be clear, Jiang Yuanyi explained. I mentioned I didn't want to deal with Xie Rongqing's affairs, and you were fierce. Xie Rongxuan recalled, But I didn't say anything. How could that be fierce? Jiang Yuanyi retorted, Your expression was fierce. At that moment, it seemed Jiang Yuanyi had indeed been startled, resembling a frightened little kitten. Xie Rongxuan rubbed his nose defensively. That wasn't fierce, it was simply serious. It was fierce, Jiang Yuanyi murmured softly. Xie Rongxuan did not hear her and continued. I just want you to be capable on your own. I know, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Xie Rongxuan, confused, remarked, Then why do you say I'm fierce? Because you are fierce. Jiang Yuanyi stated, A simple truth. Realizing this, Xie Rongxuan asked, So you were angry and deliberately silent? Jiang Yuanyi clarified, No, I was just thinking. Xie Rongxuan concluded, You are indeed angry. Jiang Yuanyi persisted, I am not. You are. I'm not. Under ordinary circumstances, when the couple engaged in an argument, Xie Rongxuan would persist until the end, while Jiang Yuanyi would naturally concede. This time, however, he suddenly ceased to argue, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yuanyi's shoulders. All right? If you say, I am not fierce, then I shall heed your words. I will strive to be less fierce in the future. All right? Jiang Yuanyi understood that Xie Rongxuan had her best interests at heart. Although she had felt a tinge of fear at his stern expression, she was neither angry nor dismissive. To her surprise, he was so earnest in his explanation and intention to amend his ways. A sweetness blossomed within her, and she could not help but smile and nod. All right, Xie Rongxuan chuckled. You look foolish. You are the foolish one, Jiang Yuanyi retorted, pushing him away. What are you doing? In public, we shouldn't be so affectionate. Jiang Yuanyi noticed a servant in the distance. Perceiving that Jiang Yuanyi was on the verge of annoyance, Xie Rongxuan released her and walked back to the shining courtyard in an orderly manner, pulling out cherries to eat. Jiang Yuanyi seized them from him. Wash them first. Go ahead, wash them, he replied. Xie Rongxuan sat down at the table, and Jiang Yuanyi handed the cherries to Chuntao, instructing, please wash these. Yes, Chuntao replied, and shortly after, she brought out a plate of washed cherries. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan sat together to enjoy them. Or shall we take action? Xie Rongxuan inquired. Referring to the matter of Xie Rongxing, Jiang Yuanyi replied, I shall leave the mansion early tomorrow. I will accompany you, Xie Rongxuan stated. Aren't you busy? Jiang Yuanyi asked. With the world at peace, what is there to be busy about? Xie Rongxuan, as the heir and a general in distant campaigns, should have attended court daily like many officials. But due to his incomplete recovery, the emperor permitted him to rest at home. Thus he found no motivation to attend. Jiang Yuanyi pondered for a moment. It is indeed wise to rest your body. Xie Rongxuan nodded. Indeed, we shall venture out tomorrow and introduce you to a few individuals. Who? Asked Jiang Yuanyi. My brothers. In Jing, social customs are rather liberal, allowing for mixed gatherings and normal interactions between genders. However, Jiang Yuanyi had seldom attended such banquets throughout her life, and she feared she might not perform well. Do not fret, I shall be by your side. Xie Rongxuan reassured her. Jiang Yuanyi yearned to become stronger herself, and thus she nodded in agreement. The following morning, after paying their respects to the Wang family, the two donned simple attire and made their way to Tianxiang building, settling into a private room on the second floor. Before long, 4 dashing young gentlemen, each exuding a unique charm, entered. Xie Rongxuan rose with a light laugh, prompting Jiang Yuanyi to stand as well. Xiegu, they exclaimed, Rongxuan, you have truly recovered, and yet you did not allow us to visit. What gives? The 4 gentlemen were brimming with excitement. Xie Rongxuan chuckled. Not only have I recovered, but I shall certainly outlive you all. As their gazes shifted, they noticed Jiang Yuanyi standing beside Xie Rongxuan, clad in modest yet elegant fabric, her natural beauty unadorned yet radiant. A flicker of astonishment passed through their eyes. This is my wife, Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan declared with evident pride. The 4 young men were aware of the circumstances surrounding Jiang Yuanyi, the legitimate daughter of the Dongningbo mansion, and her role in bringing joy to Xie Rongxuan. They felt a sense of sympathy for him, never anticipating that Jiang Yuanyi would indeed fulfill this role so beautifully and graciously. Immediately, they respectfully greeted her as sister-in-law. Xie Rongxuan had anticipated that Jiang Yuanyi might timidly retreat behind him like a startled quail. He had even prepared words of comfort for her, yet to his surprise, the usually delicate and timid Jiang Yuanyi displayed an unexpected composure and grace. Truly, she was a treasure of a young lady. Admiration glimmered in his eyes as he proceeded to introduce the 4 gentlemen. All 4 hailed from esteemed families, and it was evident that those who could be considered Xie Rongxuan's brothers were anything but frivolous. Jiang Yuanyi smiled gently as she greeted them. Master He, Master L, Master Sure, Master Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have prepared some modest gifts. I hope you will not find them lacking. The 4 gentlemen had been present during Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan's wedding, but due to Xie Rongxuan's unique circumstances, they had not received a proper welcome. Thus, Jiang Yuanyi's offering of small gifts served as an apology and a sign of her respect for them. Chuntao presented the small tokens. Accustomed to Xie Rongxuan's unruly demeanor, the gentlemen were taken aback by the presence of a wife so composed and restrained. It was quite amusing to them. They graciously accepted the gifts, expressing their gratitude, and jested that they had finally gained something from Xie Rongxuan. However, Xie Rongxuan suddenly interjected, these gifts are not to be received without a cost. The 4 gentlemen paused in confusion. Xie Rongxuan gestured with his chin. They followed his gaze to see Xie Rongxing, dressed simply, purchasing food at a nearby stall. It is your turn to perform, Xie Rongxuan stated. Were we to perform? The 4 inquired in unison. Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi, my lady. Share with them the words you have crafted regarding Xie Rongxing's harmful influence over me. Jiang Yuanyi had been troubled about how to disseminate the narrative of Xie Rongxuan's detrimental impact on Xie Rongxuan without drawing suspicion, while ensuring it was credible. Unexpectedly, Xie Rongxuan had delivered He Lushi and Zhang Si to her. In an instant, a new plan formed in her mind, and she articulated her carefully crafted arguments. The four individuals were taken aback by the intellect of this delicate beauty before them. They promptly set about executing her instructions. Xie Rongxuan remained oblivious to all of this. He strolled leisurely down the street, purchasing inexpensive meals and snacks, intentionally trying to portray a life of hardship in order to exert pressure on the Wang family. After some time, he turned back towards his modest courtyard. As he walked, he noticed the excited chatter of the neighbors, their animated voices hinting at some unfolding event. What could have transpired? Raising his gaze, he spotted Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan standing at the entrance. Chapter 57. The performance third brother, Jiang Yuanyi respectfully called out. Xie Rongxuan solemnly bowed. Third brother, what is the situation? When did these two become so courteous? Xie Rongxuan glanced around, noticing that the neighbors were still chattering, seemingly in awe of Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan's beauty. He looked at the two with displeasure and asked, "What brings you here?" Third brother, "We are here to deliver silver." Jiang Yuanyi raised his voice. Xie Rongxuan, as if fearing to be unheard, exclaimed, "Yes, delivering silver. What are these two doing? Such odd behavior. Are they out of their minds?" Xie Rongxuan said with annoyance, "What madness is this?" Unperturbed, Jiang Yuanyi pulled out a bundle of banknotes from his bosom, stating, "Third brother, you wrote to mother saying there was no silver, and she became exceedingly worried, so she sent us to deliver it personally." Though Xie Rongxuan was not as ostentatious as Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, or Xie Rongxuan, he belonged to the same ilk, having spent money like water. Within half a month of leaving the Duke's residence, he had nearly exhausted his funds. Seeing Jiang Yuanyi present him with a stack of banknotes, he felt quite pleased, believing he had exerted pressure on Wang Shi, prompting Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan to deliver the silver in person. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the topmost banknote was merely for 20 taels. 20 taels. The entire stack was at most 200 or 300 taels. It was akin to giving alms. He swatted it away, declaring, "I do not want your silver." The bundle of banknotes fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yuanyi took the opportunity to exclaim, "Ah, my dear husband, my hand hurts terribly." Xie Rongxuan's expression changed abruptly, as if he might harm Xie Rongxuan in the next moment. Jiang Yuanyi quickly blinked at Xie Rongxuan, who realized it was all an act and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Rongxuan bluntly remarked, "What hurts? I did not strike you." Disregarding him, Jiang Yuanyi continued to feign a pitiful and frightened demeanor, leaning against Xie Rongxuan. "Husband, it truly hurts, it truly hurts." The softness and fragrance enveloping Xie Rongxuan made his heart flutter. Jiang Yuanyi whispered, "Young master, say something like, 'Third brother, if you find the silver insufficient, I will bring more next time. Why must you harm my wife?'" Xie Rongxuan, though capable of eloquence, was being taught to speak for the first time, yet he followed through. Just as Xie Rongxuan was about to retort, he turned to see the neighbors pointing and whispering about him. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap, and fury surged within him as he pointed at Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, exclaiming, "You are doing this on purpose. You wish to tarnish my reputation. Husband, I am so frightened." Jiang Yuanyi hid behind Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan had always known of Jiang Yuanyi's capricious nature, but was taken aback by her coyness, her pretentiousness, and her adorableness. It left him somewhat dazed. It was precisely this innate charm that made the neighbors perceive Xie Rongxuan as excessive. Fuming with rage, Xie Rongxuan shouted, "Xie Rongxuan, is this how you treat me? Fine, you shall regret this." Jiang Yuanyi softly urged, "Third brother, do not throw a tantrum." Xie Rongxuan echoed, "Third brother, do not throw a tantrum." Xie Rongxuan harbored a desire to confront Xie Rongxuan, yet found himself outmatched and unable to voice his frustrations. With a heavy heart, he turned and strode into the courtyard, slamming the gate shut behind him. Jiang Yuanyi let out a sorrowful sigh as she bent down to gather the scattered silver notes from the ground, wearing an apologetic expression as she addressed the onlookers. "I am truly sorry for the spectacle." Upon her arrival, She had been carrying an assortment of snacks and had generously distributed them to the neighbors. Regardless of age or gender, the community held her in high regard, and upon witnessing her rejection by Xie Rongxuan, they rushed to offer comfort and voiced their disapproval of him. Jiang Yuanyi softly remarked, "It is not my elder brother's fault. We simply did not provide him with enough silver." A kind matron, savoring the pastries Jiang Yuanyi had brought, encouraged her, exclaiming, "You are far too kind, young lady." As she continued to eat, she noticed the topmost note in Jiang Yuanyi's hand was worth 1,000 taels, which caused her to stumble in astonishment. Jiang Yuanyi quickly steadied her. "Are you all right, madam? A single note worth 1,000 taels. That stack of silver must be no less than 20,000 taels. Such a fortune would surely draw envy." Once the matron regained her composure, she remarked with admiration, "Young lady, you and your husband are truly benevolent towards your brother." With a sigh, Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Every family has its own struggles. He is unwilling to return home, and we cannot compel him. Madam, since you are his neighbor, I hope you can keep an eye out for him." The matron assured her, "Certainly, you need not worry." "Madam, let us depart." Xie Rongxuan approached. Jiang Yuanyi bid farewell to the matron and the others, who once again expressed their admiration for the couple's kindness and beauty. Without a backward glance, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan climbed into the carriage. As Jiang Yuanyi settled in, she exhaled deeply. Xie Rongxuan fixed his gaze upon her. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Xie Rongxuan asked, "How do you perform so convincingly?" "Perform what?" she replied. He then mimicked her mannerisms, curling up and leaning towards her husband. "It truly hurts. I am in such pain." When Jiang Yuanyi had acted earlier, she had felt it was rather exaggerated, but his imitation was almost unbearable to behold. Blushing, she exclaimed, "Do not imitate me. Husband, I am so frightened. Please don't mimic me." Jiang Yuanyi covered her cheeks in embarrassment. Xie Rongxuan burst into laughter. "All right, I shall cease." Only then did she lower her hands. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Where did you learn such theatrics?" The flush on Jiang Yuanyi's face faded as she replied, "My stepmother and elder sister both do." Xie Rongxuan looked surprised. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "Whenever they bullied my mother and me, they would play the victim first. Father always fell for it, and having witnessed it repeatedly, I learned." Xie Rongxuan asked, "Then why do you not use this tactic to counter them?" Jiang Yuanyi replied in a soft tone, "My stepmother is the lady of the house. How could we retaliate? Aunt Yao's status is lowly. Angering the stepmother would only bring greater misfortune. Wangshi treats her illegitimate children with kindness." Yet Xie Rongxuan could hardly fathom the clever yet timid Jiang Yuanyi had to endure as a child, which shaped her into the meek and self-doubting person she had become. Nevertheless, every facet of Jiang Yuanyi is undeniably charming. He reached out and embraced Jiang Yuanyi's shoulders, declaring, "From now on, I shall protect you. Retaliate in whatever manner you wish." "All right," Jiang Yuanyi replied with a smile, turning her head to meet Xie Rongxuan's gaze. Their noses brushed together, and she was captivated by his striking features, his dark, expressive eyes, long, elegant eyelashes, taut skin, and the refreshing breath he exuded. She yearned to draw even closer. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over her. She felt an inkling of desire, and a rush of embarrassment surged, prompting her to swiftly turn her gaze toward the window of the carriage. Xie Rongxuan paused, glancing out the opposite window, his ears flushed with crimson. "Rongxuan!" At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Lucy, Zhang Si, and the others called out in unison. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan disembarked. Zhang Shi exclaimed joyfully, "Rongxuan, the matter has been resolved. Everyone is now discussing the affairs of Xie Rongxuan." Xie Rongxuan nodded. Zhang Shi continued, "Everything has unfolded just as sister-in-law anticipated. You are truly remarkable, even more so than Rongxuan's main girl." "Rongxuan's main girl?" Jiang Yuanyi instinctively glanced at Xie Rongxuan, who immediately darkened in expression. Zhang Shi, taken aback, realized his blunder and sought to amend his words. But He Quan interjected, "Well, it seems everyone is thirsty. Shall we go for some tea?" Chapter 58. Miss Ming. Zhang Shi hastily concurred. "Indeed, let's go for tea." He Quan promptly inquired, "Rongxian, madam, would you care for some tea?" Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi, asking, "Shall we?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan stated, "Then let us proceed." Regent led the way, followed by Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi, and L. Yiming. Yiquan remained rooted in place, glaring at Zhang Shi. "You." Zhang Shi raised a hand to his mouth, exclaiming, my fault, my fault. Be mindful. Control your tongue." With utmost sincerity, Zhang Shi added, "Yes, yes, I shall never again mention Miss Ming." Yet, he continued to do so. "No more mentioning, no more. Let's go for tea." Upon entering the tea house, Zhang Shi refrained from bringing up Miss Ming again. Jiang Yuanyi assumed that the jest regarding Miss Ming was merely a playful banter among the brothers of Xie Rongxuan, and thus dismissed it, settling beside Xie Rongxuan with a smile, partaking in tea while awaiting the unfolding of public opinion. Before long, murmurs arose at the lamb soup stall below. "Are you aware of the happenings at the Jingwu Duke's residence?" "What about it?" "The illegitimate son, Xie Rongxing, attempted to poison the Duke's heir, Xie Rongxuan." "Isn't the heir, Xie Rongxuan, also a general leading distant campaigns?" "Indeed. Is there any truth to this?" "Absolutely. My relative works as a gardener at the Jingwu Duke's estate, and he heard it firsthand. Xie Rongxing intended to use a flower dissolving poison to harm Xie Rongxuan. I have heard similar tales. My relative also serves at the Jingwu Duke's residence. But heaven had no desire for Xie Rongxuan's demise. He survived. The Duke's wife is kind-hearted and did not blame Xie Rongxing. However, the Duke himself is a man of great principle, personally expelling Xie Rongxing from the estate. The Duke's wife truly possesses a heart of compassion. Xie Rongxuan and the Lady Heir are also commendable, personally delivering silver to Xie Rongxing. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xie Rongxuan and his wife brought 2,000 taels of silver, which Xie Rongxing scorned, not only cursing them, but also injuring the Lady Heir. The Lady Heir was utterly heartbroken, yet still implored the neighbors to look after Xie Rongxing. She is exceedingly generous. The Duke's wife is exceptionally benevolent towards her illegitimate offspring. Xie Rongxing truly lacks gratitude. He continues to spread rumors about the Duke's wife. The common folk possess discerning eyes. They surely will not believe him. An illegitimate son remains just that, unworthy of recognition. Yiquan, L. Yiming, Regent, and Zhang Shi disseminated the tale of Xie Rongxing's attempt to poison Xie Rongxuan. The populace, intrigued, shared the story, though their belief in it varied. However, upon encountering witnesses who had seen Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan deliver silver, they would undoubtedly conclude that the Duke's wife was indeed compassionate, and that Xie Rongxing was ungrateful. The conclusions they draw will be fiercely defended. No matter how Xie Rongxing might slander in the future, they would not only disbelieve him, but would also rally in support of the Duke's wife, holding Xie Rongxing in contempt. Thus, the Duke's wife, Wang, would no longer live under the shadow of Xie Rongxing's threats. "It has succeeded, utterly succeeded," exclaimed Zhang Shi with delight. Yiquan clasped his fists and said to Jiang Yuanyi, "Sister-in-law is indeed formidable." Regent and L. Yiming raised their teacups in place of wine to toast Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi reciprocated, stating, "It is primarily due to your assistance." Yiquan remarked, "Sister-in-law is being modest." Xie Rongxuan, standing nearby, was immensely pleased. After a brief conversation, the time had moved into the afternoon. He, L. Sure, and Zhang had matters to attend to and departed first. Xie Rongxuan turned to Jiang Yuanyi and inquired, "Would you like to take a stroll?" "Perhaps not," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Though she was someone who delighted in food and amusement, she was also apprehensive about breaching decorum. Xie Rongxuan promptly took her hand and insisted, "If you wish to stroll, then stroll we shall. But, no but. When I say we shall stroll, we shall." Xie Rongxuan led Jiang Yuanyi away. During her time at the Dongning Duke's residence, she had only ventured outside a few times, while since marrying into the Jingwu household, she frequently visited the marketplace, albeit always in haste to procure various medical texts. This was her first genuine shopping experience. "What catches your eye?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Jiang Yuanyi lingered on a candied hawthorn. Xie Rongxuan immediately purchased it. She then glanced at a Danjiao mask, and Xie Rongxuan bought that too. Before long, the two guards were laden with an abundance of goods. Jiang Yuanyi quickly grasped Xie Rongxuan's arm. "No more purchases." "Why not?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. You're spending too much silver. I have plenty of silver. That doesn't mean we should squander it. No more purchases. Jiang Yuanyi, accustomed to frugality and hardship, felt a pang as she observed Xie Rongxuan's cavalier spending. She urged him to hasten to the carriage. Yet, upon seeing the array of food, drink, and amusements within the carriage, all for her, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, her gaze towards Xie Rongxuan sparkling like a constellation of stars. Xie Rongxuan felt a stirring in his heart. Jiang Yuanyi, oblivious, said, "Young master, thank you." "For what?" "Thank you for buying these things. What need is there for gratitude between us as husband and wife?" Xie Rongxuan said, "Draw her close to him." Jiang Yuanyi instantly felt the firmness of his chest, her heart racing, as if a secret joy flowed through her veins, causing her lips to curve into a smile. "You are smiling," Xie Rongxuan suddenly remarked. Jiang Yuanyi quickly pressed her lips together. "Is it not true that being held by me brings you delight? Do not speak nonsense. To admire me is only natural. I am, after all, quite captivating." "You truly lack shame," Jiang Yuanyi laughed, pushing him away. Yet Xie Rongxuan insisted on holding her. Their playful banter continued in the carriage until they reached the Jingguogong residence. Someone was dispatched from the Jingguogong to find Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi, concerned, asked, "Is there something amiss?" "Not at all. Fret not," Xie Rongxuan replied. As long as he reassured her, Jiang Yuanyi believed him and nodded. "Then I shall visit my mother alone." "Very well." Jiang Yuanyi made her way to the Xianjing Hall alone. Wang Shi and Xie Qingqing immediately welcomed her joyfully. Grasping her hands and not letting go, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Mother, eighth sister, what is the matter?" Xie Qingqing remarked, "My mother and I are aware that your plan has succeeded, and now everyone in the various households is criticizing Xie Rongxuan." Wang said reassuringly, "No one believes his words." Jiang Yuanyi replied with a smile, "No matter how he creates a stir in the future, it won't matter. Indeed, come in quickly and have some tea." Wang and her daughter pulled Jiang Yuanyi to sit down. "Where is fourth brother?" Xie Qingqing inquired, glancing around. Jiang Yuanyi picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down, saying, "Father is called to speak with him." Immediately, Wang and Xie Qingqing's expressions changed. Jiang Yuanyi added, "My husband said there's nothing to worry about." Since Xie Rongxuan has said so, Wang and her daughter no longer felt anxious. "Eighth miss, there's a letter for you." Suddenly, Li Mama entered. "My letter? Who is it from?" Xie Qingqing asked. Li Mama cast a glance at Jiang Yuanyi, hesitating to speak. Xie Qingqing, displaying a bit of temper, insisted, "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I won't read it." Li Mama had no choice but to reveal, "It is from Miss Meng Yunjin." Xie Qingqing's expression stiffened, immediately regretting her earlier behavior. Wang discreetly glanced at Jiang Yuanyi. Once again, Jiang Yuanyi heard the name of Miss Meng. Chapter 59, regarding her marriage, "Give it to me," said Xie Qingqing as she stood to receive the letter. "Li mumu, kiet li exita." Xie Qingqing opened the letter, glanced at it briefly, then returned it to the envelope before taking her seat before Jiang Yuanyi and Wang Shi. Wang Shi set down her teacup and inquired, "What did Yanjin say?" Xie Qingqing glanced at Jiang Yuanyi and replied, "She has returned to the capital and wishes to visit us." Wang Shi responded nonchalantly, "Oh." Xie Qingqing cast another look at Jiang Yuanyi, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Wang Shi turned her attention to Jiang Yuanyi. "Yuan-yi, do you know Meng Yanjin?" Xie Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise at her mother's directness. Wang Shi had chosen Jiang Yuanyi as her daughter-in-law with the intention of bringing luck, but gradually realized that although Jiang Yuanyi appeared delicate and easily bullied, she was, in truth, resilient and bold, capable of saving Xie Rongxuan's life. Wang Shi genuinely cherished Jiang Yuanyi as a daughter-in-law and wished to be transparent with her, saying, "She is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wuming. Since childhood, she has grown up alongside Rongxuan, sharing meals, studying, and playing together. She is quite familiar with our household, and there were whispers that she and Rongxuan would marry." How unsurprising, Jiang Yuanyi thought, feeling a sudden heaviness in her heart. Both families deemed them suitable for each other, yet neither had openly acknowledged it. When they reached the appropriate age, Rongxuan abruptly departed for the northern borders and was away for 3 years. Upon his return, he soon fell ill with a strange disease. Xie Rongxuan nodded in understanding. Wang Shi continued. The Duke of Jingwa's household ceased to mention the marriage proposal, and Meng Yuanjin subsequently followed her parents to serve in a distant location. Thus, there was never anything between fourth brother and sister Meng. Xie Rongxuan, now genuinely fond of her gentle and clever sister-in-law, feared missteps in her speech that might lead to misunderstandings. With her mother clarifying the situation, she felt emboldened to speak. Upon sensing the peculiar exchange of glances between Wang Shi and Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi deduced that Meng Yuanjin was a unique presence. She had not anticipated such forthrightness from them. The tension within her dissipated, replaced by warmth as she reassured, "I will not overthink. May I invite her to our residence?" She inquired. Meng Yuanjin had always treated Xie Rongxuan and the others kindly, and Xie Rongxuan held her in high regard. Jiang Yuanyi affirmed, "The Duke of Jingwa's residence is your home. You may invite whomever you wish." Xie Rongxuan beamed. "Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful, far better than fourth brother, who can be quite fierce at times." Wang Shi defended her son. "That is merely because you are too mischievous." "Not at all," Xie Rongxuan retorted playfully. Wang Shi chuckled. "Since Yuanjin has returned, why not invite he, El, and Zhang as well? You could all enjoy a lively gathering." "Absolutely," Xie Rongxuan responded eagerly. Since fourth brother was poisoned, he has been reluctant to see anyone, and they have not visited the residence in quite some time. "Indeed," Wang Shi agreed with a smile. "Mother, I shall take care of it," Xie Rongxuan declared. Being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jingwa's household, she would eventually assume the role of mistress and needed to master the art of hosting banquets. Wang Shi replied, "Very well, you may handle it." "Thank you, mother," Xie Rongxuan exclaimed joyfully. "However, I'm uneasy about you handling this alone. Allow Yuan-yi to accompany you." "Certainly, certainly." Xie Rongxuan gazed cheerfully at Jiang Yuanyi. Had this matter arisen in the past, Jiang Yuanyi would have undoubtedly declined, but thanks to Xie Rongxuan's encouragement and companionship, she successfully managed the affair concerning Xie Rongxuan and gained confidence. Looking at Xie Rongxuan, she said, "I'm not very experienced. I shall learn from you." "Yes, yes. I will teach you everything," Xie Rongxuan replied. "You have never organized a banquet. What could you possibly teach?" "How shameless you are," Xie Rongxuan chuckled as he entered. Taking a seat beside Jiang Yuanyi, a smile graced Jiang Yuanyi's face. "Mother, look, fourth brother is mocking me again," Xie Rongxuan exclaimed. "Pay him no mind. Your mother believes you and your fourth sister-in-law are well matched," Wang said, offering her comfort. Xie Rongxuan felt satisfied. Wang then inquired, "Rongxuan, what did the Duke want with you?" "He asked about my health. Once I recover, I shall visit the palace," Xie Rongxuan replied, reaching for the teapot. "I shall serve you," Jiang Yuanyi interjected, pouring tea for Xie Rongxuan. "A good wife indeed," Xie Rongxuan remarked. "Why do you speak so indiscriminately?" Jiang Yuanyi's face flushed crimson. Xie Rongxuan stifled a laugh at the sight. Wang's brows arched with amusement as she asked, "When do you plan to go?" Xie Rongxuan took a sip of tea and responded, "In a few days." "Very well. Then we shall proceed with the banquet preparations first," Wang declared, suggesting inviting Il. "Sure," and Zhang to enliven the occasion and to dispel the ill fortune left by concubine Jiang. Xie Rongxuan, having only grasped a portion of the matter earlier, nodded in understanding. "Good. Sister Meng will also be coming." "Sister Meng?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "She returned to the capital not long ago," Xie Rongxuan informed Jiang Yuanyi. "You and eighth sister should prepare the banquet well. If you have any questions, consult your mother," he advised. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "Fourth brother, why didn't you remind me?" Xie Rongxuan asked. "I advise you to be attentive and not to create chaos," Xie Rongxuan replied. "Do not underestimate others." "Show me what you can accomplish," she challenged. "Just let me see," Xie Rongxuan retorted, looking towards Jiang Yuanyi. "Fourth sister-in-law, we must do this well." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Both Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi lacked experience in hosting banquets, yet they brimmed with enthusiasm. Early the next morning, they began drafting invitations, selecting themes, choosing dishes, and picking delicacies. After 3 full days of diligent work, they finally finalized everything. Jiang Yuanyi also had the pleasure of meeting Meng Yuanjin, whom everyone had spoken of. Meng Yuanjin, clad in a light-colored cross-collared ruse skirt, possessed a tall and slender figure, fair complexion, and exquisite features, exuding the grace of a distinguished young lady, natural, elegant, and effortlessly poised. Sister Meng, Xie Qingqing greeted with a smile. Meng Yunjin took Xie Qingqing's hand and said, "It has been a long time. You have grown taller and more beautiful." "You too, Sister Meng," Xie Qingqing replied. Introducing Sister Meng, this is my fourth sister-in-law, Jiang Yuanyi. Upon noticing Jiang Yuanyi, Meng Yunjin's smile softened somewhat. "Madam of the heir," she acknowledged. "Miss Meng," Jiang Yuanyi responded. "All of Fourth Brother's party is in the garden. Let us hurry," they urged, making their way to Hexin Garden. "Meng Yunjin," Zhang Shi called out loudly. Meng Yunjin's gaze naturally fell upon Xie Rongxuan amidst a group of young gentlemen at the entrance of the garden. After more than 2 years apart, he remained as tall as a bamboo and as handsome as the sun in winter. Yet, he exuded a newfound steadiness that stirred her heart. She strode confidently towards him, greeting, "Rongxuan, are you well?" "Yes, quite well," Xie Rongxuan replied with a smile. "That's wonderful." Meng Yunjin responded genuinely, her delight evident. Zhang Shi interjected, "Don't linger here. Let us head into the garden where there is plenty to eat. Come along." With an effortless motion, Meng Yunjin took Xie Rongxuan's arm and led him into the garden. Zhang Shi continued to urge, "Let us go, let us go." Jiang Yuanyi's gaze lingered on Xie Rongxuan's arm, a mix of bitterness and discomfort swirling within her. "What are you standing there for? Let us move." Feeling a warmth in her hand, Jiang Yuanyi looked up to see Xie Rongxuan right in front of her. "You, what's wrong?" he inquired. Chapter 60. Schemes of the Heart. Jiang Yuanyi slightly tilted her head, her gaze drifting beyond Xie Rongxuan's shoulder, where she spotted Meng Yunjin laughing and chatting with Zhang Shi as they entered Hexin Garden. She suddenly felt she had misjudged Meng Yunjin and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "It's nothing. Why are we still standing here? Let us go," Jiang Yuanyi urged. "So slow. Do you want me to carry you?" Xie Rongxuan genuinely offered. Alarmed, Jiang Yuanyi quickly patted his arm, saying, "No, someone will see." Xie Rongxuan chuckled and stood up. With flushed cheeks, Jiang Yuanyi hurried ahead, urging, "Let's move faster." Xie Rongxuan happily followed. The pair stepped into Hexin Garden, where a long redwood table was adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes, fine wines, and spring peaches, while others roasted skewers nearby, filling the garden with delightful aromas. "You have organized this banquet splendidly," Xie Rongxuan remarked. "I prepared it together with my 8th sister." Jiang Yuanyi replied, "You contributed more. It was a joint effort. You're being too modest, lady of the heir," he teased, aware of his playful banter. Jiang Yuanyi shot him a glare, saying, "You're so annoying." Xie Rongxuan gazed at her with a tenderness that felt particularly profound. Meng Yunjin observed the scene intently, recalling how Xie Rongxuan had always directed such gentleness towards her throughout their childhood. When did he change? Just moments ago. She had merely taken his arm to enter the garden, and he had abruptly released her to approach that woman of humble origins with such warmth in his eyes. "Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, come quickly," Xie Qingqing called out. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan took their seats opposite Xie Qingqing and Meng Yunjin. "Rongxuan, your banquet is quite unique," Zhang Shi commented. Xie Qingqing proudly interjected, "It was prepared by me and fourth sister-in-law." He Lu and Shizhang joined in praising Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Qingqing. Xie Rongxuan placed a piece of meat onto Jiang Yuanyi's plate, playfully stating, "A reward for the lady of the heir." Xie Qingqing lifted her dish and offered it to Xie Rongxuan, saying, "What about me? What about me?" "You have no share," Xie Rongxuan replied. Xie Qingqing huffed, "You only care for fourth sister-in-law." Jiang Yuanyi blushed and said, "Eighth sister, don't say such things. I'm not speaking out of turn. A husband should cherish his wife," Xie Rongxuan declared. Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks flushed once more. He Lu, Shizhang, and others joined in teasing. Meng Yunjin's nails nearly dug into the meat as she forced a smile, saying, "Time flies. Rongxuan is already married. It's only been a little over 3 months." Zhang Shi added. Meng Yunjin continued, "I almost forgot about our past." "How could you forget? I remember it all too clearly," Xie Qingqing retorted. He Quan chimed in. "You're just a child. What do you remember?" "Who is a child?" I will be of age in 2 years, Xie Rongxuan replied defiantly. Meng Yunjin smiled, recalling. I remember when Rongxuan and I would go out to play. You always followed us like a shadow. Zhang Shi added, she follows everyone. She is quite the rascal. Meng Yunjin turned to Xie Rongxuan, asking, do you remember that time Qingqing fell from the tree? Xie Rongxuan nodded. I remember. Lu Yiming interjected. Qingqing must have fallen more than once. Sister Meng has also fallen. Fourth brother is carrying you to see the doctor, Xie Rongxuan remarked. How come I was unaware of this? Zhang Shi expressed his curiosity. The group unknowingly began reminiscing about their childhood experiences. In his youth, Jiang Yuanyi lived in the western courtyard of the Dongning Marquis' residence with his mother and sister, leading a life fraught with trepidation. Entirely unacquainted with esteemed families like the Xie clan, and thus oblivious to their pasts, leaving him unable to contribute to the conversation. Meng Yunjin deliberately steered the dialogue towards bygone events. Yu Guangzhong noticed Jiang Yuanyi appearing isolated, his head bowed as he ate. She felt a sense of satisfaction and continued discussing their past with Xie Rongxuan. Just as their conversation reached a fervent pitch, however, Xie Rongxuan ceased to engage and leaned in to whisper to Jiang Yuanyi. Uncertain of what to say, Jiang Yuanyi playfully pouted, while Xie Rongxuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Meng Yunjin's expression darkened considerably, but she quickly regained her composure. The lunch concluded amidst laughter and merriment. Everyone gathered in the Hexian garden to admire the flowers and fruits, enjoying a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi suggested, having not gathered for so long, one meeting is insufficient. Let us venture outside the city for an excursion. Yiquan interjected, spring has passed. What is there to see outside the city? Zhang Shi replied, though spring has waned, summer has yet to arrive. Outside the city, there are mountains, waters, fish, flowers, and fruits. It is quite delightful. Indeed, Meng Yunjin agreed. Jiang Yuanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Rongxuan, noticing this, smiled and said, then let us find a time to explore outside the city. With Xie Rongxuan's willingness, the others naturally concurred. Hooray, hooray! Xie Rongxuan exclaimed joyfully. It is settled, declared Zhang Shi and the others. Having never ventured beyond the city, Jiang Yuanyi was thrilled at the prospect of an outing. After breakfast with Xie Rongxuan, they proceeded to Xianjing Hall, where Meng Yunjin and Xie Rongxuan were already present. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan greeted Madame Wang. Rongxuan, do take care of Qingqing while we are out, Jiang Yuanyi said, displaying her usual poise and composure, which put Madame Wang at ease. Oh, mother, I will be careful, Xie Rongxuan assured, then turned to Xie Rongxuan. Fourth brother, please check on the horses. We will be there shortly. Xie Rongxuan replied to Jiang Yuanyi, see you soon, and she nodded in acknowledgement as he departed. Meng Yunjin inquired of Jiang Yuanyi, does the young lady ride? Jiang Yuanyi honestly shook her head, I do not. Meng Yunjin smiled, no matter, it is quite easy to learn. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan exclaimed, oh dear, I've forgotten my riding whip. Madame Wang sighed, you are so careless. I remember having it just moments ago. I shall use Mother S, she said as Madame Wang went inside to retrieve it. Sister Meng, sister-in-law, you go ahead. I will chase after you through the back door of the courtyard. I'll catch up quickly, Xie Rongxuan called as she hurried after Madame Wang. Very well, Meng Yunjin replied. Walking toward the entrance of Xianjing Hall, Jiang Yuanyi pondered for a moment before following her outside. Suddenly, Meng Yunjin's personal maid remarked, Miss, did you hear that? The esteemed wife of the heir apparent, who cannot even ride a horse, brings great shame to the valiant general of the expedition. Meng Yunjin spoke without a trace of reproach. Do not speak recklessly. The maidservant continued, I am not being reckless. A concubine, under the guise of bringing joy, has assumed the title of the heir's wife. Yet this cannot mask her humble origins. Shame? Concubine? Joy-bringing? Humble origins? Each word struck like a heavy hammer, relentlessly battering the fragile confidence that Jiang Yuanyi had barely managed to build, plunging her into an icy abyss, leaving her utterly chilled. Meng Yunjin turned to gaze at Jiang Yuanyi, smiling as she called out, heir's wife, as if her maidservant had uttered nothing disparaging about her. Jiang Yuanyi regained her composure. Meng Yunjin gently remarked, I just heard the Duchess cough. It seems she is unwell. Will you stay to attend to her? Chapter 61. The kiss Jiang Yuanyi's gaze fell upon Meng Yunjin's smiling face. The young lady of the heir apparent was so understanding. She would surely stay to care for the Duchess. I shall speak with Rongxuan shortly. Meng Yunjin spoke softly. Young lady of the heir apparent, farewell. Without affording Jiang Yuanyi an opportunity to respond, she made her decision and turned to depart, with her personal maid hastily following suit. Jiang Yuanyi stared at Meng Yunjin's retreating figure, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. Young lady of the heir apparent, the carriage is ready. Chun Tao approached in search of Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi watched as Meng Yunjin's silhouette faded from view. Young lady, we must hurry, Chun Tao urged, her spirits high at the prospect of accompanying the heir apparent on an outing. Otherwise, the heir will become anxious. Yet, Jiang Yuanyi remained unmoved. Sensing something amiss, Chun Tao inquired, young lady, what troubles you? Jiang Yuanyi remained silent, her head bowed, her mind consumed with the derogatory notions of being a disgraceful, illegitimate daughter. A mere pawn of fortune. She felt as though she were back in the western courtyard of the Dongning Duke's residence, confined to a small dark room by her legitimate siblings, their taunts echoing in her ears. Despite her innocence, her kindness towards everyone, and her earnest efforts to improve herself, why did they presume to define her and subject her to cruelty? It was not her fault. Yes, it was not her fault. Embracing this conviction, the shameful labels gradually faded from her mind, replaced by the enduring encouragement and praise from her mother, sister, and Xie Rongxuan. Her shattered confidence slowly coalesced, reason returning as her tumultuous emotions calmed. She could finally contemplate Meng Yunjin's remarks regarding the Duchess's cough with clarity. As a physician, she understood pathology. Indeed, her mother had coughed moments ago, but it was merely a case of choking, not illness. Meng Yunjin must have discreetly investigated her past, and, knowing her timid nature, deliberately alluded to her concerns, striking at her heart to sow discord between her and Xie Rongxuan, thereby achieving some ulterior motive. She had nearly fallen into the trap. Young lady of the heir apparent. Young lady of the heir apparent. Chun Tao called anxiously. Having clarified her thoughts, Jiang Yuanyi looked up at Chun Tao and reassured her. I am fine. Chun Tao sighed in relief, only to grow anxious again, saying, the heir and his party insist on departing on schedule. We are already late. What shall we do? Jiang Yuanyi replied coolly. If we miss it, we shall find another carriage. Jiang Yuanyi. A sudden voice filled with anger interrupted her. Jiang Yuanyi and Chun Tao turned to see Xie Rongxuan striding towards them, fury evident in his demeanor. Jiang Yuanyi's heart tightened. Chun Tao exclaimed in alarm, young lady, what has happened to the heir? Jiang Yuanyi was equally puzzled. What are you doing here? Xie Rongxuan restrained his ire. Jiang Yuanyi began to respond. Are you not planning to join the outing? Xie Rongxuan pressed. Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, insisting, that's not it. Then what are you doing here? Waiting to see me with another woman? He challenged. Xie Rongxuan, having mastered the art of horseback riding by the tender age of 3, possessed an intimate understanding of horses. He ventured to the front yard to inspect the steeds, ensuring that no mishaps would occur during their leisure time. With deliberate care, he selected a gentle horse for Jiang Yuanyi, intending to impart some lessons shortly. Yet, as he waited in vain, it was Meng Yunjin who approached him, claiming that Jiang Yuanyi wished to remain with her mother and had no desire to partake in the outing. Such nonsense. He could hardly believe that the playful Jiang Yuanyi would choose this moment to seek her mother as company. Upon inquiring with Xie Ping, he learned that Meng Yunjin and her servant had just hurled a few barbed remarks at her, urging her to distance herself from him. To his dismay, she had acquiesced. Understanding Meng Yunjin's malevolent intentions filled him with distaste, but his greater concern lay with Jiang Yuanyi's well-being. He hurried over, only to see her standing there with her little head drooped, looking pitiful. His heart ached with a blend of compassion and anger as he spoke to her. Jiang Yuanyi, seeming to grasp Xie Rongxuan's implication, hastily replied, no, it's not true. Xie Rongxuan asserted firmly, I believe it is. It's not true, she insisted earnestly. He pressed her, vexed, you shrink away at the slightest provocation. Are you a turtle? At times, Jiang Yuanyi indeed behaved in such a manner. How many times must I tell you? Do not be so concerned with what others say. Do you not understand? Jiang Yuanyi replied weakly, I know. Xie Rongxuan's frustration intensified. What do you know? What is wrong with being a concubine? Are not concubines born and raised by their fathers and mothers? Can a concubine not possess talent? Should a concubine's elevation to a legitimate wife be met with scorn? Must a concubine always be looked down upon? Who among us does not toil for several generations? Who is truly noble? If you do not value yourself, how can you expect others to regard you highly? Jiang Yuanyi dared not retort. What is wrong with being favored? Does that make you superior? Why should you feel inferior? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, declaring that she no longer felt inferior. Yet, Xie Rongxuan continued unabated. If you possess the capability, let her also achieve the status of a noble lady. Jiang Yuanyi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Status, status, status. Only those lacking ability cling to such labels. Jiang Yuanyi nodded, yes. What do you mean by yes? You are beautiful, kind-hearted, skilled in medicine, and intelligent. Do you truly need to concern yourself with such superficial matters? Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by Xie Rongxuan's perception of her, feeling an immense warmth in her heart. Nevertheless, Xie Rongxuan still harbored anger. I ask you, does this mean that in the future, whenever a woman fancies me and utters a few words about you being a concubine or a favored one, you will strip me bare, cleanse me, and deliver me to her bed to be trifled with? Jiang Yuanyi quickly shook her head. I would never. Then what does it mean when you silently choose to remain with your mother? Am I not your man? Am I not worthy of your attention? Am I not deserving of you confronting Meng Yanjun? Bombarded by his questions, Jiang Yuanyi was at a loss as to which to answer first, and stammered, no, it's not. Xie Rongxuan erupted in fury. Am I not your man? Jiang Yuanyi waved her hands. No, not true. He retorted sharply. Xie Rongxuan was naturally eloquent, and when angered, his words flowed even more fervently. In contrast, Jiang Yuanyi struggled with expression, often stammering when flustered or anxious. She quickly composed herself, attempting to clarify. That is not what I meant. Please do not be upset. Let me explain slowly. Yet, Xie Rongxuan, on the brink of exasperation, disregarded her words. He cupped Jiang Yuanyi's face in his hands and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Yuanyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Tao, witnessing the scene from the sidelines, felt a surge of trepidation, fearing the young master might bring the young mistress to tears. To her surprise, the very opposite unfolded, leaving her utterly speechless. Although Xie Rongxuan had longed to kiss Jiang Yuanyi numerous times, the reality of the moment caught him off guard as well. Just for a fleeting instant, he hesitated before deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, his ears flushed crimson as he inquired, Am I now your man? Chapter 62. At the moment when Jiang Yuanyi was kissed by Xie Rongxuan, her mind went blank, and even now, she felt utterly dazed. Was it not so? Xie Rongxuan pressed his lips once more against Jiang Yuanyi's soft mouth. Finally regaining her senses, Jiang Yuanyi forcefully pushed Xie Rongxuan away, retreating several steps. Her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Xie Rongxuan cast a glance at the nearby Chun Tao. You, go to the front courtyard. Chun Tao scurried away. Xie Rongxuan turned his gaze back to Jiang Yuanyi and continued, Am I not your man? Embarrassed, Jiang Yuanyi wished for nothing more than to find a hole to burrow into and never emerge. Xie Rongxuan, straightforward and decisive, asked, Is that so? Then let us kiss again. In the midst of the crowd, with the potential presence of the Wang family, Duke Jinghua, or others passing by, Jiang Yuanyi quickly steadied Xie Rongxuan, exclaiming, Yes. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing this, Xie Rongxuan's lips curled upward, his previous anger dissipating, and he no longer appeared fierce. He inquired, Then shouldn't you hold on to me a bit tighter, and perhaps scold Meng Yanjun? Jiang Yuanyi's mind was still occupied with the sensation of Xie Rongxuan's kiss, the scent of him lingering in her thoughts. Her cheeks burned, and she dared not meet his gaze, instead focusing on a row of small wildflowers swaying in the wind. Unbeknownst to her, her heart blossomed alongside those wildflowers, filled with delight. Her voice grew softer as she said, I had planned to do this all along. What did you say? Xie Rongxuan did not catch her words. I had planned to do this all along. Jiang Yuanyi raised her voice slightly. All along? Finally able to express her true feelings, Jiang Yuanyi confessed, When Miss Meng was speaking, I felt genuinely upset and hesitated. But why should I feel inferior when I conduct myself with integrity? Precisely, Xie Rongxuan affirmed enthusiastically. Then I thought of my mother, my sister, and Jiang Yuanyi paused. Who else? Xie Rongxuan asked. Also you, Jiang Yuanyi said softly. Xie Rongxuan cleared his throat, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Though he feigned indifference and asked, Why can't you look up when you speak? I cannot, Jiang Yuanyi replied, still shy. All right, continue. Jiang Yuanyi continued. You have always encouraged and praised me. I should be a bit stronger. Xie Rongxuan responded, Indeed. Jiang Yuanyi added, I intended to catch up to you all, but then you came over. Xie Rongxuan remarked, So you were upset because I was angry? Yes, Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Then why did you not say so earlier? Is it amusing for me to be angry? Finally, Jiang Yuanyi lifted her slightly flushed face and said, You talk so much, so quickly, and so loudly. How could I interrupt you? Xie Rongxuan asked, Do you blame me? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. I do not blame you. Is that your honest opinion? Jiang Yuanyi nodded. You're doing this for my own good. Jiang Yuanyi was indeed a clever and charming young lady, and Xie Rongxuan felt particularly comforted by her words. As long as you know, he replied. Yes. Xie Rongxuan extended his hand towards Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi looked puzzled. Are we not going to enjoy ourselves? Xie Rongxuan asked. Why hold hands while enjoying the outing? If you wish to hold hands, just do so without overthinking. Xie Rongxuan stepped forward and directly grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand, leading her toward the front courtyard as he spoke. There is nothing between Meng Yuanjin and me. Jiang Yuanyi replied, astonished. Xie Rongxuan paused briefly and continued. In my youth, I was solely focused on making a name for myself, determined to be a support for my mother, sister, and Qingqing, ensuring they faced no bullying from anyone. I never contemplated marriage, nor did I ever think of marrying Meng Yuanjin. That is why I resolutely went to the northern frontier, staying there for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi gazed at Xie Rongxuan. He went on, So, do not pay heed to her unfounded claims. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan looked at her and asserted, Do not harbor any reservations either. Whether it's Meng Yuanjin, He Quan, El Yiming, Shijin, Zhang Shi, or anyone else. Should they fail to respect you, feel free to scold or strike them. Disrespecting my wife equates to disrespecting me. What use is such brotherhood? Jiang Yuanyi felt a warmth in her heart and replied, He Quan and the others are quite good. At this, Xie Rongxuan immediately displayed his discontent and asked, Are they better than me? Jiang Yuanyi candidly answered, No one is better than you. Consider yourself discerning. Xie Rongxuan said, unable to contain his pride. Jiang Yuanyi stifled a smile. What are you sneaking a smile about? Who is sneaking a smile? Only you. There is no sneaking involved. Amid their playful banter, they arrived at the front courtyard. Spotting a solitary steed, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in surprise, Where are the people? They should have already left the city, Xie Rongxuan replied. Then what do we? Let us mount. Xie Rongxuan effortlessly lifted Jiang Yuanyi onto the carriage. Jiang Yuanyi gasped. Xie Rongxuan nimbly seated himself behind her, one arm encircling her slender waist while the other grasped the reins, declaring, We shall pursue them. But in broad daylight, take the side path. Let's take the side path. Understanding Jiang Yuanyi's impending protest, Xie Rongxuan couldn't help but retort, Jiang Yuanyi, why does your youthful mind dwell so heavily on antiquated customs? Without rules, there can be no order. All right, you make a fair point. This time, Xie Rongxuan refrained from debating with her, tightened the reins, and turned, exiting through the back gate and following the narrow path to the city gate. Once outside the city gate, he commanded the horse to gallop, and it surged forward. Jiang Yuanyi, experiencing horseback riding for the first time, felt no fear. As she gazed at the vast greenery beyond the city, inhaled the faint fragrance of flowers, and felt the cool breeze, her heart raced with excitement. She could not help but exclaim, Young master, the scenery outside the city is beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. As the horse quickened its pace, the wind grew stronger. And Jiang Yuanyi did not catch Xie Rongxuan's words. She remained blissfully absorbed in the different views of the city, pointing in the distance, Young master, there are fishing boats over there. So many boats. just like in the paintings. Xie Rongxuan, the Earl of Dongning, truly was a disappointment. Able to father children, but failing to nurture them. His precious daughter had seen nothing of the world. Xie Rongxuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped his arm around Jiang Yuanyi's slender waist. At last, they spotted Xie Qingqing and the others. Xie Qingqing and her companions had already prepared the obstacles and the grilling rack. Young master, young mistress has arrived, Chun Tao exclaimed joyfully. Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law. Xie Qingqing waved her hand in greeting. Meng Yunjin turned her gaze towards them. Xie Rongxuan gently set Jiang Yuanyi down. Xie Ping promptly led the horse away to graze. Hand in hand, Xie Rongxuan guided Jiang Yuanyi towards Xie Qingqing and the others. Overcoming her psychological barriers and captivated by the picturesque scenery along the way. Jiang Yuanyi felt a sense of elation. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, rendering her even more enchanting than usual. Meng Yunjin felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. The close maid suddenly realized that her words had not only failed to harm Jiang Yuanyi, but had instead strengthened her bond with Xie Rongxuan. She remarked, "Young mistress." Meng Yunjin chose to ignore her, slowly rising to approach Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, smiling as she said, "Young mistress, Rongxuan, you have finally arrived." Jiang Yuanyi nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Please sit down and have some water," Meng Yunjin offered. Before Jiang Yuanyi could respond, Xie Rongxuan interjected, "Let us sit over there." Jiang Yuanyi turned to Meng Yunjin and said, "Miss Meng, I apologize, but my husband suggests we sit over there." She followed Xie Rongxuan. "Wife," Xie Rongxuan called softly. "What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi replied quietly. "Call me husband," he urged. "I want tea. Just say it once. You are so annoying." Meng Yunjin clenched her teeth, listening to their exchange, her heart consumed by jealousy. Young mistress," the close maid suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan turned their attention towards the sound. Chapter 63. "Painful truth, my lady, you are bleeding profusely," exclaimed the devoted maid. Green screen. "What happened?" Xie Qingqing rushed over. Meng Yunjin had been grasping a branch in her hand, and upon witnessing the affectionate exchange between Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, she tightened her fist, inadvertently pricking herself on the splinters of the branch, causing blood to seep forth. With a healer's compassion, Jiang Yuanyi instructed, "Chun Tao, fetch the medicine box." Chun Tao hurried to the carriage and returned with the medicine box. "Miss Meng, please take a seat," Jiang Yuanyi offered. Meng Yunjin, belatedly aware of her pain, swiftly settled onto a stone. Jiang Yuanyi skillfully cleaned the wound, disinfected it, applied medicine, and bandaged it, finally tying a simple knot. "All done," he declared. Before Meng Yunjin could express her gratitude, Zhang Shi exclaimed, "Sister-in-law is skilled in the art of healing. Now you know, my fourth sister-in-law possesses exceptional medical skills." Xie Qingqing stated proudly. "Did you not know? My fourth brother was healed by her." He, Lu Shi, Zhang, and the others were astonished, realizing that it was indeed Jiang Yuanyi who had treated Xie Rongxuan, not merely a matter of good fortune. They turned their gazes toward Xie Rongxuan, who nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed." Zhang Shi expressed admiration, saying, "Sister-in-law is truly remarkable. Your sister-in-law is quite the hidden gem," Lu Yiming added. Though Meng Yunjin had hoped to garner attention from Xie Rongxuan and the others due to her injury, it only served to elevate Jiang Yuanyi's reputation, inciting her inner frustration. Xie Rongxuan, ignoring Meng Yunjin entirely, turned to Jiang Yuanyi and suggested, "Let us go admire the scenery." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement, and the two departed. He, Lu Shi, Zhang, and Xie Qingqing expressed concern for Meng Yunjin. "I am quite all right," Meng Yunjin quickly reassured them, masking her discontent. "What a shame. You want to be able to enjoy a boat ride later," Xie Qingqing lamented. Meng Yunjin, taken aback, asked, "A boat ride?" "Yes. Fourth sister-in-law has never been here to play or taken a boat ride, so my fourth brother reserved a small boat for us to catch fish and enjoy the view," Xie Qingqing explained. "You can stay and watch our belongings, Yunjin," Zhang Shi teased. "You don't have to come if you don't want to." Meng Yunjin found no amusement in this jibe and felt a twinge of irritation, yet she maintained her composure. "I can go on the boat." "That is not possible. My fourth brother and the others will be fishing," Xie Qingqing countered. "Then I will just sit on the boat. Our boat is small and can easily splash water. It would be bad for your wound if it gets wet," Xie Rongxuan considered Meng Yunjin's well-being. Internally, Meng Yunjin felt increasingly displeased. "Dear Sister Meng, just stay here. We shall return shortly," they urged. Meng Yunjin wanted to clench her fists, but the moment her fingers curled, pain shot through her, heightening her frustration as she helplessly watched Xie Rongxuan and the others board the boat. Lu Shi and the others rowed at the stern, while Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, Xie Rongxuan, and Zhang Shi stood at the bow, reveling in the scenery and joyfully fishing. "My lady, look how close that woman is to the young master," Green Screen remarked with discontent. Meng Yunjin fixed her gaze on the pair of Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan standing together. With a delicate and demure appearance, she was, in truth, a cunning vixen. Meng Yunjin silently gritted her teeth. The concubine was indeed adept at manipulation. The young lady was far too upright and principled to contend with her. Meng Yunjin remained silent until Jiang Yuanyi and the others disembarked. Xie Rongxuan and Zhang Shi each carried 4 fish, their faces radiant with joy. Yiquan remarked, "In total, we have 8 fish sufficient for our needs." Lu Yiming admired. Yongxian's skills are remarkable. Standing on the boat, merely using a branch to spear fish, he caught them with incredible precision. "He caught 4 fish, did he not?" "5, Jiang Yuanyi corrected. "It's thanks to the lady of the house. She remembers Yongxian's deeds so well," Shi Jin teased. Jiang Yuanyi blushed. Xie Rongxuan felt a surge of sweetness in his heart. Yiquan glanced ahead and said, "I see the firewood is insufficient. I shall gather some. I shall accompany you." Lu Yiming and Shi Jin followed suit. "Chuntao, Xie Ping, you two go wash the fish," Xie Rongxuan instructed. Zhang Shi remarked, "Yongxian, you used to roast meat and fish. Will the brothers be fortunate today?" Xie Rongxuan, in high spirits, replied, "Indeed. Come, let us roast together." Everyone had their tasks, leaving Jiang Yuanyi momentarily uncertain of what to do. Xie Rongxuan suggested, "Fourth sister-in-law, there are wild fruits ahead. Shall we go pick some?" Jiang Yuanyi agreed and turned to Xie Rongxuan, saying, "Young master, I shall go gather fruits." "Go ahead, but be cautious," he replied. Jiang Yuanyi followed Xie Rongxuan to pick wild fruits. Zhang Shi remarked, "Your wife is truly wonderful, always speaking to you so softly." "Not at all," Jiang Yuanyi countered. "She was merely soft on the surface, yet resolute and spirited beneath." However, Xie Rongxuan chose not to divulge this, replying, "Naturally, you must be envious." "Indeed, I am." As they spoke, the two arrived at the roasting rack. The servants had prepared skewers of meat and condiments, and the two began to roast together. Meng Yunjin hurried over to converse with Xie Rongxuan, who remained focused on the meat, responding curtly. Seeing this, Zhang Shi quickly engaged Meng Yunjin in conversation. Yet, she had no desire to converse with him. Turning her gaze, she saw Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan picking fruits at different spots. She declared, "You all are busy. I shall also go pick fruits." Upon hearing this, Xie Rongxuan immediately raised his head, noticing Meng Yunjin approaching Jiang Yuanyi, and his heart tightened. He swiftly handed the skewers to Zhang Shi and hurried towards Jiang Yuanyi. Meng Yunjin had already reached Jiang Yuanyi, calling out, "Young master's wife." Jiang Yuanyi recognized Meng Yunjin's voice, paused her actions, turned to her, and said, "Miss Meng, your hand is injured. You should not pick fruits." "Thank you for your concern, young master's wife, but I have never engaged in such labor," Meng Yunjin replied. "Labor?" Meng Yunjin's words were indeed laced with barbs. Jiang Yuanyi smiled. "Qingqing is also picking fruits. Qingqing enjoys playing." Xie Rongxuan, being Xie Rongxuan's younger sister, naturally garnered Meng Yunjin's protection. Jiang Yuanyi added, "I also enjoy playing." In the morning, the seemingly meek Jiang Yuanyi surprisingly found her voice. Yet Meng Yunjin still harbored disdain for Zhang's status as a concubine's daughter, maintaining her lofty demeanor. "I have heard that the matriarch of the Dongning Marquis's residence is quite severe. Surely the young lady of the house has no time for frivolities." This remark was a veiled insult, insinuating that Jiang Yuanyi's life in the Dongning Marquis's household was one of poverty and ignorance. Jiang Yuanyi discerned the underlying mockery. Having endured Meng Yunjin's earlier jabs without the opportunity to retaliate, she finally seized her moment and replied, "Indeed, My stepmother is quite strict and has long advised us against pursuing married men, as it would be utterly disgraceful. At once, Meng Yunjin's expression soured. Ping hastily interjected, but the young master and our miss were acquainted first. Jiang Yuanyi turned her gaze to Ping. If that is the case, then why hasn't the young master married her? Ping was left speechless and retorted, you merely ascended through your connection with the young master. Jiang Yuanyi countered, is that a crime? Ping found herself at a loss for words, simmering with rage as she exclaimed, your status is beneath us. Is there anyone lower than you? Ping fell silent, unable to respond. Meng Yunjin snapped, Jiang Yuanyi, without you. Jiang Yuanyi interjected, without me, the young master would rather die than marry you. Jiang Yuanyi. Meng Yunjin's voice escalated uncontrollably. Only those who understand shame can aspire to nobility. Yet you covet another's husband while maintaining such an arrogant demeanor. Truly a rarity in this world. Had I known you would remain this way, I would not have bothered to tend to your wounds. With a soft tone, Jiang Yuanyi concluded her statement, feeling inadequate compared to Xie Rongxuan, and quickly added, may it pain you. Chapter 64. Let us celebrate our union. A soft chuckle escaped Xie Rongxuan, who had been observing the scene. Jiang Yuanyi, Meng Yunjin, and Ping turned to look at him, momentarily taken aback. Madam, have you gathered the fruits? Xie Rongxuan's gaze was gentle. Jiang Yuanyi glanced down at the silk pouch and replied, almost done. Then let us return, she said, stepping closer to Xie Rongxuan. He reached out to take the pouch from her. I can carry it myself, Jiang Yuanyi insisted. I shall carry it, Xie Rongxuan replied, his demeanor unmistakably clear as he did not cast a single glance at Meng Yunjin. Her expression turned notably grim, while Ping dared not breathe a word. Jiang Yuanyi chose not to look at Meng Yunjin again, obediently following Xie Rongxuan. After a short while, she called out with concern, young master. Xie Rongxuan responded. When did you arrive? Jiang Yuanyi inquired. I came the moment Meng Yunjin approached you. He answered candidly. Jiang Yuanyi expressed her surprise. How did you manage to remain silent? The sounds I make, even you all can hear. How could I fulfill my duties as a general otherwise? Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi agreed with a nod. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan remarked, your earlier retort was quite commendable. Was it really? Jiang Yuanyi questioned, uncertain. Noticing Meng Yunjin approaching her, Xie Rongxuan grew concerned for the delicate young lady and hurried forward, only to find her holding her own against Meng Yunjin. The corners of his mouth lifted in amusement as he asked, what inspired such a clever response? Jiang Yuanyi admitted, I had rehearsed it in my mind. Xie Rongxuan halted, astonished. Rehearsed? I feared my retort would falter, so I anticipated what Miss Meng might say to me. Thus, you anticipated her attacks and delivered your retort so smoothly? Yes. Xie Rongxuan regarded Jiang Yuanyi in silence. What is it? She asked. He suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? She inquired. It is my first encounter with someone who rehearses insults. Initially, Jiang Yuanyi felt indifferent, but upon witnessing Xie Rongxuan's uncontrollable laughter, she became both embarrassed and irate. Snatching the pouch from his grasp, she marched toward the roasting rack. Xie Rongxuan hurried after her. Wife, do not be angry. I am angry, Jiang Yuanyi retorted indignantly. Xie Rongxuan explained, I find you utterly adorable, which is why I laughed. Jiang Yuanyi resolutely stated, I do not wish to engage with you. Xie Rongxuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Teach me how to rehearse my insults as well. Jiang Yuanyi gently pushed his hand away. You should not say such things. Xie Rongxuan continued to embrace her. Very well, I shall remain silent. Jiang Yuanyi persisted in her attempts to push him away. Do not hold on to me. I shall hold you. Release me. You are rather vexing. And who is vexing? You. Say that once more. You. Such a good wife. Young master, you are truly insufferable. The couple continued their playful banter as they walked. Upon seeing others, Jiang Yuanyi instantly transformed into a delicate and demure demeanor. As the commotion persisted, her cheeks flushed crimson and tears threatened to spill. Xie Rongxuan ceased her antics. Fourth sister-in-law, I have gathered the fruits. Xie Qingqing exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. Jiang Yuanyi suggested, let's wash them. Xie Qingqing nodded in agreement. Xie Rongxuan cast a glance towards the distance, announcing, Xie Ping and the others have cleaned the fish. I shall prepare it for roasting. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Rongxuan approached the grill, expertly tending to the skewers. After washing the fruits, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Qingqing joined Xie Rongxuan. And soon a long table was adorned with an array of fruits, roasted meats, grilled fish, pancakes, pastries, and tea, as the group gathered around. He Quan, puzzled, remarked, Why does it feel like someone is missing? Shi Jin surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Where is Yun Jin? Over there. Xie Qingqing pointed, directing attention to Meng Yunjin, who approached with red-rimmed eyes. Apologies for my late arrival, she said. Zhang Shi, surprised, asked, Yunjin, what is the matter with you? Meng Yunjin feigned strength, turning her head away. Elping spoke on her behalf. Our lady's hand is in pain. She wishes to return. Xie Rongxuan immediately replied, Then you should go back. Meng Yunjin was taken aback. She had only sought special attention from the group and had not anticipated Xie Rongxuan's coldness, leaving her heart feeling as though it had plunged into ice. Elping's was at a loss for words. Meng Yunjin, steeling herself, said, Very well, I shall return now. Elping's persisted. Team Master Xie, see Our Lady off? Do you not have a servant? Xie Qingqing interjected before Xie Rongxuan could respond. Xie Rongxuan nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this sister had not been in vain. Meng Yunjin silently resented Xie Qingqing, clenching her uninjured hand into a fist. Oblivious to the tension, Xie Qingqing suggested, Xie Ping, would you accompany Sister Meng? No need. Meng Yunjin firmly declined, maintaining her usual grace. I have my servant. It would be unnecessary trouble for Xie Ping. Xie Rongxuan turned to Xie Ping, then let Xie Ping enjoy the meal. Yes, Xie Ping promptly took a seat at the end of the table. Xie Rongxuan's words were infuriating. Yet, gazing at his captivating appearance and refined demeanor, Meng Yunjin found it impossible to harbor resentment, instead directing her frustration towards Jiang Yuanyi in her mind, vowing to remember this slight. Turning away, she was met with Zhang Shi and the others calling out, Yunjin, eat before you leave. Ignoring them, Meng Yunjin boarded her carriage, which departed swiftly. Zhang Shi and the others were puzzled for a moment, but soon dismissed thoughts of Meng Yunjin. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanyi felt an unexpected lightness at Meng Yunjin's departure and continued to indulge in merriment with Xie Rongxuan and the others. As the evening approached, the group reluctantly returned to the city. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Qingqing, and Chun Tao shared a carriage back, animatedly discussing the delicious grilled meats and fish, the refreshing fruit juices, the beautiful scenery on the boat, and the joys of horseback riding, before heading to visit Madame Wang. Seeing the children's joy brought happiness to Madame Wang as well. After a long day, you must return to rest, she advised. Upon returning to Shixing courtyard, Jiang Yuanyi, having bathed and changed, lay on the bed, feeling far from weary. Xie Rongxuan lay down beside her and inquired, Does her body ache? Jiang Yuanyi, perplexed, responded, Why would it ache? You walked quite a bit today and rode a horse. I did not walk much at all. I feel quite well, Jiang Yuanyi asserted confidently. Body, body, body. In an instant, Xie Rongxuan recalled how delicate and supple her waist felt when he had held her while riding. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to gaze at Jiang Yuanyi. She met his gaze, her skin illuminated by the candlelight, appearing increasingly smooth and delicate. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her nose elegantly shaped, and her lips were plump, rosy, and enticing. Xie Rongxuan could not help but think of the softness of her lips, their silky, sweet allure. Suddenly, he felt parched, his voice slightly husky as he called her name. Yuan, Jiang Yuanyi replied. In a sudden motion, Xie Rongxuan rolled over, pinning Jiang Yuanyi beneath him. Let's consummate our union. Chapter 65. Jealousy. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Xie Rongxuan, without hesitation, moved closer to Jiang Yuanyi's full lips. Jiang Yuanyi quickly exclaimed, No. Xie Rongxuan paused, displeased, and inquired why. Jiang Yuanyi explained, Your health is not stable. Xie Rongxuan was astonished. Am not well? Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly clarified, No, I mean although you have recovered. You were poisoned for over 2 years and need to recuperate for a while longer before engaging in intimacy. I believe I am ready. Xie Rongxuan desired a kiss. Jiang Yuanyi instinctively covered Xie Rongxuan's mouth with her hand, stating no. Xie Rongxuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Yuanyi, remaining silent. Noticing Xie Rongxuan's anger, Jiang Yuanyi quickly added, "Please bear with it a little longer." "For how long?" "Well, I need to consult Dr. Jia. Aren't you a doctor?" "I'm still learning in this area." Jiang Yuanyi genuinely lacked knowledge in this medical field. Xie Rongxuan did not advance further, but also did not withdraw. Although Jiang Yuanyi had kissed and embraced Xie Rongxuan before, this was their first time lying together in such an intimate posture, surrounded by his overwhelming aura. She shyly retracted her hand, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes unconsciously drifting to his chest. Xie Rongxuan's garment was half open, revealing his well-defined and muscular physique, with a scar that slanted downwards, which, rather than being unsightly, exuded a raw sense of strength. Jiang Yuanyi knew Xie Rongxuan had a fine figure, but did not anticipate that his body would look so appealing post-recovery. Her cheeks flushed, and she weakly murmured, You should lie down properly." "I do not wish to lie down," Xie Rongxuan replied. "Then what do you want to do? If we cannot consummate our marriage, we may indulge in other activities." Xie Rongxuan finally pressed his lips against Jiang Yuanyi's, but unlike their previous brief encounters, this time he pried open her lips and delved deeper. Their lips intertwined. Jiang Yuanyi found herself powerless to resist, nor did she wish to, slowly succumbing to the moment. They remained entwined for quite some time before the light dimmed. The following morning, when Chuntao was helping Jiang Yuanyi with her hair, she exclaimed, "Madam, what happened to your neck? What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze, and, upon seeing a series of red lip marks adorning her slender neck in the mirror, instantly recalled Xie Rongxuan's reckless behavior from the night before. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly tugged at her collar to cover up, saying, "It's nothing. It's all red. It's fine. Just continue with my hair." As Jiang Yuanyi was a physician, Chuntao took her word for it and did not pry further. Focusing on her hairstyling, Jiang Yuanyi glared at Xie Rongxuan through the mirror. Xie Rongxuan had already dressed and was lounging comfortably against the pillow, lazily watching Jiang Yuanyi. Receiving her reproachful gaze, he not only remained unfazed but appeared quite pleased. Jiang Yuanyi chose to ignore him. However, Xie Rongxuan continued to smile at her, his affection growing with each glance. Yesterday, the two had played with Xie Qingqing and others all day. Lady Wang, concerned that they might be tired, had spared them the morning greetings today. Once Jiang Yuanyi finished her grooming, she joined Xie Rongxuan for breakfast. Just as they finished, Granny Sun entered with a beaming expression. "Granny Sun, what brings you such joy?" Xie Rongxuan asked. Sun Mama exclaimed, "The fifth master has achieved the top honor. Xie Ronglin has become the top scholar?" Jiang Yuanyi asked in disbelief, "Is it true?" "Indeed, it cannot be more true," Sun Mama replied. "He is currently adorned in a bright red robe, riding a magnificent steed, parading through the streets alongside the second and third place scholars, and many are there to witness the spectacle. The Duchess is absolutely delighted." Sun Mama's face was radiant with joy. Xie Rongxuan nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, fifth brother." Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Has the list been posted?" Sun Mama confirmed, "It has been posted." Jiang Yuanyi immediately turned to Xie Rongxuan. "My lord, I wish to see the honor roll." "You wish to see the honor roll?" "Yes. I want to see if someone I know has made the list." Xie Rongxuan, surprised, asked, "You know someone who took the examination?" "My future brother-in-law." Xie Rongxuan was unaware of this matter. Jiang Yuanyi explained, "He is the illegitimate son of a fourth-rank right censor, and he was supposed to marry my sister 2 years ago. However, his grandfather suddenly passed away, and he had to observe a year of mourning, postponing the marriage until after the spring examination. I want to see if he has made the list. If he has, my sister will surely have a good life in the future." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Jiang Yuanyi was overjoyed. The two tidied themselves and exited the Xinxing courtyard. The imperial examination is a significant event. The honor roll is not only displayed outside the yamen, but also at the city gates and the imperial city gates. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan made their way to the yamen, where a crowd had gathered to view the list. Although Jiang Yuanyi was not short, the throngs of people surrounding the honor roll were many, and she found it difficult to see, even on tiptoe. Xie Rongxuan lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Yuanyi was eager to discover whether her future brother-in-law had made the list, and without hesitation, she gazed at the honor roll. Her eyes barely moved away from the name Xie Rongxuan before she spotted the name Su Yanjin, and she quickly covered her mouth in astonishment. Looking down at Xie Rongxuan, she exclaimed, "He did it! He has succeeded!" Xie Rongxuan, smiling, gently set her down. Had she glanced a little longer, she would have seen her fiancé Song Jingji had also achieved the third place. However, she was entirely immersed in the joy of Xie Rongxuan and Su Yanjin's triumph, exclaiming, "Mother and sister must be overjoyed." Xie Rongxuan asked, "Should we inform them? They must already know." While Su Yanjin's success is cause for celebration, he is now an outsider. Xie Rongxuan is family, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Father and mother are likely busy at this moment. Let us return to assist them. Not going to stroll anymore? No, we shall not. Not going to see the top scholar, second place, and third place in their glory? No, we shall not. The past third-place scholars have all been handsome men of the Jing. Handsome men. Jiang Yuanyi felt a twinge of curiosity. Xie Rongxuan's mood soured instantly. The third place is certainly not as handsome as you. We shall not look. Jiang Yuanyi grasped Xie Rongxuan's hand. Content. Xie Rongxuan held Jiang Yuanyi's soft hand in return, saying, "Let us return to the residence." The two avoided the bustling streets and walked into the alley. Just then, the top scholar, second place, and third place rode by, with Su Yanjin happily waving to passers-by. Upon catching a glimpse of a familiar figure, both Xie Rongxuan and Song Jingji turned their heads simultaneously, yet saw nothing. Xie Rongxuan withdrew his gaze, while a sense of melancholy washed over Song Jingji. The three continued their promenade until the afternoon, after which they attended a banquet. As night fell, Xie Rongxuan returned to the Duke Jing's residence and hurried to Xianjing Hall, expressing his gratitude to Duke Jing, and even more so to Wang and Xie Rongxuan for their nurturing. The atmosphere in Xianjing Hall was filled with joy. Xie Rongxuan's gaze involuntarily settled upon Jiang Yuanyi, who had dressed in vibrant attire for the evening, enhancing her serene beauty. Lost in thought, Xie Rongxuan caught sight of a red mark on her neck, and his eyes darkened. "Fifth brother," Xie Rongxuan called. Xie Rongxuan immediately snapped back to reality. "Fourth brother." Xie Rongxuan said nothing, yet Xie Rongxuan understood everything. After the banquet, Xie Rongxuan stepped out and entered a pavilion, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Xie Rongxuan soon followed. "Fourth brother." Xie Rongxuan turned to face him. "What do you mean?" Xie Rongxuan replied candidly, "I am fond of her." Chapter 66. The dog Xie Rongxuan raised his leg and delivered a kick. Xie Rongxuan let out a muffled groan and fell directly to the ground. Xie Rongxuan, with an expression devoid of emotion, commanded, "Get up." Xie Rongxuan slowly propped himself against the pavilion pillar and took a considerable time to rise, eventually saying, "Fourth brother, ever since you were poisoned, mother has dedicated all her thoughts to you, while father has focused entirely on concubine Jiang and her children. Mother is gentle in nature and fears that it might affect my imperial examination, so she endures the grievances in silence." Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Who has caused her suffering?" Xie Rongxuan replied, "The servants." "And who instructed the servants?" "Concubine Jiang." "What has Yuanyi done?" "She speaks to mother, brings her snacks, and tends to her ailments. Perhaps due to her goodwill, the servants have been somewhat restrained, and mother has begun to smile." "What does that have to do with you?" "I have seen her gentle demeanor towards others." At that moment, Xie Rongxuan recalled returning from the academy and witnessing her taking his mother, Qin Yinyang's pulse in the pavilion. The gentle spring breeze tousled her dark hair as she exchanged soft smiles with Qin Yinyang, exuding an air of purity, softness, and tranquility akin to a renowned painting. In that instant, he realized that the exquisite women described in books truly existed. Xie Rongxuan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, harboring danger. Xie Rongxuan met his gaze candidly. "Later, you said that after your death, I would become the heir." Xie Rongxuan concluded, "You have harbored ulterior motives." Xie Rongxuan confessed, "Yes. I thought that if I were the heir, she would become the heir's wife." Xie Rongxuan smirked, "You no longer have that opportunity." Xie Rongxuan fell despondent. Xie Rongxuan asked, "Have you never considered killing me, like concubine Jiang and her children?" Xie Rongxuan shook his head. Why not? I never intended to become the heir. Xie Rongxuan was aware of this. Xie Rongxuan continued. Moreover, I hope that Jing will have more and more general Xies, for that would benefit Jing. Xie Rongxuan chuckled softly. Your ambitions are indeed lofty. Xie Rongxuan unabashedly admitted. I learned it from you. Xie Rongxuan retorted, I did not teach you that. Xie Rongxuan smiled and asked, Fourth brother, do you not remember? Xie Rongxuan countered, what incident? When I was a child, Xie Rongxing held me underwater in a water tank, nearly drowning me, and you saved me. As a result, we were punished together in the ancestral hall. And then you gave me a beating. Xie Rongxuan had a vague recollection, stating, you were disobedient. Xie Rongxuan admitted, indeed, back then, all I could do was cry. I understood nothing. After you beat me, I grew stronger, not only to protect myself, but also to protect Mother and all those vulnerable like me. Xie Rongxuan did not recall having said such things. Yet, Xie Rongxuan remembered them clearly. At that time, I did not comprehend. Later, when you had a fierce argument with Father, insisting on sending me out to study, without the interference of Xie Rongxing and Xie Rongxing, my studies flourished, my mind cleared, and I gradually understood the words you had spoken. I silently watched you head north, witnessing you become a general in the expedition, observing your illness, and seeing you prepare to hand over the Duke of Jing's estate to me, observing your assertion that the residence of the Duke of Jing may wither. Yet one must not betray the common folk of dying. Indeed, you are imparting this lesson through your own actions, are you not? Xie Rongxuan inquired, and then? I am grateful and wish to repay your kindness. Xie Rongxuan sincerely replied, I shall not disrupt your bond with sister-in-law. Can you truly disrupt it? Xie Rongxuan retorted arrogantly. Rather than feeling insulted, Xie Rongxuan admired his exceptional elder brother even more. I merely wish to inform you that this is the first and last time. Should you dare to covet her again, I will not spare you. Xie Rongxuan, valuing the hard-earned honor of Xie Rongxuan, also sought to protect Jiang Yuanyi's reputation. The fourth brother always spoke in the harshest tone, yet conveyed the warmest sentiments. Xie Rongxuan was no longer the naive child he once was. He comprehended the good intentions of his elder brother, feeling immensely touched as he said, I understand you cherish sister-in-law, and she reciprocates your affections. You are indeed a match made in heaven. Though Xie Rongxuan was aware that Jiang Yuanyi had harbored feelings for him for many years, he could not help but feel a sense of pride when these words were spoken by another. Xie Rongxuan expressed his stance. His Majesty has bestowed upon me a residence for the top scholar. I shall move in a few days and accept the Emperor's marriage proposal. That is splendid, Xie Rongxuan responded. I shall serve dying, just as you do, brother. Then you must exert yourself diligently, Xie Rongxuan remarked before departing. Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow and rubbed his stomach, muttering, Am I not your own brother? Could you not be gentler when kicking? Xie Rongxuan did not hear Xie Rongxuan's murmurs. He entered Xianjing Hall and addressed Jiang Yuanyi. Yuanyi, it is quite late. Let us return. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. The two bid farewell to Wang Shi and others. Xie Rongxuan approached to pay his respects. Xie Rongxuan deliberately stepped forward, positioning himself between Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan. Ignoring this, Xie Rongxuan politely said, Take care, fourth brother. Xie Rongxuan took Jiang Yuanyi's hand and left Xianjing Hall, returning to Xinqing Courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi remained in high spirits, exclaiming, Young master, I truly did not expect fifth brother to achieve the top scholar position. Xie Rongxuan interjected, That is because I did not take the examination. Had I done so, he would have had no chance. Xie Rongxuan was always exceptional, and Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Indeed, however, fifth brother is certainly more courteous than Xie Rongxing and the others. Xie Rongxuan replied, Among the entire residents of the Duke of Jing, I am the most courteous. I beg to differ. I'll believe fifth brother. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan turned, cupping Jiang Yuanyi's face and kissing her. Chun Tao and Chun Li were startled and quickly withdrew. Jiang Yuanyi pushed Xie Rongxuan away, blushing furiously. What are you doing? Xie Rongxuan asked. Is a kiss not permissible? It is permissible, but then continue. Xie Rongxuan leaned in again to kiss Jiang Yuanyi. After an extended embrace, Jiang Yuanyi finally had the opportunity to bathe and then sat on the bed to read. Unbeknownst to her, after Xie Rongxuan bathed, he continued to hold and kiss her. Jiang Yuanyi turned her head and asked, "Young master, are you a dog?" Xie Rongxuan decisively replied, "No." Jiang Yuanyi countered, "You must be a dog, always licking people." At that moment, Xie Rongxuan realized that Jiang Yuanyi was teasing him. Initially taken aback, he soon joyfully pounced on her, exclaiming, "Well, you can scold me now. I must reward you generously." "It's not a scolding," Jiang Yuanyi quickly pleaded. "If it's not a scolding, then that warrants even greater reward," he replied, tickling her playfully. Jiang Yuanyi rolled on the bed in laughter, saying, "Young master, please stop. Will you admit your mistake?" "I admit it." Your contrition lacks sincerity. When Jiang Yuanyi's pleas for mercy proved ineffective, she retaliated by tickling Xie Rongxuan. The two engaged in a playful scuffle on the bed, their laughter echoing throughout the chamber until they finally retired for the night. The following morning, Xie Rongxuan prepared to enter the palace to see Emperor Yongxian. As Jiang Yuanyi assisted him in donning his official robes, she mentioned, "Young master, in a few days, I wish to visit the Dongning Marquis's residence to see my mother and sister." Xie Rongxuan replied, "I will accompany you." Jiang Yuanyi smiled, "Thank you, young master. Also speak. Today, I would like to stroll through the market and purchase some gift for my mother and sister. Bye. Have Xie Ping accompany you with silver." "All right. Am I good?" Xie Rongxuan inquired, lowering his head. Jiang Yuanyi, with her radiant face and sparkling eyes, replied, "You are the best. Then give me a kiss. You are insufferable." Ever since their first kiss, Xie Rongxuan had been eager to steal kisses at every opportunity. Although Jiang Yuanyi might indeed be fond of him, relishing their closeness, she felt it necessary to maintain decorum and promptly turned to leave. Xie Rongxuan chuckled and ceased his teasing. After preparing himself, Xie Rongxuan exited the Xinxing courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi changed her attire and, accompanied by Chuntao, made her way to the market. "It's Miss Meng," Chuntao remarked, gazing ahead. Jiang Yuanyi lifted her eyes to see Meng Yunjin and two women beside her. "Who are those with her?" Chuntao wondered, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Those are my elder sisters, Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing," Jiang Yuanyi replied. Chuntao, well aware of how much disdain the young master's wife's mother and sisters commanded, asked in surprise, "How is Miss Meng with them?" Chapter 67 Longing for her, Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. Chuntao speculated, "Could they be plotting to harm the young lady?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "They cannot easily enter the residence of the Duke of Jing." "Then how did they manage to come together?" Chuntao was perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yuanyi asked, "Could it be that they intend to harm mother and sister?" Chuntao promptly exclaimed, "It's possible." The individuals Jiang Yuanyi cared for most were her mother and sister, causing her to become anxious. Observing her distress, Chuntao reassured, "Young lady, do not worry. They likely have not taken any action yet." "How do you know?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. "They seem rather unfamiliar with each other. They probably haven't grown close yet." Turning her head, Jiang Yuanyi noticed Meng Yunjin, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing approaching the tea house, maintaining a polite demeanor towards one another, indeed appearing unfamiliar. Her anxiety diminished somewhat, yet she had lost interest in purchasing gifts. She told Chuntao, "Let us return to the residence." "Return? But we haven't bought any gifts. You can come out later to buy them. I need to go back now to write some letters." Jiang Yuanyi began to walk back. Chuntao responded, "Understood." Upon hastily returning to the Duke of Jing's residence with Chuntao, Jiang Yuanyi headed straight to her study. She composed two letters, one addressed to her father, Jiang Guangshan, and the other to her sister, Jiang Ruojuan. Handing one to Xie Ping, she instructed, "Xie Ping, these letters are of utmost importance. Please ensure they are delivered personally to them." After Jiang Yuanyi had cured Xie Rongxuan of his latent blood poison, Xie Ping was filled with admiration for her and solemnly assured, "Rest assured, young lady, I will see to it." "Good. Make haste and return swiftly." "Yes." Xie Ping departed. Jiang Yuanyi tidied her desk. "Who are you writing to?" a familiar voice inquired. Jiang Yuanyi looked up to see Xie Rongxuan, her smile blossoming instantly, reminiscent of flowers in spring, warm and delightful. "You have returned, young master." Observing her smile, the tension in Xie Rongxuan's heart dissipated, and he unconsciously smiled in return. Indeed. Jiang Yuanyi approached Xie Rongxuan's side. "Why are you back so early?" His Majesty is unwell and cannot converse for long. Did you not see Consort Xie? Noticing the desk was impeccably arranged, Xie Rongxuan understood Jiang Yuanyi had completed her tasks. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they walked outside, saying, I did see her, as well as the seventh prince. The consort was concerned about my health and advised against staying out too long. It was fortuitous that I also found it inconvenient to linger in the palace, so I returned early. Jiang Yuanyi nodded and asked, They must have been very pleased to see you. Yes, the consort was in tears of joy. How wonderful. Indeed, the seventh prince insisted on being held. Jiang Yuanyi, intrigued, asked, Did you hold him? Xie Rongxuan replied, Just for a moment. Why only a moment? What else? Xie Rongxuan lowered his gaze to Jiang Yuanyi and asked, Do you like children? Very much, Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed, recalling her time helping a concubine from the Dongning Marquis's residence care for children, spending whole days doing so without a hint of annoyance. Xie Rongxuan paused and said, Then shall we have one now? Jiang Yuanyi recognized his playful teasing and retorted, You are truly insufferable. Xie Rongxuan smiled and said, Let us enter the palace together later, and you may embrace the seventh prince. Would that be agreeable? Jiang Yuanyi inquired with anticipation. Certainly, he replied. Excellent. Jiang Yuanyi's smile was soft and tender. Xie Rongxuan felt particularly delighted and remarked, after all this conversation, You haven't even mentioned whom you are writing to. Who else could it be? Naturally, my father and sister, she answered. Are you informing them that you intend to return to your family? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head and recounted her encounter with Meng Yunjin, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing, who were sharing tea together. Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow. Jiang Yuanyi expressed her concern that they might pose a threat to their mother and sister. Hence, she decided to write a letter to her father, stating that Xie Rongxuan's health was improving and that he would soon be able to resume his duties. She also mentioned that her future brother-in-law, Su Yanjin, had limitless potential, hoping to intimidate him into protecting their mother and sister. Xie Rongxuan turned to the soft and delicate girl beside him, unable to resist pinching her fair cheek, and remarked, You are truly clever. He added in a serious tone, But do refrain from any mischievous actions. Though his words were firm, Jiang Yuanyi's voice remained sweet and gentle, lacking any real intimidation. Xie Rongxuan felt a playful urge to pinch her again, but quickly withdrew his hand, saying, All right, no more playful gestures. Please continue. Jiang Yuanyi cast a sideways glance at him and said, The letter I wrote to my sister advises her to be cautious in the coming days. Why do you not worry about them posing a threat to you? Xie Rongxuan inquired. I am at the Jingwu Duke's residence every day. Their influence cannot reach me there. She replied confidently. Still, one must remain vigilant, he cautioned. I'm aware of that. There is little purpose in visiting the Dongning Earl's residence at this time. I will have someone follow them for observation, Xie Rongxuan concluded. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Let us proceed to the Dongning Earl's residence as planned. Very well. First, let us assist the fifth brother with his move, Jiang Yuanyi stated. At that moment, as Xie Rongxuan approached the threshold of the main hall, he nearly stumbled upon hearing her words. Jiang Yuanyi stumbled slightly and looked up to ask, What is the matter? Xie Rongxuan gazed at her and asked, Are you really going to help the fifth brother move? Indeed, our mother has other matters to attend to, and, as his sister-in-law, it is my duty. I shall help with the move. Xie Rongxuan interjected. This task was one that anyone could undertake, yet Xie Rongxuan's reaction was peculiar. Jiang Yuanyi mused that perhaps he was simply fond of his younger brother and chose not to contest him, saying, Then you may assist. I shall remain in the courtyard to read medical texts. All right. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Xie Ronglin's move. Jiang Yuanyi was indeed in the courtyard, engrossed in her reading, when Xie Rongxuan and Xie Qingqing arrived at the Dianma Pavilion where Xie Ronglin resided. The small courtyard was adorned with numerous books, book baskets, and writing stands. Xie Ronglin instructed the servants to handle the items with care, and upon seeing Xie Rongxuan and Xie Qingqing, he greeted them joyfully. Fourth brother, eighth sister, fifth brother, we have come to help you move. Xie Qingqing exclaimed with delight. Ronglin, there are still 2 books left in this room, a voice interjected. Xie Rongxuan and Xie Qingqing turned to see Song Jingji emerging with 2 books in hand. Dressed in a pale blue garment adorned with bamboo patterns and cinched with a gold-trimmed belt, he possessed a tall, elegant figure, strikingly handsome features, and an aura of refined grace. Fourth brother, he is quite handsome, Xie Qingqing whispered, unable to contain her admiration. Xie Rongxuan remained silent. Xie Ronglin called out, Jingji, come here. Song Jingji smiled as he approached Xie Ronglin. Jingji, this is my fourth brother, the esteemed General Xie Rongxuan. Fourth brother, this is my classmate and this year's top scholar, Song Jingji. Song Jingji bowed respectfully, saying, I have long admired the renowned reputation of General Xie. You are too kind, Xie Rongxuan replied, returning the salute. Unconsciously, Song Jingji glanced behind Xie Rongxuan, searching for something, but finding nothing, he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Xie Ronglin, oblivious to his friend's unease, remarked, There is nothing of interest in the courtyard. I truly feel sorry for having you both come. Fourth sister-in-law was supposed to come as well, but fourth brother wouldn't allow her, Xie Qingqing interjected. Xie Ronglin understood his brother's intentions and chose not to comment. Song Jingji, eager to hear more about the elusive fourth sister-in-law, was interrupted by Xie Rongxuan's displeased remark, You talk too much. Xie Qingqing immediately fell silent. Upon hearing this, Song Jingji cast another glance at Xie Rongxuan, who was strikingly handsome and celebrated for his martial achievements. However, his irritable temperament could certainly intimidate the gentle and timid Yuanyi. A pang of sympathy struck him, regretting his late return to the capital. I have almost finished packing. I shall go bid farewell to my mother, Xie Ronglin announced. Song Jingji quickly replied, I will accompany you. Xie Rongxuan looked on in surprise, while Xie Qingqing asked in confusion, What do you intend to do? Chapter 68. The fiancé, it was his first visit to the Jing Duke's residence, and he wished to explore the surroundings. Xie Ronglin explained that many first-time visitors were eager to witness the interior of the estate. Xie Qingqing, without a hint of doubt, remarked, I see, but fifth brother, we haven't assisted you with your move. Xie Ronglin replied, Everything is already packed. It just needs to be loaded onto the carriage. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Qingqing responded, We haven't been of much help. You being here is the greatest assistance. To be remembered by fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, and eighth younger sister, nothing else matters, Xie Ronglin reassured her. Xie Qingqing felt an immense sense of comfort upon hearing this, and declared, Then I shall consider it my help. Xie Ronglin smiled and nodded. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Xie Qingqing suggested, Let us visit mother. Fourth brother, eighth younger sister, please, Xie Ronglin gestured graciously. Together, Xie Ronglin added. The group exited the Dianma pavilion together, with Xie Ronglin and Xie Qingqing enthusiastically introducing the estate to Song Jingji. Following them, Song Jingji glanced around until they arrived at the Xinjing Hall. Not seeing Jiang Yuanyi, Wang Shi inquired of Xie Rong, where is Yuanyi? The mere mention of a name sent a slight tremor through Song Jingji's heart. She is in the courtyard reading. Xie Rong replied. Wang Shi continued. I heard you are to visit the Dongning Marquis's residence in a few days? Xie Rong nodded. Yes, we shall bring more gifts. Very well, Wang Shi said, shifting her attention to conversing with Xie Ronglin and Song Jingji. Xie Ronglin and Song Jingji responded politely. Wang Shi had always been kind to the illegitimate children, and after concluding her conversation with Xie Ronglin, she instructed Mama Li to present a grand gift to Xie Ronglin, saying, Ronglin, the Jing Duke's residence has served the Jing dynasty for generations. You must continue to uphold this loyalty now that you are outside. Yes, mother, Xie Ronglin acknowledged. Do not worry about Aunt Qin. I shall take good care of her, Wang Shi assured him. During Xie Rong's illness, Wang Shi had neglected many matters, but now she was diligently addressing them and focusing on teaching Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Qingqing how to manage the household. With Wang Shi's words, Xie Ronglin felt greatly reassured and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, mother. Come back to visit whenever you have a chance. Of course. After some further conversation, Wang Shi, Xie Rong, Xie Qingqing, Aunt Qin, and others escorted Xie Ronglin and Song Jingji to the entrance of the Jing Duke's residence. Xie Ronglin solemnly bowed to Wang Shi. Xie Rong and Aunt Qin, saying, Mother, fourth brother, Aunt, take care. Wang Shi advised, Be cautious while you are away. Xie Rong added, If you need anything, do not hesitate to find me. Aunt Qin, feeling both joyful and sorrowful, wiped away her tears. "Yes, I understand," Xie Rongxuan responded, turning to mount the carriage, his eyes reddening. Song Jingji followed him into the carriage. Xie Rongxuan's emotions quickly stabilized. "Curious," Song Jingji asked, "is the Duke not at home?" "He is on duty," Xie Rongxuan replied, intentionally choosing this moment to move to avoid encountering him. Wishing to inquire further about the Jingwood Duke's residence, Song Jingji hesitated, fearing that Xie Rongxuan might overthink it and affect Yuanyi. Ultimately deciding to remain silent and instead glance through the fluttering curtains at Xie Rong, standing at the entrance of the Jingwood Duke's residence. Xie Rongxuan watched the carriage procession of Xie Rongxuan until it vanished from sight, before assisting Wang Shi back to Xinjing Hall. Upon meeting Wang Shi, Xie Qingqing sought to comfort concubine Qin, and thus he decided not to linger, hastening his return to Xinjing courtyard. Jiang Yuanyi, claiming to be engrossed in medical texts, obediently sat by the window, her head slightly bowed, revealing a delicate, slender neck, exuding an air of serene grace. Xie Rongxuan felt his heart soften like a tranquil spring, particularly refreshing in the early summer season. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he approached the window, leaning against the sill. Jiang Yuanyi turned her head and caught sight of Xie Rongxuan's handsome visage. Suddenly, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily taken aback, then pushed him away, her face aflame as she playfully struck his solid chest. "How could you be so indiscreet? There are so many people watching." "Who is watching?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. "Chun Tao and the others are watering the flowers in the courtyard." "Then they're too preoccupied to notice us." Xie Rongxuan deftly leaped through the window. Jiang Yuanyi shifted aside to grant him passage. Xie Rongxuan settled before Jiang Yuanyi and remarked, "Fifth brother has left the residence." A hint of warmth lingered on Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks as she avoided meeting his gaze. "Did we send the gifts to him?" "Yes," Xie Rongxuan replied. "Concubine Qin must be both delighted and sorrowful, I presume?" "Indeed, mother and eighth sister are comforting her." Xie Rongxuan leaned against the nearby pillow. Jiang Yuanyi resumed her reading of the medical texts. Xie Rongxuan asked, "Are the gifts for the Earl of Dongning prepared?" "Yes," mother added a few more. Jiang Yuanyi looked at Xie Rongxuan in surprise. "Why more?" "Just take what you were given. Not for father, but for mother and sister." Jiang Yuanyi adopted a look reminiscent of a daughter-in-law. Xie Rongxuan chuckled. "It is entirely up to you." Amidst her delight, Jiang Yuanyi remembered Meng Yunjin and asked, "By the way, have Meng Yunjin and the others been up to anything these past few days?" "Nothing much. Lately, they have been enjoying life like ordinary noble ladies." Xie Rongxuan mused, pondering their true intentions. Jiang Yuanyi furrowed her brow. Xie Rongxuan suggested, "Let's observe further. That is all we can do." When the day finally arrived to return to the Earl of Dongning's residence, Meng Yunjin, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing exhibited no unusual behavior. Yet Jiang Yuanyi felt a sense of unease. "Are you not happy returning home?" Xie Rongxuan inquired, astonished. "I am happy," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "You appear to be burdened with thoughts." "Perhaps I did not sleep well last night." Jiang Yuanyi sought an explanation. Xie Rongxuan regarded her meaningfully. Jiang Yuanyi suddenly recalled their playful antics in bed the previous night, feeling vexed. "Once we arrive at the Earl of Dongning's residence, you must not touch me." "Yes, my lady," Xie Rongxuan responded obediently, bowing to her. Jiang Yuanyi couldn't help but laugh, her unease dissipating as she engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xie Rongxuan during the carriage ride. Before long, they arrived at the Earl of Dongning's residence. Having learned from the previous visit's lessons, Jiang Guangshan was well prepared this time. Upon hearing of Jiang Yuanyi's return, he had ensured the estate was impeccably tidy days in advance, personally leading Ma Shi and her children, along with Yan Yang and Jiang Ruojuan, to stand at the entrance to welcome them. As Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan disembarked from the carriage, he promptly rushed forward. Jiang Yuanyi cast a glance at Xie Rongxuan, who was quite satisfied with Jiang Guangshan's performance this time, having not imposed any difficulties. They proceeded together into the main hall of the Dongning Bo Mansion, engaging in a flurry of pleasantries. The Ma family, now aware that Xie Rongxuan had truly survived, recognized that Jiang Yuanyi was now the legitimate wife of the Duke of Jinghua. Though they harbored resentment, they dared not provoke her and thus behaved exceptionally submissively. Jiang Yuanyi turned to her mother and sister, noting that their complexions appeared much improved, indicating they had been faring well. As joy filled her heart, she observed her sister's brow furrowed with concern. She addressed Xie Rongxuan, saying, "Young master, I have some private matters to discuss with my mother and sister." "Go ahead," Xie Rongxuan replied. "Yes, allow Xie Ping to accompany you." "There's no need. Given my current status, my stepmother and the others would not dare to act against me." Xie Rongxuan did not insist further. Following the proper etiquette, Jiang Yuanyi exchanged a few words with the Ma family before accompanying Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan towards the rear courtyard. Aunt Yao spoke gently with Jiang Yuanyi, while Jiang Ruojuan urged them to hasten their pace. Jiang Yuanyi, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, what is the matter?" Jiang Ruojuan replied, "Let us discuss it once we are inside." Reluctantly, Jiang Yuanyi and Aunt Yao followed Jiang Ruojuan as they quickened their steps. The group arrived at Qiushi Garden, a new residence bestowed upon Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan by Jiang Guangshan, significantly better than the West Courtyard. However, they had no inclination to admire their surroundings and proceeded directly into the bedroom. Jiang Ruojuan deftly secured the door. "Young madam, Chun Tao and the other maidservants are waiting outside," Jiang Yuanyi stated. "You may remain outside." Chun Tao and the other maidservants could only comply. Aunt Yao, her eyes filled with curiosity, asked Ruojuan, "What are you being so secretive about?" Without responding to Aunt Yao, Jiang Ruojuan grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand, saying, "Yuanyi, Song Jingji has also arrived." Chapter 69. Reunion with Song Jingji. He is the youngest son of the Right Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. In his youth, he enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Jiang and Jiang families, often visiting the Earl of Dongning's residence to play. He discreetly assisted Jiang Yuanyi, concubine Yao, and Jiang Ruojuan. Gradually, he developed feelings for Jiang Yuanyi. However, he is a legitimate son, while Jiang Yuanyi is a concubine's daughter and the Song family opposed their union. He argued his case vigorously. Ultimately, the Song family relented. Provided he achieved scholarly success and established his own residence, they would not interfere in his choice of bride. He joyfully assured Jiang Yuanyi, concubine Yao, and Jiang Ruojuan that upon his success, he would marry Jiang Yuanyi. However, not long after, he was transferred with his father, and there was no news of him. Concubine Yao feared he would never return, but unexpectedly, he appeared. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Jiang Ruojuan added, "He has achieved the rank of the 3rd place in the imperial examination." The 3rd place. Concubine Yao turned to Jiang Yuanyi. He truly succeeded in the examination. Jiang Yuanyi regained her composure and inquired, "When did this happen?" Jiang Ruojuan replied, "It was alongside Xie Rongxuan and Su Yanjin." "Ruojuan, how do you know about this?" Concubine Yao asked. Jiang Ruojuan explained, "This morning, Su Yanjin's letter mentioned the 3rd place Song Jingji. Just as I was about to find you in the storeroom, I saw Jiang Gaoji inviting Song Jingji into the residence." "Jiang Gaoji invited him?" Concubine Yao furrowed her brow. Jiang Ruojuan replied, "The Jiang and Song families have always had dealings. It is not unusual for Jiang Gaoji to invite him." However, concubine Yao interjected, "However, what?" Jiang Gaoji's invitation at this moment. "Are you concerned that he harbors ulterior motives? Perhaps Meng Yunjin, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing are behind Jiang Gaoji's actions." Ever since Jiang Yuanyi wrote about Meng Yunjin gathering with them, Jiang Ruojuan has been cautious, though she has not noticed anything unusual about them. She suspects their target is Yuanyi. Concubine Yao contemplated for a moment and said, "Even so, Song Jingji is gentle and kind, treating Yuanyi exceptionally well. He should not wish her harm. Yet he does share a past with Yuanyi. And if Xie Shitzi were to find out Jingji and Yuanyi are innocent, what would it matter if he knew? Men from distinguished families each have their flaws, yet they demand perfection from women, or else." Jiang Ruojuan could see the kindness Xie Rongxuan displayed towards Jiang Yuanyi last time. Yet human nature is complex. She feared that Xie Rongxuan might come to disdain her sister because of Song Jingji. Concubine Yao felt a tightness in her heart and consoled herself. Perhaps Xie Shitzi is already aware of Yuanyi's past with Jingji. Jiang Yuanyi asked. Who would have told him? Perhaps Yuanyi mentioned it. Yuanyi is now married to Xie Rongxuan. Why would she bring up Song Jingji? Concubine Yao called out reluctantly. Yuanyi. On the day Jiang Yuanyi went to view the examination results, she only saw the top 2 scholars and had not anticipated that Song Jingji would be the third. Even more surprising was his arrival at the Earl of Dongning's residence. Images of Song Jingji's gentle demeanor and warm smile flooded her mind, recalling the immense comfort he had provided her for a long time. But now, she turned to concubine Yao mother. Aunt Yao inquired, Have you not mentioned Jingji to Master Xie? No. Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. Well, after I return to the Jingwood Duke's residence, I will speak to him about it, Jiang Yuanyi said, lowering her head. For now, that is the only course of action, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Aunt Yao advised, You must speak to him earnestly and be careful not to provoke him. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Aunt Yao continued, Choose a moment when he is in good spirits and adopt a gentler tone. Understood. But what shall we do about Song Jingji now that he is in the residence? Aunt Yao asked with concern. Simply avoid seeing him. Jiang Yuanyi replied. Aunt Yao sighed. What a misfortune. It is indeed a sin of both father and mother, forcing your sister into a marriage to bring joy. Otherwise, your sister and Song Jingji. The marriage could be quite beneficial, Jiang Yuanyi interjected softly. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi gazed at Jiang Yuanyi in astonishment. You. Jiang Yuanyi blushed and said, Master Xie is a wonderful person. Both Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi understood that Jiang Yuanyi had feelings for Xie Rongxuan. Aunt Yao remarked, I hope he does not dwell on the matter of Song Jingji. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Aunt, fourth miss, came the voice of Bao Xing. What is it? Jiang Yuanyi asked. The lady is overwhelmed and has asked for your assistance. She said to discuss it further after the meal. In order to curry favor with Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi not only had Aunt Yao manage the household, but also insisted that Jiang Yuanyi learn alongside her. Thus, there were indeed matters requiring their attention. Understood. Jiang Yuanyi replied. Aunt Yao looked at Jiang Yuanyi and said, Yuanyi, you rest here. We will have our meal in the main hall shortly. Seeing her mother and sister engaged in work within the residence brought Jiang Yuanyi joy. You go ahead. Do not worry about me, she said. Jiang Yuanyi cautioned. I suspect Meng Yunjin and her companions may attempt to tarnish your and Song Jingji's reputation. For your own good, avoid meeting them at all costs. Jiang Yuanyi nodded earnestly. Aunt Yao and Jiang Yuanyi departed with their maids. Jiang Yuanyi and Chun Tao explored the Qiushi courtyard, feeling pleased with the new abode of her mother and sister. At that moment, a maid called out for dinner. It was nearly mealtime. Jiang Yuanyi, remembering her sister's advice, chose to take the main path to avoid encountering Song Jingji or falling into a scheme laid by Meng Yunjin and her associates. As she reached the front courtyard and approached the main hall, a familiar voice called out, Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi froze, and after a moment, she slowly turned to see the one she had longed to meet. Song Jingji stood not far away in the corridor, dressed in garments adorned with subtle bamboo leaf patterns, exuding the same elegant charm as before. Jiang Yi gazed at him silently, memories of warm moments flooding her mind. Song Jingji beheld the delicate young lady before him, now clad in splendid attire, her features more refined, embodying an exquisite softness and comfort that captivated him. She was the Yuanyi he had yearned for, the one who would hide behind him, and the one who had promised to marry him. He had finally seen her again, and his eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yuanyi found herself momentarily dazed, but then the thought of Meng Yunjin and the others struck her, causing her heart to race. She hastily averted her gaze and hurried towards the main hall. Yuanyi. Upon spotting Jiang Yuanyi, Song Jingji lost all composure and hurried after her. Jiang Yuanyi's sole desire was to distance herself from Song Jingji to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders. Though Chuntao was unaware of the unfolding circumstances, she instinctively shielded Jiang Yuanyi as they moved forward. Unexpectedly, a young maid collided directly with Jiang Yuanyi. Madam, Chuntao reached out to pull her back. Yuanyi. Song Jingji continued his pursuit. Just as Jiang Yuanyi was about to fall, a strong hand encircled her delicate waist. As she regained her footing, she was met with the striking visage of Xie Rongxuan. In an instant, Song Jingji snapped back to reality and halted his steps. Chuntao also came to a standstill. Concealed in the shadows, Meng Yunjin, Jiang Caijie, and Jiang Kaijing observed intently. Jiang Caijie inquired, "What will young Master Xie do?" He was already aware of the past between Jiang Yuanyi and Song Jingji, and having caught them in a clandestine meeting, he would surely be furious. Meng Yunjin awaited the unfolding drama with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Kaijing, indifferent, remarked, "What is the big deal about him getting angry?" Jiang Caijie reminded her. Last time Jiang Yuanyi returned home, young Master Xie was quite furious. Indeed, young Master Xie's wrath is quite terrifying. Jiang Kaijing recalled how, during his last outburst, their father and brother had been too frightened to speak, and she and her mother, along with her sister, had faced severe repercussions, while the two scheming women, Yao Yinyang and Jiang Ruojuan, had seized the opportunity to benefit. After that incident, they dared not voice any complaints, fearing to further displease him. Meng Yunjin smirked and said, "Aside from needing strategic patience on the battlefield, he has never tolerated any slight against himself. Jiang Yuanyi should prepare for abandonment." Hearing this, Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing gazed at Jiang Yuanyi with ever-increasing anticipation. Chapter 70. Displeased with me, Jiang Yuanyi anxiously called out, "Young master." Xie Rongxuan turned to her, his voice gentle as he cautioned, "Be careful." Jiang Yuanyi replied with a slight nod. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. A hint of unease crept into Jiang Yuanyi's voice as she admitted, "A little." "Let's go have a meal," he suggested. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. "All right." With that, Xie Rongxuan took her by the waist and led her away. "Yuanyi." Song Jingji could not help but call out. At that moment, Xie Rongxuan cast a cold glance at Song Jingji, his dark, elongated eyes filled with an icy glare as he remarked, "Song, despite being well-read in the classics, is it fitting to raise one's voice and call out a lady's name in public?" Song Jingji was momentarily taken aback by the words. Without further ado, Xie Rongxuan continued to escort Jiang Yuanyi towards the main hall. Chun Tao hastily followed after them. Song Jingji suddenly felt his actions had been rather abrupt. Not far away, Jiang Kaijing questioned, "Is it really over just like that?" Jiang Caijie expressed her discontent. Young Master Xie did not even lose his temper. Jiang Kaijing frowned. "It seems he is particularly gentle with that wretched Jiang Yuanyi." Jiang Caijie nodded in agreement. "But that doesn't make sense. Given Xie Rongxuan's temperament, he should have immediately confronted Song Jingji and Jiang Yuanyi. Why is he so composed?" Meng Yunjin could not help but furrow her brow. "Yunjin, what is happening?" Jiang Kaijing was waiting to see Jiang Yuanyi's embarrassment, but instead witnessed Xie Rongxuan's defense of her. Meng Yunjin reassured her, "Do not worry. He simply has not found the right opportunity. Once he does, he will surely stir up a scene." Indeed, during Jiang Yuanyi's previous return home, Xie Rongxuan only began to express his displeasure after she had brought in her dirty clothes. Jiang Kaijing and Jiang Caijie decided, "Then let us wait a little longer." Meng Yunjin nodded in agreement. Jiang Caijie finally suggested, "Shall we return for our meal?" Jiang Kaijing asked, "Yunjin, will you join us?" "It would not be suitable for me to go, so I shall abstain," Meng Yunjin replied. Having previously quarreled with Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, her sudden appearance would raise suspicion. Jiang Kaijing concurred and said, "Then you may wait in our room." Meng Yunjin nodded. The trio of Jiang Caijie, Jiang Kaijing, and Meng Yunjin then parted ways, making their way to the main hall. The long table had been arranged neatly. Jiang Guangshan, Xie Rongxuan, and others took their seats in order. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing, adhering to etiquette, seated themselves at the end of the table. They noticed Song Jingji sitting across from Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi, which stirred excitement within them. Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan, upon seeing Song Jingji's arrival, felt a sense of trepidation. Jiang Yuanyi lowered her head slightly, avoiding any glance at Song Jingji. Having received Xie Rongxuan's earlier warning, Song Jingji dared only to steal furtive glances at Jiang Yuanyi. Meanwhile, Xie Rongxuan appeared unfazed, engaging in casual conversation and drinking with Jiang Guangshan, Jiang Gaoji, and the others. Jiang Yuanyi quietly reminded, "Young master, you should drink less." Xie Rongxuan could indulge in a bit of wine, but must refrain from excess, responding, "All right." Jiang Guangshan and the others ceased their encouragement to drink. Thus, the afternoon banquet proceeded smoothly, devoid of any disturbances. Xie Rongxuan, ever considerate, suggested, Yuanyi, why not converse with your mother and sister for a while? Sensing the faint scent of alcohol on Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi grew concerned for his well-being and replied, let's not talk anymore. We should return. Return where? Xie Rongxuan asked. Jiang Yuanyi remarked, let us return to the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. If you wish to go back, then let us. The pair bid farewell to Jiang Guangshan and the others. Jiang Guangshan and Jiang Gaoji were quite pleased with the day's arrangements, while Ma Shi maintained a neutral expression. Song Jingji appeared reluctant to part ways. Aunt Yao and Jiang Ruojuan were unaware that Song Jingji and Jiang Yuanyi had already met privately. Aunt Yao quietly commented, they indeed met. Jiang Ruojuan softly reassured her. It must be fine since they were all together. Aunt Yao exhaled slightly, feeling relieved. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing had been anticipating an outburst from Xie Rongxuan, but to their surprise, he not only refrained from anger, but also kindly assisted Jiang Yuanyi into the carriage. They found this perplexing and promptly sought out Meng Yunjin for clarification. Has Xie Rongxuan said anything? Meng Yunjin inquired. Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing replied in displeasure. Nothing at all. Meng Yunjin expressed doubt. Did your maid mention the affair between Jiang Yuanyi and Song Jingji? Yes, and she embellished the tale. Jiang Caijie exclaimed. Jiang Kaijing added. She nearly implied they had been intimate. Meng Yunjin asked, did Xie Rongxuan hear this? Jiang Caijie responded. If he is not deaf, he certainly did. Jiang Kaijing continued. At that moment, Xie Shizi's expression was incredibly grim, as if he would annihilate the maids. Yet he turned around and treated Jiang Yuanyi with such gentleness. What could this mean? Jiang Caijie was equally baffled. Logically speaking, Xie Rongxuan should have been furious. So why was he more amiable towards Jiang Yuanyi? Meng Yunjin was equally perplexed. After all their efforts, Jiang Caijie and Jiang Kaijing felt a sense of resentment towards Meng Yunjin. Meng Yunjin pondered the sequence of events seriously. Meanwhile, the carriage of the Duke of Jinghua was moving further away from the residence of the Earl of Dongning. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yuanyi was checking Xie Rongxuan's pulse. Xie Rongxuan leaned against the inner wall of the carriage with his eyes closed. All is normal, Jiang Yuanyi declared as he withdrew his hand and softly called, young master. Xie Rongxuan responded with a low hum. Jiang Yuanyi asked, are you feeling unwell? Xie Rongxuan remained silent for a moment, his voice tinged with restrained emotion. Very unwell. Jiang Yuanyi observed, you haven't had any wine for quite some time. It may be a matter of adjustment. Xie Rongxuan offered no reply. You will feel better after a while, Jiang Yuanyi suggested, presenting a cup of tea. Drink some water. Xie Rongxuan, eyes still closed, replied, I do not wish to drink. Even during his poisoning, he had not felt such discomfort. Jiang Yi set the tea down gently and said soothingly, then rest for a bit. Upon our arrival at the Duke's residence, I shall awaken you. Xie Rongxuan responded softly. Jiang Yuanyi sat upright, gathering his scattered thoughts. The carriage remained enveloped in silence until they reached the Duke of Jinghua's residence. Concerned for Xie Rongxuan, Jiang Yuanyi did not personally visit Xianjing Hall to see Wang Shi, but instead sent Shun Tao to inform her, before returning to Xinxing courtyard with Xie Rongxuan to fetch water for his face. However, Xie Rongxuan said, you should bathe. I will be fine sitting here for a while. Given the oppressive heat, Jiang Yuanyi indeed needed to bathe and replied, call me if you require anything. Understood. After finishing her bath, Jiang Yuanyi noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened, and the room followed suit, casting a shadow that suggested a torrential downpour was imminent. As she stepped out of the cleansing chamber, her gaze fell upon Xie Rongxuan, who sat quietly at the table, his head slightly bowed. His slender fingers traced the bamboo leaf pattern on the medicine chest with a gentle touch, startling her. Xie Rongxuan slowly raised his eyes. In the dim light of the bedroom, Jiang Yuanyi could not discern his expression, yet she heard him speak. The medicine chest, the jars, the bottles, the silver needle pouch. Are all these gifts from you? Understanding dawned upon her. He was fully aware of everything. Jiang Yuanyi found herself momentarily speechless. Xie Rongxuan smirked sarcastically and inquired, you brought these items with you when you married me? Jiang Yuanyi was at a loss for words. Xie Rongxuan pressed on. enunciating each word. You do not truly like me, do you? Chapter 71. For the love of argument, Jiang Yuanyi found herself at a loss for words. Xie Rongxuan slowly rose to his feet and approached Jiang Yuanyi step by step, asking, "Am I fierce, with a poor temperament, someone you detest?" "Not at all." Jiang Yuanyi hastily shook her head. Xie Rongxuan let out a bittersweet smile and continued, "You neither dislike me nor hold any fondness, do you?" Jiang Yuanyi gradually lowered her gaze. Xie Rongxuan pressed on, "You prefer gentleness and elegance, don't you?" "Indeed," Jiang Yuanyi replied. By nature timid and yearning for tranquility, she had always harbored an innate fear of ill-tempered individuals, instinctively gravitating towards those who were gentle and refined. She had often wished for a future husband who embodied such qualities, someone as warm and polished as Song Jingji. Correct? A pang of bitterness struck Xie Rongxuan's heart as he replied, "No, you are enamored with Song Jingji himself." Jiang Yuanyi did not contest this assertion. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Then why did you marry me?" Upon hearing that Song Jingji had achieved the prestigious title of a third-place scholar and was visiting the Dongning Marquis's residence, Jiang Yuanyi felt a whirlwind of emotions and realized she needed to clarify everything to Xie Rongxuan. Yet, before she could fully organize her thoughts, he already seemed to be aware, catching her off guard. Xie Rongxuan continued, "It dawns on me now. You came here to bring me joy." At his words, Jiang Yuanyi lifted her gaze to meet his. With reddened eyes, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "So, from beginning to end, you were coerced." Jiang Yuanyi regarded him. Xie Rongxuan interjected, "A man on the brink of death, initially opposed this notion of bringing joy. But you at the Dongning Marquis's residence insisted that you had long harbored feelings for me and voluntarily wished to uplift my spirits, or else you would resort to self-harm. Is that not so?" Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. Xie Rongxuan queried, "You're also unaware, then?" "Indeed," Jiang Yuanyi did not know. Xie Rongxuan sighed, "You are truly innocent. Everything was orchestrated by others, while you remained passive. Yet, I believed in it all wholeheartedly, thinking that saving a life before my demise was a noble act. So I acquiesced to this arrangement." Though Xie Rongxuan was fierce and possessed a difficult temperament, deep within, he was genuinely kind-hearted, causing Jiang Yuanyi's eyes to swell with unshed tears. "In retrospect, how foolish I was," Xie Rongxuan lamented. "No, you're not foolish," Jiang Yuanyi countered. "I am foolish. I am indeed foolish. I easily believed that you had harbored affections for me over many years and felt prideful, behaving like a jester in your presence. Having been ill for over 2 years, Xie Rongxuan, nearing the end of his life, found solace in the soft presence of this delicate girl at his side. From the very first glance, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. He always urged her not to hold too much affection for him, fearing that she would be too heartbroken upon his death. Yet, each time he recalled her long-standing feelings for him, he felt a surge of joy and warmth. And yet, all of it was a fade. It was all a fade. He gazed at Jiang Yuanyi and said, "You must be mocking me in your heart every day. Am I right?" "Not at all, my lord. I would never." Jiang Yuanyi shook her head with reddened eyes. "Please do not speak of yourself in such a manner." "Then why do you not deny it?" Xie Rongxuan suddenly raised his voice. Jiang Yuanyi trembled in fear. Xie Rongxuan felt utterly helpless. Merely raising his voice frightened her, and it pained him profoundly. He lowered his voice uncontrollably and said, "You had countless opportunities to deny it. Why did you allow me to be mistaken?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Feeling distressed, I was afraid. At first, it was fear, but later, when I treated you so well, what was there to be afraid of?" Jiang Yuanyi could not respond. Xie Rongxuan lifted Jiang Yuanyi's chin, gazing intently at her, and said, "Jiang Yuanyi, with your seemingly harmless appearance, I truly believed you were innocent." Jiang Yuanyi's moist eyelashes fluttered. "If I do not mention it today, will you never speak of it? Will you continue to watch me make a fool of myself?" Xie Rongxuan released her chin. A tear slipped from his eye, which he quickly wiped away, turning his face aside. Jiang Yuanyi did not rush to explain. She intended to wait until Xie Rongxuan had calmed down after his outburst before clarifying everything. She did not expect him to refrain from his usual anger, nor did she anticipate his sorrow to this extent. Panic surged within her, and she grasped Xie Rongxuan's hands anxiously, hastening to explain, "My lord, it's not like that. I need to tell you that I have a past with Song Jingji, but you are admitting it, aren't you?" Xie Rongxuan could not bear to hear anything about Song Jingji. Jiang Yuanyi, desperate, interjected, but it was only verbal. Xie Rongxuan challenged. "Is there no emotion in mere words? It is not like that. I do not wish to hear you say it. I want to tell you that my past is behind me. You and I are the present and the future. You have no past. Neither does he. You are still in the present. Until when will you deceive me?" Xie Rongxuan raised his voice. Jiang Yuanyi shouted back, "It is already in the past." Xie Rongxuan pointed to the bamboo pattern medicine box and asked, "What does the medicine box signify? What about the medicine jar? Did he not give them to you? Are they not of his style? Have you not kept them until now?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "I did not have the money to buy another medicine box." Xie Rongxuan laughed, tears in his eyes. "You are the wife of the heir of the Duke of Jinghua. Do you truly believe you cannot afford a medicine box? But it is not important. I do not need to replace it. What is important then?" Jiang Yuanyi tightened her grip on Xie Rongxuan's hand. "Calm down. Let us talk properly. I do not believe what you say. Then what do you believe?" "I only believe the facts that have always been true. Your refusal to hold my hand, to kiss, to consummate the marriage is all because you harbor feelings for someone else." Xie Rongxuan forcefully shook off Jiang Yuanyi's hand and stepped back. Jiang Yuanyi staggered. "It is not like that. I am worried about your health." "What health concerns?" Xie Rongxuan was unconcerned, his gaze locked onto Jiang Yuanyi. "Do you dare say that you do not like Song Jingji?" Xie Rongxuan's eyes were red. "Speak the truth. Do not deceive me, and do not deceive yourself. Ask your own heart. Who do you truly like?" Jiang Yuanyi hesitated for a moment. In that fleeting moment, Xie Rongxuan felt as though his heart was being violently torn apart, bleeding profusely, and he could scarcely draw breath. He longed to shatter the vexatious medicine chest before him. Yet it was hers. Destroying it would undoubtedly bring her sorrow, tears, and resentment towards him. At that moment, he realized the depths of his own wretchedness. He was acutely aware that she harbored no affection for him, yet he couldn't help but be concerned about her feelings. Ultimately, he suppressed the overwhelming bitterness within him and gave the medicine chest a slight push, causing a nearby teacup to clatter. He turned and strode out. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi called after him urgently. Without a glance back, Xie Rongxuan flung open the bedroom door and marched outside. A rumble of thunder erupted as torrential rain began to pour. Without hesitation, Xie Rongxuan stepped into the downpour. Jiang Yuanyi hurried after him, calling, "Young master! Young master!" Chapter 72. Waiting as Chun Tao entered the corridor, holding an umbrella, she was startled to see Jiang Yuanyi recklessly dash into the rain. She quickly followed, calling out, "Lady of the Air!" Jiang Yuanyi had already rushed out of the Xinxin courtyard, but there was no sign of Xie Rongxuan anywhere. "Lady of the Air!" Chun Tao hastily sheltered Jiang Yuanyi with the umbrella. Overwhelmed with grief, Jiang Yuanyi covered her face and began to weep. "Lady of the Air!" Chun Tao called worriedly. Jiang Yuanyi offered no reply. Chun Tao dared not press further, yet the torrential rain and fierce winds rendered the umbrella inadequate. The delicate Lady of the Air could easily fall ill, and if that happened, the air would surely be furious, possibly punishing her by making her sleep in the woodshed. "Lady of the Air, let us return," she urged. Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Chun Tao continued, "Lady of the Air, if you fall ill, you want to be able to manage anything. Indeed, falling ill would incapacitate her." Jiang Yuanyi ceased her tears and turned back to the Xinxin courtyard. Seeing her hair and attire completely drenched, Chun Tao suggested, "Lady of the Air, perhaps you should bathe." Jiang Yuanyi nodded in agreement. Chun Tao quickly prepared warm water. After bathing and changing, Jiang Yuanyi sat in her chamber, reflecting on the recent events, preparing to explain herself to Xie Rongxuan properly. However, as night fell, Xie Rongxuan still had not returned. Chun Tao stepped forward to inquire, "Lady of the Air, shall I serve the meal?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Let's wait for the air." "Understood," Chun Tao acknowledged. "You may go down now." As Chun Tao reached the doorway, she suddenly exclaimed, "Xie Ping, Jiang Yuanyi." Thinking Xie Rongxuan had returned, hurried to the entrance, calling heir. Xie Ping stood alone at the door, saying, Lady of the heir has not returned. I am here to fetch his change of clothes. Fetch his change of clothes? Jiang Yuanyi asked, puzzled. The heir will be sleeping outside tonight, Xie Ping replied. Outside? Where? Jiang Yuanyi pressed. The heir forbids me to say, Xie Ping responded. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Yuanyi inquired again. How long will he stay out? I do not know, Xie Ping answered, and Jiang Yuanyi's expression darkened. Xie Ping then requested, May I have your permission, Lady of the Heir, to fetch the heir's clothes? Recognizing that Xie Rongxuan was emotionally distressed and needed time to cool off, Jiang Yuanyi consented. Very well. I shall prepare them for you. Thank you, Lady of the Heir. Jiang Yuanyi collected 2 sets of clothing for Xie Rongxuan and handed them to Xie Ping, saying, The heir was caught in the rain today. He must not catch a chill tonight. I understand, Xie Ping replied. Jiang Yuanyi had many words she wished to convey to Xie Rongxuan, but could only express them in person, so she instructed Xie Ping. Tell him I am waiting for his return to the residence. Of course. Please be careful on your way. Yes. Off you go. The torrential downpour, which had come swiftly, began to ease into a gentle drizzle as Xie Ping left under the umbrella. Jiang Yuanyi stood quietly at the door, lost in thought. As Chun Tao was preparing hot water for Jiang Yuanyi, she learned from a little maid that the young master and his wife had a sudden quarrel, after which the young master left in anger, prompting the young mistress to chase after him in the rain. Although the cause of their dispute remained unknown, the young master had always cherished his wife. Thus, she resolved to take good care of the young mistress and said, Mistress, it is getting late. Let us dine. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in response. Chun Tao hurriedly set the table. Jiang Yuanyi assumed she could enjoy her meal, as usual. But after taking just a couple of bites, her appetite vanished. Mistress, is there something wrong with the food today? Chun Tao inquired. No, I'm just a bit tired and wish to rest, Jiang Yuanyi replied, rising to head toward her chamber. Chun Tao dared not disturb her. Jiang Yuanyi lay down on the bed, feeling the absence of Xie Rongxuan, devoid of playful banter, laughter, or sleepiness. Her mind was filled with images of Xie Rongxuan's restraint, his tears, his anger, and his departure. She sat up in distress, tears streaming down her cheeks. Uncertain of how long she cried, she eventually drifted off to sleep, only to be stirred by Chun Tao calling, Mistress. Jiang Yuanyi opened her eyes to find herself alone on the bed. Mistress, Chun Tao called again. Come in, Jiang Yuanyi replied, sitting up. Chun Tao entered with a basin of water and said, Mistress, the weather is fair today. Did the young master return last night? Jiang Yuanyi, well aware that Xie Rongxuan would not come back, could not help but ask. As expected, Chun Tao answered no. Jiang Yuanyi did not press further. Chun Tao assisted Jiang Yuanyi with her morning routine. I will accompany you to pay respects to the Duchess. Pay respects, Jiang Yuanyi thought, knowing that Wang Shi, who held Xie Rongxuan in high regard and was concerned about the affairs of the Shanxing courtyard, must already be aware of the quarrel that had transpired. Anxious that Wang Shi might be disappointed in her, Jiang Yuanyi followed Chun Tao to Xinjing Hall. Yuanyi, what troubles you? Wang Shi asked. Jiang Yuanyi's heart tightened. Wang Shi continued with concern. You do not look well. Did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Yuanyi began. Wang Shi added, Is it because of Rongxuan? It seemed she was aware of the situation. Jiang Yuanyi lowered her gaze. Do not worry. He merely went to suppress bandits. Wang Shi reassured her. Suppress bandits? Jiang Yuanyi looked up at Wang Shi. The entire household of the Duke of Jing knew of the affection between the young master and his wife. Wang Shi had also noticed her son's fondness for this daughter-in-law and believed without a doubt that Xie Rongxuan would confide in Jiang Yuanyi. Thus, she stated directly, He has not been on the battlefield for over 2 years. This time, he is simply going with equine practice. There is no danger. Generally, Wang Shi was aware of any stirrings within the Shanxing courtyard, unless Xie Rongxuan had forbidden any rumors from circulating. Jiang Yuanyi suddenly recalled Xie Ping's return for clothes and comprehended the situation. Even amidst their quarrel, he did not wish for others to know, so as to prevent Wang Shi from blaming her, to ensure that no one looked down upon her, and to avoid any potential bullying. Her heart felt heavy, and her eyes stung as she replied yes. However, Wang Shi changed the subject abruptly. Jiang Yuanyi's heart tightened, and she quickly lifted her head to ask, however, what? Look at your worried expression, Wang said with a smile. Do not fret. I merely meant to convey that Jianzhou is somewhat distant, and it may take him a while before he returns. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanyi felt a sense of relief. Wang continued, therefore, during this period, do not worry. Enjoy your meals and drinks. Yes, mother, Jiang Yuanyi replied. After chatting with Wang for a while longer, she returned to the Shengyin courtyard and began to regret not asking Xie Ping to bring some ointments or similar remedies. However, it was now too late to remedy the situation, and she could only wait within the confines of the courtyard. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, and still Xie Rongxuan had not returned. Jiang Yuanyi sat quietly by the window, poring over medical texts. Suddenly, Granny Sun approached with a joyful demeanor, exclaiming, Lady of the heir has returned. Jiang Yuanyi's heart leaped with joy as she eagerly inquired, Where is the heir? Chapter 73. A kiss Madame Sun, she responded, is conversing with the Duchess in the Zhuanying Tang. Is he injured? Jiang Yuanyi inquired with concern. No, everything is well. The bandit suppression was a success. Then I shall seek him out. Jiang Yuanyi set aside her medical texts and dashed outside. Witnessing the Lady of the Heir display such urgency for the first time, Madame Sun felt a surge of joy, recognizing her genuine affection for the heir. Madam, please slow down. Be cautious not to fall, she advised. I am aware, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Chuntao, come quickly. Madame Sun called out again, Hurry. I'm coming. Chuntao hastened to catch up with Jiang Yuanyi, urging, Lady, please slow down. Let's take the back path. However, Jiang Yuanyi not only maintained her pace, but quickened it further. As they neared the entrance of Zhuanying Tang, she gradually slowed, panting heavily, before gracefully entering the hall. Chuntao followed closely behind. Lady of the heir. Just then, Li Mama happened to pass by and promptly bowed. Li Mama, no need for such formality, Jiang Yuanyi smiled. Li Mama rose, perplexed. What brings you here at this hour, Lady of the heir? Jiang Yuanyi replied candidly. I heard that the heir has returned. Li Mama responded. He has just left. Left? Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Li Mama nodded. Where did he go? Jiang Yuanyi pressed. Back to the Xuanxing courtyard. Did you not encounter him? I took the back path. Then you must have taken a wrong turn. Jiang Yuanyi felt compelled to return immediately, but she had already entered Zhuanying Tang. It would be inappropriate not to check on Wang Shi. Noticing her inner turmoil, Li Mama remarked, The Duchess is resting. Then I shall not disturb her, Jiang Yuanyi acquiesced. Take care, Lady of the heir. Once again, Jiang Yuanyi retraced her steps along the back path. Upon entering Xuanxing courtyard, she inquired, Has the heir returned? He just arrived. Chunli replied. Where is he now? In the bathing room. Very well, I understand. You may go now. Yes. Chunli and Chuntao departed. Jiang Yuanyi entered her chamber. The sound of water splashing echoed from the bathing room. Naturally shy, she refrained from entering, instead turning to the dressing table. Noticing a light sheen of perspiration on her face, she promptly instructed Chuntao to bring her some water. After freshening up and adjusting her hair and attire, the sounds of water ceased. Chuntao, you may leave, she said. Yes. Chuntao exited. Jiang Yuanyi stood before the table, her palms sweating with anxiety. Xie Rongxuan emerged from the bathing room, clad in a light azure garment, his face bearing traces of water that softened his chiseled features, bestowing upon him a striking allure reminiscent of a clear sky after rain. It was at this moment that Jiang Yuanyi noticed he seemed to have lost weight. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan blurted out, Have you lost weight? Jiang Yuanyi opened her mouth to respond, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance. As soon as the words left his lips, Xie Rongxuan silently chastised himself for speaking too hastily. Despite his lingering anger, he had inadvertently approached her, feeling rather inept. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he chose silence, striding to the table and reaching for the teapot. Jiang Yuanyi took the initiative, grasping the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Xie Rongxuan, presenting it delicately to him. Young master, please enjoy your tea. Xie Rongxuan, observing Jiang Yuanyi's delicate and slender fingers, hesitated for a moment. Young master, Jiang Yuanyi prompted, though he wished to accept. He could not allow himself to appear so lacking in dignity. So he seated himself at the table and poured another cup of tea. Jiang Yuanyi, undeterred, set down her cup and turned to the wardrobe, retrieving a medicine box and placing it upon the table. Xie Rongxuan noticed it immediately. "Young master, I have acquired a new medicine box," Jiang Yuanyi said, gently patting it. Xie Rongxuan remained silent. Jiang Yuanyi opened the box, extracting various jars and bottles, and remarked, "These are all new. This silver needle pouch is made from the scraps of your garments." Xie Rongxuan sipped his tea leisurely. Yet his peripheral vision scrutinized Jiang Yuanyi's medicine box thoroughly. Finding no trace of bamboo leaves, he instead spotted many of his own belongings. And the sorrow that had weighed heavily in his heart diminished significantly. Jiang Yuanyi stole a glance at him, noting his calm demeanor, and said, "Young master." Xie Rongxuan did not respond. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "To be able to marry you brings me great happiness." His movements paused, and he pressed his lips together, forcing down the corners that threatened to rise. Jiang Yuanyi went on, "As you know, my life at the Dongning Marquis' residence was far from pleasant. I am timid and fearful, relying on my mother and sister for protection, yet they possess little power themselves." Xie Rongxuan's expression softened at her words. Jiang Yuanyi persisted. "Consequently, we often face scolding, beatings, and hunger until Song Jingji appeared." Xie Rongxuan frowned. Jiang Yuanyi, perceptive to his discomfort, hurriedly reassured him, "Please allow me to finish." Xie Rongxuan's brow slightly relaxed. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "He aided us in both subtle and overt ways, gifting me numerous medical texts. At that time, I was entirely ignorant, merely sensing his kindness, and I hoped to find a husband akin to him, to leave the Dongning Marquis' residence and assist my mother and sister." Xie Rongxuan turned his gaze towards Jiang Yuanyi. Sensing his potential ire, she swiftly seized the teacup from his hand and placed it on the table, then grasped his hand, saying, "Young master, please do not be angry, nor speak. Let me finish." Feeling her soft, slightly cool hand, Xie Rongxuan's heart soared, and he finally spoke. "Proceed." Jiang Yuanyi, feeling reassured, continued, "Eventually, we reached the age for marriage. He wished to wed me, yet he is the legitimate son of the right deputy minister. While I am a concubine's daughter, such a union was utterly impossible. Did he not propose to take you as a concubine?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "No. At least he possesses some discernment." Xie Rongxuan remarked sarcastically about Song Jingji. Jiang Yuanyi chose to ignore his comment and continued. "He quarreled with the Song family, and, ultimately, they compromised, stating that as long as he passed the imperial examination and established his own residence, he could marry whomever he desired." "And he want to speak with you?" Jiang Yuanyi replied seriously. "Do not interrupt." Xie Rongxuan huffed in displeasure. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "He first spoke to my father and stepmother. At this moment, the voice of Chuntao interrupted. "What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. "Your letter," came the reply. "Who delivered it?" "It was sent over from the Dongning Duke's residence, and they said it was from the 4th Mississippi." At this unexpected time, the arrival of a letter raised Jiang Yuanyi's curiosity. She released Xie Rongxuan's hand, saying, "I shall take a look at the letter first." Aware of her deep concern for her mother and sister, Xie Rongxuan nodded in understanding. "Please bring it to me," Jiang Yuanyi requested. Chuntao entered, handed the letter to Jiang Yuanyi, and then withdrew. Jiang Yuanyi took the letter, eager to open it, but Xie Rongxuan suddenly grasped her wrist. "What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "Is this your sister's handwriting?" Xie Rongxuan stood up to inquire. It was only then that Jiang Yuanyi noticed the unfamiliar characters Yuanyi personally opened written boldly, the strokes strong and steady, unmistakably a man's handwriting. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Xie Rongxuan's expression changed in an instant. "Do you still correspond with him?" Jiang Yuanyi felt the letter in her hand become unbearably hot. "Is he impersonating your sister?" Xie Rongxuan pressed. "I don't know. Well, also, you've been hiding from me." "I haven't," Jiang Yuanyi protested, but Xie Rongxuan was not appeased. "Why did you say those things earlier, only to deceive me?" His temper flared once more. Unable to counter his accusations, Jiang Yuanyi, in a moment of impulsive desperation, leaped forward, standing on tiptoe, to embrace his neck and kissed him passionately. Chapter 74. Xie Rongxuan was momentarily frozen. Jiang Yuanyi effortlessly pried open his lips. her tongue slipping inside. A jolt coursed through Xie Rongxuan's body as he wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, taking the initiative and returning the kiss with fervor, as if he wished to consume her entirely. This time, Jiang Yuanyi did not shy away or retreat, but met him head-on. They kissed, engaged in a passionate duel, until the air grew thin. Only then did they slowly part. Jiang Yuanyi remained on her toes, clinging to Xie Rongxuan. He breathed heavily, his gaze dropping to the vivid crimson that seeped from her fair skin, her full, rosy lips slightly parted, breathing softly. "Young master," Jiang Yuanyi called softly. Xie Rongxuan's voice was husky as he replied, Jiang Yuanyi asked, "Will you let me finish what I have to say?" "All right." As she attempted to withdraw, Xie Rongxuan tightened his embrace, refusing to let her go. "Just continue," he urged. "I'm on my toes. It's quite exhausting." Xie Rongxuan slightly bent down. Jiang Yuanyi's heels touched the ground. He gazed at her and inquired, "Is that acceptable?" "Yes." A faint smile played at the corners of Jiang Yuanyi's lips as she looked into Xie Rongxuan's dark eyes, gathering her thoughts before saying, "Song Jingji and I, my mother, and my sister have discussed the matter of marriage, and we have agreed." This time, Xie Rongxuan did not react with anger, but listened quietly. Jiang Yuanyi reassured him. "Song Jingji is genuinely quite good. At that time, I desperately wanted to leave the Dongning Marquis' residence, and marriage seemed the only way out." Xie Rongxuan perceived the helplessness in Jiang Yuanyi's eyes. She reminisced about the circumstances, saying, "I earnestly awaited his arrival to marry me." Xie Rongxuan asked, "Did you have feelings for him?" I didn't understand the concept of liking or not liking back then. Upon realizing that Xie Rongxuan had spoken, Jiang Yuanyi quickly added, "Please, don't interrupt." "All right." Continuing, she explained, but he soon transferred with his parents, leaving no word. I felt disheartened for a while, anxious and unsettled, thinking he had broken his promise. During that time, my stepmother disregarded my and my sister's engagement, took our birth dates, and insisted I marry you to bring good fortune. Xie Rongxuan encouraged her to proceed. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "At that time, we knew little of you, convinced that you wouldn't survive beyond 3 months. My mother and sister preferred I marry someone ordinary rather than bring good fortune to you, choosing instead to remain widows. They wept and pleaded with my father, ultimately imprisoned in a small dark room." Xie Rongxuan was unaware of these details. "I thought, given the high status of the Duke of Jing, even as a widow, I would hold a higher position than that of the Dongning Marquis' widow, thus ensuring a better life for my mother and sister." Xie Rongxuan nodded in understanding. Jiang Yuanyi gazed into Xie Rongxuan's inky eyes, saying, "Then I'm married into the Duke of Jing's household. I do not know who spread the rumor of liking you for years, but I did not wish to refute it. I feared your anger and worried that my stepmother might implicate my mother and sister. All I desired was to live a stable life in the Duke's residence, free from turmoil." Xie Rongxuan comprehended Jiang Yuanyi's innermost longings. "Yet you have treated me with such kindness, teaching me how to curse, instilling in me courage, fostering my independence, and imparting countless lessons." Jiang Yuanyi's gaze softened unconsciously. Xie Rongxuan felt this warmth swell within him, filling his heart to the brim. Jiang Yuanyi's voice was particularly gentle. "I do not wish for your demise. I desire for you to thrive, to be with you always." Unable to restrain himself, Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Always together?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I do not harbor such fervent feelings for Song Jingji." The overwhelming sensation within Xie Rongxuan suddenly erupted, blossoming into a myriad of radiant fireworks, filling him with immense excitement. As for the medicine box, initially, I truly lacked the funds to procure a new one. Later, I regarded it as just another item, devoid of special significance, and thus did not consider replacing it. I had no idea you cared so much." Xie Rongxuan remarked. "It was your maidservants who claimed you still yearn for Song Jingji." Jiang Yuanyi questioned, "You believe their words?" "I scarcely heed their gossip, but—" Xie Rongxuan paused. Jiang Yuanyi pressed, "But what?" "But I care about whom you favor." Upon hearing the gossip from the maids of the Dongning Marquis' residence, suggesting that Jiang Yuanyi and Song Jingji were deeply enamored and frequently rendezvousing, he realized that someone was deliberately maligning Jiang Yuanyi. Anger surged within him. Yet his greater concern was for Jiang Yuanyi's safety. Hence, he disregarded the maid's further prattle and hurried to find her. To his dismay, he saw her exchanging glances with Song Jingji from afar. He observed her flustered retreat and the tender affection Song Jingji held for her. A bond that seemed to suggest their love remained strong. It felt as though he had been the one to sever their connection, plunging him into an abyss of despair. He exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress his emotions, approaching Jiang Yuanyi to lead her away from the tumultuous scene, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Upon returning to the Xinxing courtyard, the sight of the bamboo-patterned medicine box, as described by the Dongning Marquis's maidservants, triggered his complete breakdown. Rather than simply struggling with the notion of Jiang Yuanyi's affection for another, he feared the possibility that she truly loved someone else. Torn between the desire for answers and the trepidation of what those answers might reveal, he found himself embroiled in a futile argument with her, ultimately retreating like a coward to confront bandits, seeking to regain his composure. Yet the more he sought calm, the more anxious he became. When he returned, intending to converse earnestly with her, he was instead met with a letter from Song Jingji, sending him spiraling back into irrationality. He felt as though madness was creeping upon him. Until now, when he heard Jiang Yuanyi initiate a kiss, directly proclaiming, "I wish to be with you always." All the tumultuous emotions that had plagued him recently settled abruptly. Finally, he could speak to her sincerely, revealing his innermost thoughts, bashfully turning his face aside, avoiding her gaze. Jiang Yuanyi sweetly murmured, "I like you." Xie Rongxuan was momentarily taken aback, gradually turning to face Jiang Yuanyi. The sudden appearance of Song Jingji disrupted Jiang Yuanyi's life, leaving her in a state of utter confusion, unable to discern her own feelings, let alone articulate them to Xie Rongxuan. After a quarrel, a period of silence, and 10 days of reflection, she pondered deeply and gained clarity. She longed to bravely express her feelings to Xie Rongxuan. Yet, her courage was insufficient. Upon finishing her confession, she lowered her gaze, her fair cheeks, ears, and neck flushed crimson. Embarrassed, she pressed her forehead against Xie Rongxuan's chest, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, and she could distinctly hear the thunderous beat of his heart. "Yuanyi, what did you just say?" Xie Rongxuan inquired uncertainly. Gathering her courage, Jiang Yuanyi shyly murmured, "My lord, during the 10 days of your absence, I thought of you constantly, yearned for you dearly." Chapter 75. Temptation. A great wave of joy surged within Xie Rongxuan, akin to the exhilaration of triumphing in a protracted battle. No, it was a joy surpassing even that of winning a drawn-out war. He could not quell his concern of perhaps imagining things, and thus confirmed, "Is it not Song Jingji whom you admire?" Jiang Yuanyi shook her head, refusing to hold hands, feeling shy about kissing, and abstaining from the bridal chamber is solely due to your present condition. Xie Rongxuan, brimming with happiness, inquired, "Is it me that you cherish?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded, "Indeed." He pressed further, "And you stated that you miss me dearly?" "Yes." "Do you think of me constantly?" "Yes." "How many more times must I ask?" Jiang Yuanyi buried her face in Xie Rongxuan's chest. With delight, Xie Rongxuan urged, "Then look at me." "I shan't," Jiang Yuanyi mumbled. Xie Rongxuan coaxed, "Just a glance." "How annoying," she retorted. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan bent down, effortlessly lifting Jiang Yuanyi by her knees, elevating her above him. Jiang Yuanyi found herself a head taller than Xie Rongxuan. He raised his handsome face, a radiant smile illuminating his features as he gazed at her. Yuanyi, having just confessed her most bashful sentiment, Jiang Yuanyi felt too shy to meet his gaze, turning her flushed face aside. Unfazed, Xie Rongxuan called out, "Yuanyi, what is it?" She replied softly, "I adore you." Jiang Yuanyi paused, slightly taken aback. Xie Rongxuan looked up at her, declaring, "I truly adore you, immensely, profoundly." Slowly, she turned her head to meet his shining, sincere eyes, filled with honesty, purity, affection, and tenderness. The husband she envisioned was gentle and modest, yet this man before her was nothing of the sort. He had a fiery temperament, often resorting to harsh words, was talkative, boastful, and occasionally childish. In short, he had many flaws. Yet, she genuinely cherished every moment spent with him. "You too, say you adore me," Xie Rongxuan prompted. I have already expressed that, Jiang Yuanyi replied. You said you like me, but not that you adore me. How childish you are. Then kiss me once more. I refuse. Jiang Yuanyi laughed, turning her face away. Xie Rongxuan shook her gently. Just one kiss. Jiang Yuanyi swayed slightly, insisting I won't. Very well, then I shall kiss you. Xie Rongxuan set her down, cradling her face before planting a kiss on her lips. A crisp breath enveloped them, and Jiang Yuanyi welcomed it with a smile. Young master, Madame Sun entered, only to witness the young master and young mistress engaged in a fervent kiss. Though she had weathered many storms, she had never encountered such affectionate couples in high society, openly embracing and kissing in broad daylight. Startled, she gasped, "Oh my heavens!" and, covering her eyes, stumbled out, inadvertently colliding with the door, producing a resounding thud. Jiang Yuanyi, startled, hurriedly pushed Xie Rongxuan away, only to see Madame Sun holding her forehead, standing at the door. She rushed over to check Madame Sun. Xie Rongxuan followed suit, asking, "Is everything all right, Madame Sun?" Madame Sun, slightly embarrassed, rubbed her forehead and replied, "I'm quite fine, quite fine." Upon noticing that Su Mama's forehead was merely slightly flushed and nothing more, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "Su Mama, your courage is rather lacking. Merely witnessing a kiss has frightened you so? Do not speak." Jiang Yuanyi tugged at Xie Rongxuan's garment. Understanding Jiang Yuanyi's propensity for shyness, Xie Rongxuan restrained himself and said, "Very well, I shall remain silent." Having watched Xie Rongxuan grow up, Su Mama was well aware of his temperament and paid no heed to his words, responding, "Naturally. The young master acts with far more boldness." At these words, Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks blushed a vibrant crimson once more. Although Xie Rongxuan was generally thick-skinned, witnessing Jiang Yuanyi's flushed face made him awkwardly touch his nose. Then he inquired, "What has you in such a hurry to enter?" It was then that Su Mama recalled her purpose, stating, "The noble consort has sent word, instructing you and the young mistress to enter the palace tomorrow." "Enter the palace?" Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in surprise. Su Mama turned her gaze towards Jiang Yuanyi and reassured her, "Do not worry, young mistress. The etiquette tutor will review palace manners with you shortly, and you shall be ready for tomorrow." Since Xie Rongxuan's health had improved, the Wang family had anticipated that Jiang Yuanyi would eventually accompany him to meet the noble consort. Thus they had engaged a tutor to instruct Jiang Yuanyi in royal etiquette. Now that Jiang Yuanyi had learned, a brief review would suffice. Yet having never entered the palace before, she fretted over potential shortcomings and immediately declared, "All right, I shall review it now." Su Mama replied, "Then I shall summon the etiquette tutor." "I shall accompany you," she added. "That would be agreeable," Su Mama responded. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Xie Rongxuan, saying, "Young master." Xie Rongxuan, feeling he had not yet had enough of Jiang Yuanyi's company, expressed his discontent. "Are you leaving already?" Jiang Yuanyi approached Xie Rongxuan and whispered, "I need to review the etiquette to avoid embarrassment in the palace. Once I am prepared, I shall return to be with you." "Very well." Xie Rongxuan was easily appeased. "Then I shall take my leave. Kiss me once." Jiang Yuanyi whispered, "There are people around." Xie Rongxuan replied, "Then we shall kiss when no one is present." Jiang Yuanyi, blushing, acquiesced. Satisfied, Xie Rongxuan watched as Jiang Yuanyi followed Su Mama, her concern for inadequacy driving her to practice tirelessly, only returning when nightfall descended. Initially somewhat displeased, Xie Rongxuan's mood brightened upon seeing Jiang Yuanyi supporting her waist and rubbing her arms. He approached her with concern, asking, "Was the etiquette tutor too strict?" "No, I merely wished to practice more," Jiang Yuanyi explained. "There is no need for such exertion. I'm not overexerting myself. My waist and arms are just a bit sore. Come, allow me to massage them for you." "No need. If you do not allow me to massage you, how will you manage to enter the palace tomorrow?" Xie Rongxuan, having trained since childhood, understood best how to alleviate bodily aches. Jiang Yuanyi, being a physician herself, was aware of this, yet unable to massage herself. She proposed, after dinner, and following a bath, "May I have a massage then?" Agreed. The two enjoyed dinner together, bathed, and then retired to bed. Jiang Yuanyi lay on the bed, feeling somewhat hesitant. "How is it?" Xie Rongxuan gently massaged her arms with a moderate strength. Instantly, Jiang Yuanyi felt a wave of comfort wash over her weary limbs, allowing her to relax gradually. Sincerely, she remarked, "Young master, you are truly remarkable." "Indeed," Xie Rongxuan replied with a hint of pride. Jiang Yuanyi smiled shyly. "In the past, when you were in the military, you even helped people with their broken bones. You are skilled in everything, young master." With her compliment, Xie Rongxuan felt elated and began recounting various amusing anecdotes from the military camp, which enchanted Jiang Yuanyi. However, Xie Rongxuan's thoughts began to wander, his gaze and hands drifting to Jiang Yuanyi's slender waist, so delicate and soft. He couldn't help but feel parched, softly calling out, "Yuanyi." "Yes?" Jiang Yuanyi responded. "You are quite the lecher," Xie Rongxuan suddenly declared. "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Curious, Jiang Yuanyi turned to face him. "You are so lecherous, staring at me, a handsome man, all day long. Aren't you tempted?" Chapter 76. Encounter on a narrow path desire? Is it overwhelming? Indeed, Jiang Yuanyi possesses a slight inclination towards lust, finding Xie Rongxuan's handsome visage and alluring physique captivating. Yet she is not consumed by desire. She spoke up. If you are indeed desirous, I can offer you some advantages," Xie Rongxuan interjected. "I am not. I believe you are." "I truly am not." "You are." Xie Rongxuan placed his hand upon his sash, gently tugging it, revealing a considerable expanse of skin at the neckline, the firm and well-defined contours subtly visible. He continued to pull at his inner garment. This man, he is about to disrobe entirely. How shameless! Jiang Yuanyi quickly rolled over, lying beneath the covers, pulling the thin blanket over herself from head to toe, emitting muffled protests. "Your Highness, do not act lewdly." Xie Rongxuan replied, "I am merely offering you an advantage." "I do not wish to take advantage." Xie Rongxuan leaned closer, saying just a little. "Absolutely not." Her heart raced. She secretly yearned for that advantage. Xie Rongxuan chuckled. "If you do not wish to, I shall continue to massage your waist." Jiang Yuanyi clutched the blanket tightly, insisting, "No need for that. I am fine." "Then, do you not wish to express any gratitude for the effort?" "Thank you for your hard work." "That is lacking in sincerity." Feeling the inadequacy of her response, Jiang Yuanyi lifted a corner of the blanket, revealing her fair, delicate face, and addressed Xie Rongxuan. "Your Highness, I appreciate your efforts. That is still insufficient." Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan seized a corner of the blanket, tugging it gently and burrowing in beside her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed. Xie Rongxuan wrapped his arms around her soft, fragrant form, saying, "Let's sleep together." Jiang Yuanyi struggled. "It is too hot. I have cooled the room with ice." Summer had indeed arrived, and the bedroom was refreshingly cool. "But your hands, just a little massage." "I do not want a massage anymore." "Then just a touch." Thus, the couple engaged in playful banter on the bed. Chun Tao and Chun Li, standing outside the bedroom door, clearly overheard the exchange. "The young master and young mistress have reconciled," Chun Tao exclaimed joyfully. Chun Li remarked, "During the days the young master was away, the young mistress appeared forlorn. Today, she finally smiles." Xie Ping noted, in the 10 days following the young master's departure in the rain from the Xinqing courtyard, he not only refrained from smiling, but was particularly ill-tempered. Upon reaching Jinzhou, he personally quelled bandits, instilling fear in their leader. Chun Tao proudly stated, "The young master truly cares for the young mistress." "And the young mistress cares for the young master," Chun Li added. "Indeed, but when did Xie Ping say that? How was I unaware?" Chun Tao swiftly changed the subject. "I'm exhausted from studying etiquette alongside the young mistress. I must rise early to enter the palace tomorrow. I need a rest now, as my watch is over." "Ah, Chun Tao, you have yet to answer." But Chun Tao had already dashed away. Chun Li sighed with a smile, returning to her vigil. After much playful banter, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, both awoke early, meticulously preparing themselves. Jiang Yuanyi donned her palace attire, and together with Xie Rongxuan, they paid respects to Lady Wang. As Jiang Yuanyi entered the palace for the first time, Wang Shi could not help but impart numerous instructions. Jiang Yuanyi listened attentively, taking careful notes. Xie Rongxuan remarked, "Mother, entering the palace is merely a visit to see my sister. There is no need for such extensive admonitions, lest she become too frightened to walk." While Wang Shi did not find the act of visiting her sister to be alarming, the multitude of watchful eyes in the harem, particularly those of Consort Yang, weighed heavily on her mind. However, Jiang Yuanyi understood the burdens borne by Consort Xie and replied, "You speak wisely, mother. I shall be cautious in my words and actions." Wang Shi nodded, satisfied. Xie Rongxuan added reassuringly, "Do not worry. I shall ensure everything is well." Though her son appeared carefree, Wang Shi knew his reliability in significant matters, which allowed her to relax slightly. "Please convey my regards to Her Highness," she instructed. Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. The couple departed from the Jingwu Duke's residence and boarded their carriage. Xie Rongxuan immediately grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand. She looked at him, surprised. "Young master, your etiquette is commendable. There is no need to be anxious," he reassured her. Jiang Yuanyi nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Rongxuan inquired, "Do you not wish to hold a child? Are you referring to the seventh prince?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "Indeed. May I hold him?" She wondered aloud. Although she had previously yearned to embrace the seventh prince, the prospect of entering the palace now filled her with trepidation. "Of course," he replied. Jiang Yuanyi remained silent. Xie Rongxuan continued, "My sister is very kind. I know. During your illness, Consort Xie frequently sent messages and medicine," Jiang Yuanyi recalled, "and she also provided me with some lovely garments." Xie Rongxuan added, "Therefore, she will surely extend her affection to you as well." Jiang Yuanyi nodded, feeling reassured. Sensing her anxiety, Xie Rongxuan ceased to tease her, holding her hand quietly, offering his support. Gradually, Jiang Yuanyi began to calm down. Upon their arrival at the palace, they underwent 3 rounds of scrutiny before alighting from the carriage. "Young Master Xie," a eunuch hurriedly approached. Xie Rongxuan introduced, "This is eunuch Shunzi, who will guide us to my sister's Yuning palace." Jiang Yuanyi looked at Shunzi and said, "I appreciate your assistance, eunuch Shunzi." Having heard of the match between the young lady of the Dongning Marquisate and young Master Xie, Shunzi had anticipated a shy and reserved demeanor. To his surprise, she was strikingly beautiful, her voice sweet yet composed, exuding grace that was most agreeable. Most importantly, she and the handsome and upright General Xie appeared remarkably well matched. He could not help but smile warmly, showing her greater respect. "Madame Xie, you are too kind. This is merely my duty. Please, allow me to escort you." Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan followed Shunzi toward Yuning Palace. Much like her first visit to pay respects to Wang Shi, Jiang Yuanyi found herself curious about the palace's many wonders, yet she dared not look around too carelessly, fearing the judgment of others. At that moment, she spotted Meng Yanjun ahead and instinctively slowed her pace. Meng Yanjun also noticed Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan. She had intentionally arranged for Jiang Yuanyi to meet Song Jingji at the Dongning Marquisate, but upon hearing of Xie Rongxuan's sudden departure to Jianzhou to quell bandits, a campaign that lasted 10 days, she felt a surge of anger. Jiang Yuanyi remained at the residence of the Duke of Jing, feeling despondent. She was convinced that her relationship with Xie Rongxuan had reached an irreparable state, and she was quite pleased about it. Today, she had deliberately ventured into the palace to visit the virtuous consort, only to unexpectedly encounter Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan, who were holding hands and appeared quite intimate. Her expression immediately soured. Having met Miss Meng, Shunzi bowed to Meng Yanjun. Although Meng Yanjun had no desire to acknowledge a eunuch, she felt compelled to respond, for Shunzi was the grandfather of Xie Rongxuan's sister. She smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities, Master Shun." Shunzi straightened his posture. Meng Yanjun turned her gaze to Xie Rongxuan. "Rongxuan, you have returned?" "Miss Meng, my spouse and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not linger," Xie Rongxuan replied, tightening his grip on Jiang Yuanyi's hand as they moved forward. "Miss Meng?" Xie Rongxuan had always addressed her as Meng Yanjun or Yanjun, yet today he referred to her as simply Miss Meng. Such distance. Meng Yanjun felt a pang of distress. Unwilling to let Xie Rongxuan and Jiang Yuanyi depart in such an affectionate manner, she turned and called out, "Madam Young Master, I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 77. Do you wish to embrace? Jiang Yuanyi halted her steps and turned to glance at Meng Yanjun. Xie Rongxuan followed suit. Meng Yanjun stood composedly at her place, awaiting Jiang Yuanyi's approach. However, Jiang Yuanyi stated, "Miss Meng, I have nothing to discuss with you. This marked Jiang Yuanyi's first instance of such a blunt rejection, nearly provoking a laugh from Xie Rongxuan. During their previous outing beyond the city, Meng Yunjin had been at a disadvantage in their exchange. Yet she still regarded Jiang Yuanyi as someone easily bullied. She never anticipated receiving such a resolute refusal. Nevertheless, she persevered, asserting, "It is of great importance." Jiang Yuanyi countered, "Surely there can be nothing of significance between us?" Meng Yunjin believed she had seized upon Jiang Yuanyi's weakness and loftily inquired, "Must I articulate it so plainly?" Unmoved, Jiang Yuanyi replied, "Please do clarify." Meng Yunjin deliberately cast a glance at Xie Rongxuan, implying that he should not be privy to the matter. Jiang Yuanyi reiterated, "Speak." "Jiang Yuanyi, do not blame me for my directness," Meng Yunjin retorted, her anger simmering. "Then be more straightforward." "You." Meng Yunjin ceased to conceal her intentions, declaring, "It concerns Song Jingji. Then speak to him about it." "What relevance does it hold for me?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Meng Yunjin had envisioned Jiang Yuanyi's reaction as one of astonishment, panic, or shock, yet Jiang Yuanyi remained remarkably composed. To her surprise, Xie Rongxuan, instead of displaying irritation, gazed at Jiang Yuanyi with a smile and affection. This incited her ire, and she exclaimed, "Did you not have a betrothal with him in the past?" Jiang Yuanyi replied, "As you mentioned, it was in the past. So what do you wish to discuss now? What about the matters between you and him?" "The matters between him and me are of no concern to you." Meng Yunjin was momentarily silenced. "Miss Meng, one must cherish oneself and pay heed to one's own affairs," Jiang Yuanyi stated earnestly. Meng Yunjin scrutinized Jiang Yuanyi's delicate demeanor, faintly perceiving the elegance of Xie Rongxuan, and ultimately realized that Jiang Yuanyi's eloquence had been gleaned from Xie Rongxuan's essence. This revelation indicated a level of intimacy between Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan that surpassed her expectations. Unable to accept this, she felt an urge to rage. Yet, this was the imperial palace, a place where not everyone could act with impunity. Suppressing her fury, she remarked, "Then there is no need for the future lady of the heir to concern herself." "Very well, then, until we meet again." Jiang Yuanyi tightened her grip on Xie Rongxuan's hand, stating, "Heir, let us depart." Xie Rongxuan smiled, replying, "Indeed." As she observed Xie Rongxuan walking hand in hand with Jiang Yuanyi, Meng Yunjin's teeth nearly ground together in frustration, her pent-up rage finding no outlet. She kicked at the nearby shrubbery, only to strike a stone hidden within, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain. "Miss, are you unwell?" Lu Ping inquired hastily. "Get away." Meng Yunjin shoved Lu Ping aside. Lu Ping fell to the ground but dared not speak. Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan heard Meng Yunjin's cry of pain, yet they did not turn back. As they walked, Xie Rongxuan glanced at Jiang Yuanyi. Whenever Jiang Yuanyi performed commendably, Xie Rongxuan would gaze at her with admiration. Feeling satisfied with her own actions that day, she remarked, "I do not appreciate her constant provocations." Indeed, Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuanyi turned to meet Xie Rongxuan's gaze and remarked, "I am becoming increasingly articulate, am I not?" "You are growing more like your father," Xie Rongxuan replied with pride. Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Are you complimenting me or yourself?" "Both." As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the Yuaning Palace, and their demeanor became solemn. Shunzi entered to make an announcement and quickly returned, saying, "The Empress requests your presence." Following the proper etiquette, Jiang Yuanyi took a measured step back before entering the Grand Hall of Yuaning Palace, where she stood upright and respectfully saluted Empress Xie Qinghui and the seventh Prince Xiao Yanang. "Please rise," Empress Xie Qinghui said, personally assisting Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan. Upon lifting her gaze, Jiang Yuanyi beheld a delicate woman whose features resembled those of Xie Rongxuan, albeit softer, with an elegant demeanor, truly beautiful and poised. "Yuanyi." Empress Xie Qinghui grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hands. "Yes, Your Majesty," Jiang Yuanyi responded. A glimmer of astonishment sparkled in Empress Xie Qinghui's eyes. "You are truly exquisite." "Your Majesty flatters me," Jiang Yuanyi replied graciously. "I'm grateful for your saving of Rongxuan's life." Empress Xie Qinghui smiled warmly, devoid of the disdain and indifference exhibited by Lady Jiang. Jiang Yuanyi felt herself relax slightly and replied, "Your Majesty, is only my duty as a humble wife." "Excellent, excellent. Come, let us sit and converse," Empress Xie Rongxuan said as she took her seat in the main position. Jiang Yuanyi followed and settled into the lower seat. Empress Xie Rongxuan took special care to introduce Jiang Yuanyi to the seventh prince Xiao Yanhang. Only then did Jiang Yuanyi turn her attention to him. If Empress Xie Rongxuan and Xie Rongxuan were akin to each other, then the 3-year-old Xiao Yanhang was a miniature version of Xie Rongxuan, embodying the same decorum yet with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Such a child would seek a hug from Xie Rongxuan. She dared not embrace him, instead bowing respectfully. Though merely 3 years old, Xiao Yanhang spoke with familiarity. "Aunt, there is no need for such formalities." His voice was sweet and endearing. Jiang Yuanyi could not maintain her gaze upon the prince for long, so she shifted her attention back to Empress Xie Rongxuan, who inquired about Wang and Xie Qingqing. Xie Rongxuan replied, "Mother is well, and Qingqing remains as impulsive as ever. The eighth sister is becoming increasingly sensible." Jiang Yuanyi defended Xie Qingqing. Witnessing Jiang Yuanyi's protective stance towards Xie Qingqing brought great comfort to Empress Xie Rongxuan. She cared little for the distinctions of birth status, valuing instead the harmonious relationships with her mother, brother, and sister. She refrained from asking about Duke Jinghua and Lady Jiang, continuing to discuss other matters concerning the Duke's household. Before long, the conversation flowed naturally, and Xie Rongxuan inquired, "How has His Majesty been of late?" Empress Xie Rongxuan shook her head, "Not very well." Xie Rongxuan asked, "Does he frequently visit the harem these days?" "He always goes to see concubine Yang," she replied. Xie Rongxuan fell silent. Jiang Yuanyi, having spent considerable time at the Duke's residence, had become aware of certain royal affairs. Shortly after the Yongxian emperor ascended the throne, he had declared his second son, the crown prince, from his empress. Unfortunately, the crown prince was notorious for his debauchery, having harassed the concubines within the harem, which led to his immediate ousting. Over the past 2 years, several princes had suffered broken limbs, some had lost their sanity, and others had taken to religious pursuits. Only the 7th prince born of Empress Xie and the 5th prince born of concubine Yang were deemed suitable candidates for the throne. Thus, Empress Xie and concubine Yang naturally became rivals. "Now that you have come here, let us not speak of troubling matters," Empress Xie Rongxuan suddenly said with a smile. "Sister, rest assured, regardless of the outcome, neither you nor Brother Yan will face any harm." Xie Rongxuan did not address the Empress or the 7th prince. Instead, he reassured his sister as a family member. Xie Rongxuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her once diminutive younger brother, who had now grown into a towering figure, capable of providing shelter from the storms for her and their family. She felt a surge of emotion and gratitude, saying, "Very well, let us indulge in some refreshments." Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan nodded in agreement. Xie Rongxuan then shifted the conversation to other delightful anecdotes. Jiang Yuanyi, stealing furtive glances at the delicacies before Xiao Yan, discreetly slid a pastry towards him. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yuanyi's. "Oh my, he resembles Xie Rongxuan so closely." Jiang Yuanyi felt a fondness blossom within her, yet she refrained from displaying it. Xiao Yan maintained a stoic expression as he sampled the treats. Before long, Xie Rongxuan invited Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan to peruse the gifts. Jiang Yuanyi sensed a gentle tug at her garment, and, upon lowering her gaze, discovered that Xiao Yan had inexplicably positioned himself beside her. "Do you wish to embrace this prince?" Xiao Yan inquired suddenly. Jiang Yuanyi gasped in surprise. With his small hands clasped behind his back, he attempted to project an air of maturity, yet his voice remained childlike. "If you desire a hug, this prince might reluctantly permit you a brief embrace." Chapter 78. Clinging. So this is how the 7th prince asks for a hug. Jiang Yuanyi has realized it. After waiting for a moment without any response from Jiang Yuanyi, Xiao Yan raised his chubby little face and inquired, "Do you not wish to embrace your highness?" Jiang Yuanyi desired to hug him, but hesitated to act on her own accord. However, Xiao Yan mistakenly believed that Jiang Yuanyi was unwilling, expressing surprise. "How could you not want to hug such a delightful figure as myself? Indeed, it is strikingly similar." That air of pride is utterly reminiscent of Xie Rongxuan. Jiang Yuanyi quickly replied, "Your Highness, that is not the case." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan promptly lifted his small arm and, with utmost seriousness, said, "Then go ahead and embrace me." "Your Highness, please wait," Jiang Yuanyi interjected. "Why?" Xiaoyan asked, his tone reflecting discontent. Jiang Yuanyi responded, "I must consult with Her Highness and the young master." "Ask away, for I am not someone who can be embraced by just anyone," Xiaoyan stated earnestly. Jiang Yuanyi stifled a smile and then glanced at Xie Qingwei and Xie Rongxuan, who were observing the interaction between her and Xiaoyan, having overheard their conversation. Before Jiang Yuanyi could voice her thoughts, Xie Qingwei asked, "Yuanyi, can you lift him?" "I can," Jiang Yuanyi affirmed. Noting Jiang Yuanyi's delicate demeanor, Xie Qingwei felt compelled to reiterate, "He is somewhat heavy. If you cannot manage, do not force yourself." "Your Highness, I can lift him," Jiang Yuanyi insisted, her eagerness to embrace the plump seventh prince palpable. Only then did Xie Qingwei acquiesce. "Then you may proceed." "Very well." Jiang Yuanyi bent down and lifted Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan adeptly wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuanyi's neck. Jiang Yuanyi was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely concerned that you might not be able to lift me. Hence I embraced your neck," Xiaoyan remarked, though his bright, clear eyes revealed his immense joy. Jiang Yuanyi suppressed a laugh. Xie Rongxuan teased, "The seventh prince is quite the charmer. Like uncle, like nephew." Xie Qingwei suddenly recalled events from Xie Rongxuan's childhood, turning to Jiang Yuanyi and saying, "Rongxuan was not only articulate, but also quite the debater when he was young." Jiang Yuanyi's interest was piqued. Seeing her curiosity, Xie Qingwei continued with a smile. "Once, he argued with 3 other children." "I do not recall that," Xie Rongxuan replied. "You were about 3 or 4 years old, quite similar to the current Yangur." No wonder Xie Rongxuan did not remember. Xie Qingwei continued. "He chattered incessantly, causing 2 children to burst into tears." "Is that so strong?" Jiang Yuanyi exclaimed in astonishment. Xie Rongxuan boasted, "I was impressive even as a child." Xie Qingwei chuckled. In the end, there was a chubby child who was not only resilient, but also quite loquacious. After a heated exchange, Rongxuan raised his voice, scolded him, then covered his ears, shaking his head while declaring, "If you can't hear, then you can't be scolded. Exhausting you, little rascal," which left the chubby boy in tears. So, Xie Rongxuan had been so formidable in his youth. Jiang Yuanyi was truly impressed. Xie Qingwei added, "Moreover, he, like Yangur, adored being cuddled and was particularly clingy." Unable to resist, Jiang Yuanyi chimed in, "He is still quite clingy now." Xie Qingwei was taken aback. Jiang Yuanyi realized she had inadvertently revealed something. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Xie Rongxuan wished to deny his clinginess, yet he found himself relishing the moments spent holding, hugging, and kissing Jiang Yuanyi. In essence, he was rather smothering in her presence, but before his elder sister, he felt a tinge of bashfulness. Awkwardly touching his nose to shift the topic, "Is the 7th prince heavy?" This inquiry was directed at Jiang Yuanyi, but Xiaoyan interjected, "I am not heavy." Xie Rongxuan gazed at the plump Xiaoyan, incredulous. "You're not heavy?" "I don't feel any burden at all. When I run, I feel as light as a feather." Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan found himself at a loss for a retort. Jiang Yuanyi couldn't help but chuckle. Xie Qingwei joined in the laughter, saying, "Yuanyi, if you're tired, you can set him down." Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "I am not weary, my lady. I adore children." Xie Rongxuan replied, "Then you should hurry and have one." Xie Qingwei chimed in. Xie Rongxuan teased, "Wife, did you hear that? Sister is urging you." "You are insufferable," Jiang Yuanyi retorted, her cheeks flushed before addressing Xie Qingwei. "In response to your highness, the young master needs some nurturing." Xie Qingwei was not genuinely urging. It was merely banter. Observing the affectionate interaction between her brother and sister-in-law, she felt a surge of joy, believing a child would come soon, and continued discussing gifts with Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan. However, Xiaoyan was reluctant to listen. He turned to Jiang Yuanyi and asked, "Annie, may I play in the courtyard? Aren't you afraid of the heat?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Xiaoyan pointed to the mimosa tree in the courtyard, saying, "There's shade." The little boy, soft and fragrant, prompted Jiang Yuanyi to respond gently. What shall we play? Let us kick the rattan ball together, Xiao Yan proposed. I do not know how to kick, Jiang Yuanyi admitted. I will teach you, Xiao Yan insisted. Then I will report to the lady and the young master. Very well. After reporting, Jiang Yuanyi took Xiao Yan to the shaded area of the courtyard to kick the rattan ball. Xiao Yan enjoyed the game, but everyone around him was intentionally letting him win, which made it rather dull. Yet, this gentle and lovely Annie truly had no skill at all. He was overjoyed, demonstrating to Jiang Yuanyi, do it like this, kick it this way. All right, Jiang Yuanyi replied. Having never played this before, she earnestly learned. Before long, the pair was completely engrossed in play. Xie Qingwei and Xie Rongxuan watched from the side. Yuanyi is better than I imagined, Xie Qingwei remarked. Xie Rongxuan replied proudly. You're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. Xie Qingwei playfully asked, Is marriage good? Yes, Xie Rongxuan answered without hesitation. Who is it that said women are troublesome and marriage is burdensome? Times change. Xie Rongxuan had never truly considered marrying any woman, nor had he desired to, but everything changed upon meeting Jiang Yuanyi. As he conversed with Xie Qingwei, the discussion turned to Emperor Yongxian. Xie Qingwei's expression grew serious. After conversing for a while, they turned to see a sheen of sweat on Jiang Yuanyi's forehead, prompting Xie Qingwei to quickly call out to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan initially wished to continue playing, but upon hearing that his aunt was feeling warm, he immediately kicked the rattan ball away. He took Jiang Yuanyi's hand, saying, Aunt, let us go inside to cool off. Very well. The two of them went to wash their hands together. Just as Jiang Yuanyi settled down, Xiao Yan nestled into her embrace, extending his small arms, and with a sweet, childish voice, implored, Hold me. Jiang Yuanyi lifted him onto her lap. Xie Qingwei smiled softly. Xie Rongxuan leaned closer to Jiang Yuanyi's ear and whispered, Upon returning to the manor, I too wish to be held. Jiang Yuanyi cast a bashful glance at Xie Rongxuan. Suddenly, a shrill voice announced, His Majesty has arrived. Jiang Yi turned to see a dignified yet pallid man, appearing to be around 50, entering the room. Father. Xiao Yan slid off Jiang Yuanyi's lap, exclaiming, I pay my respects to father. Jiang Yuanyi followed suit with Xie Qingwei and Xie Rongxuan, bowing in reverence. Rise, all of you rise. Emperor Yongxian affectionately ruffled Xiao Yan's small head, though his voice bore a hint of frailty. I have heard that Rongxuan has brought his wife to Yuaning Palace, and I came to see for myself. It is an honor beyond measure, Your Majesty, Xie Rongxuan replied. Is your health improving, Rongxuan? Emperor Yongxian guided Xiao Yan towards the main seat. I sincerely thank Your Majesty for your concern. I am much better now. Jiang Yuanyi kept her gaze lowered, though her peripheral vision caught sight of Emperor Yongxuan's hand, which held Xiao Yan's, slightly yellowed and incongruous with his pallid complexion, suggesting that his condition was not merely an ailment, but something more. Chapter 79. The curse, is this your daughter-in-law, Rongxian? Inquired the Yongxian emperor. Jiang Yuanyi promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Excellent, excellent. She is well matched with Rongxian, remarked the Yongxian emperor. Jiang Yuanyi chose not to respond further. Your Majesty, it is noon. Shall we dine here? Suggested Xie Qingwei. Indeed, that is my intention, replied the emperor. Shortly after the passing of the late Duke of Jing, the borders of Dying faced incursions from enemy forces, and factions advocating for surrender began to emerge. At this critical juncture, the young Xie Rongxuan surged forth like a dark horse. He fought valiantly in numerous battles, causing the Dongyi, Shirong, and Beatty to flee in disarray, successfully silencing the internal factions advocating for capitulation. The Yongxian emperor held Xie Rongxuan in high esteem as a military talent. However, after suffering from illness for over 2 years, they had not had the opportunity to share a meal together. Today, feeling considerably better, the emperor was finally able to dine in company. Have the imperial kitchen prepare more dishes, Xie Qingwei instructed. The emperor nodded in agreement. After conveying her instructions to Shunzi, Xie Qingwei returned to the emperor's side, where he engaged in cheerful conversation. Jiang Yi remained acutely aware of the decorum, maintaining a serious demeanor, yet her gaze occasionally drifted towards the emperor's hands, contemplating various medical cases in her mind. Before long, lunch was served. Jiang Yuanyi joined the others at the table. Xiao Yan, who was supposed to sit beside Xie Rongxuan, insisted on squeezing in next to Jiang Yuanyi as he held a special fondness for his aunt. "Little seven, why must you sit with your aunt?" the emperor queried. "She is beautiful and gentle," Xiao Yan replied, his voice sweet and childish. Laughter erupted among the emperor, Xie Rongxuan, and the others. Jiang Yuanyi felt a swell of joy from the child's compliment. The meal concluded amidst merriment, with the Yongxian emperor and Xie Rongxuan enjoying tea and idle chatter. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, and Xiao Yan remained in the adjoining hall, where Xiao Yan, genuinely fond of Jiang Yuanyi, engaged her in lively conversation. Jiang Yuanyi patiently responded, their dialogue proving to be quite delightful as Xie Rongxuan smiled at the exchange. Suddenly, an anxious shout from Xie Rongxuan pierced through from the next room. Yuan-yi. Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback. Xie Rongxuan was the first to rush towards the source of the commotion, with Xiao Yan sprinting after her. Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly followed suit. The Yongxian emperor, who had been enjoying a leisurely chat with Xie Rongxuan, suddenly slumped onto the couch. "Father!" Xiao Yan cried out in alarm. Xie Rongxuan's countenance turned pale, but she steadied herself to ask, "Rongxuan, have you called for the physician?" "I have, but the physician cannot arrive immediately," Xie Rongxuan replied, casting a worried glance at Jiang Yuanyi. "Yuanyi, come and take a look." Remembering Jiang Yuanyi's medical expertise, Xie Rongxuan quickly pulled Xiao Yan aside, both watching Jiang Yuanyi with trepidation. Jiang Yuanyi rushed forward, took the Yongxian emperor's pulse, and swiftly produced silver needles from her belongings. "Young master, lay his majesty flat," she instructed Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan complied, while Xie Rongxuan expressed her concern. "Rongxuan, sister, have faith. Yuanyi knows what she is doing," Xie Rongxuan reassured her. Trusting his words, Xie Rongxuan felt a measure of confidence as well. Jiang Yuanyi steadied herself, skillfully administering acupuncture to the Yongxian emperor. Moments later, he suddenly exhaled a deep breath. Jiang Yuanyi swiftly removed the silver needle and promptly wrapped it up. Xie Rongxuan stepped forward and called out, "Your Majesty." The Yongxian emperor slowly opened his eyes. Xie Rongxuan hurriedly inquired, "Your Majesty, how do you feel?" With a smile, the Yongxian emperor, supported by Xie Rongxuan, leisurely sat up and replied, "I feel invigorated. I thought I was about to ascend to immortality." Xie Rongxuan gently remarked, "You nearly frightened me to death. I even specially summoned the imperial physician." "It's of no concern, truly," the Yongxian emperor reassured her. Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan, and Xie Rongxuan refrained from mentioning the acupuncture, as did Xiao Yan. Just then, the imperial physician arrived to inquire about the situation. The Yongxian emperor dismissed him directly and continued to chat with Xie Rongxuan. As evening approached, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan prepared to depart. Xiao Yan, unwilling to part, grasped Jiang Yuanyi's hand tightly and said, "Aunt, when will you come back to the palace?" "When your uncle enters the palace, I shall accompany him," Jiang Yuanyi replied. "When will uncle enter the palace?" Xiao Yan looked towards Xie Rongxuan. Xie Rongxuan could not provide an answer either. Xie Rongxuan called out, "Yan Ger," prompting Xiao Yan to understand that he could no longer act willfully, and reluctantly released Jiang Yuanyi's hand. Unable to resist, Jiang Yuanyi lifted Xiao Yan into her arms and, behind everyone's backs, placed a tender kiss on the boy's chubby cheek, saying, "Even if I cannot visit you often, I will think of you every day." This was the first time someone other than his mother had kissed him, and Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as he extended his pudgy little finger, declaring, "Aunt, let's make a pinky promise." Jiang Yuanyi linked her pinky with Xiao Yan's and, together with the little one, vowed, "Pinky promise. For 100 years, we shall not change." Satisfied, Xiao Yan beamed. Finally, Jiang Yuanyi and Xie Rongxuan departed from the Yuanning palace and boarded their carriage. Once outside the palace, Jiang Yuanyi whispered, "Young master, his majesty. He has taken the elixir." Xie Rongxuan responded, "You are aware?" Jiang Yuanyi had sensed something amiss upon seeing the Yongxian emperor and confirmed his consumption of the elixir during the procedure. Yet, due to the palace's strict protocols, she had refrained from speaking openly. "This is an open secret," Xie Rongxuan sighed. "Is His Majesty seeking immortality to transcend to the heavens?" Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Xie Rongxuan shook his head. No, he is ill and cannot endure the pain, thus resorting to the so-called elixir to numb himself. Ill? Jiang Yuanyi pondered. Xie Rongxuan nodded. Continuing her inquiry, Jiang Yuanyi asked, who stated that he is ill? The imperial physicians all attest to this, Xie Rongxuan replied. Noticing something, he turned to Jiang Yuanyi and asked, have you discerned something? I'm uncertain if my observations are correct, she admitted. Please, elaborate. While everyone else speculated that Xie Rongxuan suffered from a rare ailment, only Jiang Yuanyi was convinced that he had been poisoned, thus placing her faith in her medical expertise. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuanyi solemnly stated, Young master, I fear he may be afflicted by a curse. A curse? Xie Rongxuan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there are records of such in the medical texts of the Eastern Yi. Since resolving Xie Rongxuan's poison, Jiang Yuanyi had diligently studied the medical literature of Eastern Yi, Western Rome, and Northern Di, learning much of their remarkable techniques. Once again, it is the Eastern Yi. Xie Rongxuan clenched his fist involuntarily. Jiang Yuanyi placed her hand over his fist and said, Young master, I am still uncertain. I must verify this thoroughly. How will you verify it? Jiang Yuanyi retrieved a pouch of silver needles, opening it to reveal needles faintly tinged with purple. This indicates the condition of His Majesty's health. I will return and conduct my verification to ascertain whether His Majesty has fallen victim to witchcraft, Jiang Yuanyi explained. Xie Rongxuan inquired, if so, can you cure him? I should be able to, she replied. Are you serious? Indeed I am. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan cupped Jiang Yuanyi's face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips, exclaiming, Wife, you are truly remarkable. Taken aback by his sudden display of affection, Jiang Yuanyi blushed and pushed him away, saying, You are truly insufferable. Xie Rongxuan, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuanyi and began to discuss the benefits of restoring the emperor's health. Though the Yongxian emperor lacked exceptional talents, he was considered a good ruler, and thus, the lives of the common folk in dying were improving. Naturally, Jiang Yuanyi wished to heal him as well. However, she stated, I am somewhat inexperienced with this witchcraft and will require some time to verify the results. Very well, Xie Rongxuan replied, his spirits lifted. The two returned to the Duke Jing's residence, delivering the gifts from Xie Qingwei to Madame Wang, and shared an evening meal with her and Xie Qingqing. Upon returning to the Xinxing courtyard, night had already fallen. They sat down at the table to sip tea. Xie Rongxuan's gaze fell upon a letter on the table, and his mood soured instantly. After the commotion from the previous day, Jiang Yuanyi had refrained from touching the letter. Now that they had cleared the air, she was eager to know what Song Jingji had written, so she picked up the letter. Xie Rongxuan expressed his displeasure. Let us read it together, Jiang Yuanyi suggested. I'm not inclined to read it. Xie Rongxuan turned his face away. Then I shall read it. You still harbor feelings for him, do you? Jiang Yuanyi tore open the envelope. Are you truly going to read it? Xie Rongxuan shot her a sidelong glance. I wish to see what he has to say, and then I will clarify matters with him, Jiang Yuanyi replied, intent on understanding Song Jingji's current thoughts. After extracting the letter, she asked, Are you concerned? I am not concerned at all, Xie Rongxuan retorted, though a pang of jealousy stirred within him. Jiang Yuanyi finished reading the letter and promptly tossed it onto Xie Rongxuan's chest. Confused, he asked, What are you doing? Chapter 80. The quarrel between husband and wife you can see for yourself, Jiang Yuan said with indignation. Xie Rongxuan unfolded the letter, glanced at it, and then looked at Jiang Yuan in astonishment. Is this our sister's handwriting? Jiang Yuan nodded affirmatively. Xie Rongxuan inquired further, So, this letter was penned by her? Jiang Yuan continued to nod. Indeed. Xie Rongxuan, puzzled, asked, Then why is it enclosed in a letter addressed by Song Jingji? Look at the content of the letter. Jiang Yuan urged. With her consent, Xie Rongxuan read the letter aloud. Our sister is worried that we might quarrel over Song Jingji, so she wrote to inquire about the situation. As he read on, Xie Rongxuan finished the letter and looked up. It appears that our sister had just completed this letter in a rush to assist our aunt with fabric, and unfortunately, she injured her hand, rendering her unable to write. Thus, the final paragraph and the envelope were written by Su Yanjin. Jiang Yuan nodded, affirming it was not written by Song Jingji. Indeed, he replied, but Xie Rongxuan, without seeking verification, assumed it was written by Song Jingji and became irate. Upon realizing it was penned by Su Yinjin, he suddenly felt quite guilty. Jiang Yuan remarked, "You have wrongfully accused me and Song Jingji of corresponding under our sister's name." Xie Rongxuan was left speechless. Jiang Yuan awaited his defense. However, Xie Rongxuan unexpectedly grasped Jiang Yuan's hand, effortlessly pulling her onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and gazing up at her fair and lovely face. He earnestly declared, "I was wrong. It was my fault. Please do not be angry. Women should not be angry." Jiang Yuan was taken aback by his swift admission of fault, responding, "If I fall ill, it will also be your doing. Yes, it is my fault. We have reconciled. Let's not speak of this matter again." Jiang Yuan replied, "Yet the letter remains unclear. Now that we have made amends, it is the perfect time to address it." Having thoroughly clarified the misunderstanding, Xie Rongxuan recognized the gravity of his error upon seeing Jiang Yuanyi's handwriting. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had kissed him just in time, expressing her feelings, or else he would have surely caused her distress. Xie Rongxuan's attitude of repentance was exceedingly sincere, and Jiang Yuan no longer harbored anger. She slightly lowered her head, gazing at Xie Rongxuan's handsome face, and earnestly said, "Young master, you must trust me from now on." Xie Rongxuan immediately acquiesced, "Very well. Let's converse sincerely." "Agreed. Do not become easily angered." "Understood." Xie Rongxuan was exceedingly compliant. Jiang Yuan smiled subtly. Xie Rongxuan added with utmost seriousness, "You must also believe in me." Jiang Yuan, puzzled, queried, "What should I believe in you for?" "Believe in my feelings for you." "I do believe in that," Jiang Yuan replied shyly. Xie Rongxuan quickly added, "You must also trust that you are the only one for me." "Only me?" "Indeed." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuan asked, still in confusion. "It means that I shall not take a concubine or indulge in any frivolous affairs." Although Meng Yunjin did not usurp Xie Rongxuan's position as his rightful wife, Jiang Yuanyi has always believed that, in due time, he would follow the example of other noblemen in the capital by taking a concubine and elevating a secondary wife. She cherishes the days when he is solely hers. To her astonishment, he uttered such words. "Do you not believe me?" Xie Rongxuan inquired. Jiang Yuanyi truly found it hard to believe. With both hands gently cradling her petite face, he gazed up at her earnestly and stated, "Around my father were a multitude of women, competing fiercely for his affection, causing one another harm, and my mother suffered as well. In that moment, I swore that I would either remain unmarried or have only one wife, ensuring that she would never contend with another woman for my love." Jiang Yuanyi was taken aback by his sentiments. "Thus, I need only you." Meeting Xie Rongxuan's sincere gaze profoundly moved her heart. "Do you still not believe me?" Jiang Yuanyi's disbelief stemmed from her fear of hope. "I shall write you a guarantee," Xie Rongxuan declared, rising. Jiang Yuanyi pressed her hand upon his shoulder, saying, "I believe you." "Do you truly believe?" He pressed. Though Xie Rongxuan occasionally displayed a playful demeanor, he had never deceived Jiang Yuanyi, and thus she felt inclined to trust him, replying, "I truly believe you." "Then kiss me," Xie Rongxuan said, tilting his handsome face. This time, Jiang Yuanyi did not shy away. She leaned down and brushed her lips against his. "That was insufficient," Xie Rongxuan complained. "Kiss me again." She obliged once more. "Again? Are you never satisfied?" "Not at all. I want more kisses." Xie Rongxuan playfully nipped at her lip. Jiang Yuanyi did not refuse. Instead, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily pushed Xie Rongxuan away. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I need to respond to my sister." Jiang Yuanyi replied, "I'll send it out tomorrow." Xie Rongxuan sought another kiss. Jiang Yuanyi covered his mouth, insisting, "It must be sent first thing in the morning." "Is it that urgent?" "Yes, I fear my sister may worry." Noticing Jiang Yuanyi's concern for Jiang Yuanyi, Xie Rongxuan released her, saying, "Then I shall go bathe." Jiang Yuanyi nodded and rose to write her sister back. She eagerly shared all her thoughts with her mother and sister, naturally recounting the quarrel and reconciliation with Xie Rongxuan, and the words he had just spoken brought a smile to her lips. "What are you laughing at?" Xie Rongxuan emerged from the bathing room. Just as Jiang Yuanyi finished her writing and turned, she caught sight of Xie Rongxuan's half-open robe, revealing his toned and handsome physique, causing her to blush. "Why aren't you dressed properly?" "I am dressed," he replied. "You are exposed. Just a little, and you notice it? You are quite the lecher. Truly, you resemble Zhu Beiji, turning the blame back upon me." Unable to counter his jest, Jiang Yuanyi hurriedly tucked away the letter and rushed into the bathing room. Later, as they lay in bed, Xie Rongxuan furrowed his brow, saying, "Starting tomorrow, I shall begin attending court." Jiang Yuanyi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Xie Rongxuan added gravely, "Not being able to indulge in your company every day will be quite bothersome." Jiang Yuanyi anticipated a discussion on significant national affairs. It was met with a rather trivial remark. She resolved not to engage further, promptly closing her eyes to sleep. "Wife," Xie Rongxuan called. Jiang Yuanyi chose to remain unresponsive. "Yuanyi, wife," Xie Rongxuan persisted. Determined to feign slumber, she was unexpectedly bitten on the cheek, a genuine bite. Startled, she opened her eyes and swatted at Xie Rongxuan, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xie Rongxuan allowed her to strike him without resistance. The pair engaged in playful antics upon the bed until they finally settled down and drifted into slumber. The following day, Jiang Yuanyi awoke to find the bed empty. Xie Rongxuan had already departed for court. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over her, but she soon rose to greet Lady Wang and dispatched a servant to deliver a message, all while preparing breakfast. With no pressing matters at hand, she retrieved her silver needle case to meticulously attend to the purple substance upon the needles. Shortly thereafter, Chun Tao approached, her demeanor imbued with mystery. "Madam," she whispered. Without lifting her gaze, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "What is it?" "The Duke has gone to visit concubine Jiang," Chun Tao replied. Chapter 81. Indecency. Once, Jiang Yuanyi and her 3 children attempted to poison Xie Rongxuan, but their efforts were in vain. The Duke of Jing punished Jiang Yuanyi by confining her to her quarters, while Xie Rongxuan was sent back to prison and Xie Rongxuan was expelled from the residence, with Xie Shilan dispatched to the estate. Thereafter, Jiang Yuanyi remained with Wu Yinyang, seemingly forgetting her own kin. However, a sudden visit to Jiang Yuanyi piqued Jiang Yuanyi's curiosity, prompting her to glance sideways at Chun Tao and inquire, "What purpose does this serve?" Chun Tao shook her head in uncertainty. "I am unaware." Jiang Yuanyi pressed further, "What is the Duke's mood like?" Chun Tao pondered briefly before responding, "Neither good nor bad." Jiang Yuanyi fell into contemplation. Chun Tao speculated, "Do you think the Duke has rekindled old feelings for Jiang Yuanyi? After so many days, how could such sentiments suddenly return? It seems rather strange." Jiang Yuanyi inquired, "Has there been any notable change in the residence these past few days?" Chun Tao, being vivacious and sociable, often gleaned information during her outings and suddenly exclaimed, "I recall something." "What is it?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "Miss Meng visited." "Meng Yunjin?" "Indeed. She came this morning." "Was she looking for 8th sister?" "Yes, but as 8th Miss was occupied with her studies, she did not meet Miss Meng." Chun Tao pondered earnestly. Could it be that Miss Meng encountered the Duke just as he was returning from court, and perhaps she mentioned something to him, prompting the Duke to visit Jiang Yuanyi? Jiang Yuanyi shook her head. "I cannot say. Otherwise, it does not make sense," Chun Tao mused, furrowing her brow. "Stop pondering that for now. Let us observe their next course of action." With Xie Rongxuan now in good health and Jiang Yuanyi having solid backing, she felt untroubled. Indeed. By the way, during dinner, do not set out the young master's utensils. Today marks his first attendance at court, and he will dine with many colleagues. The Duke has returned from court, but he is not yet back. He is likely to return only in the evening, Chun Tao informed her. "Understood. You may leave now." "Yes." Chun Tao exited. Jiang Yuanyi prepared several empty glass vials, filling them with saline solution, sugar water, and soapberry water, among others, before placing silver needles within and setting them on the table in the warm chamber. She summoned Chun Tao, Chun Li, and Su Mama, instructing, "You're not to touch these vials, nor allow anyone else to do so." The 3 responded earnestly, "Understood." "Inform the young master," Su Mama suggested. Jiang Yuanyi smirked. "Xie Rongxuan is the most mischievous. The thought of him brings a smile to my lips. When he returns, I shall inform him that regardless of what transpires with these vials, you must not intervene. Is that clear? The trio nodded solemnly, understood. Now, let us proceed to set the table for dinner. Yes, they replied in unison. Jiang Yuanyi dined alone and later took a brief nap. In the afternoon, she visited Xianjing Hall to study household management with Wang Shi, returning to Xinxing courtyard only after dinner. Young mistress has returned, Chun-Li greeted her. Jiang Yuanyi inquired. Has the heir returned yet? Chun-Li chuckled. The young lady must have forgotten. If the heir were to return, he would certainly pay a visit to the Duchess before returning to the Xinxing courtyard. This implies that the young lady has been with the Duchess and should be aware of the news. Jiang Yuanyi expressed her disappointment. Oh, so he hasn't returned. The weather was sweltering, and upon entering her room, Jiang Yuanyi took a bath and then settled in front of the candlelight to peruse medical texts. Though her thoughts wandered outside, although she knew Xie Rongxuan would return quite late, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Suddenly, a voice from a young maid announced, "The heir has returned." Jiang Yuanyi hastily set aside her book and, lifting her skirt, hurried outside. As Xie Rongxuan lifted his gaze, he beheld Jiang Yuanyi dressed in delicate gauze, standing under the light, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, stunningly beautiful. "Heir!" Jiang Yuanyi's soft voice was laced with joy. Xie Rongxuan strode forward, intending to embrace Jiang Yuanyi, but after a day of socializing, he was aware of his unpleasant odor and refrained from imposing it on her. Instead, he grasped her small, soft hand, feeling a sense of tranquility. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. "My dear wife, did you miss me?" Chun Tao, Chun-Li, and Aunt Sun stifled their giggles. "You really need to wash up. You reek." Jiang Yuanyi blushed and withdrew her hand, striding back into the room. The young lady is growing bolder. Yet, Xie Rongxuan appreciated this. He proceeded to the bathing chamber, freshened up, and emerged anew. Jiang Yuanyi held a towel, ready to dry his long hair. Xie Rongxuan pulled her onto his lap and asked, "Did you miss me?" Jiang Yuanyi queried, "Where did you dine tonight? Did you miss me? Are you thirsty? Did you miss me? Shall I pour you a bowl of water? Did you miss me? You want Tini to socialize all day tomorrow, will you?" Xie Rongxuan pinched Jiang Yuanyi's chin, compelling her to look him in the eyes. "Did you miss me?" The people of Dying valued subtlety. Yet Xie Rongxuan relished expressing his feelings openly, not satisfied with merely stating it once, insisting on repeating it, causing Jiang Yuanyi's cheeks to flush anew. "It seems you did miss me," Xie Rongxuan remarked. "Yes," Jiang Yuanyi nodded. Xie Rongxuan embraced her slender waist, declaring, "I missed you too, thinking of you all day long." "What were you occupied with?" "I was busy. What about you?" Jiang Yuanyi responded. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Yuanyi gasped and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You must be tired. Let's talk in bed." The two lay face to face on the bed, sharing the events of their day. After Jiang Yuanyi finished recounting, Xie Rongxuan said, "It has been a while since I attended court, so after the audience today, I dined and conversed with my colleagues." "You didn't drink during the day, did you?" Jiang Yuanyi asked. "They were aware of my poisoning for over 2 years, so there was no drinking." "That's good. You should drink less in the future. It is all up to the lady of the house." Xie Rongxuan leaned closer to Jiang Yuanyi, kissing her lips. Jiang Yuanyi reciprocated the kiss, and as they continued to kiss, Xie Rongxuan held her hand and began to move it downward. Jiang Yuanyi, startled, instinctively recoiled. Xie Rongxuan grasped her hand once more. Jiang Yuanyi retreated again. Xie Rongxuan, breathless, leaned into the nape of Jiang Yuanyi's neck and murmured, "Dear wife, when may we consummate our marriage?" "After summer passes," Jiang Yuanyi replied, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Xie Rongxuan whimpered, "But I am suffering." It then dawned on Jiang Yuanyi that even a man as imposing as Xie Rongxuan could display such vulnerability. She consoled him, "You must endure." "Do not endure. Assist me instead. Aren't you weary? Just thinking of you alleviates my fatigue. Dear wife, please help me." The following morning, Xie Rongxuan rose with remarkable vigor to attend court. After getting up, Jiang Yuanyi continuously rubbed her right hand. Chun Tao, puzzled, inquired, "Madam, what is the matter with your hand?" At the thought of Xie Rongxuan's reckless behavior the previous night, Jiang Yuanyi's face flushed crimson. Chun Tao remained bewildered. Granny Sun approached, advising, "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." Chun Tao insisted, I am merely concerned for the madam. Granny Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Yuanyi reassured, I am fine, and then proceeded with Chun Tao to Xinjing Hall. Along the way, her right wrist and palm ached, yet she felt too shy to massage them, internally cursing Xie Rongxuan for his indiscretion. Sister-in-law Xie arrived, and Xie Qingqing was present in the main hall. Upon entering, Jiang Yuanyi greeted Lady Wang, only to realize that concubine Jiang was also there. Madam, concubine Jiang acknowledged with a bow. The Duke of Jinghua glanced at concubine Jiang and promptly released her. It was truly. Jiang Yuanyi interjected, concubine Jiang. There is no need for formality. It has been quite some time. Concubine Jiang smiled, yet her gaze was frigid. This was the first time Jiang Yuanyi had encountered such a look, causing her heart to quiver involuntarily. Chapter 82. The banquet. Yuanyi, please take a seat and speak. Wang said softly. Yes, mother. Jiang Yuanyi sat upright at Wang's side. Wang turned to Jiang Yuanyi and said, the Duke has mentioned that Aunt Jiang has sincerely repented after days of reciting scriptures and meditating. She should be allowed to breathe fresh air, and we should cease to hold grudges. Is this truly something the Duke can do? Jiang Yuan, he was at a loss for words. Wang continued, the Duke has informed me that your fifth brother, Rong Lin, has officially become a compiler at the Hamlin Academy. This is a momentous occasion for the Duke's residence, and we must host a banquet to celebrate with friends and family. We may be overwhelmed with preparations, so Aunt Jiang could lend a hand. Jiang Yuan, he remained silent. Wang added, the Duke asserts that harmony within the family brings prosperity. The frequent mention of the Duke indicated Wang's dissatisfaction with his actions, yet she felt powerless to change the situation, likely harboring suppressed anger. Jiang Yuan, he reassured her, mother, father is right. Harmony within the family brings prosperity. The princess is well, the young master attends court daily, and the eighth sister excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now Aunt Jiang has genuinely repented. This is indeed a good thing. Upon hearing Jiang Yuanyi's words, Wang suddenly realized that her children were all thriving, and she need not concern herself with Aunt Jiang, her heart feeling lighter. You are right, Yuan-yi. Viang Yuanyi simidet. Aunt Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuanyi, yet said nothing. Wang smiled and said, we must meticulously prepare for the banquet. After some contemplation, Jiang Yuanyi inquired, mother, since we are celebrating fifth brother's entry into the Hamlin Academy, should we not invite Aunt Qin to assist with the arrangements as well? Among the concubines, Wang held Aunt Qin in the highest regard, especially since she was Xie Rongxuan's biological mother. Thus, she turned and instructed Li Mama, please invite Aunt Qin to join us. Yes. Li Mama exited the main hall. Before long, Aunt Qin arrived. Wang explained the situation. Aunt Qin was taken aback. I'm not experienced. Xie Qingqing interjected, it's all right. We all start from not knowing. Jiang Yuanyi nodded. I, too, knew nothing at first and learned gradually. Hearing Jiang Yuanyi speak made Aunt Qin feel particularly comfortable and assured. She wished to contribute for her own son and promptly agreed. Yes. Aunt Jiang shot her a disdainful glance before her gaze subtly fell upon Jiang Yuanyi. Jiang Yuanyi sensed this but was uncertain of Aunt Jiang's intentions, so she remained composed, patiently listening as Wang discussed the details of the banquet. Do you all remember these points? Wang asked. Jiang Yuanyi and the others nodded. Then let us have breakfast first, and afterward, we shall discuss the guest list invitations, carriage arrangements, banquet location, program, and menu. Jiang Yuanyi, having organized smaller gatherings before, was unaware of the complexities involved in such a grand banquet. Xie Qingqing quietly asked, fourth sister-in-law, are you afraid? Afraid of what? Viang Yuanyi countered. Afraid of not being able to manage such a large banquet. With mother overseeing everything, I am unafraid. Xie Qingqing scrutinized her and remarked, you've grown bolder after spending time with fourth brother. Jiang Yuanyi smiled and remarked, you are just as mischievous as your fourth brother. Xie Qingqing, who held great admiration for Xie Rongxuan, felt elated to discover a shared trait with her brother. She promptly linked her arm with Jiang Yuanyi's and said, come, let us dine together. Just as they settled down, Duke Jinghua and Xie Rongxuan arrived. Granny Li joyfully announced, Madam Duke, The Duke and the young master have returned from court. Wang Shi and the others rose in respect. The Duke naturally took his place at the head of the table, while Xie Rongxuan nudged Xie Qingqing aside to sit next to Jiang Yuanyi. Xie Qingqing huffed and took a seat nearby. Jiang Yuanyi smiled and quietly inquired, "Young master, are you tired?" "Not at all," replied Xie Rongxuan, gently clasping Jiang Yuanyi's hand beneath the table. Jiang Yuanyi cast a shy glance at Xie Rongxuan, her demeanor soft and delicate. A deep, unyielding smile danced in Xie Rongxuan's eyes. Aunt Jiang shot a furtive glance, scoffing quietly. Aunt Qin, seated beside her, heard but pretended not to, focusing intently on her meal. As was customary, Duke Jinghua engaged in idle chatter before they all began to eat. Soon, the meal concluded, and Duke Jinghua departed. Jiang Yuanyi turned to Xie Rongxuan and said, "Young master, I must assist my mother and aunt with the banquet preparations. You may return first." Xie Rongxuan seemed reluctant, not daring to grasp Xie Rongxuan's hand in front of others. Jiang Yuanyi tugged at his sleeve, leading him to a corner where she intertwined her fingers with his. Her voice soft and sweet. "I will return to accompany you as soon as I finish here. All right?" "Not all right." Xie Rongxuan found it hard to resist Jiang Yuanyi's tender demeanor. He longed to claim her, but for now, he could only indulge her whims. Jiang Yuanyi continued, "It's not proper for you to linger here. Indeed, what do you propose we do? What do you suggest? Continue assisting me tonight." Jiang Yuanyi lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Excessive indulgence is unwise." "Then what about tomorrow night?" Jiang Yuanyi nodded. "Very well, I shall return home. Make sure to come back early." "Of course." Finally, having persuaded Xie Rongxuan to leave, Jiang Yuanyi breathed a sigh of relief and joined Wang Shi and the others to discuss the banquet arrangements. As lunchtime approached, she returned to Xinxing Courtyard, where Xie Rongxuan had already ordered someone to slice watermelon and arrange it on the table. Feeling parched, Jiang Yuanyi sat down and began to skewer pieces of watermelon with her chopsticks, consuming several before speaking up, "Young master." Xie Rongxuan replied, while enjoying his watermelon, "In a few days, most of the guests invited to the banquet will be acquaintances of my fifth brother." Without lifting his head, Xie Rongxuan remarked, "You mean to say Song Jingji will be among them, correct?" "Yes. Do not worry. I am a magnanimous person and shall not take offense." Jiang Yuanyi chuckled, "Very well. He will indeed share a table with you. Why would he dine with me?" Xie Rongxuan immediately expressed his discontent. Jiang Yuanyi retorted, "Are you not a magnanimous person? I merely think that someone as insignificant as a flower examination scholar holds no right to dine with a renowned general like myself," Xie Rongxuan justified. Jiang Yuanyi explained that although he and Su Yanjin both held the position of editor in the Hamlin Academy, their official ranks may be modest, yet their future prospects are limitless. Furthermore, they are close friends with the fifth brother, and sharing a table with them does not diminish your standing. Who possesses such boundless potential? The person's focus was invariably peculiar. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuanyi resolutely declared, "My family's heir possesses limitless prospects." Xie Rongxuan, charmed by Jiang Yuanyi's declaration, recognized the truth in his words and ceased to dwell on the matter. Jiang Yuanyi immersed himself wholeheartedly in the banquet affairs, learning much from Wang Shi daily, while also remembering to inquire about Aunt Qin. "How is your learning progressing?" Aunt Qin replied, "It is quite well, esteemed young lady." "That is good to hear. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult Mother, Qingqing, or myself," Jiang Yuanyi said. Aunt Qin repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed young lady. There is no need for such formality. We are all family," Jiang Yuanyi reassured her. Aunt Qin felt her heart swell with warmth, akin to the sweltering heat of summer. Yet she was at a loss for words, silently cherishing Jiang Yuanyi's kindness before returning to her tasks. They remained occupied until nightfall. Xie Rongxuan came to escort Jiang Yuanyi away, while Duke Jing visited with Aunt Wu. Wang Shi also retired for the evening. Aunt Qin followed Aunt Jiang out of Xianjing Hall. "Aunt Qin, congratulations on your son's remarkable achievements," Aunt Jiang remarked. Aunt Qin lowered her head, responding, "It is all due to the nurturing of the Duke and Duchess. Alas, this vast Duke Jing's residence can only belong to the heir," Aunt Jiang continued, causing Aunt Qin's heart to skip a beat. Aunt Jiang added, "Clearly, the fifth master is the most capable." No, No. The heir fights valiantly in battle to ensure the safety of the populace. How could Ronglin dare to compare? Aunt Qin replied in trepidation. Aunt Jiang inwardly scolded Aunt Qin for her lack of ambition, huffing as she turned to leave. Just then, a maid approached and whispered something in her ear, prompting her to hastily follow. Sensing something amiss with Aunt Jiang, Aunt Qin glanced around and instructed her personal maid to return to the courtyard. She quietly trailed after Aunt Jiang and her companions. Chapter 83. An appointment. Jiang Yuanyi remained oblivious to the matters between Qin Yinyang and Jiang Yinyang. After she and Xie Rongxuan returned to Xinxing courtyard, they had dinner, took a stroll, bathed, and then lay side by side in bed. Their faces turned towards each other as they discussed the upcoming banquet. Everything is nearly prepared, right? Xie Rongxuan inquired. Yes, the invitations have already been sent out. Jiang Yuanyi replied. It can proceed as scheduled. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? There will be many people attending. I am aware, but I am not afraid. My courage has grown significantly. Indeed, although Jiang Yuanyi remained easily shy, her demeanor had become increasingly composed. Xie Rongxuan felt immense pride, yet teased her. You have become quite formidable. Of course. Jiang Yuanyi mimicked Xie Rongxuan's boastful demeanor, surprisingly playful. Xie Rongxuan reached out to pinch Jiang Yuanyi's fair cheek. What are you doing? Jiang Yuanyi laughed as she pushed his hand away. Xie Rongxuan said, on the day of the banquet, many talented young men will be present. You are not allowed to look. Jiang Yuanyi countered. How do you know I would look? Xie Rongxuan bluntly replied. You are quite flirtatious. Jiang Yuanyi retorted. You are the flirtatious one. Many noble ladies from the capital will also come tomorrow. You are not allowed to look either. Fine, we shall both refrain from looking. Agreed. Xie Rongxuan pondered for a moment and added, You are not allowed to look at Song Jingji. Jiang Yuanyi shot back. You are not allowed to look at Meng Yunjin. Xie Rongxuan, with a hint of dominance, declared, You may only look at me. Only you, Jiang Yuanyi said, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she gazed at Xie Rongxuan. Appearing adorably innocent, Xie Rongxuan felt a stirring in his heart. He reached out his long arm to embrace her delicate waist, drawing her body close to his. Young master, what are you doing? Jiang Yuanyi asked. Do not call me young master, Xie Rongxuan replied. What should I call you then? Call me husband. Jiang Yuanyi hesitated to address Xie Rongxuan directly as husband, feeling a bit shy. Suddenly, Xie Rongxuan began